Doppler HD all day long for you. Sustained winds of 29 miles per hour in St. Augustine at the airport right now. 23 miles per hour at Fernandina Beach and 15 at the International Airport, but we'll show you some Duval numbers as well coming up here in just a bit. But as you see through the day, really it's going to be a coastal event still, especially near in and around 95 to the beaches. I-75, Lake City, Columbia County, doesn't look like much rain for you other than a few showers perhaps through the afternoon as Dorian is well east of our coastline, but still you can see these bands producing some gusty winds through the night and then even some breezy conditions through sunrise tomorrow is what we're thinking now. And you can see also moving off to the north and east by the day, about midday, well to the north and east of us, and then we'll turn sunny and hot with highs in the mid-90s. 80s today, very tropical-like atmosphere. Of course, we want you to stay inside if you're getting impacted by any of these rain bands right now. So we'll continue tracking this and give you the latest using First Alert Doppler HD coming up in your First Alert 7-day forecast. Right now, it's 4:05.
All right, we want to welcome in News 104.5 WOKV, those listeners now listening to us. And, you know, one of the areas most susceptible to flooding in our past two big hurricanes, of course, the St. Augustine's Bayfront. Action News Jack's Beth Rousseau joins us live there. Beth, you've been driving around in the First Alert Storm Tracker, and most businesses have learned their lessons, and they have boarded up there.
Sandbags and boarded up. That's what we saw all day yesterday. So what we're seeing right now is a very quiet downtown St. Augustine. I'm going to go ahead and flip it to our windshield camera so you can see not a whole lot of rain here right now. We have seen some severe rain, some heavy rain as we were headed down here, but nothing as of right now. What we're really seeing is the wind. What we're going to do is Mark turns the corner. We're going to give you a good look at the police that are sitting at the base of the Bridge of Lions. So they're waiting for those winds to get high enough. If they do get too high, they're going to shut down that bridge. Now, what I want to go ahead and do is actually switch it to the roof cam. You can see that we do have some rain or some water accumulated on there. We're actually going to go across the Bridge of Lions right now just to show you that it is not closed. All quiet in downtown St. Augustine, which is as it should be, since right now we are under curfew here in St. Augustine and St. Augustine Beach. We're starting to see a little bit of a drizzle, but really just wind. We've seen some palm fronds blow across the road, some ponding on the side of the road, but as for right now, that's really the most of what we're getting here in downtown St. Augustine. But of course, we know historically there is a lot of flooding along the bayfront here, Avenida Menendez, so that's where we're going to kind of be set up so that we can show you the very latest as it develops. But for now, we're live in the First Alert Storm Tracker from downtown St. Augustine. Beth Rousseau, Action News Jax.
Jacksonville's beaches are closed, and surf has been picking up on Jax Beach for more than 24 hours now. Action News Jax' Ryan Nelson joins us live from an area that's been under a mandatory evacuation. Ryan, storm surge, a big concern there. I'm watching that wind sort of batter you over the last 10 minutes or so.
And Letitia, I am not exaggerating when I tell you this wind just took my hat and it was gone. I had to run about 20 feet or so just to catch up with it. You can tell these tropical storm force winds are certainly descending on Jacksonville Beach right now. We're feeling every bit of it. If you can just follow me this way and I can angle a little bit, we can go ahead and show you some of what we're seeing in terms of the waves. You can see that strong surf out towards the ocean. My photographer can just show you that. You can see those waves crashing into the ocean there. This sea foam just crashing right up and has been piling up really all night and then into this early morning since late last night, since we started doing these live reports here from Jacksonville Beach. So that's just one of the many things that we've been following here. And of course, the Jacksonville Beach Pier, something that we will continue to keep an eye on. We know its history when it comes to hurricanes, certainly something that's top of mind for many in Jacksonville Beach and in Duval County. Again, just look at this sea foam coming right up onto the beach right now. And again, these winds are certainly strong. We know about the rip current risks, and we've been monitoring it closely. Again, we are here in Jacksonville Beach. It's something that we will continue to monitor for you, and we will have live reports throughout the morning. Reporting in Jacksonville Beach, Ryan Nelson, CBS47 Fox 30. Action News Jax.
Yeah, and even though it's sort of hard to see now, you can at least hear that wind howling in that live shot there. Several local school districts started calling off school for Thursday, too. Here's the very latest on our school closures. Today, Columbia County will be the only school district open in the area as we await Hurricane Dorian. On Thursday, the only district closer to the ocean decided to close schools. We'll continue to update the list on actionnewsjax.com. You know, hours before Dorian's impact, the surf is already showing its fury. Action News Jax Jamarlo Phillips, he is live in Fernandina Beach right now. Jamarlo, since we last saw you at 11, it's really kicking up out there.
And that's exactly right. We're certainly starting to feel the effects of Hurricane Dorian here along Fernandina Beach. And in my hand, I have several tools. I have an anemometer in my hand here to give you guys an example of what we're seeing as far as the wind here. Gonna let it stay in the air for a few seconds here to see what we can pick up. So around 15, 16 miles per hour. I know earlier I clocked 22 miles per hour. And I also have in my hand here a flashlight where I'm going to show you guys what's going on out here in the Gulf. Out here in the Atlantic Ocean. Take a look here. These waves are getting stronger. They have been getting stronger over the past hour since we've been out here. And as you can see, that wind is starting to pick back up here. The crazy thing is we haven't seen any rain. I know we've seen rain over in Jacksonville and St. Augustine, but we haven't seen any showers yet here along Fernandina Beach. Now tonight, well this morning rather, there is a curfew. That curfew was put in place 8 o'clock Tuesday night, and it could be lifted as early as 7 o'clock this morning. And of course, we're going to stay out here and monitor conditions here along Fernandina Beach and bring you all the latest updates, conditions, things of that nature here on Action News Jax, on our website and through our Action News Jax mobile app. We're now reporting live here in Nassau County. I'm Jamarlo Phillips, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jax.
All right, another example there how you can hear the wind howling. I know it's still dark out there, but we can at least bring you the sights and sounds from our coast. Also, download the First Alert Weather app. Right now is a really good time because of those outages happening all across our area. Make sure everything's charged up. The hurricane page at actionnewsjax.com. We've got our photos of local homeowners preparing for Dorian and the damage left behind in the Bahamas.
And from the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Garrett Beaton. Watching First Alert Doppler HD closely now as the outer bands of Dorian are here producing wind gusts of tropical storm force already at our local beaches, timing out the winds through the day, hour by hour, and the rain and storms. That's coming up in your First Alert 7-day forecast.
As we head out to break, we want to show you another live look here at Cocoa Beach, where the eye of Dorian is about 54 miles off the coast of Cocoa now. You can get a good look at that pier and the waves crashing Cocoa Beach. We'll be thinking about our neighbors as they feel the impact. We're going to be right back with Hurricane Dorian coverage. Hey, good morning to you. Thanks so much for tuning in to Action News Jax. We are tracking Hurricane Dorian for you all day long here. Thousands are without power already in St. Johns County as those outer bands are starting to hit our area. Action News Jax Danny Bazzini just took this video of the sea foam where she is within the past hour. And Action News Jax is monitoring Dorian as it rides Florida's coast. Customers in our area already without power. Action News Jax Phil Amato joins us now with a look at the areas affected, Phil.
Yeah, hi, Letitia. We've been checking the JEA and the FPL power outage maps. This is what we found for JEA. We have about 2,600 people without power right now. Might be because of the storm, might not, but 2,600 people, a lot right here, located between Beach Boulevard and JTB. This is in the Isle of Palms area right now. And then over in St. Johns County, we also found 4,334 people without power, and that's mostly in the St. Augustine area and certain areas around 803 people without power close to Highway 207. Now, out of all of the Florida Power and Light customers, all the counties that they serve, right now St. Johns County is the hardest hit with about 4,300 customers. Now, if your power does go out, Letitia, of course, it's very easy to go ahead and download our app first, so you could go ahead and see us right there on your phone, your cell phone.
Yeah, good time to start charging up everything now. If you still have power, all week we've been exploring Northeast Florida. Action News Jax Russell Colburn shows us the conditions along St. Augustine's Bayfront from the First Alert Storm Tracker.
Guys, we're in the First Alert Storm Tracker driving along the city of St. Augustine. We can give you a look outside. You can see the flashing lights up there. We have a police presence. We've seen them all around near the Bridge of Lions, making the determination when to close that bridge. But look at this. That's the bread and breakfast we covered a few years ago where the water was rushing in. Now they are all boarded up, all the businesses along here taking heed of what we saw during Hurricane Matthew. And we can bring up that video when that water was just rushing over the seawall. That seawall just no match for the waves that were created in the bay. So people here have used that as a lesson, and they're hoping they don't see a repeat of that. If you come back out here, more businesses boarded up, sandbags at the base of the ground there, just taking every precaution they can ahead of this storm. I can tell you we have started to see effects in this area of Dorian. The First Alert Weather Team saying the gusts are upwards of 30 miles per hour or higher, and the water in the bay has also gotten pretty choppy. This area, of course, under a mandatory evacuation, so it's definitely time for people to go to their safe place and hunker down. In St. Augustine, Russell Colburn, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Now certified Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert Weather.
I'm First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beaton. Well, right now we are tracking Hurricane Dorian. As you wake up, perhaps you've heard some of the wind gusts if you're closer to the coast of tropical storm force and those heavy winds. You can see here we are with Dorian to the east of us, a Category 2 hurricane. It is about 100 miles east of Daytona Beach right now, and you can see those colder cloud tops right there. This is cloud tops, what we're looking at, and that's where the most intense thunderstorms are in the hurricane to the east. That's where the hurricane force wind gusts are. And you can see this is the latest track. We'll get an updated one by 5 a.m., and then there's Wednesday during the day today. We'll be seeing Dorian off our shores between 90 and 100 miles off the coast. There could be some wobbles, and so we'll have to watch that. But here goes those rain bands already moving in. We're going to have to watch each and every one of these little cells for some quick spin-up water spouts or perhaps a tornado or two here through the day today. But as we go through this little cell right here, going through NAS Jax by about 4:32, these are racing off to the south-southwest. Around 30 to 40 miles per hour, perhaps even more than that at times. You can see the Reddick area by 4:32 kind of diving down to the south and rotating counterclockwise around this hurricane that is off our shores. About 155 miles away from our coast right now is where the eye is, the center of the eye, and those rain bands will continue developing and moving closer to our immediate coastline. Checking in for southeast Georgia on First Alert Doppler HD, there's Jekyll Island, St. Simons Island, Brunswick, and Cumberland Island. You can see these showers are moving inland right now here over the next few minutes or so. Again, racing at 40 to 50 miles per hour. I just set this a few minutes ago and it's already moved past my cone. Amelia Island by 4:45, and we're checking the winds as well. These are packing in gusts, probably 40 to 50 miles per hour, and moving on shore right now there's a 60 mile per hour gust just elevated off the ground or the water, and that'll likely translate to 30 to 40 right there on the immediate surface at the coastline. So there's Dorian. Here's St. Augustine on the Action News Jax First Alert Skycam Network. North winds at 29 miles per hour with higher gusts right now. 80 degrees is our current temperature there, so very tropical today. Our storm surge forecast could see those 2 to 6 feet of storm surge above the ground today, especially as we go through this midday period where we'll be seeing a high tide cycle too, about 1:40 in Jacksonville at Mayport. San Marco 1 to 2 feet, St. Augustine 3 to 6 feet, as high as 3 to 6 feet, Fernandina Beach 2 to 6 feet, and St. Simon's Island 2 to 6 feet. At the beaches, you can see our surf building today to 15 to 20 feet. Winds, of course, offshore. We don't want you to be out there. Very high rip current risk today, obviously. And surf begins to relax tomorrow, 4 to 8 footers with offshore winds and moderate rip current risks by Friday and into Saturday. Now, we want to detail the current winds and what you can expect through the day today, hour by hour. With that, let's go to meteorologist Maritza Ross.
The north-northeasterly winds are really picking up out there, especially if you are in St. Augustine. This is currently right now surface winds in the 30s, 20s further inland, around 17 miles in Jacksonville. And as we take this a little further to what we can expect for later this afternoon and later this morning, you'll really see those winds pick up. So this is just the beginning of these bands that are coming in because of Hurricane Dorian. This is at 6 in the morning, 41-mile-an-hour winds in St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra right around 38, Jacks Beach 37, Fernandina 31, and we'll continue to see those strong winds as we progress through the morning in southeast Georgia. Further inland less, but still notice 20-25 miles an hour further in Palatka 26. And if you are heading out towards Lake City and those counties, Columbia County, Baker, Union, and Bradford, you'll still likely see some breezy conditions because of Hurricane Dorian, but we're definitely looking at this more of a coastal type of event. This is at 2 p.m. this afternoon, and notice those winds really pick up out in Jacks Beach and our coastline, 52, 53, St. Augustine right at 54, and then notice the Jacksonville metro area, 37, and I wouldn't be surprised as this gets closer, these numbers start to change a little bit higher. So we're going to continue monitoring these for you here, and as we head into our Thursday, we're still going to see some stronger winds, stronger than normal winds, even close to tropical storm. Remember that tropical storm force winds are 40-mile-an-hour winds plus, and notice this is Thursday, this is tomorrow morning, 36 in Jacks Beach, Ponte Vedra 35, 31. So we're going to hang out with these winds for quite some time. So let's break it down for you here. Tropical storm winds here in downtown Jacks. You'll likely start seeing them at 8 in the morning. Jacks Beach, they're already here. Ponte Vedra, St. Augustine, Fernandina Beach, they're already here. And we're going to be with those very strong winds up until Thursday morning. Brunswick, you'll likely see those winds starting around 9 and then all the way through Thursday. Garrett?
And you can see right now we're going to continue tracking those winds for you hour by hour through this morning. And the latest check of First Alert Doppler HD. And if we need to jump back on for any reason, we'll do so. Here's your 7-day forecast with your weekend always in view. Mid-80s for today. Then it turns hot and sunny. Still breezy through sunrise on your Thursday. But it's going to be a hot and pretty nice day tomorrow for any cleanup. Low 90s on Friday. Low 90s on the weekend. The Jags at home in the lower to mid-90s. A few showers and maybe even a rumble of thunder by Monday and into Tuesday. We'll continue tracking Dorian, and you can always download the free Action News Jax First Alert weather app.
And Action News Jax has a live look right now at Daytona Beach. And looks like it froze there, but we wanted to show you those flags. We're sort of blowing in the wind. They're going to be destroyed likely. Some of them already are. We'll check back, see if we can get that camera working. Hey, welcome back. We got another live look we want to show you here at Cocoa Beach, right in the center of your screen. The eye of Dorian is about 50 miles off the coast. It's making its way north towards us right now. You see that pier, the waves crashing on that. We can expect much of this later this afternoon as Dorian creeps north. The neighbors in St. Johns County, they're feeling the impacts of the outer bands of Dorian right now. Action News Jack's Danny Bozzini joins us live from the beach there, where some sustained tropical storm force winds have been felt since around 1 a.m. Danny.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We are starting to feel these tropical storm force winds out here. This is a completely different story than when we were out here at 11 p.m. tonight. It is just increasingly getting stronger and stronger. And these tropical storm force winds are supposed to last throughout the morning and maybe even into the early afternoons at last check. But it's not just the winds that we have to worry about. It's also the storm surge. We're expecting 4 to 7 feet today, this morning, as well as 4 to 7 inches of rain. But this wind is just so strong right now, and I'll continue to monitor St. Augustine Beach here and give you guys updates, but it doesn't seem like this is going to slow down anytime soon. Live in St. Augustine Beach, Danny Bozzini, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
All right, let's get over to First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beatonbaugh. Looks like you're tracking some wind speed right now.
Yeah, we're looking at the wind speeds, the current direction as you wake up here this morning for Hurricane Dorian, still a Category 2 hurricane right now. You can see the infrared satellite imagery behind me. We're going to continue watching this through the morning as you see those thunderstorms trying to wrap back around the center after kind of more of an exposed eye overnight. Now we're beginning to see that wrap back up. We're monitoring also in real time 13-foot waves just offshore from St. Augustine. You can see this one from this buoy east of the center at 28 feet. These waves will continue marching closer to the coast. We're at 9 feet off of Fernandina Beach, so you can see these colors kind of warming up, meaning the increased waves that are moving off away from Dorian's center right now. So the waves are coming. They're already here in many spots. Of course, we're seeing those sea foams and also the intense winds at the beaches. Right now, 5-speed First Alert Doppler HD is tracking this band. This is Dorian, so when you hear this, this is a Dorian band here this morning, and also some more developing offshore and gusty winds as they pass by at 40 to 45 miles per hour. Tropical storm force is about 39 or higher. And you can see also going through the bridges right now, this little band of rain will be producing 30 to 40 miles per hour downtown. We'll watch that. Derek Odom in-house tracking it as well for you here in the First Alert Weather Center. Back to southeast Georgia, we do have some of those showers too. And also, as we pull things out, you can see there is Dorian continuing to march off to the north and west. Welcome, another update for you. Give you some more forecast data through the day today and watch it in real time with you here on CBS 47 and Fox 30 and right now on News 104.5 WOKV. Right now it's 4:29. Here's Derek Odom in the Action News Jax First Alert Traffic Center.
Good morning, everyone. Taking a live look here at the Davis Point Bridge. Garrett mentioned one of those bands coming through, and you can see them as they're zooming in on the camera. It is pouring down right now. Of course, wind is a big factor on whether they close any of the bridges. JSO just tweeted about 30 minutes ago, they're keeping track of it on the hour, that all bridges downtown are open. That is the good news. Of course, the big concern will be some of those intercoastal waterway bridges down at Crescent Beach, up through Jacksonville Beach, Atlantic Beach, Ponte Vedra Beach right now. But downtown, all the bridges are looking good right now. And as the rain starts to come through, of course, we'll be concerned with flooding aspects, especially in those construction zones right now. So you want to be careful if you have to go out, if you're essential personnel, if you have to go out, be careful. But again, 40 miles per hour tropical storm winds sustained. That's when they start deciding to close the bridges. All are open right now. That's your update from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center.
All right, Action News Jax has a live look over at Flagler County where waves lashing the pier there. And your news continues in less than 3 minutes. The Action News Jax First Alert weather team has been tracking Dorian for more than 10 days.
The potential high winds and damage extend far from the center and well beyond this skinny cone now.
The historic hurricane ripped through the Bahamas.
Pray for us, please pray for us, everyone.
Destroying homes, killing nearly a dozen people.
And my poor little wife, I kept with her and then she just drowned on me.
Many more are missing.
We saw survivors, saw quite a few people trying to wave us down. Unfortunately, the winds were so high we could not stop.
As you slept, Dorian crawled just off the Florida coast, lashing local communities with whipping rain and heavy wind.
It may be all this wasted effort. It may not. I don't know.
but I had to try something.
Now this morning, Hurricane Dorian is here. Rain and flooding is coming. And Action News Jax this morning will be with you until Dorian is gone.
Another live look at satellite right now, and you can see those outer bands of Dorian spinning off our coast. Those bands also making their way right now onto land with gusty winds and lots of rain. Also a live look at these crashing waves along the bayfront in St. Augustine. Look at that. That's from our first alert storm tracker right there. Waves off the coast of St. Augustine, some 13 feet high. We waited for this storm for 10 days. Folks, it's finally here. Good morning, everyone. I'm Phil Amato.
I'm Letitia Barriola. Good morning to you. Let's get you to the very latest. Hurricane Dorian, while you were sleeping, team coverage up and down Florida's coast here. We've got 3 First Alert meteorologists working to track this storm for you. We start with First Alert meteorologist Garrett Biedenball.
And you can see right now we are monitoring Hurricane Dorian here, 105-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds, moving to the north-northwest at 8 miles per hour. Still a Category 2 hurricane, and the latest forecast track looks like this. We'll get another one by 5 a.m., moving to the north-northwest right now. And you can see also moving off through the day today to the, say, north-northeast by Thursday, 8 a.m. east of Savannah. So by Jacksonville's latitude through the day today, and by 8 o'clock to the north of Jacksonville's latitude, about the Florida-Georgia border, well offshore, still about 80 to 90 miles off our coast. Of course, we'll watch any wobbles here as well. I want to go over to the interactive radar here, and I want to track these showers for you using computer number 2. We're going to do that for you here right now, and then we're going to be interactive with you here on the wall. You can see right now we are tracking some bands of showers right going through downtown Jacksonville and moving to the south-southwest is what we're watching for you here right now. We can move this over for you and show these bands also moving into southeast Georgia there, Brunswick to Camden County, Glenn County. There's a shower and band of showers moving into your area right now. We'll switch it over to the other radar source, and you can see, there we go. We're putting this into motion for you. These all are packing winds of 30-plus miles per hour, and at times 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts as Dorian is well offshore there from St. Augustine, about 100-plus miles, 150 miles away from Jacksonville's coastline. But any one of these bands could be producing tropical storm force winds. We've already seen tropical storm force winds sustained. When this band went through St. Augustine Beach Pier, we've already seen those tropical storm force winds. So this is what we're watching for you right now here in the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center. Going to continue closely monitoring First Alert Doppler HD as these winds continue moving up the coast as we head through the day today. It's 4:34.
One of the most areas susceptible to flooding in the past 2 hurricanes, especially St. Augustine's Bayfront. Action News Jax Beth Rousseau, she joins us live there. And Beth, you just showed us with the First Alert Storm Tracker there, the waves sort of crashing up on the Bayfront.
And we popped out of the First Alert Storm Tracker so that we could give you a closer look. Right now, Mark's going to give you a look at those waves crashing against this seawall. This has just happened within the last 10 minutes as one of these Dorian bands moves right through the area. This is the seawall that was no match for Hurricane Matthew. Mark, as photographer Mark, go ahead and zooms up. You can see that there are police stationed at the edge of the Bridge of Lions right now. They're ready to shut that down if sustained winds get to the point where it's dangerous to cross that. If we walk right over here, you can see the windows boarded up. You can see sandbags. That's because, as we mentioned, this seawall was no match for Hurricane Matthew. We saw flooding here during Hurricane Irma as well. Businesses not taking any chances. Now, we're seeing just not a whole lot of rain right now, but it's really the wind, and that is what's kicking up this chop right here as one of these bands of Dorian moves right on through. And of course, we're only expecting that to get worse as Dorian makes her way up the coast of Florida. So we're going to be here, and we're going to be keeping track of this as these waves crash and as they get bigger and bigger for you throughout the morning. But for now, we're live on the Bayfront in downtown St. Augustine. Beth Rousseau, Action News Jax.
Also, JSO keeping a very close eye on the roads this morning to make sure everyone stays safe. Action News Jax Megan Moriarty joins us live near the Intracoastal now. And Megan, you've been on several bridges this morning, and winds there picking up too?
Yeah, and the Intracoastal is still currently open. Law enforcement has been monitoring it since last night and into early this morning. We've been out here with them, and as you can see behind me, there's 2 Jacksonville police cars right there, and earlier it was JSO out here. They've been monitoring both sides of this bridge, and right now it is open, but if winds become sustained at 40 miles per hour or more, then this will be closed off, preventing people from leaving or entering the beaches. And like I said, we've been out here with them since 9:30 last night, and the weather has changed dramatically over the last 6-7 hours. Previously, my anemometer, which is a wind speed reader, was reading at about 10 miles per hour, and those winds have definitely picked up since then. And we're also starting to feel a little bit of rain. At 3 a.m. there was a downpour here. Now we're starting to feel kind of a sprinkle coming down. So we're definitely feeling the effects of Dorian right now. And we also did step over to the beach's side, and we didn't see anyone over there. It's literally heavy law enforcement right now. That's all we're seeing. It's just law enforcement. A lot of people are abiding by that curfew that is in effect until 6 a.m. So we're going to keep you updated on the bridges and let you know if they end up closing. For now, we are live near the Intracoastal Bridge. Megan Moriarty, Action News Jax.
All right, she's keeping an eye on the winds for us in that area. And a Nassau County curfew started last night at 8, but some people chose to stay behind even amid this mandatory evacuation. Action News Jax' Alicia Tarrant-Kahn has spent the past 2 days in Nassau County. She's in Amelia Island right now at the beach access point. Alicia, conditions have picked up there. I see the wind.
Yes, definitely. It's a lot windier now. And we're over here on Amelia Island over at Peters Point Park. And you'll see it's empty over here. We noticed one of the first things we saw was they closed the beach access point over here. You can see the tape. Again, over here we noticed there's a giant berm that County Public Works have put in the other day. Again, that's to help with storm surge conditions over here and to prevent the flooding. Because one of the things we noticed, this is right near a lot of the apartment complexes over here where Peters Point is. And again, they closed this access point as well, preventing people from again driving down to the beach, because yesterday one of the things county officials told us was they don't want anybody out at the beaches, especially as Hurricane Dorian is here, because that is dangerous. Again, we're going to be monitoring a lot of the situations over here, and stay with Action News Jax throughout the morning and we'll have those updates. I'm reporting live over in Amelia Island. Alicia Tarrant-Kahn, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jax.
Jacksonville beaches are closed and surf has been picking up in Jax Beach for more than 24 hours. Action News Jax' Ryan Nelson joins us live from an area that's been under a mandatory evacuation. And Ryan, you were showing us that sea foam within the last 30 minutes. You're still getting pounded by that wind.
Letitia, the wind, the rain has been coming in squalls. I can tell you these are not conditions that you want to be in. However, in the last 10 minutes or so, we actually saw Jacksonville Beach Police gently remind a group of people who are making their way to the beach that a curfew was enacted at 10 p.m. Again, people, these are not conditions that you want to be in right now. We've been here since late Tuesday night. We're standing here Wednesday morning. The conditions have gotten worse, seemingly by the minute. Right now, we're feeling every bit of those tropical storm force winds. Go ahead and follow me this way. Just look at the ocean. Look at the surf. These are very rough conditions. We've seen sea foam coming up onto the beach all night long. And again, there are a number of storylines that we're following from the beach right now. The Jacksonville Beach Pier, how will it fare during Hurricane Dorian? If we can go ahead and pan over to the right, we have the dunes over here. We're closely monitoring how the dunes will withstand the impacts of Hurricane Dorian. We're going to continue to bring you live updates all morning long. Reporting from Jacksonville Beach, Ryan Nelson, CBS47, FOX30. Action News Jax.
All right, we continue our Hurricane Dorian team coverage with Action News Jax. Don Lopez here at the storm desk.
Yeah, Don's looking over the damage in the Bahamas. Of course, they got a Cat 5 storm that hit them. Yeah. We're down to tropical force winds.
And just stayed and stayed, and now we're going over this video. We have brought you live reports of the storm hitting the Bahamas for more than 30 hours, just sitting again and stalling over the island, and the destruction we're seeing is devastating. So here's an aerial view that you're looking at right now, views of the Abaco, Bahamas. Catastrophic damage is what we're seeing. Communities leveled, just gone. And here's an airport in Freeport that's just gutted. There are reports of severe flooding, severe damage to homes, businesses, infrastructure. This airport here, you do have the railing that's there. You do have like the framing of the door. That's about it. And in Freeport, take a look at this. Rescuers are going out in small boats and jet skis to reach families stranded in their homes. Look at this little one that they brought out, and we're seeing this over and over again. But jet skis, small boats going out, at least 7 deaths now blamed on the storm. And everywhere you look, streets are flooded out, cars floating around the roads, ruined. The number of deaths is expected to go up again. I said it was 7, and as the island continues to dig out from the hurricane, again, they're expecting that number to go up. The Prime Minister is calling this storm the saddest days of their lives and a historic tragedy.
It certainly was. Thank you, Don. Well, bridges across our area, a major concern when strong winds hit, of course. First Alert Traffic, Derek Odom is live in the traffic center, monitoring any closures yet, Derek.
Yeah, we're keeping a close eye on the bridges. You're taking a live look there. The Davis Point Bridge, that's one of the ones people are concerned about usually the most because this is our highest profile bridge. Right now here in Jacksonville, we're seeing some gusts of over 40 miles per hour, but no sustained winds of 40 miles per hour, and that's the threshold to close any of these bridges. So here in Jacksonville, we're looking pretty good. What's going to be a major concern is a lot of the intracoastal waterway bridges closer to the coast, so Atlantic Beach, Butler Boulevards, for example, down on Crescent Beach or State Road 206. That's one that usually gets high gusts. We've seen some high gusts from Volano Beach as well. So the JSO is currently monitoring that right now. They just put out a tweet at 4 o'clock saying all bridges are open here in Jacksonville. Again, that 40 mile per hour sustained number is what we're looking for. Then as the rain starts coming in over and over again, we'll be looking for flooding and standing water, especially through some construction zones. A good resource for you, FL511.com from the DOT. They'll have a listing of all roads closed if that happens. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center.
All right, thank you, Derek. Let's take a look at some tweets that JSO sent out. This is some video on their Twitter page right there. This is about Neptune Beach. That was overnight. Look at the strong rain bands moving in there. You can see the strong wind, the rain just kind of covering the road right there. Of course, the curfew over at the beaches up until 6 o'clock tonight. Those rain bands will continue in our area for a while.
Now certified Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert Weather.
Hi, First Alert meteorologist Garrett Wiedenbaugh. Right now, we're moving to the north-northwest at 8 miles per hour with Hurricane Dorian. Winds of 105 miles per hour with those maximum sustained winds in the core of the hurricane right here. We're seeing tropical storm force winds and gusts, especially at the immediate coast with some of those rain bands moving in from Dorian now. It is still a Category 2 hurricane off our coastline by this afternoon, and this is the latest forecast track through this morning. You can see just east-northeast of Daytona Beach's latitude, then Jacksonville, the Florida-Georgia border by 8 o'clock tonight. So in other words, we're going to be seeing this around 90 to 100 miles. It depends on where it wobbles through the day today. And really, we're already seeing our impacts pretty much set in stone, what we're going to be seeing with Dorian. High waves, destructive winds at our immediate coastline, and also storm surge of 3 to 6, and perhaps even some spots slightly higher than that with our big wave action on top of that, too. And then it pulls off to the north and east through the day on Thursday. So that's what we're going to be watching for you today here in the First Alert Weather Center. And here we go with the current winds. You can see 26 miles per hour at Fernandina Beach. These are sustained winds, not gusts. 29 miles per hour at the St. Augustine Airport, where we're gusting to 36 miles per hour there for you in St. Johns County, right along the immediate coast. The pier and St. Augustine Beach is gusting slightly higher to above tropical storm force with those gusts. In Duval County, gusting to 20 miles per hour now, 40 at Mayport, and 23 miles per hour sustained winds there at NAS Jax here. So the bridges are fine as of right now. We do have a rain band moving through. We could see a gust of 30 to 40. The model wind forecast you can see here through the day today and into Thursday for Jacksonville Beach, pretty much all of them in line for tropical storm force winds, and then relaxing as we go through the early morning hours of Thursday. Still going to be a bit breezy, but we'll drop below those tropical storm force winds through sunrise or so, and again, still about 20 to 25 miles per hour there at Jacksonville Beach. The tropical wind timeline, we've been showing you this. You can see Brunswick slightly later this morning. Brunswick by about midday or so, or perhaps late morning and into the early afternoon. We'll be seeing those kind of sustained winds there at St. Simon's Island. But pretty much in the next hour or so, everybody's going to be, or by 8 a.m., everybody's going to be in those tropical storm force winds right along the immediate coast. Now, this does not apply to our inland community. communities at all along and west of I-95. Pretty much this is an intercoastal to the beaches, tropical storm force winds, sustained winds kind of event there. We're not really expecting hurricane force winds. Perhaps a gust or two could get close, but right now we're forecasting tropical storm force winds along the immediate coast. Right now we want to track the rain moving in now from Dorian with meteorologist Maritza Ross.
Some very strong rain bands are moving in here on First Alert Doppler HD, especially over the Jacksonville metro area, where we can take a little bit of a closer look here. And I'll zoom right in here just to show you those heavy downpours out towards the zoo, as well as here, let's get this in focus here, up towards the zoo and the airport, and then moving out toward Timaquah Road, out towards Oakleaf. It's just a line. These showers are moving from north to south, basically, here, and approaching Middleburg. And let's time this out for you here, for those of you guys out in Clay County. Here's the storm track here, and we'll take a look here and get this going here for you. There we go. And let's see, hold on one second. Okay, let's get that storm track here for you. And so we got some rain bands that are coming into your area. Some of these are really packing a punch. Very heavy downpours out towards Black Creek Church, right out at 450 First Black Creek Baptist Church. So a lot of rain coming into the area, and then there are some periods of light rain. So we're going to continuously see this kind of activity through the afternoon as we head into our Wednesday and then even into our Thursday. But let's take this hour by hour here for you as we notice that Dorian begins to approach our coastline a lot closer, moving into St. Augustine. Those rain bands will move from the north to the south and really bring in just periods of heavy downpours. At times, you won't even see rain. You'll have some light mist and some light showers, but for the most part, we are counting on the rain and the bulk of the rain coming in just right around 3 o'clock and sticking around until 6. This is at 11 o'clock, and we start to see kind of that rain to see just some cloud cover overhead. And by Thursday morning, it's like it never happened, just some cloud cover overhead, and we'll still have some windy conditions. But Garrett?
Yeah, we'll continue tracking those winds going through sunrise tomorrow here in your Action News Jax First Alert 7-day forecast. Of course, we have temperatures today in the 80s. Tomorrow will be in the 90s for you, and we'll keep watching that for you with a lot of sunshine into the weekend. Your next update coming up in just minutes.
In St. Augustine.
Now we got another live look here at the crashing waves. This is along the bayfront where our Beth Rousseau is reporting live for you all morning long. This is from our First Alert Storm Tracker. 13-foot waves aren't far from the shore of St. Augustine. We'll be right back. All right, we're giving you live looks all morning long along our coast here. This is Cocoa Beach, that pier where you see the waves crashing. Dorian is off the coast of Cocoa Beach right now, and it's moving about 8 miles per hour north. So we are seeing outer bands, and so is Cocoa Beach.
Yeah, we're getting some strong outer bands of that storm right now, 20, 30 miles an hour. Let's go over to Maritza Ross, and she has a rundown of how fast those winds are right now.
Yeah, currently surface winds across our area picking up, but nonetheless still very strong, especially out in St. Augustine, where we're looking at 30-mile-an-hour winds, up in Jax Beach getting up to the mid-30s, 35-mile-an-hour winds. And as we take a look at what we can expect through our Wednesday morning, we'll just see those winds increase as we progress through our morning. Notice from the south to the north. So St. Augustine, this is at 6:30 in the morning, 41-mile-an-hour winds. This is tropical storm force winds, remember that, and they're coming in from the north and practically coming from north to south, especially for inland locations like Jacksonville, where you'll see about 25, 26-mile-an-hour winds, as well as Palatka, Fernandina, 31, and further in southeast Georgia, you'll eventually get these winds coming in by mid-morning. This is this afternoon at 2:30, and notice the winds really pick up. That's because Dorian's eye will be pretty much parallel to our coastline. So notice Fernandina 46, Jax Beach right around 52-mile-an-hour winds, Ponte Vedra 53, St. Augustine 54, Middleburg 28-mile-an-hour winds. And once again, these winds are coming in from the north and then just kind of pulling in towards the east. So just remember that these winds are going to stick around with us all day today, and then even as we get into tomorrow. This is Thursday morning, and notice those winds really just kind of die down just a bit, still in the 30s, 35 out in Ponte Vedra, 36-mile-an-hour winds out in Jax Beach and St. Augustine, right around 31. Further inland, 20s, Middleburg 19. So still some gusty conditions for those of locations that are to the west of I-95. But if you are further out, like I-75, I-10 corridor, you'll definitely see some breezy conditions out there, but nothing like the coastline. This is certainly a coastline type of event. Tropical storm force winds here. Let's break it down for you so you just can see here via text. Jax Beach, Ponte Vedra Beach, St. Augustine Beach, and Fernandina Beach. These locations already have very strong winds, tropical storm force winds, 40-mile-an-hour plus winds, and they're just going to increase through the morning and especially into the afternoon. Downtown Jacksonville, right around 8 in the morning, you'll start to really see those winds pick up. And then Brunswick, right around 9 in the morning, you'll start to feel those winds really just increase and then progress through the afternoon and stick around until Thursday.
Well, these areas of Duval County have been asked to leave since Monday. We've been telling you that for the last at least 24 hours now. The red and those yellow areas, zones A and B. Right now, we're feeling Dorian off our coast that we've been talking about. Action News Jax Courtney Cole is live in one of the more low-lying areas of Jax Beach, where neighbors, Courtney, already know what kind of damage hurricanes can do there.
Now, Phil, right now I'm on 3rd Street in Jacksonville Beach, so I'm just a little further inland from the beach and the direct coast, and I want to give you an idea of what it feels like and looks like out here. So you can see behind me, not really any traffic. We have seen the police drive by just to make sure that no one's out walking around. They've been really determined to keep everyone safe as we have been waiting for Hurricane Dorian to arrive. Now, Dorian is already off of our coast. Now, you can see right now the street is dry, but we have experienced 2 to 3 rain bands. But the biggest thing is the wind, and you can probably see the trees blowing around here behind me. But I want to use this wind meter so I can tell you exactly just how windy it is. So I'm just going to hold it up for you here so we can see, because the trees might be a little deceiving here. So right now it's telling me winds are at about 6.4, fluctuating, now up to about 14.5 miles per hour, but wind really is the biggest deal out here. We actually could feel our live truck shake at one point. But also, here's what I want to show you, too. Just about all of the businesses around me now are boarded up, and I'm going to have Bo kind of pan over so that you can see here. And I'm going to use a flashlight so I can show you this Metro PCS here completely boarded up. Looks like this flower shop decided to opt out, but right next door you can see the businesses have done their best to try to make sure that everything that they have there is going to be there when they get back. You can even see some smaller sandbags here, but every effort counts when you're trying to hold on to your business, hoping that it's going to be intact after Dorian comes through. Now, we're going to continue to remain here on Jax Beach on 3rd Street. We'll be moving around as well to give you an idea of what conditions are like as the day goes on. Reporting live in Jacksonville Beach, Courtney Cole, CBS47, Fox 30. Action News Jax.
All right, Courtney, thanks so much. Not getting wet yet there, but soon will with those rain bands moving in. The next update, by the way, on Dorian's track is coming up in less than 3 minutes.
The Action News Jax First Alert weather team has been tracking Dorian for more than 10 days.
The potential high winds and damage extend far from the center and well beyond this skinny cone now.
The historic hurricane ripped through the Bahamas.
Pray for us, please pray for us, everyone.
Destroying homes, killing nearly a dozen people.
And my poor little wife, I kept with her, and then she just drowned on me.
Many more are missing.
We saw survivors, saw quite a few people trying to wave us down. Unfortunately, the winds were so high we could not stop.
As you slept, Dorian crawled just off the Florida coast, lashing local communities with whipping rain and heavy wind.
It may be all its wasted effort, it may not, I don't know. But I had to try something.
Now this morning, Hurricane Dorian is here. Rain and flooding is coming. And Action News Jax this morning will be with you until Dorian is gone. And you are getting a live look right now at First Alert Doppler HD, our satellite here. You can see the outer bands here. You can see still the eye of the storm spinning off our coast. And right now, it's just off the coast of Daytona Beach, as you can see. But in the meantime, we are getting some high wind and some rain. I want to give you a live look at the Flagler Beach Pier. And you can see here lots of white caps coming towards shore here. But here at the Action News Jax studios, we've gotten heavy winds and rain already this morning.
Yeah,
Welcome.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Those rain bands have been moving in pretty much over the last hour to hour and a half from Dorian. Thanks so much for joining us, everyone. I'm Phil Amato.
And I'm Dawn Lopez, and we want to get you caught up with the very latest. And here it is. Hurricane Dorian. You can see the storm here, still a big and wide storm. The outer bands have reached downtown Jacksonville, and that's where there are gusty winds 30 miles per hour so far and higher. Sustained winds have been recorded at the Jacksonville Beach Pier at about 40 miles per hour. Plus, thousands of people have lost power overnight in St. Johns and Duval counties already.
Action News Jax has team coverage for you up and down Florida's coast. 3 First Alert meteorologists are tracking Dorian for you this morning. We'll start with First Alert meteorologist Garrett Biedenbaugh with the storm's latest track. And Garrett, that storm 90 miles east of Daytona right now.
Yeah, just in the 5 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, 105 miles per hour with the maximum sustained wind, still a Category 2 hurricane, moving to the north-northwest at 8 miles per hour. In the last hour or two, you've really seen some more rain bands really wrap up around this center of circulation here with some deep thunderstorms and winds gusting to over 100 miles per hour here at the buoy just offshore from Daytona Beach. Here's what I want to do for you right now is give you an idea of the latest distances there from the center of the circulation to our shore. For St. Augustine, about 90 to 100 miles. For Jacksonville Beach, the latest forecast is about 90 plus miles, give or take. And then for the Brunswick area, still about 90 miles is what we're tracking for you with the latest 5 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Pretty much in line with what the latest thinking is and has been for a while there. So just measuring it for you in real time there. It's not really mattering that much. Our effects from Dorian are already set in stone. What we're going to see, the wind field is large, and so you're seeing these gusting winds to the international airport now at 44 miles per hour with a rain band going by. And Mayport, sustained winds 28 miles per hour currently at the top of the hour, gusting to 37. St. Augustine, the airport there is at north wind at 24 miles per hour, gusting to 41. And at St. Augustine Beach, that's gusting a little bit higher. Our impact scale for the coastal areas here is on an 8 here, and we're expecting 40 to 50 plus mile per hour sustained winds right along the immediate coast. From the intercoastal to the beaches is what we're talking about. A very coastal event here. Storm surge 4 to 7 feet at times. We could see that as high as 4 to 7 feet. When you add the waves on top of that, then you get some of that wave overwash, and that's when we can see some flooding along the immediate streets right there along the coast, and rainfall right along the immediate beaches at 3 to 5 inches before it's all said and done. Here's a live look at the Dames Point Bridge on our First Alert traffic camera network. You can see there's some raindrops on the lens, and we just had a very heavy downpour. Now it's clearing up a bit in downtown Jacksonville on the Action News Jax First Alert Skycam network. So right now, 5-Suite First Alert Doppler HD is tracking some of these heavy bands of rain. As we go through the next couple of hours, we'll be seeing those continue to increase as we go through the next 2 to 3 hours to the west and northwest. You see right here, they are seeing those showers move right by the international airport, and that's why we saw that wind gust there. So what I'm going to do now is put and use interactively here First Alert Doppler HD and really kind of move it around to show you some of these local neighborhoods that are seeing the effects of Dorian right now. You can see Brunswick seeing that band of rain move right along and near St. Simon's Island and Jekyll Island, Sea Island. You're seeing this band move. You're going to be hearing that rain in the next 5 minutes or so, perhaps a gusty wind of around 5 miles per hour or so. Now, also, let's move back down here. You can see Waycross, Georgia. You're doing fine right now. You're going to be seeing not a lot of rain from Dorian, but there's the international airport. As we dive in there, you can see downtown Jacksonville moving off to the south-southwest around 30 miles per hour or so. And then there's Middleburg for you in Clay County, that shower moving. Now, they are losing some of the steam with the wind gusts as they move inland, but Dorian well offshore still, and we're continue tracking that for you here in the First Alert Weather Center. Turning the wind on, you can see some gusty conditions with these brighter colors right off the surface there, 40 miles per hour. So some of that could make it down to the ground here, and we'll be tracking that for you here in the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center. More updates throughout the morning.
Your time right now, it's 5:05. One of the areas most susceptible to flooding in our past 2 big hurricanes is St. Augustine's Bayfront area, and right now it's being inundated with water. Action News Jax Beth Russo joins us live right now. Beth, you've been driving around in the First Alert Storm Tracker. You've seen businesses boarded up, but you're also seeing a lot of water.
And within the last 30 minutes, Mark and I have kind of shifted around to give you a better look at these waves crashing against the Bayfront seawall here in St. Augustine. He's going to go ahead and show you these waves, and what I can tell you from what we've experienced so far is that we're seeing these lulls in the wind and the rain, and so it can get really, really quiet here, and then within just a matter of minutes, it can pick up, and that's when you see these crashes. what we're dealing with right now as we do this live hit. Now, as Mark pans over, what he can show you is that there are officers at the base of the Bridge of Lions waiting to shut that down should these winds get too high that it's dangerous to go over the bridge. We're going to walk over here, and as we do, I want to point out to you that this flooding along Avenida Menendez is not uncommon, which is why you're going to see sites like this and what we've been seeing all week. Boarded up windows, sandbags. That's because this main strip here in St. Augustine typically does flood. That seawall was no match for Hurricane Matthew. The other thing I wanted to show you is as we're driving in and as we're driving around in the First Alert Storm Tracker, this is what we're seeing blowing across the road. That's really all the debris that we've seen so far. We know we're not going to see those tropical storm force winds until right around 6 o'clock here in St. Augustine, according to the First Alert Weather Team. We're going to go ahead right now, pop back into the First Alert, drive around, else things are happening here in St. Augustine. I'll have an update. Action News Jacks. For now, we're live in St. Augustine. Beth Russo, Action News Jacks.
Looks like they've been pretty lucky in St. Augustine so far, but Jacksonville's beaches are closed and surf has been picking up in Jack's Beach for more than 24 hours now. Action News Jack's Ryan Nelson joins us now live from an area that's been under mandatory evacuation. I see your goggles are now off there, Ryan, which I guess is a good thing, but storm surge is a big concern there at the beaches.
And Phil, it's really been interesting to see how quickly these conditions can change. I did have the goggles on earlier. Well, some of you may have been wondering why. Well, when those strong winds come along with it, comes some of the sand from the beach. And I can tell you, being pelted in the face with sand with these tropical storm force winds are not fun. Along with that can come these squalls of rain. We've seen rain bursts coming through as well. One moment we can be pounded by rain. The next moment we're in a bit of a lull. Well, these winds have been pretty consistent, and I want to go ahead and show you this. We've been showing you this since last night and into this morning, this sea foam just piling up on the beach. And again, these conditions have seemingly gotten worse since we started doing these live reports last night. These conditions and their ability to change so quickly are some of the factors in why city officials felt it was important to enact this curfew. Well, I want to go ahead and show you this video. We can go ahead and roll this video. I shot this not too long ago. It actually shows a group of people who were heading towards the beach. They were stopped by Jacksonville Beach Police, who reminded them that a curfew was in order. Again, people, these are not conditions that you want to be in right now. These things can change quickly. We've seen strong wind gusts coming in, these tropical storm force winds. Again, these are things that we are monitoring. We're monitoring how the Jacksonville Beach Pier is faring. Again, how the dunes will fare. These are all storylines that we're monitoring for you this morning. But right now, again, these are not conditions that you want to be in, so adhere to the curfew. Reporting from Jacksonville Beach, Ryan Nelson, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jacks.
Your time right now, it's 5:09, and many of our local school districts started calling off school for Thursday. So today and tomorrow, here's the very latest. Today, Columbia County will be the only school district open in the area. Again, Columbia County, as this storm skirts our coastline. On Thursday, only the districts closer to the ocean decided to close schools. We'll continue to bring you up to date on this list online at actionnewsjacks.com.
Well, hours before Dorian's impact, the surf already showing its fury. Action News Jack's Jamarlo Phillips joins us live in Fernandina Beach now. And Jamarlo, we saw you at 11 o'clock. You were getting pelted by rain and some wind there. How's the surf looking now?
Well, Phil, the wind is still picking up here. Starting to see some scattered showers come through the area. We haven't seen rain all morning, but now we're starting to see some rain come into the area. And I'll take you over to what we're seeing in the Atlantic Ocean in just a few seconds here. But take a look here. We are here at one of the beach access points, and this is what you'll find. Sand stacked up just like this here. And if you take a look here, just above that sand here, if I can get this flashlight to, there we go, okay. All right, take a look above this sand here. That's Seaside, Slider Seaside Grill over here. One of many businesses that are closed and will be closed for some time as Dorian moves through. As I told you, the wind is picking up here. And the reason for this sand being here is crews are hoping that the water from the Atlantic Ocean won't rush in and go inland, in which they're hoping that sand will stop that from happening. But if you take a look out here in the Atlantic, those waves are churning. Take a look there. It's probably hard to see right now, but you kind of get the idea. And this is what we've seen all morning long. So we're going to continue to monitor conditions out here, and we're going to bring you the latest. We're live here at Fernandina Beach. I'm Jamarlo Phillips, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Chat.
All right, thank you so much, Jamarlo. By the way, we'll probably get a better view of what's going on out there with our surf, too, with our cameras half hour before sunrise. That's about 6:30 this morning. You can download the First Alert Weather app and check out the hurricane page, too, at actionnewsjax.com for photos of local homeowners' preparations for Dorian and the damage, of course, left behind in the Bahamas.
And I'm First Alert meteorologist Garrett Biedenwald right now tracking Hurricane Dorian here on First Alert Doppler HD. You can see moving off to the north-northwest with the general movement of the hurricane, but bands of rain now moving onshore and gusty winds, timing out those gusty winds for you through the day and other local impacts you can expect. That's coming up in the First Alert 7-day forecast.
5:12, and as we head to break, we want to give you a live look at those crashing waves here along the bayfront area in St. Augustine. And I tell you what, nearly taking down our Beth Russo. She had to stand quite firm here. Getting a live look from the Action News Jax First Alert Storm Tracker. Businesses in the area boarded up, police patrolling near the bridges just in case they have to close. Thousands are without power in St. Johns County. Action News Jax Danny Barzini just took this video of sea foam, as you can see, just building here off our coastline and just
Power outages across our area too, and there are a few this morning to tell you about. Actually, the JEA tweeted as of 5 o'clock this morning there are about 1,281 customers without power in Duval County. Here's kind of a closer look, and looking at their map, a lot of them were on the south side a little bit earlier. Right now, only 14 there, 25 there. That's on south side, not too far away from Beach Boulevard. So looking pretty good at that area. And over at Jacksonville Beach, you got some larger areas. See that swath around, actually this is on the south side too, just this side of the Intracoastal, the Isle of Palms area. Just this kind of strange little wedge right there that people are out of power, about 34 folks right there. No idea if it's part of the storm or not, possibly could be. So once again, download our app to go ahead and look at us on your phone so you don't have to rely on power that way, just a battery backup. The Florida Power and Light, this is their page right here, and they have a few more people in St. Johns County, 2,277 folks without power right now. Some of those, the majority of those on Longview Branch that we were looking at a little bit earlier, but all the other ones, as you see, 7, 3, 2, that's around the St. Augustine area. So power right now looking pretty good, Don.
Right. Thanks, Phil. And take a look. Some amazing pictures to show you from Jacksonville Beach of a kite surfer here who appears to clear the Jacksonville Beach Pier. And take a look here for yourself. What in the world? That looks so dangerous. The beaches are actually closed right now, but that didn't stop surfers and thrill seekers from getting out there. In fact, our crews told us that it was like at the pier a party yesterday, even though the access points are closed off and there's supposed to be no activity there in the surf.
Now certified, Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert Weather.
I'm First Alert meteorologist Gary Bedenbaugh. Here's the 5 a.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center of Hurricane Dorian moving to the north-northwest at 8 miles per hour. So still that little bit of a westerly component to the movement here. And you can see about 90 miles east of Daytona Beach right now with some convection increasing there right around the center. This is Jacksonville to be passing by about 90 miles, give or take, from our coastline as we dive down in there a little bit closer. Here's the latest forecast track 2. Still expected to be a Category 2 hurricane as it passes by our area here well to the east offshore by this afternoon and into the evening, and then potentially brushing with the Carolina coastline through the next 2 days. But JIA recently reported a 44-mile-per-hour wind gust at the International Airport with a rain band going through, so it's now to the north at 17 miles per hour. Flash flood watch for our coastal communities today. You can see as we go through First Alert Doppler HD now, I'm going to track some of these bands of rain. This is where those gusty winds are of 40 to 45 miles per hour. Then it calms down a bit, and you have to wait for our next rain band to come in before you see those gusty winds again. Even a few lightning strikes. So you're seeing a few flashes there, say for Fleming Island, just over you. Just detected that on First Alert Doppler HD. The Baldwin area by 5:32. That's when you can see a gusty wind of 40 to 45 miles per hour. Back US 1 to the northwest beltway. Derek Odom's tracking the roadways for us here this morning and the bridges to see if there are any closures. Right now, there are none. As we go up I-95, crossing the Florida-Georgia border, that one is moving off to the south-southwest around 40 miles per hour or so. Lessee by 524, the Dial area by 531. Tracking the winds, too, you can really see that line of rain and gusty winds moving inland there, denoted by that darker line. But there are some wind gusts of 40 to 45 miles per hour, even just off the surface, 50-plus mile-per-hour winds there. Southeast Georgia, you can see this is moving inland pretty rapidly at 40 miles per hour, raining currently, gusty winds at Jekyll Island, St. Simon's Island, and Sea Island, downtown Brunswick, and approaching the I-95 corridor in the next 5 minutes or so. Using our First Alert storm analyst, I wanted to show you just kind of the tropical setup that we have, and we'll kind of rotate this around a little bit here to show you the 3D look at these rain bands. They're not tall. They're not kind of like summertime thunderstorms. These are only about 30,000 feet up into the sky. We'll be watching these for quick spin-up tornadoes or isolated waterspouts through the day today as well, moving in off the Atlantic especially. Here's that rain band and a few lightning strikes in Clay County, moving off to the south and west. Camp Blanding in line for that. Keystone Heights by 529 and Keystone Air Park by 530 or so. Storm surge forecast today. This does not include wave heights, by the way, on top of the water. This will be into the afternoon and early evening. At the coast, 2 to 6 feet plus. Intercoastal, 1 to 3 feet. San Marco, 1 to 2 feet. St. Augustine, 3 to 6. Fernandina Beach, 2 to 6. And St. Simon's Island, 2 to 6 feet, potentially And high tide again about 1:40 either side of 2 p.m. for this afternoon. And with more on that, with our wave action, here is meteorologist Maritza Ross.
Yeah, for those of you that are familiar with living on the coast and the coast life, wave heights out in St. Augustine, this is live. They're about 13 feet. Our swells have been elevated since about Sunday, and we're going to see that increase, especially as we get into high tide. So let's talk about high tide time at 1:40 in Mayport. So this is a significant time, anywhere from noon to about 3 o'clock. That tide will just be rising, and we're already seeing those elevated swells at 13, and that's Dorian's not even here parallel to our coast, so we're just seeing the preliminary numbers out there. And then on Thursday, once again, Dorian will be out of the forecast area for the most part, but we're still going to see those swells elevated, so it's still important to note these high tide times at 1:54 in the morning, and then most importantly during the afternoon when people are out and about tomorrow at 2:39, and this is from Mayport, so it just kind of gives you a good range as to when the high tide times across our beaches. So the surf further inland will certainly be up 15 to 20 feet for today, and on Thursday things start to relax, but we still have a high risk of rip currents, surf around 4 to 8 feet, and then a surfer's delight on Friday and Saturday with moderate risk of rip currents, and that surf will be right around 1 to 2 feet. Garrett, what's it looking like for the next 7 days?
Yeah, the next 7 days are going to start heating up too here in the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center. We'll see those temperatures go back into the mid-90s, so tomorrow post-storm we'll be seeing sunny conditions, still breezy through sunrise, and that's below tropical storm force, 20 to 25 miles per hour. Low 90s into Friday and into Saturday. Really a nice weekend, and the Jags game on Sunday in the low 90s there, and a few showers return by Monday and into Tuesday. Continuous updates for Dorian coming up here in just minutes.
Your time right now, 5:23, and as Dorian continues to creep north, families in St. Johns County are feeling the effects of the outer bands of Dorian.
That's right. Action News Jax Danny Pizzini joins us live from the beach there, where some tropical storm force winds have been felt since around 1 o'clock this morning, Danny.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We are definitely feeling the effects of the outer bands of Hurricane Dorian. The wind has totally picked up since 11 p.m. tonight. We've been here all night long, and the wind is just continuing to get stronger and stronger. And I have my wind gauge right here. Let's check a look and see what we're looking at right now. We've been clocking in about 21 to 30 for the past 30 minutes to an hour. We're hitting 21 right here. But just to show you how strong this storm has already been, I want to walk you down this beach here. Look at this erosion right here. This was not here at 11 p.m. tonight. So this is just showing you the storm surge that we're experiencing. I mean, that beach erosion right up there probably is about 4 feet. And we're expecting storm surge of 4 to 7 feet all morning long. And it's just insane. This was not here at 11 p.m. tonight. This was just got here. I'm floored right now, and it's just showing you how powerful Hurricane Dorian is in St. Augustine Beach, and we're going to continue to give you updates on this and check out the beach erosion later on this morning live in St. Augustine Beach. Danny Bozzini, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jax.
All right, Maritza Ross joins us now with a look at those winds, not only there up in Fernandina Beach, but also in our area. And those winds have to be sustained at 40 miles an hour for 60 seconds for the bridges to close. Hasn't been done yet, Maritza.
Yeah, that's correct. We're tracking the rain here across our area. Still looking at Hurricane Dorian right here with winds at 105 miles an hour. It's still a Category 2 for those of you guys that don't know. It's still out there, and it's getting closer to our area.
Yeah, really going to be focusing as we go through the next couple of hours, Maritza, as these bands get slowly closer to us, and that's when we'll see those wind gusts picking up 50 to 60 miles per hour here. That's what we're monitoring for you constantly here in the First Alert Weather Center. We've been showing you First Alert Doppler HD, too, with some of those bands moving inland now west of 95. We're waiting on these bands of rain to make their way closer to the coast. So coming up in your First Alert 7-day forecast, we'll detail the local impacts you can expect. That's coming up. But now let's go to Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
Good morning. Well, a lot of comparisons with Dorian to other hurricanes recently, or at least relatively recently. Matthew, just 3 years ago, took this track inside of Dorian's forecast path. And then further out to the east, well, this was Floyd in 1999, which caused a massive evacuation up and down our coast. That wasn't necessary, at least not a massive evacuation with Dorian, because forecast cones have narrowed. As it gets to be more accurate, we don't have to do evacuations from areas that we might otherwise have had to do, say, some 20 years ago. So it's kind of a split in the middle. It's a beating for our beaches, as Garrett and Maritza are talking about all morning long.
First alert traffic watching the roads for you. Of course, the winds and the rain is what we're keeping an eye on for you. And the bridges, of course, as Phil said, they're going to watch these in town and at the beaches and let you know if that wind threshold gets to 40 miles per hour sustained, not the gusts. We've had a lot of gusts up and down the coast, so that's why they've been going to keep an eye on these intracoastal waterway bridges as well. Going down to Jacksonville Beach, for example, had a gust of up to 41 miles per hour, but the sustained wind has been around 30, 32. So no closures as of yet right now, and we'll keep you posted. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center.
And Action News Jax has a live look for you right now out at Jacksonville Beach, and we're there near the pier. You can see it in the distance here with the help of our light, but you can see that the winds are blowing very strong here, and also there's lots of sea foam that's blowing around there. We're going to give you a live report in just a moment, but the pier is closed right now. That didn't stop people from going out there yesterday. Your news continues in just a moment. The Action News Jax First Alert weather team has been tracking Dorian for more than 10 days.
The potential high winds and damage extend far from the center and well beyond this skinny cone now.
The historic hurricane ripped through the Bahamas.
Pray for us, please pray for us, everyone.
Destroying homes, killing nearly a dozen people.
And my poor little wife, I kept with her, and she just drowned on me.
Many more are missing.
We saw survivors, saw quite a few people trying to wave us down. Unfortunately, the winds were so high we could not stop.
As you slept, Dorian crawled just off the Florida coast, lashing local communities with whipping rain and heavy wind.
It may be all this wasted effort. It may not. I don't know. But I had to try something.
Now this morning, Hurricane Dorian is here. Rain and flooding is coming. And Action News Jax this morning will be with you until Dorian is gone.
A live look here at the Action News Jack's first alert satellite shot showing Hurricane Dorian currently a Category 2 storm. We just learned from our 5 a.m. advisory, the eye about 90 miles east of Daytona Beach. Now, a live look at some crashing waves along the bayfront in St. Augustine this morning from the first alert storm tracker there. Businesses boarded up, police patrolling near the bridges too, just in case they have to close. Bridge of Lions right now open for business so far. Dorian is now moving 8 miles an hour in a slightly northwest direction, but it is expected to stay away from making landfall in Florida. Good morning, everyone. I'm Phil Lamar.
And I'm Dawn Lopez. What a difference a day makes. Yesterday it was moving at 1 mile per hour.
Hardly moving.
Well, here's the very latest on Hurricane Dorian right now. Maximum sustained winds off the coast, clocking in at about 105 miles an hour. A new hurricane watch is in effect for areas north of Ponte Vedra to the Savannah River in Georgia, areas that were under tropical storm precautions before. And we have been checking with local agencies. They tell us as of just a few minutes ago, there are no reports of any damage. Team coverage up and down the Florida coast. We're bringing you this morning 3 First Alert meteorologists, starting with First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beatenbaugh right now with the very latest on the storm. And we have seen some heavy wind and rain already this morning.
Yeah, joined by meteorologist Maritza Ross here. We're tracking Dorian. Maritza, now continuing to see those bands of showers wrap around the eye.
That's right, and wind gusts already reported at JIA, 44 miles an hour. Super strong winds out there, sustained about 31, and we're going to continue to see these winds just blow.
Yeah, we've already seen sustained winds to tropical storm force briefly with those bands of rain at St. Augustine Beach Pier here this morning. But you can see as we dive down into Hurricane Dorian, still a Category 2 hurricane as of 5 a.m. Maximum sustained winds at 105 miles per hour right out here in the ocean, where's that core of the hurricane winds. We're going to be seeing those tropical storm force winds along our immediate coastline for today as it moves up the coast through the afternoon and east of Jacksonville's latitude by early to mid-afternoon and to the Florida-Georgia border by this evening, and then pulling out of here, and it'll be rapidly improving conditions for your Thursday. Jacksonville, current winds again, gusting to nearly 40 miles per hour now. Mayport, 28 sustained, gusting to 37, and St. Augustine at the airport at 41 miles per hour with those gusts with our current real-time conditions for you here from the Action News Jack's First Alert Weather Center. Tropical storm force winds with the timing pretty much now for the immediate coastline in northeast Florida through the early morning hours of Thursday for Ponte Vedra Beach, near or just before midnight for St. Augustine, Fernandina Beach through 3 a.m. just because you're farther to the north latitude-wise. Brunswick through 6 a.m. on Thursday, so through sunrise we'll be seeing these gusty conditions there at the immediate beaches. Downtown Jacksonville by about 8 a.m. or so, we could see some of those tropical storm force winds in those bands as they move inland. Also monitoring the wave heights for you here. That's pretty much what it's coming to our immediate coastline with those 15 to 20 foot crashing waves and causing significant beach erosion likely here today. There's JIA. We just showed you there a little bit of a rain maker there with that band of rain moving through with those gusty winds of 40+ miles per hour. You can see I'm putting a storm track on this band here. Stark by 550 if it holds together. Waldo 554 in the Copeland settlement area shortly thereafter. Back into Nassau County, Camden County, and Glenn County. You can see Hilliard by 542. Looks like it's knocking on your door now, so you're about to hear or feel that gust of wind around 30 to 40 miles per hour there, and there's more where that came from. Now the core of the hurricane is going to stay offshore as it's currently moving to the north-northwest before it shifts back this evening to the north-northeast. So some of these bands will continue developing and pushing inland and also pushing water into our coast, and that's where we'll be expecting the storm surge too of anywhere from 3 to 5 and even 6+ feet in some of the local areas, very localized spots. We'll be seeing potentially some new inlets cut in some spots. We'll have to watch for that here post-storm. As we go through the hour-by-hour forecast, you can see Dorian crossing our latitude this afternoon and into the evening with those bands lashing the coastline through 6 p.m., 7 p.m. using the high-resolution model data. You can see Brunswick to Folkestone to Jacksonville to St. Augustine, seeing these bands of heavy rain before drying out through the early morning on your Thursday. It'll still be breezy, 20 to 25 mile per hour winds, especially up in southeast Georgia through the midday period on your Thursday. But also those winds will be relaxing, and it's going to be heating up into the 90s. It's going to be hot tomorrow in the mid-90s with the 80s for today. So another tropical wind timeline for you. You can see here going through, especially Thursday. We'll be watching this here for you in the early morning hours. So again, we're monitoring First Alert Doppler HD throughout the morning for you and the latest updates for what you can expect in your neighborhood. That's all morning right here on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax.
All right, thanks, Garrett. It's right now 5:36. One area we've seen being battered this morning is the St. Augustine Bayfront area. Action News Jack's Beth Russo joins us live there right now this morning. And Beth, the water is coming up over the barriers meant to protect the downtown area. You have been splashed for the last hour now.
Photographer Mark and I have been driving around in the First Alert Storm Tracker, but we stopped back here by the bayfront to check out these waves, which you can see some of them lapping up over the seawall. Now, this is happening in lulls, so it'll go a while, it'll be very calm, not a lot of wind, not a lot of waves, and then all of a sudden, within minutes, the wind will pick up, the waves will pick up, and we'll see the waves just crash over this seawall, which, as we know, was no match for Hurricanes Matthew and Irma. We showed you these same waves crashing up over the seawall during those storms. As we take a look around here, you can see that there are officers posted at the Bridge of Lions so that they can shut that down should these winds become too high. I want to walk over here really quick for a second, and I want to put this into perspective for you, okay? So we're along the St. Augustine Bayfront. This is Avenida Menendez right now. If we come out by the First Alert Storm Tracker, you can see there's no flooding out here right now, which is historically what we see when storms move through the area. It's likely what we could see later today as high tide comes back in this afternoon. So right now, you have the buildings that are prepared. You've got the boarded up windows, the sandbags. No flooding here, though, along Avenida Menendez. So that's just to put that into perspective for you as far as what's happening here in St. Augustine. Now, we are going to hop back in the First Alert Storm Tracker, drive around, see where else we're seeing impacts of this storm, if any, here in St. Augustine. But I do want to give you one last look at these waves lapping up at the bayfront. We'll be keeping an eye on those all morning for you here on Action News Jax. We're live in downtown St. Augustine this morning. Beth Russo, Action News Jax.
Yeah, low tide there in St. Augustine at about 6:45 in about an hour. These areas of Duval County have been asked to leave since Monday, zones A and B, and right now we're feeling Dorian off our coast. Action News Jack's Courtney Cole is live in one of the more low-lying areas of Jack's Beach, and Courtney, that wind's starting to kick up.
And right now I'm here on 3rd Street in Jacksonville Beach, and just for reference, that's just a little more inland from the coast of the beach. And right now, just to give you an idea of what conditions are like, if you're just waking up this morning and you haven't stepped outside, we just want to show you, we've dealt with a few rain bands, but you can see here on the street, it's pretty dry. Wind is the big deal. You can see the trees blowing in the wind, and even a piece of the tree there in the ground. So Phil, you're absolutely right, the wind is picking up. But just to give you an idea of how fast the wind is going, I have my wind meter here. We're going to go ahead and put this up so we can see right now what the winds are like. All right, so right now we're fluctuating between about 9 and 13 miles per hour. And the reason that we keep talking to you about the wind is so important because that's going to affect whether the bridge is closed. I know we've been talking a lot about 40 miles per hour. 40 is the key. 40 mile per hour sustained winds is when the bridges will close. So you'll hear us talk a lot about the wind. But also I just want to show you here, you can see the street is pretty clear as well. We're seeing a few neighbors driving around, but mostly it is Jacksonville Beach police, and we've even seen some JSO trying to make sure that people are not walking around, wandering around. They've been doing their best to keep people safe and encouraging them to shelter inside. Now, we'll continue to drive around Jacksonville Beach to keep an eye on conditions and bring you the latest here. Reporting live in Jacksonville Beach, Courtney Cole, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
It's 5:40. A Nassau County curfew started last night at 8, but some people chose to stay behind, even amid a mandatory evacuation. Action News Jack's Alicia Terracon has spent the past 2 days now in Nassau County and joins us downtown Fernandina Beach. What are you seeing out there right now, Alicia?
So one thing we noticed, we're actually just down the street from the Fernandina Harbor Marina, and the closer you get to the marina, the more sandbags we're seeing. If you take a look over here, you'll see they put the sandbags down right where this business is to keep any water that might seep through. Now we want you to take a walk up the street with us, just a couple of feet up here, and you'll notice the old courthouse here, old Nassau County Courthouse, they actually boarded up all the windows all around the courthouse. I was told they did this to a lot of the historic buildings over here in the area just to keep them safe against Hurricane Dorian. Now coming up, we're going to actually show you what it looks like over at the downtown Fernandina Harbor. So that's coming up in just a short while. I'm reporting live over here in downtown Fernandina. Alicia Tarancon, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jax.
As Dorian rides Florida's coast, neighbors worry about the storm surge that it could bring with it. Action News Jax' Megan Moriarty joins us live in the South Bank this morning. And Megan, that area, of course, no stranger to flooding.
Yeah, this area does tend to be prone to flooding, and we're definitely seeing that here right now. Heavy, heavy winds right now. We're feeling the rain on us. We're feeling the rain on us right now, and those waters over there, they're definitely hitting up. It's wet down here on the ground. We're also going to check out this wind for you here right now. This is an anemometer. It's supposed to measure wind speeds. I'm going to have my photographer zoom in on that. If you can see, the higher I'm going up, yeah, those are definitely going up. We're seeing about 17-mile-per-hour wind gusts right here. We're feeling the wind, and we're feeling the rain right here. And we're going to continue to bring you all the latest on the flooding here, if there is any, and on the wind speeds as soon as we can. Right now, we're live on the south end. Megan Moriarty, Action News Jax.
And we continue our Hurricane Dorian team coverage with Action News Jax, Letitia Barriola at the storm desk. Letitia, high winds and heavy rain from Dorian across our area right now, but we'll have her in just a moment. But we've brought you live reports of the storm hitting the Bahamas for more than 30 hours now, just sitting, stalling over the island. And the destruction that we're seeing right now has been incredible.
Yeah, let's go to Letitia Barriola right now. Tish, those high winds, heavy rain from Dorian right across our area right now. We could see proof of it right there.
Yeah, it looks like that's the Bayfront, right? But now we want to show you some more video that we just got into the newsroom. Hopefully we have that ready. We have something from Brunswick. Here it is, 15 minutes ago in our inbox. We're working on getting this in for you because it's new. So this is our friends in Brunswick, what they're dealing with there. The city of Brunswick, they put this on their social media to show us sort of the outer bands hitting their area. Heavy rain. Their K9 unit, too, is out there monitoring the conditions there. I got another video I want to show you here. I believe this one is going to be from Jax Beach. A couple stores, car, you know, there's just... There it is. There's a car in the middle of the house, you guys. They posted this saying they don't want their car to blow away. You see how tiny it is? So they put a hashtag Dorian, Hurricane Dorian there. Just something unique we just found on Facebook. And
I hope it doesn't drip oil.
Yes,
I want that to happen.
They want to keep
like
their
the
car safe. And, you know, people are getting turned away at Jax Beach, too. We got video of that. You know, people are bored. They've been stuck indoors all day. They want to walk around. But a reminder, there is a curfew in place. Our reporters are seeing this happen, and police are monitoring things and asking people to stay away. It's just too dangerous right now.
Yeah, I can't believe the car in the living room, huh? That is wild. Well, speak about cars. Maybe some of you need gas. Several gas stations have closed because of the threat for high wind, which can pose a danger to the pumps and the structures there, the overhangs and everything. Action News Jax' Danny Bazzini reports that almost every station she saw in coastal St. Augustine is shut down this morning.
We're here at St. Augustine Beach, where pretty much every single gas station is out of service. Just take a look right here at the pumps. All of them have this bag over it. It says, sorry, out of service. They're even zip tied, so I can't even get this pump out of here. Take a look behind me. It's boarded up. This building right here, the Circle K building, all of their windows are boarded up, and pretty much every single gas station at St. Augustine Beach right now is the exact same way. If you need to get gas, St. Augustine Beach is not the place for you to fill up. Back to you.
All right, let's take a live look here. Actually, it's not live, but JSO tweeted this video here a little while ago of what was going on in Jax Beach. These rain bands came in and continue to come in, but one of the first rain bands that we felt here at the station was probably about an hour to hour and a half ago. This is in Neptune Beach. This is what it really looks like and kind of sounds like when those rain bands come in. those winds about 30 to 35 miles an hour there at Neptune Beach. JSO just tweeting that out a little while ago.
Now certified, Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert Weather.
I'm First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beatonbaugh. Right now, we're tracking Hurricane Dorian, 5 a.m. advisory in. You can see kind of a lopsided hurricane right now, but it is trying to kind of wrap around some more thunderstorms around the center there. We had a break in the eye there briefly overnight. Still kind of there and a little bit of an exposed eye, but it's moving to the north-northwest at 8 miles per hour. 105 mile per hour maximum sustained winds is what we're tracking for you right now there. East of Daytona Beach, about 90 miles right now. Here's the latest forecast track. Still on pace to continue off to the east of us by about 70 to 90 miles off our coastline by this afternoon and into the evening just to the north of the Florida-Georgia border. Right now we're monitoring conditions for you in St. Johns County with real-time wind observations 41 miles per hour with those sustained with the gusts and 24 mile per hour sustained winds. St. Augustine Beach Pier, we've already seen a period of sustained winds of 40 miles per hour overnight with a band of rain that's now well to the west of 95. Here's a live look at St. Augustine on the Action News Jax First Alert Skycam network from the White Room. You can pretty much see just some breezy conditions right now. Every once in a while it'll bump around, but we do have a rain band that'll be approaching later on this morning here. I'm tracking already on First Alert Doppler HD. Those north winds at 24. Model wind forecast for St. Augustine. You can see here still in that tropical storm force category here with all three models here through the next couple of hours and into early on Thursday before falling off and just still breezy by Thursday morning and into the midday there for you. So it's still going to be breezy into tomorrow as we track things on First Alert Doppler HD right now. Flash flood watch for our coastal communities here today and into early tomorrow. You can see we're also monitoring these heavy bands of rain crossing Highway 301 right now, the I-10 interchange. Also a few lightning strikes every once in a while. These are producing gusts of 30 to 40 plus miles per hour as we dive down in here to and show you a storm track. The St. George area by 548 in Charlton County as this moves to the west from the east, and that's packing a gust of 30 to 40 miles per hour at times. Street level mapping here for you on the west side of Duval County from White House over to Baldwin. There's Highway 301 with pockets of heavy downpours, about a ½ inch to an inch per hour rainfall rates with these showers moving in. And every once in a while, again, a lightning strike too, just north of St. Simon's Island and Sea Island in Glenn County. Downtown Brunswick, a little bit of a reprieve from that heavy downpour now as it is crossed to the west of Interstate 95. And this one in Jekyll Island is moving off to the Red Bluff area here in the next few minutes. And downtown Jacksonville, a few showers here and there, but that heavy downpour is moved by. 0.3 inch per hour rainfall rates right here as I've circled there for you. The Northwest Beltway on the First Alert traffic camera network showing some of those wet roadways. And every once in a while when those bands pass through, it'll be gusty crosswinds there as well. With more on the hour-by-hour forecast for today for your Wednesday, let's go over to meteorologist Maritza Ross.
Yes, we'll continue to track on First Alert Doppler HD all morning long the current showers. But let's take a look at what we can expect later this morning. We'll start to see another round of rain. Light to moderate showers in the green areas, and then the yellows. You definitely see the stronger downpours that move into the forecast area, and then we won't discard any rumbles of thunder either. This is at 2 p.m. in the afternoon here for you today, and notice we just kind of see some on and off rain, and those rain bands will be coming in from the north pulling south. So once again, by this afternoon for sure, southeast Georgia, you'll start getting a little bit more rain. Right now things are probably still pretty quiet for you guys out there. By this evening, we'll start to see even more in the Jacksonville metro area, stretching all the way down to St. Johns County, Clay County, and then even out towards Lake City. You guys are still not going to be rain-free. You're still going to see some of those bands of rain move into the forecast area, and it's not until Thursday that we begin to see things really clear out. This is Thursday morning, just some little patchy clouds over the I-10, I-75 corridor. So your weekend, if you're already planning, we've been cooped up all this time because of Dorian, so I have some good news here for you on your Saturday morning. 71 degrees and dry conditions, and we are looking at some nice highs. 92 degrees on your Saturday, 91 on Sunday, and it looks pretty good for our weekend. Garrett?
Yeah, of course, the Jags game to look forward to this weekend. It's always in view in the First Alert 7-day forecast. Today we're dealing with Dorian. We have highs in the mid-90s for tomorrow. It's going to be hot tomorrow and into Friday. A lot of sunshine, and you can see into Saturday and Sunday. Maritza just detailed there for you hour by hour. A few showers returning and a few thunderstorms as well by Monday and Tuesday. You can always get this forecast any time of the day and get instant severe weather alerts for tropical alerts from Dorian by downloading the free Action News Jax First Alert weather app. And join Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish today on CBS 47 and Fox 30.
Jacksonville's beaches are closed and surf has been picking up in Jack's Beach for more than a day now, 24 hours. Action News Jack's Ryan Nelson joins us live from that area that's been under a mandatory evacuation. And Ryan, you got more than enough sea foam behind you there this morning.
Phil, we're joining you live from Jacksonville Beach. Since we started doing these live hits and into early this morning, we've seen the tide coming in and out. Every time these waves crash along the shoreline, they're bringing in tons of sea foam. Here, look at this one. You can see just a flurry of sea foam coming in with every single crashing wave. These are just very compelling visuals that we see here along Jacksonville Beach right now. Part of the reason that we're following this, of course, is monitoring the possibility of storm surge and what impact the storm surge and strong winds could have on the Jacksonville Beach Pier. Of course, we're all very familiar with some of the history of the Jacksonville Beach Pier when it comes to hurricanes. And along that same vein, the dunes. How will the dunes sustain some of the impacts of Hurricane Dorian? And right now, you can just see the beach is just completely covered in this sea foam. And again, these are just some of the things that we're monitoring out here for you this morning. Reporting live at Jacksonville Beach, Ryan Nelson, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jax.
All right, Beth Rousseau, she's in downtown St. Augustine. She just tweeted this out right here. Apparently, what's this one right now? This is the St. Augustine beach area. This is erosion that we're taking a look at right now. You know, they pushed all that sand up there, and it looks like some of that might be eroded already there because of our wind. Maybe not so much the waves, possibly, though, too, during high tide that we had about 3 hours ago. Low tide coming up in just a few hours, but high tide again this afternoon. But you can kind of take a look at that erosion there in St. Augustine beaches with our flashlight. Also, we have, I believe, another tweet this morning. Shows how windy it is. That's what we were talking about earlier in downtown St. Augustine. That sign just blowing in the wind there this morning. Winds down there between 20 and 30 miles an hour. I believe we also have some rain in Brunswick that we want to show you as well. Some rain right there. Kind of dark out there. Can't see too much. Of course, sunrise coming up in about another hour or so. But raining in Brunswick, Georgia, of course, they're going to be getting that storm after us as it moves up the coast.
3 big things you need to know. Powered by Safe Touch Security.
I'm Rich Jones. Stay up to date with the first alert forecast if the power goes out on your battery-powered radio tuned to News 104.5 WOKV. If your essential personnel will be on the air around the clock with updates from the First Alert Traffic Center, and watch for those potential bridge closures. WOKV's 3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
Well, Fernandina Beach took a lashing from Hurricane Matthew some 3 years ago. Action News Jack's Jamarlo Phillips shows us ways business owners are getting ahead of the storm this time around.
We're about a block away from Fernandina Beach, and this is what we're seeing. Some businesses have boarded up. Take a look here. This is the Dairy Queen. They boarded up their front door here, and if you take a look over here, they also boarded up several windows. Now, while out here, we've seen several police cruisers just monitoring the beach, and that's because there's a curfew, and that curfew could be lifted as early as 7 o'clock tomorrow. Now, as far as the conditions, you can see behind me that the winds are picking up here in Nassau County at Fernandina Beach. We'll continue to monitor conditions throughout the night. Reporting here in Nassau County, I'm Jamarlo Phillips. Back to you.
Thanks, Jamarlo. Your time right now, 5:54, and we're giving you a live look right now from Jacksonville Beach. And as you can see here, it's dark, but the waves are kicking up here. We're starting to see sea foam washing up and blowing away. The pier is closed right now. There's a curfew that's still in effect. We're back right after this. The Action News Jax First Alert weather team has been tracking Dorian for more than 10 days.
The potential high winds and damage extend far from the center and well beyond this skinny cone now.
The historic hurricane ripped through the Bahamas.
Pray for us, please pray for us, everyone.
Destroying homes, killing nearly a dozen people.
And my poor little wife, I kept with her, and then she just drowned on me.
Many more are missing.
We saw survivors, saw quite a few people trying to wave us down. Unfortunately, the winds were so high we could not stop.
As you slept, Dorian crawled just off the Florida coast, lashing local communities with whipping rain and heavy wind.
It may be all this wasted effort. It may not. I don't know. But I had to try something.
Now this morning, Hurricane Dorian is here. Rain and flooding is coming. And Action News Jax this morning will be with you until Dorian is gone. Giving you a live look right now at First Alert Doppler HD. And you can see here the outer bands of Dorian spinning just off our coast. And a live look right now from the Flagler Beach Pier. And take a look here. You can see the surf is up at this time. Sea foam whipping around in parts of the viewing area right now along the coastline. And we have seen wind speeds up to 41 miles an hour so far. Welcome to Action News Jax this morning. I'm Dawn Lopez.
And I'm Phil Lauder. We have been tracking Hurricane Dorian here, for the last 10 days,
10 days
now,
it's been.
Watching it. Now it's finally here. Let's get you caught up with the very latest on what's going on out there. Hurricane Dorian, the storm is about 90 miles east of Daytona Beach with maximum sustained winds of 105 miles an hour. The biggest power outage right now is off Mayport Road, we're told. 812 customers are without power and 429 customers don't have power in Riverside.
Action News Jax has team coverage up and down the Florida coastline. 3 First Alert meteorologists are right now tracking Dorian for you this morning. And we start with First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beatonbaugh with the latest on the storm's track for folks who are just waking up. There's some high wind speeds out there right now.
Yeah, we got 3 First Alert meteorologists in here for you monitoring Dorian right now. The Category 2 Hurricane Maritza, we've already seen some wind gusts of over 40 miles per hour.
44 at JIA reported just recently, so very strong winds out there.
And bringing in meteorologist Corey Sima as well. Corey, you've been here with Chief Meteorologist Mike Burris. Back again now. What are you seeing here this morning with Dorian?
A little bit of lightning out there, especially as we're looking to the west. Just some here and there. It's mostly wind and rain.
Well, let's get right to it. Let's detail what's going on right now with Hurricane Dorian as we take you hour by hour here and check First Alert Doppler HD. You can see moving to the north-northwest at 8 miles per hour with the latest forecast track. You can see there we go into Wednesday afternoon east of Jacksonville's latitude by 70 to 90 miles. And really our impacts are kind of set in stone here, but we'll watch some wobbles to the west or to the east through the day today. And by 2 a.m. on Thursday tonight, overnight, will be to the, say, just east or just to the north of east of you in, say, Glenn County's latitude, too, and then potentially going off and will go off to the north-northeast through the day on Thursday, potentially interacting with the Carolinas. 5-sweep First Alert Doppler HD right now tracking those rain bands. We'll monitor this rain band coming in close to Jax Beach here in the next few minutes or so. You can see it's just formed, actually, and now we'll be sliding in, and that will likely be packing another gusty wind of 40 to 45 miles per hour over the next 20 to 30 minutes moving into the beaches there. Western Duval County, this is the line that produced those 44-mile-per-hour wind reports Maritza was talking about at JIA. Now moving into Baker County and northern Bradford County, northwestern Clay County is too, and with a few lightning strikes there. Some light rain in downtown Jacksonville, also some moderate showers on the East Beltway right now. We're monitoring the winds. You can really see the leading edge using the velocity data here, the wind data on First Alert Doppler HD. You can sample that and see 50 to 60 mile-per-hour winds just off the surface. It's translating down at the surface to about 30 to 40 miles per hour, and that's the same case for you in Clay County, south of Middleburg, Penny Farms. That's about 30 to 40 miles per hour at the immediate surface. So the radar beam catches it a little bit off the surface there as it goes up and the earth curves. A little science lesson there. And as we go into southeast Georgia, there's Brunswick down to Woodbine, Georgia, I-95, US 17, seeing those heavy bands of rain, gusty winds. It's dry in Nahunta now for you in Brantley County, but our friends there, you'll be seeing some of these showers move in the next 20 to 30 minutes, and then also more bands with Dorian as it moves off to the north-northwest. And we'll be watching this one, too, here again in the next few minutes. Here is the hour-by-hour forecast. With more on that, let's go to meteorologist Corey Sima.
Yeah, Garrett, as we step through this, basically hour by hour through the rest of the morning, you see most of the rain at 8 o'clock. It is generally east of Highway 301 and over I-95 and the beaches. There will be periods of heavy rain. Some of the time, it's just going to be some of this lingering light to moderate shower activity. 10 a.m., you see all the yellow here up and down the coast. That's some moderate to occasionally heavy rain. And as we get through the afternoon and Dorian continues to lift to the north, most of the rain still along and east of Highway 301. Some of it heavy at times, a little bit of lightning as well. But as we get into this afternoon and evening, that tornado or waterspout threat that we've been talking about for the last several hours, that's going to kind of go away as Dorian lifts to the north. 6 p.m., you still see some heavy pockets of rain up and down the coast from Brunswick all the way down to Jacksonville Beach. But we start to see that heavy rain end near the St. Augustine neighborhood, and then that ending line just basically lifts northward as we get into tonight and early on Thursday. Taking it all the way through Thursday, you see how most of the rain, it even leaves southeast Georgia as well. In Duval County, those wind speeds right now, we've got Jacksonville, Mayport, and NAS Jax gusting to 29. At JIA, Mayport gusting to around 40 miles per hour. Coming up in the first alert forecast, timing out the wind hour by hour. Plus, we're going to check out those waves along the coast.
And let's take a look at them right now. At 6:03 right now in the morning, one of the areas most susceptible to flooding the past two hurricanes is St. Augustine's Bayfront. Action News Jack's Beth Russo has been live out there. She's driving around right now in the first alert storm tracker trying to dry out after being splashed there right there on the Bay Street area. Most businesses are boarded up, you're finding there, though.
And so what we've done in the past 30 minutes, we hop back in the first alert storm tracker. We've headed out of downtown St. Augustine. So let me flip you around to the windshield cam, show you what we're seeing in St. Augustine. You can see not a whole lot of wind, not a whole lot of rain at this point. And this is what we were seeing on the Bayfront too. Very windy, wavy, waves crashing over that seawall. And then all of a sudden there would be a lull and really nothing. Let me go ahead and get you up to the roof cam. I can show you around. Now, it is very quiet out here. Not only is it early in the morning, it's also, there's a, not evacuation, well, there is an evacuation for St. Augustine, but there's also a curfew in place here in St. Augustine. They want to keep people off the roads in case any of that flooding or in case any of that, any of the damage or winds that we should say come through this area. We've seen branches come across the road, but that's really it in St. Augustine right now. We're going to head back to the downtown area so that we can give you a look at any of the impacts that we've seen there so far. But really right now, just those waves crashing over the bayfront, that's where we're going to be focusing our efforts as Dorian creeps along our coast. For now, we're live in the first alert storm tracker in St. Augustine. Beth Russo, Action News Jax.
Well, Jacksonville's beaches have been closed for the last few days, and surf has been picking up in Jax Beach for more than 24 hours now. Action News Jax Ryan Nelson joins us live from an area that's been under a mandatory evacuation. And Ryan, been checking in with you for the past hour or so. That surf, of course, churning up and also producing a lot of sea foam.
And Phil, we've seen the rain coming and going for about the last couple of hours. One thing that we haven't seen let up very much is this wind. If we can just pan over to the right, take a look at this effect that we're seeing right now. The wind is just peeling the sand right off of the beach. Folks, you are watching somewhat of what has been a very much a topic of concern, which is the erosion. It's not only water that can do it, but it's also this effect from the wind as well. And if we can pan over to the left, just flurries and flurries of sea foam. Every time these waves come crashing close to the shore, they bring in just more of this sea foam. The parts that are wet are covered in sea foam. The parts that are drier are being stripped away by this wind. And I can tell you, we've been reporting here from the Jacksonville Beach Pier. Standing near the beach, the winds have just been significantly stronger than when we're in the parking lot. We've heard the meteorologists speaking about this being very much a coastal event, and we're experiencing every bit of that right now. It does seem like we're getting a little bit of rain right now as well, so be sure to stick with us as we continue to cover the local impacts here of Hurricane Dorian. Reporting at Jacksonville Beach, Ryan Nelson, CBS 47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Hours before Dorian's impact, the surf already showing its fury. Action News Jack's Jamarlo Phillips joins us live in Fernandina Beach now. Jamarlo, we last saw you at 11 o'clock. It was kicking up then, still now, too.
And conditions are pretty calm right now. Well, actually, that's starting to change. You can kind of hear the wind picking up here. Rain is coming down a little heavier than what we normally saw in the last 30 minutes or so. And if you take a look out here in the Atlantic, this is the big story right here because the water has receded a lot, actually. I'm going to walk down here along the beach just to show you guys exactly how much it has receded here along the shore. Take a look how pretty much it was all up here over the last 30 minutes. Now the water is way out there, guys. Take a look there. Now, last night we talked to a couple who were forced to leave their RV camp over at Bow and Arrow RV Camp in Yulee, and they told me they had nowhere else to go. Take a listen to what they had to say when we talked to them.
We're out here on the street. Just hopefully we can go to our friends and stay there tonight.
If everyone else is safe and, and to take care of each other, and, if you see someone like us, we wouldn't hurt nobody.
Now here at Fernandina Beach, their biggest concern is flooding and also beach erosion. That's their biggest concern, and they have sand dunes piled up at every beach access point to keep water from flowing inland. There's also a curfew still in place. Could be lifted at 7 o'clock this morning, but who knows, that could change. Reporting live here at Fernandina Beach, I'm Jamarlo Phillips, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Your time right now at 6:09. An area still rebuilding from the past two hurricanes is Porpoise Point in Volcano Beach. Action News Jack's Danny Bazzini reports plenty of people are nervous about what's going to happen next.
We're here at Porpoise Point where the wind is starting to pick up, but even more than that, the waves. You can see the water coming out already past that seawall. We have this sign over here saying danger, submerged objects. And just take a look at these waves coming up over that seawall right now already. We're going to walk over here. My photographer, Omancy, is going to come up here on the seawall. Not too close, though. Check this out. Check out these waves up here. Oh, my goodness. This is not going to hold very long. And we're going to continue to monitor this, all morning to see where this goes. But it's already going up past that seawall, which isn't a good sign. Back to you guys.
Keep checking back with Danny here and checking that seawall as well. Make sure to download the First Alert Weather app and check out the hurricane page, too, at actionnewsjax.com for photos of some local homeowners, preparations for Dorian, and, of course, the damage left behind in the Bahamas.
And from the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Gary Biedenball. Don't forget, you can follow us on social media. This is one of the tweets I sent out during Dorian. Here we have an 8 on our coastal impact scale for storm surge of 4 to 7 feet at WX Garrett on Twitter. Wave height, something we've got to talk about. 15 to 20 plus feet of crashing waves along our coastline. We'll have the full details and another check of First Alert Doppler HD coming up.
Your time right now, 6:14. We want to give you a live look right now from Flagler Beach, and you can see some bigger waves coming to shore right now, crashing ashore. Just spoke with Garrett Beatonbaugh, and he tells me that right now we're starting to see the wind and the rain pick up, but this storm right now is about 100 miles southeast of this shoreline that we're looking at right here in Flagler Beach. We'll bring you more live looks throughout the morning. And we continue our Hurricane Dorian team coverage with Action News Jax and Tisha Barriola.
Yeah, Tish, our teams are capturing some really interesting video out there this morning live, right?
And as they send it in, we are looking at it, and I'm sort of breaking it down for you. So first I'm going to show you this erosion here from Danny Bazzini. So she tweeted this in the last 30 minutes or so. She's saying, just to show you how powerful Hurricane Dorian is, this was not there just a few hours ago. So she's monitoring that whole area. She went back, and she's seeing this erosion there on St. Augustine Beach. I checked with the First Alert weather team, and right there on the St. Augustine Pier, they're seeing wind gusts up to 41 miles per hour there. And we're talking the force of wind and rain causes this. Mostly in our case right now, it's the wind. And let's listen to this. We also have Beth Rousseau in St. Augustine. She's giving you live looks of what's happening there. But also the First Alert weather team says sustained winds in St. Augustine, a little bit more inland or near the bayfront where Beth is 37 miles per hour. So you can hear it, you can see it. Wind is a big concern right now for St. Johns County.
Now certified Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert Weather.
I'm First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beaton. Well, right now we're continuing to track here Hurricane Dorian for you, moving to the north-northwest at 8 miles per hour and pressure 963 millibars. You can see there's the eye about 90 miles east of Daytona Beach if you're just waking up. This is to the south and east of Jacksonville. There's St. Augustine. So yes, another year of a hurricane nearby our coastline here in northeast Florida. Here's the latest forecast track as of 5 a.m. with the 6 a.m. position and intensity update. There's Wednesday 2 p.m. at 105 miles per hour. So basically still a Category 2 hurricane as it passes by Jacksonville's latitude and then eventually makes that north-northeast turn with an upper level trough that's going to kind of pick it up and steer it off to the north and east. So we're pretty confident obviously now that it's going to stay offshore here from northeast Florida and southeast Georgia, and that's the latest track. We'll get another updated track by 11 a.m. here, intermediate advisory by 8 a.m. with position updates every hour. Here's First Alert Doppler HD right now showing some moderate rain now developing over Duval County up into eastern Nassau County, back down to northwestern St. Johns County and eastern Clay County there for you. Crossing the Shands Bridge, a gusty wind right now in Green Cove Springs as you head over into St. Johns perhaps. Hopefully you're just staying put here this morning as these gusty bands of rain continue to develop rapidly, and we'll have to watch these for the development of a quick spin-up waterspout or maybe even a tornado. You can see Jacksonville Beach, Atlantic Beach, Neptune, Ponte Vedra Beach right there in northern St. Johns County. These are racing off the Atlantic at, say, 40-plus miles per hour at 6:32 for Ponte Vedra there. There's some wind. We're watching this right here. This is wind that's being picked up on First Alert Doppler HD, just a little bit off the surface of 60 to 70 miles per hour. This will likely not be that intense as it makes its way inland, but we're going to have to watch these. This is the kind of tropical setup we have to monitor for some quick spin-up tornadoes, and so that's what we're monitoring there for you. So Atlantic Beach, Neptune Beach, up to Mayport, you're going to see some gusty winds here over the next, say, 20 minutes or so. Then into downtown Jacksonville, you can see that there is some moderate rain down through Bay Meadows, up through Arlington, into southeast Georgia. This band now inching into eastern Brantley County, western Glenn County, and western Camden County. From Woodbine up through Falmouth, we're seeing these gusty winds now move into your area, about 30 miles per hour or so, but they are weakening as they head inland. There is Dorian well off to our south and east here this morning. As I take you hour by hour through the day today, you can see there is those bands lashing the coastline through 10 a.m., 1 p.m., still there, and still more bands moving in for you in southeast Georgia, even portions of northeast Florida inland. We'll be watching the storm surge threat as well. We'll likely see some amounts of 3 to 5, maybe even 6+ feet of storm surge, in addition to the wave heights. On top of that, the destructive waves of 15 to 20+ feet at our immediate coast, and especially we're watching that for, say, St. Johns County there, south of Ponte Vedra Beach. Then as we head into Thursday, things begin to dry out dramatically, and we warm up into the 90s. So here's our current winds right now. We're gusting to 40 miles per hour at Mayport, 28 miles per hour sustained at NAS Jackson, 20 miles per hour sustained in Jacksonville. With more on what we've seen so far, observed winds here in some of the local areas, here's meteorologist Maritza Ross.
We have a breakdown here, and we just got this. I just updated the St. Augustine Pier. North-northeast winds at 41 miles an hour. This is sustained winds and gusts at 48, and this has just increased, and we're going to see this kind of activity through the morning and especially as we get into the afternoon. At Jack's Pier, north winds at 39 miles an hour with gusts as 45, as high as 45. NAS Jack's, as Garrett mentioned, gusts up to 48 miles an hour. And Jekyll Island, things are slowly creeping up over there, and those winds are getting a little bit stronger, and you're still reporting 31 miles an hour east-northeast winds, so you notice those winds are changing at about 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And now let's take a look at what we can expect for the rest of the afternoon and even as we head into tomorrow. Corey?
Remember the tropical storm force wind gusts, that is 39 miles per hour, and that's what we're seeing at least right now. Our forecast we called for maybe a hurricane force wind gust along the coast. That's where they would be limited to. So as we go through the rest of today, watch the really bright colors here, folks, especially along the coast. This is 10 a.m. this morning, so here in a few hours, those numbers 30 to 40 miles per hour along the coast, and a little bit less as we move inland. It's still going to be breezy, though, if you live inland. By 5 p.m. Wednesday, that's later this afternoon, those colors still really bright along the coast. We're getting up to that 40 to 50 mile per hour range. This does not include the wind gusts, so we are going to have gusts a little bit higher than that. The wind, it's also going to change direction throughout the day today from the north to the northwest, and then tomorrow on Thursday, it's going to be more of a west wind. And Garrett, that means it's going to dry out and heat up.
Yeah, we're expecting the mid-90s here as we head into the next couple of days. We'll be getting you that first alert forecast here coming up in just a bit. Here is the hour-by-hour forecast for the day. Today, you can see hanging out in the 70s and 80s, and we'll have that 7-day forecast coming up for you here in just a bit. Right now, it's 6:21.
Well, Dorian already churning up water in the area, and as the storm inches closer, it's just going to get even worse. Action News Jack's Megan Moriarty is in Duval County as boaters did what they could to keep their vessels safe.
We're here at the Beach Marine near the Intracoastal Bridge in Jacksonville Beach, and right now they're closed. I want you to check out the sign that they are displaying here. It says, "Stay safe, Jacksonville. We're closed until Dorian passes." And while they're closed, we did catch up with one boater who was out here securing his sailboat, which he normally sleeps on, but he says he's heading inland for this storm. Are you worried about your boat?
No. Secure it, that's all. That's all you can do.
While most of the boats out there are looking pretty secure, the wind speeds have been picking up in the last hour. We will continue to bring you the latest when we have it. For now, reporting near Beach Boulevard, Megan Moriarty, Action News Jax.
And your time, 6:22. And as Dorian continues to creep north, some families in St. Johns County are seeing and feeling the effects of these outer bands at this very hour.
Action News Jack's Danny Bazzini joins us live from the beach there. And Danny, we've already seen what erosion is doing to some of the sand there.
Yeah, there's definitely some beach erosion out here, but the winds are not giving up. They are just continuing to get stronger, and I have my wind gauge right here. Let's just check it really quickly, just to see where the winds are. We're right by the pier, so we're a little closer inland. They're not too strong right now, actually, but we've been getting gusts up to 20, 40 miles per hour. But I want to show you guys just these waves right now. It's going to be a little tough to see since the sand is blowing in our photographer's face. But if you look down here, the waves are hitting this bottom of the pier pretty strong, and you can see the beach erosion's just, it's almost like a drop-off right around here. So definitely a good thing that they closed the pier. Woo! It's really picking up here. But they blocked it off, as you can see right here, and that's a good sign because definitely these are no conditions for anyone to be out here. I'm going to have to go back to the car and get some goggles because this sand is really pelting us in the face right now. Live in St. Augustine Beach, Danny Bazzini, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jax.
Looks like Danny there's getting sandblasted. She needs those goggles. Oh, let's go to Garrett Beanbaugh right now and talk about those wind speeds. Garrett.
Yeah, we're tracking winds of 20 to 30 and even 40-plus miles per hour there at the immediate coast. And we're watching some bands of rain right now on First Alert Doppler HD as well. There is Dorian off to our east-southeast. There's some bands moving through Baker County, now into Charlton County, back through Alachua County and Bradford County, and now even portions of Baker County there. What I want to do now is kind of zoom in on some bands coming in from, say, St. Augustine Beach. Up to, Jacksonville Beach. That's where we're going to be watching this band come in here in the next few minutes. We're going to track this one right now for you into the area. We're going to stop that right there. There we go. We're going to track these bands for you here using the First Alert Doppler HD, if it'll work for me. There we go. Okay. There it is. And this band is moving in about 40 miles per hour or so, and that is going to be producing winds of 40-plus miles per hour briefly, and that is going to be moving, again, 30 to 40 miles per hour. And we have to watch these every once in a while for a quick spin-up waterspout or also maybe even a tornado. So this is what we're going to be watching for you through the day today, and that's really these quick pop-up little bands of rain that you can see it just all of a sudden developed and pushed off to the south and west. Now, also over in the downtown Jacksonville, you can see there's some moderate rain there, and that's moving to the west and southwest around 30 to 40 miles per hour. And then we're also, again, monitoring these little bands that just kind of develop and then push off to the south and west. And so that's what we're going to be watching for you through the morning here today on First Alert Doppler HD and tracking it for you using the wind data. We're seeing 40 to 50 mile per hour winds with that band moving in to Jacksonville Beach and northern St. Johns County in the next 20 minutes or so, guys.
Good morning. Well, a lot of comparisons with Dorian to other hurricanes recently, or at least relatively recently. Matthew, just 3 years ago, took this track inside of Dorian's forecast path. And then further out to the east, well, this was Floyd in 1999, which caused a massive evacuation up and down our coast. That wasn't necessary, at least not a massive evacuation with Dorian, because forecast cones have narrowed. As it gets to be more accurate, we don't have to do evacuations from areas that we might otherwise have had to do, say, some 20 years ago. So it's kind of a split in the middle. It's a beating for our beaches, as Garrett and Maritza are talking about all morning long.
Thanks, Mike. Of course, Chief Meteorologist Mike Bursch will be in later today with continuing coverage of tracking Dorian, and we're tracking the wind speeds at the bridges. This is the Davis Point Bridge, right now open. All bridges are open. We've just gotten alerts from, or updates from JSO, from Clay County, and from St. Johns County. All bridges are open right now. 40 miles per hour sustained winds, not the gusts, but sustained winds when they consider closing those beaches, or those bridges, coming in from the beaches with the winds. That will be the most likely spot. Davis Point has been open, full of warn, no problems to report. Of course, as the water comes in, more rain, we'll worry about flooding, especially in construction zones. Good resource, FL511.com from the DOT. They'll list all closures there. If there are any right now, we're looking good. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center.
Your time, 6:27. Action News Jax has a live look right now from the Jacksonville Beach Pier. And near it as well, give you some live looks here. It's still dark. It's still early out here. Sunrise about 7:05 this morning. Taking a look at power outages around our area. And right now it looks like there are about 2,500 customers with no lights.
3 big things you need to know. Powered by Safe Touch Security.
I'm Rich Jones. Stay up to date around the clock, especially if the power goes out on your battery-powered radio on News 104.5 WOKV. The First Alert weather forecast will be updated. We're continuing to stay up to date with emergency operations officials and power restoration efforts. WOKV's 3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
The Action News Jax First Alert weather team has been tracking Dorian for more than 10 days.
The potential high winds and damage extend far from the center and well beyond this skinny cone now.
The historic hurricane ripped through the Bahamas.
Pray for us, please pray for us, everyone.
Destroying homes, killing nearly a dozen people.
And my poor little wife, I kept with her and she just drowned on me.
Many more are missing.
We saw survivors, saw quite a few people trying to wave us down. Unfortunately, the winds were so high we could not stop.
As you slept, Dorian crawled just off the Florida coast, lashing local communities with whipping rain and heavy wind.
It may be all this wasted effort. It may not. I don't know. But I had to try something.
Now this morning, Hurricane Dorian is here. Rain and flooding is coming. And Action News Jax this morning will be with you until Dorian is gone.
A live look now at Action News Jax First Alert satellite. Hurricane Dorian, currently a Category 2 storm, not far from our coast, which could batter our area for at least the next 12 hours. Let's take a live look at our roads here in Jacksonville. A live look right now at the Dames Point Bridge, this area, and downtown. Starting to feel the outer bands of Dorian. Around 2 hours ago it started. Everything just about soaked on our roadways. Some spotty, heavy rainstorms moving through our area. It's raining just about everywhere, too, in the area, from St. Johns County to Georgia right now, but Dorian expected to stay off the coast. Good morning, everyone. I'm Phil Amato.
Good morning to you. I'm Dawn Lopez. But boy, have we seen the effects of some high winds, some heavy rain, those gusts up to 41 miles an hour. Here's the very latest right now on Hurricane Dorian. As of the 5 a.m. weather advisory, Dorian was about 90 miles off the coast of Daytona. A new hurricane watch is in effect for areas north of Ponte Vedra to the Savannah River in Georgia, areas that were under tropical storm precautions just hours before. And right now, thousands of people are without power. I'm taking a look right this minute at the JEA outage map, and it's showing about 2,000 people with no power. Just a few minutes ago, that was 2,500 in Duval County. That's the biggest outage that we're seeing, and that's around the Pecan Park area. Our team coverage continues up and down the Florida coastline. 4 First Alert meteorologists on duty right now, starting with First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beatonbaugh right now with a look at where we're seeing the heaviest of the wind and rain.
Yeah, we're watching the latest advisory alongside meteorologist Corey Sima here, and you can see right now First Alert Doppler HD behind us. We'll put Max 1 back behind us. We'll see the infrared satellite showing that Category 2 hurricane, Corey.
Weakening, you know, if you look at the headlines, it is a weakening storm. The wind field continues to increase, though, so we're watching it close.
And we're in that wind field of the tropical weather right now there with the wind speeds of 40+ miles per hour here across the area, and that's what we're watching, especially at the immediate coastline right now. Showing you First Alert Doppler HD, also tracking some bands of very gusty winds and heavy rain approaching the beaches of Jacksonville and northern St. Johns County right now. But here's the latest forecast track as of 5 a.m. with the 6 a.m. position update. Still moving to the north-northwest right now, near or just to the east-southeast of Jacksonville's latitude. By Wednesday today, this afternoon, 105-mile-per-hour maximum sustained winds. There's St. Johns County. There's southeast Georgia, about 90+ miles to the east of you by later this evening. That's the eye is what we're talking about. Now the winds are already beginning to move in, and the heavy rain with the most outer bands here from Dorian. Right now, here's First Alert Doppler HD. This is one of the bands I'm watching for you closely here. There's Jacksonville Beach, Atlantic Beach, down to Ponte Vedra Beach, South Ponte Vedra Beach, and this is the timeline for this. About 40 to 50 miles per hour is how fast this band is moving, so it's imminent for some more heavy rain and gusty winds for the beaches of northern St. Johns County and eastern Duval County. Jax Beach by 6:37, the Pablo Keys area by 6:40, and then a little bit farther out, there's Nocatee. You're going to be getting this heavy rain and gusty winds, too, by about 6:38, and this is packing winds likely of around 30 to 40 miles per hour at times. There's a 41-mile-per-hour reading on First Alert Doppler HD, about a 30-mile-per-hour reading right there, moving into Ponte Vedra here in the next few minutes or so. And then these showers rotating around and pushing inland as well there for you in Brantley County, down to Charlton County, Baker County, Union and Bradford counties, and then down into Putnam County for you, too. And these will be kind of like this one, develop pretty quickly and then races off to the south and west through the morning and into the early afternoon. So southeast Georgia, we've got you covered as well, from Brunswick to St. Simon's Island, Jekyll Island, some light rain and gusty winds here through the morning as we continue to track Dorian here for you in the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, hour by hour through the day. Today you can see pretty much Dorian east of Jacksonville Jacksonville through the afternoon to mid-evening, and then to the north and east of Jacksonville, but still some backside rain bands we'll be watching for you on the Doppler radar with Chief Meteorologist Mike Burris through the evening hours, and then we dramatically dry out for Thursday. Right now, winds gusting to 40 miles per hour at Mayport. With more on the tides, especially at Mayport, that's something we're watching for you closely, and the high tides. Here's meteorologist Corey Sima.
High tide's really important with that storm surge and river surge, Garrett. Here are the high tides at Mayport. Today, we have it at 1:40 p.m. Tomorrow, 1:54 a.m. and then 2:39 p.m. We're going to go down the river now. This is the Main Street Bridge. High tide at 3:17 this afternoon, and then tonight or early tomorrow morning at 3:31 a.m. And then down in Palatka, those high tides today, 6:56 a.m. this morning, and then 7:36 later tonight. That river surge around 1 to 2 feet, maybe a little higher in some areas, and that storm surge around 3 to 5, maybe a little bit higher as we get up into southeast Georgia. We're going to be timing out that wind hour by hour, taking a look at some of those wind reports coming up in the First Alert forecast.
Your time, 6:36, and we are closely watching our coastal communities in St. Johns County. Folks, they are getting hit hard with some strong winds as well already this morning. Action News' Jack's Beth Russo joins us live right now from the First Alert Storm Tracker. Beth, police have the bridge to Volano Beach blocked off right now. That's something folks need to know about.
And I just talked to them within the last 5 minutes, and I want to flip the camera around here in the First Alert Storm Tracker so that we can show you what we're seeing. Hold on, let me hit the windshield wiper for you right here. You can obviously see that officers are blocking the beach or the bridge to Volano Beach. So when I asked them whether or not the bridge was closed, what they told me is that it's not closed. In order for that bridge to be closed, they have to see sustained winds of 40 miles per hour for at least a minute, so 60 seconds. So right now the bridge is not closed. The reason that they're blocking it is because they're trying to keep people off that island so that if they don't live over there, should this bridge close, they aren't stuck over there. They say the last thing that they want is to see someone stuck over there without shelter simply because they wanted to drive over there, see what was happening on the coastline. You can see more officers pulling up. They're checking in with one another. We've seen this. I also showed you earlier officers at the Bridge of Lions as well, waiting to close these bridges down if the sustained winds hit 40 miles per hour for a solid 60 seconds. So right now, officers are blocking the bridge to Volano Beach. They really don't want you going over there unless you live there. But as of right now, they are not closed. Of course, this is something that we're going to be watching very closely throughout the morning as this storm picks up the winds and the winds pick up here in St. Augustine. But for now, we're live in the First Alert Storm Tracker. Beth Russo, Action News Jax.
Jacksonville's beaches are closed, and surf has been picking up in Jack's Beach for more than 24 hours now. Action News Jack's Ryan Nelson joins us live this morning right at Jack's Beach on the surf there. And Ryan, we've seen winds sustained at about 40 miles an hour so far.
Phil, my photographer, and I have been here for about 9 hours right now. Now we want to show you this. You can see those winds that you're talking about just stripping this sand right off of the beach. We know that this has been a topic of concern, the erosion, the dunes. We know that water can do this, but we're seeing the wind do it right now. Now, if we pan over to the left, let's go ahead and walk towards the ocean. You can see that heavy surf. Every time the surf comes crashing in, it's bringing in this sea foam. Every time. We just see flurries of sea foam coming in, and now we feel the rain picking up as well. We're going to continue to monitor these conditions for you. Again, we're seeing that rain pick up right now as we're speaking to you, bringing you this live report. Pardon me there. So this rain is picking up. Certainly right now those winds have been coming in squalls as well as this rain. One moment we're in a little bit of a lull. Another moment things just certainly pick up in what's seemingly a matter of seconds. Reporting in Jacksonville Beach, Ryan Nelson, CBS47 Fox 30. Action News Jax.
6:40. Parts of Nassau County still trying to recover from Hurricane Matthew from 3 years ago, and now we have Dorian creeping along our coastline. Action News Jax Alicia Terracon has spent the past 2 days now in Nassau County. She joins us live from the Fernandina Harbor Marina right now. And Alicia, you're starting to see the water steadily rising in the area.
Yes, we're actually over here right where they roped off the area where the Fernandina Harbor Marina is. This is to keep people out. Again, as you mentioned before, the water's going to get a lot choppier throughout the day. Now, we want you to walk over here, and one thing we noticed, they boarded up the museum that's near the side of the harbor. We're actually stepping in puddles right now. That water's starting to build up. And right across the street, that's where we noticed the Hilton Inn over here. We didn't notice a soul over here. There are no cars parked in the parking lot. It's just completely empty over here at the marina right now. Now we're going to be monitoring the conditions over here in Nassau County throughout the morning, and we're going to keep you updated. For now, I'm reporting live at the Fernandina Harbor Marina. Alicia Tarrant-Kahn, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Dorian rides Florida's coast. Neighbors worry about the storm surges it's also bringing with it. Action News Jax' Megan Moriarty joins us live on the South Bank. And Megan, this area no stranger to flooding. We've seen it time and time again, haven't we?
Yeah, we're here on the South Bank where it's not flooded just yet, but we're definitely feeling that rain. It's pelting against my back right now, and I'm feeling some of that wind as well. Also, this walkway here, it's definitely slippery here. I'm gonna ask my photographer to pan on over here. As you can see, there's water that's accumulating right here. It's kind of right by that riverbank there. And while the water is not flooding up here yet, it is definitely hitting against the walkway here. And as you can hear probably in my microphone, there's a lot of wind gusting right now. It's wet, it's cold, it's rainy out here, and I'm sure it's only going to get worse in a matter of time. We're going to continue to monitor this area and bring you the latest conditions when we have them. For right now, we are live on the South Bank. Megan Moriarty, CBS 47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
We have this brand new picture. Action News Jax. Beth Russo tweeted just in the last 10 minutes. These are officers blocking the bridge leading to Volano Beach, the Volano Beach bridge there, attempting to stop the drivers from going over unless they live there. Now, that bridge is still open, but right now they don't want people going over that bridge unless they live on the other side. It will be closed, though, if the wind sustained at 40 miles an hour. That's for a period of 1 minute. 40 miles an hour for 1 minute. Then that bridge will close along with the bridges here in Jacksonville.
And we continue our Hurricane Dorian team coverage with Action News Jax anchor Letitia Barriola at the storm desk. We're seeing some power outage numbers go up and down.
Yes, we are. We're keeping an eye on this. If you're watching us now, you're lucky enough that your lights are probably on. That's good. But our neighbors, JEA, first of all, is reporting 2,500 outages right now. I checked to see where specifically that is. It's in the Pecan Park area. And just within the last few minutes, I saw that crews were on site. So if you can hear me, if you're listening to us, maybe streaming, looks like they're working on that area now. Now, according to FPL, there are over 3,000 customers without power there. So that, of course, includes Nassau, Putnam, St. Johns County. Like much of that, 2,000 of those outages are affecting customers near State Road 206. So I want to go over to Brunswick, Georgia, where we're seeing a lot of rain and wind in southeast Georgia. Georgia Power there. We also checked with Georgia Power. There's about 700 customers in the dark there. And over in St. Augustine Beach, where we're seeing a lot of those live looks, you can see this heavy wind whipping the sign there. So they're seeing wind gusts of up to 40 miles per hour. And I was just chatting with Garrett about, what may be causing some of these outages. Well, you've got wet conditions and you've got a lot of rain. So you have trees and wet ground. Those trees are likely falling on some of these power lines. So make sure everything's charged up, guys. If it happens to you, you can still stream us, and make sure you download our mobile app so you can get all these updates as we continue.
Yes, some good points. And also about the wind, too, the bridges across our area. Major concern when this strong storm is hitting our area. Let's go over to Derek Odom live in the traffic center, monitoring any closures. Anything yet, Derek?
We've been getting updates constantly from the Emergency Operations Center, from JSO, Clay County officials, and right now all bridges are open. You're taking a live look here at the Dames Point Bridge, of course, our most high-profile bridge in Jacksonville, is so far open. You see a lot of rain there. The conditions are slick right now, so if you don't have to be out, of course, they don't want you on the roadway, but some essential personnel has to hit the road, so you want to be aware of that and definitely need both hands on the wheel. We heard Beth talking about the Volano Bridge eastbound going into the beach closing. That's just for precautionary measures, but no bridges are closed right now because of that 40 miles per hour sustained wind, as we've been telling you, for 60 seconds. So we're not seeing that either. No flooding on roadways right now, but we'll be keeping a close eye at the beach for that. We know that's prone to happen in Jacksonville Beach and other areas along the coast. We may see some flooded roads eventually. eventually, but right now things are looking good with no closures reported, but we're keeping a close eye on it for you. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center.
And as I mentioned, our crews are keeping an eye on the coast and more inland areas as more bands from Hurricane Dorian move ashore. Action News Jack's Courtney Cole gives us a look at inland Jack's Beach.
And right now I'm here right off of 3rd Street in Jacksonville Beach, and you can actually see that some of the rain is starting to sprinkle down now, but the big story out here, even a little further inland off the coast, is the wind. So actually what I want to show you is I have a wind meter here. You can see the wind blowing in the trees, but I want to hold this up right now just to see what the wind is like. So right now I'm getting a reading, it's fluctuating, but of about 2.4 miles per hour. It might have already changed. You see it's fluctuating between 2 and 3, but the wind is really what we've been monitoring out here. But also I want to show you when you wake up, if it wasn't like this when you went to sleep, you're going to see all of the businesses, pretty much all of them boarded up. You can see one of them decided to leave a message for Hurricane Dorian, but that is pretty much the story all along Jacksonville Beach. The businesses are closed up. We haven't really seen people walking outside. Not too much traffic, really mainly just Jacksonville Beach Police and JSO working to make sure that people are not walking around. They want people to shelter inside and stay safe because of conditions that we're expecting. Now also I want to show you too, look here at the flag here in the wind. Again, the flag is showing you that the wind has really been our main focus out here, but also earlier today we experienced enough wind to move our live truck, just to give you an idea. And we've been experiencing rain in bands, so it's been on and off maybe for the last hour or two. But we will continue to monitor the impacts of Hurricane Dorian here on Jacksonville Beach. Reporting right off of 3rd Street in Jacksonville Beach, Courtney Cole, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Now certified Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert Weather.
I'm First Alert meteorologist Garrett Wiedenwald, moving to the north-northwest now at 8 miles per hour. Category 2 Hurricane Dorian, as we take a look at the infrared satellite imagery showing those colder cloud tops indicating the more intense thunderstorms that will likely stay just offshore from us. Thankfully, Daytona Beach, about 90 miles to the east of Daytona Beach right now, is the eye of Dorian. As we zoom down in there, you can see that is the eye of the Category 2 hurricane. Now, it's not as well defined as we saw it the past couple of days as it was going through the Bahamas as a major hurricane, but we're still going to be seeing our local impacts from Dorian about, say, Jacksonville's latitude through this afternoon, and then we'll begin to relax those winds as we head into Thursday, especially drying out and warming up for tomorrow for any cleanup. Tropical storm force winds pretty much now at our beaches, especially in gusts, and then Fernandina Beach now till about 3 a.m. That's the ending time on the second half of the line there for your individual counties and cities. Brunswick, 9 a.m. today, even though we're seeing some gusty conditions of 30 to 40 miles per hour, and downtown Jacksonville as early as today. Now, here's Jacksonville Beach. First light, you can barely see this. It looks like we have a, there we go, there it comes back up. You can see there is those waves, the rough surf here at Jacksonville Beach right now. Flash flood watches in effect for our coastal communities here this morning and into tomorrow, too. This is that band of rain I've been tracking moving ashore pretty quickly now here in northern St. Johns County already. And then also for Neptune Beach, 654, this back end of it will be moving off to the south-southwest pretty rapidly at 40 to 50 miles per hour. Ponte Vedra, here comes another band of rain and gusty conditions. Just a second ago, there was 40 to 50 miles per hour winds being indicated by First Alert Doppler HD just offshore. Now it's beginning to move inland perhaps. We've seen 43 mile per hour sustained winds of tropical storm strength already here at 6 a.m. For the St. Augustine Beach area, the pier there, and gusting to 49, so nearly 50 miles per hour with those gusts there at the immediate coast in St. Johns County, with this band moving through Elkton, Spuds, the Shands Bridge by 7 a.m. and Leno by 7:02, and tracking those wind gusts right now, just a little bit elevated off the ground at 50 to 60 miles per hour, probably about 40 to 45 ground truth at the surface where we are. First Alert Doppler HD tracking Dorian off to the east-southeast of Jacksonville. Got some wet roadways here on the Dames Point Bridge. Derek Oda monitoring the roadways pretty closely. We have 14-foot seas just offshore from St. Augustine, 10-foot seas east of Fernandina Beach with our buoys there reporting, and 25 to 30-plus feet of seas right there near the core and just ahead of Dorian here today. Rip current forecast, of course, obviously is very high. We don't want you in the water And we're going to be monitoring the surf building to 15 to 20 feet. Tropical impact scale for Dorian here at the coast. We have an 8 there for you, 1 to 10 scale, 40 to 50 plus mile per hour sustained winds with higher gusts of 60 to 65, maybe even 70 when Dorian makes its closest approach this afternoon. Storm surge of 4 to 7 feet, and that's going to be especially important for the high tide cycle at 1:40 p.m. for, say, the coastal areas. And then we go into the rainfall category of 3 to 5 inches right along the immediate coast, 1 to 3, maybe 4 inches on the I-95 corridor. Wave heights of 15 to 20 plus feet. That's destructive waves there pounding our beaches and eating away some of our dunes. Now, 1 to 4 inches again inland for our impact scale, down to a 3 there for you. We'll have to watch for an isolated tornado, and some river surge could be as high as 2 to 4 feet. I think on average it'll be about 1 to 3 feet, but we'll be watching those winds as we head through the day today. With more on the wave heights right now and what we can expect, let's go to meteorologist Maritza Ross.
Yeah, we are tracking live here the buoy here out of St. Augustine, where we're looking at wave heights about 14 feet, and we continue to monitor this. Now, Dorian is still ways away from our coastline, but we'll see it creep in as we get into the afternoon. So we're looking at storm surge here, the numbers that we can expect all the way from St. Simon's Island down to St. Augustine, from the coast 2 to 6 feet, the intercoastal 1 to 3 feet, San Marco 1 to 2 feet, that's important, St. Augustine 3 to 6 feet, Fernandina Beach 2 to 6 feet, and St. Simon's Island 2 to 6 feet. So it's very important to take note that today's high tide will be at 1:40, so any time between 12, which is noon, and then 3 o'clock, we're likely to observe just some flooding, some inundation in parts of our area. And now to talk about other tropical activity, we have Corey Sima.
2 other named storms that we have that we're watching in the Atlantic Basin. We're going to start with the G name. This is Tropical Storm Gabrielle. It's going to stay out to sea. You can see the cone here as it is basically moving to the northwest. That's Bermuda. That's the east coast of the United States. It's not moving toward us. We also have Tropical Storm Fernan. That is the pronunciation according to the National Hurricane Center. Kind of looks like Fernand, I know. This is down along the east coast of Mexico in the western Gulf. It's moving that way as well, not moving toward Florida. Garrett, Dorian, top of mind locally.
Yeah, we'll say farewell to Fernan here over the next couple of hours. Here's 7-day forecast with your weekend always in view. In the mid-80s here as we deal with Dorian. We'll be in the mid-90s for tomorrow. It is going to be dramatically hotter for tomorrow with any storm cleanup, so just keep that in mind over the next couple of days. It's going to be warm, but hey, we'll take the upper 60s with some cooler, drier air mass in place for Friday, Saturday, and into Sunday. The weekend's always in view in the Action News Jax First Alert 7-day forecast with the Jags at home on Sunday and low 90s with a few showers by Monday and Tuesday. Continuous coverage here of Dorian and tracking using First Alert Doppler HD coming up in just minutes. But don't forget to download the free Action News Jax First Alert weather app. We'll send you instant severe weather alerts right to your mobile device.
And as we head to the break, a live look at those wet roads in St. Augustine this morning from our First Alert Storm Tracker. 40-mile-per-hour winds, sustained winds from the St. Augustine Pier. That's tropical force right now.
Your time right now at 6:56, and we continue to track Hurricane Dorian. This is a live look right now from Cocoa Beach, Florida. Starting to see the skies lighten up now. We've been showing you this view this morning off and on, and now here comes the sun, and you can see just how far up the pier those waves are crashing now.
Yeah.
The water is high.
The sun is there somewhere. At least it's brighter, right? But we're also getting a better look over at St. Augustine, where Danny Bazzini is. She was talking about all that erosion from all the wind we've been seeing there. And Danny, at 40-mile-per-hour winds sustained there. Looks like you got the goggles on this morning.
That's exactly right. I had to get those goggles after that last live shot. Within the last 10 minutes, the wind has really started to pick up. I have to brace myself a little bit more than I have the whole night. And I want to just quickly show you, other than the wind picking up, I want to take a look at these waves out here. Got to hold on to my hat before I lose it, but check out these waves. These are no joke. These are big waves. These are the waves that we've seen all night, and they actually starting to look a little bit bigger. And then, just like you said, that erosion right here, I'm going to step down. This was not here at 11 p.m. last night. This just came in within the last couple of hours, just showing how strong Hurricane Dorian is already and the impact it's having on St. Augustine Beach. And I'll be here all morning continuing to check this out, but this erosion goes down all along the beach. It's not just here. And so we'll continue to give you updates live in St. Augustine Beach. Danny Bazzini, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jax. Oh, actually, I'm going to keep showing you guys down here. So right here, this is probably the biggest drop-off, I would say, of this erosion. And so this is probably, I mean, I'm going to show you right now just for size. I am 5'5". I am 5'5", and it's all the way up to my hip. And this was not here at 11 p.m. last night. And I'm going to show you the waves right over here. You can see the foam building up right here. Look at those waves. Those are massive waves. You do not want to mess with those. Thank goodness there's a curfew and that the beach is closed. Just take a look over here at this pier. The pier is also closed. They have it boarded up so no one can walk on it. And just look at those waves crashing down underneath the pier. I mean, these waves are strong. You don't want to mess with these. And right here you can see this. Here's the sea foam all collecting up right here. I mean, just showing just how powerful this storm is and how much it is impacting St. Augustine Beach already. And we're expecting a storm surge of 4 to 7 feet all morning long, so it's not done yet. It's just getting started. And I'm going to show you one last time. Take a look at this erosion. I mean, I'm going to have my photographer, El Mancy, just show all along the beach now that it's light enough. It just goes on and on and on. And this is exactly what happened in past hurricanes. They had beach erosion here, and they were still feeling the impacts of that. And they're getting hit hard again. And I don't know how this is going to go, but the storm's not over just yet. So this will be very interesting to see. I mean, we got the waves, we got the erosion, we're getting the increased wind speeds, and we can actually, let's take a look at my wind gauge right now just to see how fast it's going. I know our first alert weather team was clocking in at 41 to 48 miles per hour winds. We're getting about, it keeps going higher. We're at 27 right there. We've been hitting ourselves 25 to 40 miles per hour in the last couple hours. So these winds are not dying down anytime soon. And again, another gust of wind. The sand is coming at me. Thank goodness I'm wearing these goggles. This is no joke. No one should be out here. Stay indoors, because it might only get worse. Back to you guys in the studio.
Danny is so...
All right. That was Danny Bazzini reporting.
All right, this is a live look from our storm tracker right now. This is in St. Augustine, taking a look at some of the wet roads that are there now in the historic area of St. Augustine. They've been getting some powerful winds up to 40 miles an hour. This is taking a look at some of the beautiful homes there in the streets of historic downtown St. Augustine. The rain has been moving in there as well. Low tide happening right about now in that area. So the bayfront area usually gets hit pretty much with some flooding during high tide, which won't be happening until about 2 o'clock this afternoon. But this shows you some of the looks there as our First Coast storm tracker kind of goes into the historic neighborhoods of St. Augustine this morning. All right. Right now, let's go over to Garrett Biedenbaugh right now to take a look at what's going on with our satellite track of Dorian right now. The thing's still spinning off our coast.
Yeah, you can see there was a 7 a.m. position update. Still 105 mile per hour maximum sustained winds on computer number 1. We have winds of 39 miles per hour in St. Augustine right now and 24 at Fernandina Beach. We've seen wind gusts of up to almost 50 miles per hour in St. Augustine. Let's go to computer number 1. That's where we have the infrared satellite imagery for you right now for Hurricane Dorian, moving to the north-northwest at 8 miles per hour and still 105 mile per hour maximum sustained winds. You can see those thunderstorms firing on the west side of the eye. That is about 90 miles or so east-northeast of Daytona Beach. And here's the latest forecast track as of 5 a.m. this afternoon, east and southeast of Jacksonville's latitude and well east of southeast Georgia coast by about 90 to 95 miles just offshore. We're using First Alert Doppler HD right now to track these bands of heavy rain and gusty winds. You can see Danny was monitoring here this morning. Let's zoom down into using street level mapping here on First Alert Doppler HD there for you in Nocatee, seeing these heavy bands of rain here for you in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Those are going to continue moving off to the south-southwest. South Ponte Vedra Beach now clearing up, but more gusty winds coming in at 40 to 50 miles per hour. And then down into St. Augustine, that's that band of rain that produced that tropical storm force sustained wind of about 40 to 43 miles per hour with a wind gust of about 49 miles per hour. Now crossing the St. Johns River here this morning. And heads up for you in Palatka. It's heading into your neighborhood here right now. In fact, I'll put a storm track on it for you. Moving about 40 to 45 miles per hour. Satsuma by 7:14, Hunter by 7:21, and Hollister area by about 7:25. So that's what we're watching for you here with these bands of rain moving in off the Atlantic. And we'll have to watch these for gusty winds here, especially along the intercoastal east to our immediate beaches here as Dorian continues to approach. Well offshore, you can see on First Alert Doppler HD, there is Dorian to the east-southeast there with the bands of heavy rain on the west side where we can see using the radar beam. Now there are also bands of gusty conditions on the east side as well, but the radar beam just can't pick it up that far out. So this is what we're watching for you. We'll break in if we need to give you any weather updates as well. 40 to 50 mile per hour winds at the immediate coast, riding up to the north from the south as we head through this morning. And we got to talk about the 7-day forecast too. It's going to be warming up as we head into tomorrow. But complete Dorian coverage continues from the First Alert Weather Center.
Hey, Garrett, we have reporters all along our coast this morning, and one of the areas we're keeping a close eye on is St. Augustine. We know how much it floods there. Action News, Jack's Beth Rousseau, she joins us live in the First Alert Storm Tracker. Now that there is some light outside, maybe you can show us something new. Is there some flooding or anything else you're seeing out there?
So photographer Mark and I have been driving around in the First Alert Storm Tracker. Not a whole lot of flooding or really any flooding at this point that we're seeing. Let me go ahead and flip the camera around so I can give you a look at the roof camera, show you what we're seeing. Of course, this is right along the bayfront where we're driving. We were actually live right where I'm showing you right now. That's where we saw those waves crashing over the seawall earlier this morning. But as we take a look out over Avenida Menendez, you can see no flooding, just some light puddling on the road. Historically, this is where we see the area flood first, of course, because you've got the bay right there. As we drive along here, you're going to see some sandbags that have been set out. These areas, these businesses, hotels, homeowners, they are ready for this because they saw this during Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Matthew. This is where they saw the flooding first, and of course, according to the First Alert Weather Team, this is where we will likely see some flooding as the tide comes in earlier today. Look, you can see the trees whipping there, and we haven't seen rain for quite a while here in downtown St. Augustine. Just a whole lot of wind. Even this morning when we were standing out by the bayfront, we were seeing those waves whipping up. Not a whole lot of wind, or I should say a lot of wind, but there would be lulls where there'd be no wind, no waves, and then it would pick up at just a moment's notice. What we are seeing a lot of is, you see that officer driving off right there. A lot of police out stationed at the base of the Volano Bridge, as well as the Bridge of Lions, and they are ready to shut those bridges down. down. Just a little while ago, I showed you the officers blocking the Bridge of Lions. He says they aren't closed just yet, but he says that they're really encouraging everyone to stay on this side of them because they don't want people going over there not being able to find shelter and then getting stuck over there when they do have to close the bridges. So again, this is a live look from the First Alert Storm Tracker at downtown St. Augustine. Wet roads, some wind, but really no flooding at this point, so that is the good news. But we're going to continue tracking this for you as Dorian moves through the area. For now, we're live in the First Alert Storm Tracker in downtown St. Augustine. Beth Russo, Action News Jax.
Well, Jacksonville's beaches have been closed for the last few days, and surf has been picking up in Jax Beach for about 24 hours now. Action News Jax Ryan Nelson joins us live from that area that's been under a mandatory evacuation. People aren't allowed on the beaches. They're not supposed to be there, but Ryan, at least one person's out taking pictures.
And Phil, my photographer, and I have been here since about 9 o'clock on Tuesday night. You can see there's a handful of people who came out to take some pictures. I've spoken to them. They said that they wanted to take in some of what Mother Nature is bringing to our coast right now. We're also going to use the sunlight that we have to our advantage. We can finally show you that when these waves come crashing to the shore, they're just blanketed in this sea foam that we're seeing. It's completely blanketing the beach at this time. Every time these waves come crashing in, they just bring a flurry of sea foam. But we want to show you this effect as well. Follow me this way. You can see as these winds continue to push along the coast, they're just stripping the sand right off of the beach. We know that erosion and how the dunes would sustain these effects from Hurricane Dorian as we get another wave crashing towards the shore here. How these dunes would sustain the effects of Hurricane Dorian. This has been something that we've been monitoring closely. We've seen this wind steadily continue to strip away the sand that's right here along the beach. Of course, now that the sun is up, we've been able to show you some of those things. Pardon me, I'm getting some sand in my face right now, but pardon me. As the sun is now up, we can finally show you some of these things. This wind is certainly picking up. We've seen rain coming in flurries as well. So we're going to continue to bring you these effects as they happen throughout the morning. Reporting in Jacksonville Beach, Ryan Nelson, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Several local school districts started calling off school for Thursday. Here is the latest. Today, Columbia County will be the only school district open in the area. On Thursday, only the districts closer to the ocean decided to close schools. We will continue to update this list as we get new information for you on ActionNewsJax.com.
Well, hours before Dorian's impact, the surf already showed its fury. Action News Jax Jamarlo Phillips joins us live on Fernandina Beach. Jamarlo, we've been checking in with you for the last couple of hours now. How's it looking out there now?
And Phil, as you can see, it's daylight now, and this is what we're seeing out here in the Atlantic. Take a look at those waves. Now, I just got off the phone with a Nassau County Emergency Operations spokesman who told me that the curfew they put in place last night at 8 o'clock supposed to be lifted at 7 o'clock this morning, but he told me that it could last a little longer, so he's going to meet with county leaders today to figure out if that will happen. Now, if we take a look back over here in the water, you can see the water has receded a lot over the last couple of hours. It was all the way up here the last time I reported to you now. I've been out here and I saw a lot of people trickle in onto the beach. This is Miss Terry over here. We're going to talk to her for a quick second to get her. Hey, Terry, how are you?
Good. How are y'all doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. So tell us, why are you out on the beach? What are you doing out here? Have a big storm out there in the ocean.
Because it's the best time of the beach. It's quiet. To be the very first footprints in the morning, it's just a good feeling. And we're all hunkered down. We got everything taken care of at the house, so we're good.
Now, as you know, Nassau County has a curfew they put in place from 8 last night to 7 o'clock this morning. So we're working to see if that curfew is still in place here. So what are your thoughts? What made you come out here?
I left at 3 minutes until 7. I'm so sorry. So we're good. But no, we always obey the curfews around here. So it's a pretty close community, and we keep in touch with everybody and make sure everybody's okay.
And tell us, how did you prepare for the storm? Because, you know, this is just a little bit of what we're seeing from Dorian.
Well, if you live at the beach, you already have your generator, and you've already got sandbags, and you've pretty much got most of your prep that you just keep every year that you haven't used from the year before. So just up-to-date stuff is usually all you have to get.
Now, I saw you out taking pictures there. Now, what are you doing after you leave here?
Well, I have to post pictures for my friends. Hi, they don't live at the beach. They love to see the videos and stuff. So, and some of the people that had to evacuate. So, just keeping them up to date on how things are going.
All right, Terry. Well, take care. I see the water's inching a little closer to us. So, you be safe out here. All right. I'm going to send it back to you guys over in the studio.
You gotta like her Bob Ross t-shirt too. Bob Ross probably paints something like that over at the beaches this morning. You can make sure to download the First Alert weather app and check out the hurricane page too at actionnewsjax.com for photos of local homeowners' preparations for Dorian and the damage left behind in the Bahamas.
And from the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Gary Beatonball right now using First Alert Doppler HD, tracking Dorian off to the east-southeast of Jacksonville's coast. It'll stay offshore, but bands of rain already making it in. Sustained tropical storm force winds have already been reported at St. Augustine Beach. We're timing out the local impacts you can expect from Dorian. That's coming up in your Action News Jax First Alert 7-day forecast.
To you, if you're just waking up, we are tracking Hurricane Dorian for you this morning. The outer bands along our coast this morning. This is a live look at Jacksonville Beach, where they are seeing wind gusts up to 49 miles per hour. You can see it in the ocean right now, and sustained winds of 34 miles per hour. So we have reporters all along our coast giving you live looks throughout the morning. And right now we continue our Hurricane Dorian team coverage with Action News Jax Don Lopez at the storm desk.
And Don, thousands of customers already without power here around the Jacksonville area.
That's right, because of all the high winds and all of the rain and some limbs falling over on some of the lines. But I've been watching this for you, and took a look at the outage maps before I walked out here. So here's what we're finding. JEA is reporting right this minute 1,100 outages. At one point this morning, I found more than 2,500 homes and businesses with no power. JEA is reporting, again, right this minute, 1,100 outages. And let's take a look at some other areas. More than half of those outages, by the way, are in the Mayport area, about 800. And according to FPL, more than 3,000 customers have no power. That includes Nassau, Putnam, and St. Johns counties. And 2,000 of those outages are affecting families in St. Johns County. This is some video out of Brunswick, Georgia, showing rain and wind in southeast Georgia. Picking up right now. Georgia Power is reporting 700 customers are in the dark.
Beth Russo, downtown St. Augustine. You can see that sign there, that parking sign just kind of shaking in the wind there. That was earlier this morning when those sustained gusts reached 40 miles an hour.
Now, certified Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert Weather.
I'm First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beaton. Well, right now we are tracking Hurricane Dorian here as you wake up here this morning, a Category 2 hurricane. It's moving to the north-northwest at 8 miles per hour right now, and that's still at 105 miles per hour. The maximum sustained winds. There's the eye, there's Daytona Beach, there's Jacksonville. It'll be about east of Jacksonville's latitude by this afternoon between about 3 and 4 p.m. We'll be seeing that ride north of Jacksonville's latitude. Still seeing those bands of heavy rain, the surge, the pounding waves continuing to build here this morning, and there'll eventually be 15 to 20 feet of waves crashing and breaking and rolling up with that water onto our local beaches and potentially even over the dunes. And so that's where we can see some street flooding, and that's on top of the surge that could be as much as 4 to 6 feet in some local areas here along the immediate coast, about 1 to 3 generally on average, and the St. Johns River Basin, especially closer to the Mayport area. But there's the official forecast cone from the National Hurricane Center, that is north and east of the area by Thursday in the morning by 2 a.m. Right now we're tracking gusty conditions at St. Augustine. At the airport, it's 33 winds with the miles per hour of the gusts, 23 miles per hour for sustained winds. Taking a live look at St. Augustine right now. Turned it down, you can see a little wave action going in the Matanzas, and also some gusty winds of 20 to 30 miles per hour at times with these bands of rain moving in. Then it calms down, and then you see another gusty band of rain and storms moving in with a few flashes of lightning every once in a while, but mainly some tropical downpours with brief heavy downpours of rainfall rates of a ½ inch to 1 inch per hour. There's a heavy band of rain going through the Nocatee area right now, also to the west side of Duval County, along and west of downtown to the St. Johns River and areas to the west. More rain setting up for you in, say, Jacksonville Beach, Neptune Beach, and Atlantic Beach. There's the World Golf Village, I-95, St. Augustine. There is the St. Johns River there, Putnam County, Spuds, Elkton, 207. Right there, you're seeing some of those heavy downpours move to the west, entering Palatka by 724 with this band right there. It's already seeing some light rain, but we'll see more bands like this begin to set up and push inland as Dorian continues to move to the north-northwest, eventually be more north than north-northwest. So we still have that slight westerly component to the motion, and you can see these are intense bands of rain just offshore with high winds there from Daytona Beach. Here is a live look from St. Johns County on Interstate 95, mile marker 319, and there's some wet roadways, so we definitely want to advise you there on I-95 to perhaps stay put if you can for right now. But with more on what you can expect here in your neighborhood, from the coastal areas to our inland communities, we start off with meteorologist Maritza Ross.
Thanks, Garrett. Yeah, the coastal communities, we've mentioned it time and time again that this storm, Hurricane Dorian, is going to have a major impact on our coastal communities. And we're talking about winds that we're already feeling that are very high at about 35 to 60 mile an hour, with gusts even higher, waves about 15 to 20 feet, storm surge 4 to 7, which is a big one, and rainfall 3 to 5 inches. Isolated tornadoes and water spouts are not out of the question either. That's because we have that flow that's coming in from the north, and it could really spin up some activity out there. From Florida, I-95 to the Highway 301, we're talking about winds 20 to 30 miles an hour, and river surge, another big one right here, 2 to 4 feet. And remember, high tide is at 140, so we're going to be watching out for these flooding conditions, inundations, especially around the noontime. Rainfall right around 1 to 4 feet, and once again, isolated tornado. And to talk about the inland impacts, let's go with Corey Sima.
Yeah, as we head inland, Maritza, to Florida, let's take computer 2. Control room. We'll get to the First Alert 7-day forecast with Garrett here in just a sec. This is you folks, Taylor, Sanderson, Lake City, Fort White, Lake Butler, Stark, Lottie as well. Those winds around 15 to 20 miles per hour, gusting a little higher than that, and rainfall about 1 inch, maybe some spots locally a little higher than that. As we go inland into southeast Georgia, so we're talking Blackshear, Waycross, Nahunta, Folkestone, and St. George as well there in Charlton County. Winds 15 to 20 miles per hour, gusting higher than that. Rainfall 1 inch. Local totals will be a little bit higher than that as we get those heavy rain bands that start to move in. Garrett, it's going to get hot when we get Dorian out of here.
Yeah, we'll get back into the 90s. Meanwhile, we have our Surfline camera here from Jacksonville Beach. You can see really just churning up with those waves, building seas here from Dorian off to the south and east. Now we have light to deal with, so we can also show you a lot more images here using the power of Action News Jax. Let's go to the First Alert 7-day forecast with your weekend always in view. Mid-90s, like Corey said, it is going to heat up dramatically for tomorrow and into Friday. Low 90s into Friday. A lot of sunshine into the weekend. The Jags play at home, of course, on Sunday, and the mid-90s inland. We'll be dropping through the 90s and into the upper 80s for the end of the game. But low 90s on Monday and into Tuesday with a few more showers in the afternoon returning. Continuing Dorian updates, though, throughout the morning here from the First Alert Weather Center. Don't forget to download the free Action News Jax First Alert Weather app. You can get instant severe weather alerts and tropical alerts sent to your phone or mobile device for free. And Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish will be here this afternoon on CBS47 and Fox 30.
All right, we're feeling those outer bands sort of on and off throughout our area, especially in St. Johns County, too. They're feeling the impacts of Dorian.
Action News Jax Danny Bazzini joins us live from the beach there. And Danny, a little while ago, you were trying to keep your balance. How's it look right now? You had tropical storm force winds.
Yeah, the winds are not letting up here at St. Augustine Beach. I'm having to use my hand to hold my hat, my goggles, and my hood up just because the wind is so strong and the sand kept pelting me in the face, so I had to put on these goggles just to protect my eyes. But what I really want to show you guys is, again, just how significant this beach erosion has become just within a matter of hours. Just for you guys at home, I am 5'5". This is how high the beach erosion has become in the matter of hours. I mean, it's up to 4 feet, I would say, and that's just insane. It was not like this. I am at a loss for words. It just shows you how strong the storm surge is already here at St. Augustine Beach. And if I have my photographer just pan over here, too, these are the waves we're dealing with out here. The white caps, they're huge. They're just coming up here on the beach, and they're unfortunately causing beach erosion. And we have a ton of foam just showing how powerful these waves are. I would actually say, from what I can tell, that these waves are actually getting bigger. So I don't think this is going to let up at any point in time. You can look right underneath this pier here. The waves are just crashing underneath it. Luckily, they do have a barricade, so no one can get up on this pier, which is a good thing, because as you guys can see out here, no one should be out here at all. It's not safe. There's beach erosion. There's big, heavy waves out there. And I just want to show you one more time. Just take a look at these waves. I mean, these white caps, it's not stopping. It's all the way out there, and they're just coming in so strong. And I want to show you one last time, that beach erosion that I just showed you, it's not just there. It's along this entire beach. It walks all the way down here, and it goes all the way down the other way. So it's the entire beach. And we'll be continuing to monitor the changing conditions here all day long, so make sure you continue staying up to date with Action News Jax. Reporting in St. Augustine Beach, Danny Bazzini, CBS47, Fox 30. Action News Jax.
Yeah, it looks like people are heeding the warning, too, to stay off the beach there, right?
Out there.
She is, unlike at Jacksonville Beach. We saw more than a few people taking pictures.
Yeah.
Well, as Dorian rides Florida's coast, neighbors worry about the storm surges it's bringing with it.
Yeah, Action News Jax Megan Moriarty, she joins us live on the South Bank. I've been looking forward to light there so we can really see what you're seeing with the St. Johns River, Megan.
Yeah, in the last 30 minutes, not only has it gotten lighter out here, but that rain has slowed down. We're feeling just a little bit of a mist, but that wind, it's tending to speed up. So I'm going to step out of the shot here so you can look at the St. Johns River here, and you can see that that wind is really pushing that water. I'm not sure if you can hear or not, but in the microphone out here we can definitely hear the winds gusting. And not sure if we can pan over to the left a little bit so you can see some of these trees here and the palm trees. We can see the wind pulling it, which is making, for people out here like us, it's a little chilly with all this wind. But like I said, the rain has settled down. It's gotten brighter out. It seems like it's calming down just ever so slightly, but we're still watching out. We're still tracking these conditions for you, and we'll continue to let you know how it feels out here and bring you the latest. For now, we're live on the South Bank. Megan Moriarty, Action News Jax.
Right now, First Alert traffic watching the roads for you, and some slick conditions in St. Johns County as we take a live look there. And as you make your way around this morning, of course, those bands of rain are going to come in and wet the roadway, so you want to be careful. Wind speeds, we're watching out for sustained winds of 40 miles per hour. That is the threshold they use to decide whether they close any bridges, and that's probably going to be most watched closer to the coast. So along the intracoastal here, Crescent Beach, of course, we already know about Volano Beach. They've closed eastbound access just to keep kind of the weather tourists off the beaches. But Butler Boulevard, Beach Boulevard, up to Atlantic Boulevard, the intracoastal there, they'll be keeping a close eye on there. We've been seeing gusts of over 40 miles per hour, but not sustained winds of 40 miles per hour. Even Mayport's had some big gusts, and now a rain shower moving in right now. So you want to be careful as you make your way out the door. Some good tips coming in from the Emergency Management Center. They want you to avoid those down power lines, of course. Don't even drive over them. Just go the other way, and in any flooded areas as they come up. Right now we're looking pretty good. Courtney Cole's been out at Jack's Beach, and we know it's kind of prone to flooding there along 3rd Street, but nothing so far. That is the good news. And if you have to go out and something happens on the interstate or state road, you get stranded, a crash, a disabled vehicle, star FHP, star 347 will get you in touch with the Highway Patrol. They've got extra resources out there right now to keep the roadways clear and to help out any stranded motorists, so that is good to know. Star FHP for any trouble on the roadway. Of course, we'll keep tracking those wind speeds and let you know if any closures happen, but right now, we're all good. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center.
Action News Jax giving you up-close live looks as much as we can here on Action News Jax. This is another look here at Jacksonville Beach at the pier here. You see how it's getting windy out there. They're seeing some 49-mile-per-hour wind gusts out there. Your news continues in less than 3 minutes. Stay with us as we're tracking Hurricane Dorian, the outer bands impacting our area right now.
3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
I'm Rich Jones. Once we get into the teeth of Dorian over the next several hours, if the power goes out, make sure you have the battery-powered radio, the First Alert forecast, and Action News Jax streaming live on your radio on 104.5. We'll continue our coverage with outage restoration efforts over the next several days. WOKV's 3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
The Action News Jack's First Alert weather team has been tracking Dorian for more than 10 days.
The potential high winds and damage extend far from the center and well beyond this skinny cone now.
Now, this morning, Hurricane Dorian is here.
We got 3 First Alert meteorologists in here for you monitoring Dorian right now.
Rain, flooding, and heavy winds. Now! The local beaches battered, neighbors bracing for the worst.
It may be all this wasted effort, it may not. I don't know. But I had to try something.
Count on Action News Jacks this morning to be with you until Dorian is gone.
A live look right now at First Alert Doppler HD this morning. Hurricane Dorian remains to the southeast of our area. The latest advisory shows that the storm is moving at 8 miles an hour. And a live look at Jack's Beach right now where the storm's coming in. Our crews have been getting battered by wind and rain there for hours. Just about everyone in our area, too, feeling at least some kind of impact from Dorian, whether it be wind or rain or some rising water, too. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Phil Amato.
I'm Letitia Barriola. Good morning to you. So while you slept, let's get you caught up here. Here's the very latest on Hurricane Dorian. A big thing right now, not a lot of you may notice, but the power is out for thousands of customers in St. Johns and Duval County. A whole lot of customers in the Mayport area. One thing Dorian is bringing is some heavy surf. Our First Alert weather team is tracking swells up to 15 feet. And Dorian continues on a north-northwest track in the eye of the storm. This is key here. It's not expected to be near us a little bit more this afternoon, parallel to our coast. We're looking around 2:30 this afternoon. Our team coverage up and down Florida's coast. 4 First Alert meteorologists are working on tracking Hurricane Dorian impacts for you this morning. We're going to start with First Alert meteorologist Garen Biedenball with some company here, too.
Yeah, we've got 3 First Alert meteorologists in studio right now for you here using First Alert Doppler HD. We're tracking behind us here, guys, a Category 2 hurricane. Maritza, we've seen some wind gusts picking up, too, at the beaches.
Yeah, Jack's Beach Pier, gusts 49 miles an hour. That's some pretty significant winds already.
Yeah, winds picking up and definitely going to be increasing through the day.
And some heavy rain bands starting to move back in. They bring some heavy rain at times, and then they'll just kind of dry out for a bit.
Yeah, so let's get to computer number 1. We'll track using the infrared satellite imagery. And first, this is a live shot from our Surfline camera of Jacksonville Beach. You can see the waves crashing there and building through the day is what we'll be seeing this right here. You see these waves coming in. Very high rip current risk. Nobody should be in the water, obviously. And especially as we head into this afternoon, we'll see these wave move over and closer to the dunes here today. So we're going towards the low tide cycle right now. High tide is about 1:40 p.m. this afternoon, and so obviously we'll see these waves get a little bit closer to the dune line, and that's when we'll be watching for the potential for some surge as well. Could be as high as 4 to 6 feet. Corey is going to be detailing that for you here in just a second. But right now, using an infrared satellite, you can see those bands of showers and thunderstorms well offshore from Daytona Beach on Hurricane Dorian, Category 2 hurricane. Maximum sustained winds of 105 miles per hour expected to be east of Jacksonville's latitude this afternoon and head well offshore, about 90 miles or so, give or take, plus or minus from our coastline. And our impacts are pretty much already set in stone. It's not really that significant if it wobbles to the left by 5 to 10 miles. Our impacts with the large wind field already with Dorian are pretty much locked in. Now, the tropical storm force winds are going to continue increasing through downtown Jacksonville, especially in gusts there, more than sustained winds in downtown Jacksonville, but we'll watch those bands. Anytime those bands of showers come through, that's when you'll see those winds of 30 to 40 miles per hour. Jacksonville Beach now until 2 a.m. on Thursday. Ponte Vedra Beach now until 1 a.m. on Thursday. St. Augustine now until 11 o'clock tonight, and Fernandina Beach now until 3 a.m. on Thursday. Brunswick 9 a.m. this morning, but you're already seeing some gusty conditions, obviously, with those bands coming in now off the Atlantic. 15-foot seas just offshore from St. Augustine, 10 from Fernandina Beach just offshore. Those are building with time, too, and you add on top of the wave heights crashing and breaking around 10 to 15 feet this morning and into the afternoon. Here's 5 Sweet First Alert Doppler HD right now, tracking a few bands of showers moving in on Beach Boulevard right now, west of Jacksonville Beach, heading off to the south and southwest at 30 to 40 miles per hour. The St. John's Town Center will be raining there heavily in a few minutes, and the World Golf Village on Interstate 95, a heavy band of rain and a crosswind. If you're trying to drive on I-95, there will be some of these areas of very heavy rain from State Road 16 up to the St. Johns County line, and then back into southeast Georgia we go with those heavy showers going towards Woodbine now, and there is Dorian as well moving up As we head through the next couple of hours, there's 3, 4, and 5, and 6 p.m. here this morning. We're going to continue monitoring those wind speeds, too, of 35 miles per hour. They're gusting now at NAS Jax. And the model wind forecast for Jacksonville Beach does continue those tropical storm force winds through the late evening hours tonight. With more on our impact scale and what you can expect at the coastal versus inland communities, here's meteorologist Corey Sima.
Still calling for a beach beating, Garrett. As let's take a look at the other computer here, control room. There is Dorian swirling in First Alert Doppler HD, which Garrett just showed us all about. So on the scale, this is an 8 for those coastal impacts, and here's why. Those winds are going to be 40 to 50 plus. We are not expecting any hurricane force wind, sustained winds. There may be some of those gusts occasionally as storm surge 4 to 7 feet and rainfall 3 to 5 inches plus. Are going to be some local areas that receive close to half a foot of rain. Those wave heights 15 to 20 plus feet as well. The beach is not a place you want to be, and our crews have already talked with a lot of people out there along the coast starting yesterday afternoon and evening, and even this morning too. Inland, it's much lower on the scale, about a 3. We can't rule out an isolated tornado in these heavy bands that are moving through, but that's what you're going to be dealing with too. Some areas of heavy rain, rainfall 1 to 4 inches, a little bit higher the closer you are to I-95. We're going to time out the wind and the rain coming up in the First Alert forecast.
Well, Jacksonville's beaches are closed and surf has been picking up in Jax Beach for more than 24 hours now. Action News Jax Ryan Nelson joins us live this morning. And Ryan, you heard Corey saying it was a beach beating. Let's check out with you here what you got going. And it looks like you got some wind and some rain all mixing up there at Jax Beach right now.
And Phil, I can tell you just how quickly these conditions can change. In the past couple of minutes, we were getting pelted by some pretty heavy rains. This wind has been sustained for the time that we've been out here. We started doing these live reports late Tuesday night. We can show you this now that we have the sunlight. Just look at all of this sea foam that has come rushing in with every single crashing wave. This is just one of the many effects that we've been seeing throughout the night and into the early morning. And I want to show you this as well. It seems like we're getting less of the effect right now, but earlier we were actually seeing this strong wind just peeling back the layers of sand right on the beach. And here's how a man who's living in Jacksonville Beach now described this effect.
So we get snowstorms, blizzards, and that's what it looks like up there. It looks like snow blowing across there. So that's pretty impressive to see all that sand moving.
And he tells us that he's living in this area now from the Ohio area. He described it as something similar to a snowstorm, and it was certainly a spectacle to behold. Now, right now, we've seen just how quickly these conditions can change. One moment, we're in a little bit of a lull. Another moment, there are heavy winds, heavy rains. We are seeing a handful of people who are out on the beach, and you can see this man here is just hunkering down there, just right behind that pillar underneath the pier. These are some pretty significant winds that we've seen as well, and those winds can pick up that sand, and I can tell you that it is painful. If you get that sand in your eyes, you've seen myself and a handful of other reporters using goggles as well. That's why. And so we're going to continue to monitor the conditions here in Jacksonville Beach. Reporting in Jacksonville Beach, Ryan Nelson, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Our coastal communities in St. Johns County getting hard hit with the strong winds already this morning. Action News Jax Beth Rousseau, she's been riding around the First Alert Storm Tracker, giving us some nice shots there of the St. Augustine Bay front. Now she's out of the First Alert Storm Tracker. Tell us what you see, Beth.
We popped out of the First Alert Storm Tracker because there's really been a lull in the rain here in downtown St. Augustine right now. But wow, the wind. It's probably the strongest that we've felt all morning. And you can see it just pushing this current through the St. Augustine Bayfront. Not all the bigger boats, but this little sailboat, you can see it just rocking with the current and these winds. Now, the other thing that I want to tell you, earlier this morning I was showing you waves whipping over the wall, the seawall here at the bayfront. You can see here it's a little higher, so we're not going to see that as much here, even though we are still on Avenida Menendez. If Mark can pan right over here, photographer Mark, you can see that homes are boarded up. This area is one under a mandatory evacuation. 150,000 people here in St. Johns County were asked to evacuate. However, I can tell you we have seen at least a dozen people out and about walking around. They say they have been waiting days for Dorian, and that what they want to see what it has in store for this area. Now again, we're expecting to see Avenida Menendez down there a little more when the tide comes in, flood as we typically do see. We're expecting these waves to pick up. We're going to get back in the First Alert Storm Tracker right around just a little bit more, see what else is happening here in downtown St. Augustine. But for now, we're live. Beth Russo, Action News Jax.
As Dorian rides Florida's coast, neighbors worry about the storm surge it's bringing with it. Let's check in now with Action News Jax' Megan Moriarty. She's live in the South Bank this morning. Megan, the last time we checked with you, that river was behaving itself. How does it look now?
Yes, so far no major flooding, and actually in the last hour the weather conditions have changed here drastically. Earlier we were being pelted with rain and I was stepping in a bunch of puddles, but check it out now. I mean, no rain. The walkway here is pretty clear. We're still feeling a lot of that wind, and if you look into the water there you can see those waves definitely moving, and I'm seeing the wind moving through the trees here and the palm trees, but otherwise it's pretty calm out here for the most part. I'm not sure if we can pan all the way down there, but there's actually a bunch of people out here walking, and one person is walking their dog out here. So again, pretty calm conditions to an area that people were really worried about. I actually spoke with one neighbor just a minute ago, and her and I believe it was her husband came down here. They were just nosy. They wanted to know what the conditions were like, and they were very relieved to know that everything seems to be pretty okay right now. And again, we're going to continue to keep you updated. We'll let you know if anything does change, but for now we are live on the southbound. Megan Moriarty, Action News Jax.
Bridges across our area are a major concern. We get a lot of questions about that when strong wind hits. First Alert Traffic, Derek Odom. Man, oh man, that is an empty Buckman Bridge, Derek.
It's weird to see that at this time of morning on a weekday. There's not anybody out there. 1, 2 cars right now, and that's good news. That's what officials are telling you to do. Stay in place. If you already got what you need, don't go out there if you don't have to, even though it looked pretty clear out there on the Buckman Bridge right now. When another band comes in, those roads will be wet and slick conditions, and we've seen that on and off already this morning with the high winds. You have to have those both hands on the wheel. The good news, if you have to go out, or if you're essential personnel, law enforcement, hospital workers, the bridges are open. You'll have to take your time and both hands on the wheel, but no problems. We're keeping a close eye on the coast. That's where we've seen the gust of over 40 miles per hour, but the measurement is 40 miles sustained, those tropical force, storm force winds. And right now the only real closure is Volano Beach. They don't want people going out to the beach, so they've restricted traffic there except for residents, but otherwise you want to stay away. It's not a time to go be a looky-loo out on the beach. It's just too dangerous, and the conditions will change when these bands come in. But up and down Jacksonville Beach, things are looking pretty good right now as far as no closures. Mayport's had some higher gusts as well, so if you have to drive in those areas, definitely take your time. Stay away from any down power lines. We've seen the power outages fluctuate back and forth, and of course those will cause some traffic signals to be out. No major flooded areas reported as of yet. That'll be the concern as the day goes on and more rain comes in. Flooded streets, and of course you don't want to drive through those if you don't know how deep the water is. And Star FHP, if you're on the roads and you need any assistance, they will get help to you. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center. Tish?
All right, guys, I know you have your phones with you almost all day long, so go ahead and download the First Alert Weather app while you have it. That way you can check out the hurricane page at actionnewsjax.com as well. You got photos of local homeowners, preps for Dorian, and of course you'll get the latest on Hurricane Dorian right there on your phone. Download it now. We'll be right back, guys.
Law enforcement doing what they can to keep you safe. This is a new picture of the Orange Park Police Department and those officers there patrolling the streets, ready to assist people in need no matter what.
Now, certified Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert Weather.
First Alert meteorologist Garrett Biedenball right now tracking Hurricane Dorian. A 7 a.m. position update, 105 miles per hour. Maximum sustained winds moving to the north-northwest at 8 miles per hour. Category 2 strength still. As we dive down into the eye, you can see not as well defined, obviously, as we saw it when it was a major hurricane, but still going to be east of Jacksonville by about 90 miles or so as we head into the afternoon. We're seeing winds southeast of the center at 54 miles per hour. Mayport right now 18 miles per hour, and there are the waves crashing the Jacksonville Beach Pier right now. As these waves continue, we're going to continue monitoring this live camera from Jacksonville Beach on the Action News Jax First Alert Skycam network, where we see those waves continuing to pummel the pier, where of course we lost about 350 feet of this during Hurricane Matthew back in 2016. We're monitoring that for you and watching it for you live here in the First Alert Weather Center back then in 2016. And here we go again with more crashing waves that will continue to build through the day today. North winds at 18 miles per hour with higher gusts to 40 there at the end of the Jacksonville Beach Pier. We have a weather sensor on there back up over the past year or two, so that's some good news there, getting observations. First Alert Doppler HD right now tracking just a few gusty showers, moving around 40 miles per hour to the west-southwest. More showers setting up east of you in St. Augustine. Each one of these could pack about 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts moving through Glenn County as well. We take a slice on First Alert Doppler HD, about 20,000 footers, so tropical setup, not really tall thunderstorms or rain, areas of rain. This is more like a tropical setup, so we get those lower cloud tops there with this kind of setup with the tropics. There is Dorian on First Alert Doppler HD. We're monitoring those winds sustained at 24 miles per hour in St. Augustine. Surge is going to be an issue. Above ground water could be 2 to 6 feet above the ground there along the immediate coast. Intercoastal 1 to 3 feet, San Marco 1 to 2 feet, St. Augustine 3 to 6 feet, Fernandina Beach 2 to 6 feet, and St. Simon's Island, before it's all said and done, 2 to 6 feet of storm surge potential. But right now, let's go back to meteorologist Maritza Ross and track the current conditions and what we can expect today.
Yeah, those winds are a big story right now. Currently in St. Augustine, 25-mile-an-hour winds. Mayport, 25 as well. In Jacksonville, about 20 to 15-mile-an-hour winds. Brunswick, 13 to 20-mile-an-hour winds. And we're going to continue to see these winds just pick up as we progress through the morning hours. So let's track these winds here hour by hour for you. This is at 10 in the morning. And notice as Dorian gets closer and closer to our coastline, those winds begin to pick up from the south to the north. They're blowing in northerly. So northerly winds in St. Augustine, 40 miles an hour. Ponte Vedra 38, 37 out in Jax Beach, Fernandina 33 miles an hour, Middleburg 21, Palatka at 26, and a north wind at 10 a.m. Right around 27 miles per hour in Jacksonville. And notice that the areas that are further away from the coastline, like you guys in Baker, Union, Bradford, Columbia counties, you guys will still have some breezy conditions, might even have some significant wind gusts at times, but for the most part, this is a coastal event. This is at 2 o'clock here on your Wednesday. Jax Beach 46 miles per hour, Ponte Vedra 47, St. Augustine 48, and St. Augustine's really one of the hot spots that's going to get the brunt of the very strong winds, but nonetheless still significant up in Fernandina 42, Jacksonville 34 mile-an-hour winds. By the time we get into Wednesday evening, this is around sundown, notice those winds continue to stay in the 20s and 30s, 40s over at our coastline. And then on Thursday, we're looking at still keeping those winds around across our forecast area pretty strong. They start to die down by about 10 miles, but still significant, especially out at the coast from Fernandina. And you guys in southeast Georgia will certainly feel those winds packing a punch as we get into our Thursday and even by Thursday midday. For that, Corey Sima has more.
We're going to time out the wind here in southeast Georgia, Maritza. Hour by hour today, you see the colors brightest along the coast. That's where that wind is going to be highest. This is 3 o'clock this afternoon. There's St. Simon's Island, 41-mile-per-hour winds. That's the sustained wind, not including the gusts. Brunswick, 36 and 36. there in St. Mary's as well. As we get into this evening and tonight, you can see that red and some of that purple starting to creep onto the map too. Those are those higher winds and the potential for some wind gusts approaching hurricane force winds. Our forecast has never called for sustained hurricane force winds, but we may get one or two of those gusts up to about 70 or 75 miles per hour. That wind is going to stay up a little later during this event in southeast Georgia because you are farther to the north. It's going to take Dorian longer to get past you. So as we get into Thursday morning, those breezes are still going to stay up. But as we get into Thursday afternoon, those winds are going to start dying down. Just bands of heavy rain off and on throughout the day today. And we can take a look at the First Alert 7-day forecast on Computer One. Your weekend, it is always in view. Once Dorian gets out of here, it's going to really heat up. That includes the Jags game on Sunday, high 94 degrees, then some showers to start next week. Remember, you can download the Action News Jax First Alert weather app to be notified when those heavy rain bands move in. And Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish will be joining us later today.
All right, something to look forward to, the Jags game, right, coming up on Sunday. Well, Governor Brian Kemp has extended the Georgia state of emergency now to one of our local counties.
Action News Jax Don Lopez joins us live from the storm desk. And Don, Ware County was one of the only local Georgia counties that wasn't declared an emergency until now.
And it is now. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp is tweeting this morning, and he says that based on the 5 a.m. forecast for Dorian, he's issued an executive order to extend that state of emergency to include Ware County. And here's a look at the tweet that he posted about an hour ago. Action News Jax told you last Thursday when our other local Georgia counties, Pierce, Brantley, Camden, Charlton, and Glenn counties were a part of the initial list. Governor Kemp also tweeted our sister station, WSB in Atlanta, watching our forecast closely and saying that tropical storm winds are expected in those listed counties and warning about price gouging being prohibited. Governor Kemp is also urging people in Georgia to follow all evacuation orders, of course, because dangerous conditions, as we've seen, for severe flooding, they're imminent.
Thank you, Don. As we head to the break, a live look. Those wind gusts in St. Augustine. This is the downtown area right there, reaching 49 miles an hour for those gusts. Sustained winds at 43.
Hey, welcome back. Good morning to you. If you're just waking up, we are tracking Hurricane Dorian for you all morning long. I want to show you this live look here at Cocoa Beach. We've been showing you this shot all morning, but now that the sun comes up, we can see how the ocean is faring there. It looks a lot like Jacksonville Beach,
it does,
right,
doesn't
Phil?
it? Yeah. Kind of agitating that seawater, producing that sea foam. A lot of folks were wondering, how do you get sea foam? Agitation of seawater like that, and all the bubbles sticking together. Let's go over to Corey Sima to take a look at our what's going on today over at the beaches and really the rest of the day when it comes to Dorian.
And we're going to start with this live shot at Jacksonville Beach. Tells the story really well here on the First Alert Skycam network. The camera, it's moving around. You can see the waves here as they are breaking too. Let's go over to computer 2. It's timing out the rain hour by hour. They're just going to be these bands of occasional heavy rain. It's not going to rain on you all day, especially if you live inland. Along the beaches, that wind stays up in addition to the heavy rain. That First Alert 7-day forecast coming up after the break with meteorologist Garrett Beatenbaugh.
The Action News Jax First Alert weather team has been tracking Dorian for more than 10 days.
The potential high winds and damage extend far from the center and well beyond this skinny cone now.
The historic hurricane ripped through the Bahamas.
Pray for us, please pray for us, everyone.
Destroying homes, killing nearly a dozen people.
And my poor little wife, I kept with her and she just drowned on me.
Many more are missing.
We saw survivors, saw quite a few people trying to wave us down. Unfortunately, the winds were so high we could not stop.
As you slept, Dorian crawled just off the Florida coast, lashing local communities with whipping rain and heavy wind.
It may be all this wasted effort. It may not. I don't know. But I had to try something.
Now this morning, Hurricane Dorian is here. Rain and flooding is coming. And Action News Jax this morning will be with you until Dorian is gone.
A live look at Action News Jax First Alert Doppler HD. You can see it there right off our coast. The outer bands spitting off our coast. We're seeing the impacts right now. We got another live look for you over at the Flagler Beach Pier here, where you can see a raging sea, much like we're seeing off our coast. Good morning to you. If you're just waking up with us this morning, we are tracking Hurricane Dorian. It is finally here.
Yes.
I'm Letitia Barriola.
And I'm Phil Amato. After 10 days, right?
Yes.
It is here. Let's get you caught up with the very latest on what's going on this morning. The Volano Bridge is the only local bridge closed to traffic right now. Only people who live on the other side can cross. Also, Georgia's governor extended the state of emergency to include Ware County there, and more than 4,000 customers are without power across our area.
Our team coverage is up and down the Florida coast. We have 4 First Alert meteorologists monitoring that, starting with First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beatenbaugh. Good morning to you and the team.
Yeah, we've got a multitude of meteorologists here in the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center for you here, and we're tracking Hurricane Dorian. Maritza, it's moving at least to the north-northwest at 8 miles per hour.
It is finally moving, right? We've been waiting for that, and it's finally happening, and it's still 135 miles away from Jacksonville, but we're already feeling the effects.
Yeah, Corey, we're going to be watching the rain bands move closer to the coast and onshore today.
So much talk of the cone. Now we're really getting into the wind and the rain that we're starting to see locally.
And the specific local impacts, will be timing those out for you here right now. Let's go right to the maps. You can see as the updated position as of 8 a.m. still at 105 miles per hour with maximum sustained winds moving to the north-northwest at 8 miles per hour. A Category 2 hurricane just off our coast, likely by this afternoon east of Jacksonville Beach by about 90 miles, 80 to 90 miles, give or take. And really our effects are kind of locked in stone here now with our forecast of being the storm surge, the beach beating is what we've been calling it. And yes, it will be a beach beating. We're already seeing erosion in some local areas there along the immediate coast. And we're really concerned, obviously, as is typical with St. Johns County there with the coastline there. The latest forecast track continues to make it to the north of us by 2 a.m. on Thursday, moving to the north-northeast, and then eventually skirting the Carolina coast. We'll see if that actually makes landfall or not over the coming days. But for us here locally, right now, as you're waking up in Jacksonville, the International Airport, 25 mile per hour gusts, but 44 mile per hour gusts at Mayport, 37 at the airport in St. Augustine. But St. Augustine Beach Pier has seen quite a bit more than that, almost gusting to 50 miles per hour at the pier there. And also the waves obviously picking up and the erosion as well. We'll have live reports there from St. Augustine Beach coming up. Jacksonville Beach now through 2 a.m. Tropical storm force winds. Ponte Vedra Beach now until about 1 a.m. Fernandina Beach now until about 3 a.m. there. And Brunswick slightly later with the more sustained winds there, 30 to 40 miles per hour plus. We're not forecasting sustained hurricane force winds here, but a gust could get close, especially as Dorian moves slightly closer to us and then to the west and to the east and northeast of us. Here's First Alert Doppler HD meteorologist Corey Sima is going to drive this for me. We're talking about some showers in Duval County here right now, and those are moving into downtown, crossing the bridges, the Matthews Bridge, the Hart Bridge, also the Fuller Warren and Main Street Bridge and Acosta Bridge here in the next few minutes. Merrill Road seeing 1.44 inch per hour rainfall rates. That is moving off to the west and west-southwest as we go through First Alert Doppler HD right now. Over to Bay Meadows, seeing some showers heading over and crossing the St. Johns River. NAS Jackson seeing a little moderate shower with a gusty wind or two here over the next few minutes. So there's First Alert Doppler HD showing Dorian continuing to move off as we head through the day today. Meanwhile, zoomed into Volano Beach and St. Augustine here on the Action News Jax First Alert Skycam Network from the White Room. You can see those white caps well there and moving inland. But some beach erosion is going to happen there. Here's meteorologist Corey Sima detailing more from the coast.
That wind hour by hour for St. Augustine, Garrett, 79 degrees there in the ancient city. That north wind at 26. This is the model wind forecast down in St. Augustine. The winds today and into early tomorrow, we expect them to stay in tropical storm force, not reaching hurricane force winds. As we put a couple more of the lines on there, you can kind of see the consensus or the agreement as those winds are going to stay between about 30 and 40 miles per hour. Timing out that wind hour by hour, we're talking about that storm surge in the First Alert forecast.
One of the areas we know most susceptible to flooding, especially with these past 2 hurricanes, we saw it a lot, St. Augustine's Bayfront. That's where we have Action News Jax Beth Rousseau. She is live. She was driving all around in the First Alert Storm Tracker. Now you're out back showing us that Bayfront. Look at those waves.
And we decided to stop out here at the Bayfront. We were driving around in the First Alert Storm Tracker, but we were here earlier showing you the waves crashing over the Bayfront wall. Take a look. That is still the case, and this is not high tide. This is as the wind is really pushing in. All these waves are crashing up. But, of course, this is the norm here at the Bayfront of St. Augustine. We saw it during Hurricanes Matthew, Hurricanes Irma. So this really was expected today. As photographer Mark goes right out, you can see those white caps just rolling
rolling in. We've had a lull in the rain right now, but the wind has really picked up. This is probably the strongest wind that we've seen all morning. Now, if I walk you right over here, though, I want to put this into perspective for you. You can see Avenida Menendez. This is the main part of it. Now, there's no flooding here, which is typically what we see when one of these storms rolls through. So this gives you an idea of the situation here in St. Augustine. The roads are wet. No flooding as of yet, but the First Alert Weather Team tells us that we could see that this afternoon as we reach high tide right around 1:30. The other thing Mark is going to show you, you can see the palm trees shaking in the wind. I think what he's showing you right now is actually a piece of debris from one of those trees in the road. That's really the only debris that we've seen out here so far, even with the wind whipping like this. So nothing, not a super dangerous situation on the streets when you're driving around, but officers are still asking everyone to stay inside. This area was actually under a curfew until right around 6 o'clock this morning. This is also one of the mandatory evacuation zones. You can see why. The waves just bashing that seawall likely will come over the seawall as we head towards high tide, and we could see some flooding in this area. That's why we've been showing you buildings boarded up, sandbags around out here for the past 2 days or so. So we're going to be out here tracking any flooding that we could find, any of these currents and the high winds. You can see the Bridge of Lions we showed you this morning. That is open right now, but there are officers stationed at the bottom ready to close that if we have sustained winds of 40 miles per hour for a solid minute. We're going to be out here keeping you up to date on all of that, but for now we're live in downtown St. Augustine. Beth Russo, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Some of the most compelling and really intense conditions we've been seeing is out of St. Augustine, St. Johns County.
Yeah, St. Augustine Beach there. It almost looks like icebergs, all that erosion there on the beach. Let's go to Danny Bazzini. She has the latest on that. Danny?
Yeah, the wind is pretty much the same as it was 30 minutes ago. Still very strong. I wouldn't say it's any worse yet, but this is no joke. And what we've been talking about all morning long is this erosion. Just take a look right here. This was not here when I was out here, there goes my hat, at 11 p.m. tonight, last night. I'm 5'5". This is up to my hip, and this was not here at 11 last night. And just, it's not just here, it's all the way down the beach. I'm having my photographer just show you right here just how severe this beach erosion has become in just a matter of hours. And it just stretches on along this entire beach. And I just actually spoke to one local who wanted to check it out for himself, and he says that the city just worked on a beach replenishment project not too long ago and spent millions of dollars, and he says he's just floored that this is all like this again.
Are they going to do it again? Are they going to replenish it next year? Very, very expensive. This, at least over here, we have a little bit of leadway, not much. You go to Volano Beach and you see some of those houses on A1A that are falling into the ocean. What's going to happen with those? You know, I don't know.
So locals are definitely questioning what's going to happen with this beach again, if they're going to spend the money to replenish it. But right now the conditions are pretty severe. The wind is definitely still coming at a strong pace, and if you can see right now, the waves are coming up closer to this beach erosion where it was at high tide around midnight. Still very strong waves, and they're just crashing along the shoreline. And we'll continue to monitor this like we have all night long throughout the day to give you the latest conditions and how they're changing throughout the day. Live in St. Augustine Beach, Danny Bazzini, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Make sure to download the First Alert Weather app and check out the hurricane page at actionnewsjax.com for photos of local homeowners, preparations for Dorian, and, of course, the damage left behind in the Bahamas.
And from the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Gary Bedenbaugh continuing to track Category 2 Hurricane Dorian here in the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, providing winds of 20 to 40 miles per hour along our immediate coast. Severe beach erosion already ongoing. We'll time out the local impacts you can expect in your neighborhood for today. That's coming up in the Action News Jax First Alert 7-day forecast.
Good morning. We are tracking Hurricane Dorian minute by minute here. I want to show you a live shot here out of Jacksonville Beach. The pier we know took a beating back in 2016 with Matthew, and here we are again. They're seeing wind gusts over 40 miles per hour. Look at Jacksonville Beach right now. Our reporters are out there trying to safely get you these images. Stay with us as we watch this grow even more intense, Phil.
That's right. Jacksonville Beach is closed. The surf has been picking up, as you just saw, on Jack's Beach for more than 24 hours now. Action News Jack's Ryan Nelson joins us live from that area that's been under a mandatory evacuation order for the last 24 hours. And Ryan, sea's angry, got some agitation out there with those waves.
And Phil, there's no denying that these seas are angry right now. If we can just go ahead and pan over to the left, you can see just how rough this surf is right now. Every time these waves come crashing in, and there goes my hat. There it goes, right over this way. That's how strong these winds are that we're seeing right now. And just look at what these winds are doing to this sea foam. You can see it just pushing that sea foam right over the beach. I mean, it looks like cotton flying all over the beach. And then if we pan over to the right, just look at what these winds are doing to the sand. You can see the sea foam flying, the sand is flying. These are some pretty strong wind gusts that we're getting right now, and this is what we've been talking about when we say that we'll be in a lull one moment and then it can just snap in intensity just like that. I've gone ahead and recovered my hat here. I'll have to let that dry off at some point. But if we just pan over, you can see again, just these waves crashing in, that rough surf that we're getting right now. Every time they come crashing in, just another blanket of sea foam. We're getting that right now. Of course, these are some of the things that we've been able to get a better look at now that it is light outside. Now that we have the sun, we can show you what it looks like when these flurries of sea foam just go skirting across the beach. It certainly is a sight to behold, and certainly a concern when you consider what these wind gusts may be doing in terms of eroding the beach. You can just see them peeling back layer by layer this sand. We have something that we've been noticing for the past few hours now. Now we're going to continue to give you these live hits as long as it's safe. Reporting from Jacksonville Beach, Ryan Nelson, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jax.
I think Ryan needs his hood up, right? Strapped down maybe too. Hey, let's take a look at some new pictures near the St. Augustine Beach Pier here. Danny's been telling us, Danny Bazzini, about all that erosion that has happened. This is from all the wind in that area, leaving those kind of like sculptures of sand there on the beach. Just over the past 24 hours, this was nice and flat as of yesterday, but that sand pretty much being carved by the wind right now. Also, about a half hour ago, we saw 4 people on the Jack's Beach Pier, and now we know why.
Yeah, Phil, you spotted it. You're like, are those people there? They were on the pier. Courtney Cole reports Jack's Beach police officers, they were checking out the pier and monitoring the wind.
Right now I'm here at the pier right in the parking lot, and what I wanted to show you right now is that you have Jacksonville Beach Police in the last few minutes just pulled up to check on conditions at the pier, wind levels, and probably to see if people are on the beach, because remember, Duval County beaches are closed, but I've got to tell you, in the last 15 to 20 minutes we've seen a number of people walking onto the beach, taking pictures, kind of excited just to catch a glimpse, but we want to remind you to please stay off of the sand and out of the water, because the surf and rip currents are expected to progressively become more dangerous throughout the day. But besides the police here that are behind me, we also have businesses across the street. While all of them are not boarded up, all of them are definitely closed. Not necessarily normally what it would look like on a normal day here at Jacksonville Beach, but what we also want to show you is how strong the wind is. Earlier I was a little further inland, but now being here at the pier, Action News Jack's first alert meteorologist back at our station tell us that at the pier at last check, wind speed was about at 45 miles per hour sustained. But let me show you here. You can see this do not enter sign. Wind is strong enough to move this sign, which is a metal post here, into the dirt. You can also hear and see the plastic that is covering up this parking meter here also moving, so it just shows you how windy it's becoming. It feels like it's becoming progressively more windy throughout the day, and we will continue to monitor conditions here in Jacksonville Beach. Reporting in Jacksonville Beach, Courtney Cole, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jax.
We were just talking what a difference. Ryan Nelson out on the beach. Courtney a little bit more inland on Jacksonville Beach.
Just a couple blocks there.
She's seeing the wind, but boy, Ryan's getting hammered.
Yeah.
We continue our Hurricane Dorian team coverage with Action News Jack's Don Lopez at the storm desk.
That's right, Don. Thousands of customers without power. It was a couple of hours ago, but now it's been kind of only a couple hundred now.
Well, the numbers continue just to go up and down because of the winds, and the First Alert Weather Team is tracking the winds from Dorian, which is causing some trouble around our area. High winds and whipping rain knocking the power out in parts of the viewing area. So here's a look. JEA is reporting, as of 5 minutes ago, 2,100 outages, and now that number is more than 500, so they are making progress. At one point this morning, there were more than 2,500 homes and businesses, we told you, with no power around Jacksonville. More than half of those in Mayport. And FPL is showing more than 2,200 outages, down from 3,000 an hour ago. That includes Nassau, Putnam, and St. Johns counties, and that's where we're seeing the bulk of homes and businesses off the grid, St. Johns. And by the way, FPL has a message for customers online asking for patience, saying crews will work to restore power as long as conditions allow. And this is video out of Brunswick, Georgia, showing wind and rain in southeast Georgia. You see it? This was only a few hours ago. Georgia Power is reporting more than 500 customers are in the dark. That's down, though, from 700. And this is when, from our Beth Russo in downtown St. Augustine, and at high tide, we saw just the water coming in from the ocean, lapping up on the seawall there, and even splashing her during our live report at 5 o'clock this morning.
Now certified, Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert Weather.
And we're just getting in from Beth Russo as well there. Avenida Menendez is not flooding yet. We're in the low tide cycle right now. That'll be going up through this afternoon, and so that's when we'll likely see, if we're going to see some of that water making its way over into the streets of St. Augustine here this morning and into the afternoon. Hurricane Dorian, 8 a.m. The position update and advisory, 105 mile per hour maximum sustained winds moving to the north-northwest at 8 miles per hour. So there's still that slight westward component to the direction of motion there for this hurricane. Category 2 status again as we dive down into the eye there. That's about 90 to 100 miles east-northeast of Daytona Beach. We'll be near Jacksonville's latitude by this afternoon and into the evening, then pulling off closer to the Carolina coast. We'll have more details on that cone here in just a second. Current winds, you can see 51 miles per hour to the south and east of the eye, 20 to 30 plus mile per hour sustained winds at Mayport. We're gusting to nearly 50 miles per hour at times there at the piers in St. Augustine and also in Jacksonville Beach. Flash flood watch in effect for our coastal communities. We'll see the potential for a couple of inches of rain, obviously, with this tropical system, especially at the immediate coast. Just got a report in of 3 inches of rain already have fallen in the St. Augustine Shores area from one of our storm spotters there. And these showers are moving off to the south and west, crossing US 1, I-95, heading to NAS Jax. Any one of these showers could be packing about a 30-plus mile per hour wind gust. Even inland, they hunt us seeing heavy rain back through Folkestone and Charlton County, approaching the Okefenokee Swamp, and then back to Brunswick and Woodbine, also for, say, Kings Bay area, also into, say, the Hilliard and Callahan area for you, some showers there. There's St. Augustine, again, more raindrops moving in with some gusty winds. There's Palm Coast. We had some storm report there from the Palm Coast area of 3 inches of water over the seawall. And then there's Dorian on the First Alert Doppler HD. 15-foot waves just offshore from St. Augustine. The waves and the beach beating are really the big story here with this, with some rain as well, but surf building 15 to 20 feet today with those northeasterly, very strong winds, and then relaxing some by Thursday with offshore winds, still about 15 to 20 miles per hour through the day, and a high rip current risk at area beaches, but the surfers will enjoy Thursday with a lot of sunshine, too. Moderate rip current risk for Saturday. So we'll continue monitoring the beaches forecast for you. And also we have a live look using our Surfline camera from St. Augustine. We're watching the waves really batter the area here this morning on our surfline.com camera. Perhaps we'll get that to you here in just a second. And here's meteorologist Corey Sima right now, though, to detail the forecast cone.
We're still looking at the cone, Garrett. Obviously, with Dorian very close to us, we're starting to really keep an eye on those local impacts, and very important too. But those depend on how close Dorian is from the coast. So we kind of measured this here on our weather computers. This is the current track that we got just before 5 o'clock. And the distance from the eye here, from St. Simons, Jekyll, Fernandina, Jacks Beach, and St. Augustine. You see all the readings here basically between about 80 and 90 miles. You'd think that's a long distance, but as we have said, that tropical storm force wind field, it has been expanding as the storm has weakened a little bit. It's a Category 2. The winds are down to 105 miles per hour. That's going to grab your attention, but at tropical storm force wind field, it has been expanding, and it's been doing that for about the last 12 to 24 hours. So we're going to continue to see those impacts, especially along the coast, over the next several hours. Now let's send it over to Maritza Ross, timing out the rain. Maritza?
Yes, on First Alert Doppler HD, we have some rain bands. In fact, some areas are actually dry, but there's certainly some rain out there, especially in southeast Georgia, just to the west of I-95, and then further inland into southern parts of St. Johns County. Let's time the rain out for you here real quick. This is at 11 a.m. here for you before the afternoon. Stronger bands of rain will begin to come in from the north to the south, so we're going to see this kind of activity all through the morning and as we get into the afternoon. We're going to keep timing the rain out for you and talking everything about Dorian coming up in the Action News Jax First Alert forecast.
And you can see right now the First Alert 7-day forecast with your weekend always in view, heating up behind Dorian into the 90s by Thursday and Friday, and the sunshine continues into the weekend. Don't forget to download the free Action News Jax First Alert weather app. We can send you alerts there instantly the moment they cross. Download it from free for your app store.
You know, one of the areas most susceptible to flooding in our past two big hurricanes that we have is the St. Augustine Bayfront area.
Let's get out to Action News Jax Beth Rousseau. She's live there. Beth.
And we've been showing you the waves crashing over the seawall here all morning long. What you're seeing now is actually a lull in this as we go through the low tide cycle here at the bayfront of St. Augustine. We're expecting that to change when we head towards the high tide cycle later this afternoon. If we come right over here, you can actually see there are some people wandering around out here, as well as some debris, palm fronds on the road. No flooding, though, at this point. So right now, all you have to look out for if you are on the roads is some palm fronds that are flying around on the road. Of course, this is where we will see that flooding should that happen this afternoon with the high tides. It's where we saw it for Hurricanes Matthew and Irma. So we're going to be tracking that, as well as bridge closures here in St. Augustine as we move through the morning and as this storm comes right around our area. For now, we're live in St. Augustine. Beth Russo, Action News Jax.
And Action News Jax has a live look. Let's now go to at St. Augustine. This is the beach there. And we're saying it's a street, but I think this is the beach here. You can see the waves crashing there. The pier is near this, but gosh, it's so foggy you can barely see anything. We'll be right back with more live looks of the effects of Hurricane Dorian.
3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
I'm Rich Jones. Stay up to date with the First Alert Weather Team and Action News Jax on your radio if the power goes out on 104.5 FM as we continue to watch for things like bridge closures and the power restoration effort. WOKV's 3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
The Action News Jack's First Alert weather team has been tracking Dorian for more than 10 days.
The potential high winds and damage extend far from the center and well beyond this skinny cone now.
Now, this morning, Hurricane Dorian is here.
We got 3 First Alert meteorologists in here for you monitoring Dorian right now.
Rain, flooding, and heavy winds. Now! The local beaches battered, neighbors bracing for the worst.
It may be all this wasted effort, and it may not. I don't know. But I had to try something.
Count on Action News Jax this morning to be with you until Dorian is gone.
A live look now at Action News Jack's First Alert Doppler HD. Hurricane Dorian remains to the southeast of our area right now. The latest advisory shows the storm moving at about 8 miles an hour. And a live look at St. Augustine, taking a look out there this morning. Right there, the bay just kind of lapping up. Right there on the sides there, low tide just ended. We're getting into the upswing of now high tide, which is expected at about 1:30 this afternoon. Just about everyone, too, feeling at least some kind of impact of Dorian this morning, whether that be wind or rising water. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Phil Amato.
I'm Letitia Barriola, and we're bringing you those live images of the impacts right here in Action News Jax. So here's the very latest on Hurricane Dorian. Big thing right now, as many may notice, the power is out for about 2,000 customers across our area between St. Johns County and in Duval County. Mayport was seeing a few, and we're also seeing some new ones in the urban core as well. One thing Dorian is bringing is heavy surf. Our First Alert weather team is tracking swells up to 15 feet. And Dorian continues on a north-northwest track. The eye of the storm is not expected to make landfall in Florida or Georgia. Our team coverage continues up and down our Florida coast. We've got 4 First Alert meteorologists working on this, tracking Dorian with us this morning. We start with First Alert Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish. Walked in the door this morning, but I know you've been watching this from home overnight, Mike. Welcome back to work.
About 2-3 hours ago.
Sorry, when I got here.
Yeah, we're continuing to track Dorian as it makes that move. Garrett, really all things coming together pretty much as we expected from the First Alert weather team. There are really no surprises that we've seen so far. So let's sum it up, Garrett, and probably first and foremost, the eye is going to be 80-plus miles east of Jacksonville, more than likely, as it on its closest approach this afternoon and into this evening.
And with that wide wind field, and so that's why we're already seeing tropical storm force wind gusts and even some sustained winds at the piers along our immediate coast. So the wind is here. It's not really, doesn't really matter. Our effects are pretty much locked in stone. It doesn't matter how far it is off the coast right now.
And speaking of winds, it was the First Alert weather team's forecast that the inland areas would not have sustained winds of 40 miles per hour or stronger, which is a big deal when it comes to the bridges. And I think we can stand by that, Garrett, correct?
Yeah, I think so. We've seen some gusts in those rain bands around 30-plus miles per hour, but sustained winds, it really looks like a coastal event.
Yeah, a huge coastal event, too. But the beach is just taking a pounding. We've talked about that on and off and frequently over the last several days. There's the eye of the hurricane. Now, notice there's a real strong blow-up of thunderstorms here on the southern circulation. This could be related to its proximity to the Gulf Stream, of course, very warm ocean water. So it's not like the hurricane's going to rapidly intensify, not the kind of cycle that we had a few days ago. But with its proximity to the Gulf Stream, I would not be at all surprised if we see the pressure come down a little bit over the next few hours. You might get a slight bump in the wind speed. It will continue moving north-northwest, but with wobbles. What's that mean for us right here at home? Really what we've been forecasting for the last several days. This is a major coastal storm and a beating of our beaches. Some of the bridges will be closed because of sustained 40-mile-per-hour winds at the coast, the intercoastal. Not likely inland. Now, there may be some bridges closed because the decision was it was too close to that threshold to be safe or some other reason for it to be closed. But if we go purely by the threshold of 40-mile-per-hour winds, I don't believe that happens, inland at least, through the day today and into this evening. Now, having said that, doesn't mean go run out and drive around all over the place. You still want to stay inside preferably and not be traveling today. But the point is that come tomorrow morning, we should be in pretty good shape once we get the hurricane at our latitude, Jacksonville's latitude, St. Augustine, Brunswick, and the rest of the viewing area. And then it turns off to the north and east, Garrett, and we should see improving conditions rapidly later tonight and into the day tomorrow.
Yeah, you can see our impact scale here now. We got it at 8 for our coastal communities. That's because 40 to 50-plus miles per hour is what we're saying with those winds closer to the beaches, 4 to 7 foot with that storm surge. And on top of that, you add into the destructive winds. So that's what we're watching for you here in the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center and First Alert Doppler HD as well, with some showers moving inland and gusty winds. More First Alert updates from the First Alert Weather Team coming up.
Well, Jacksonville Beach may be a ghost town right now, but some businesses are ready to serve. Action News Jax Courtney Cole found one of the few that have their doors open this morning.
Right now I'm in Jacksonville Beach on 3rd Street, and now that the sun is up, I can show you still many businesses boarded up. Even the ones that are not boarded up are closed this morning. But there is one business that is actually open. They opened at 7 o'clock. It's Bacon in the Sun here. This is a breakfast place. But as you walk with me here, even though they are open, the first thing that you see when you come to the door is that they are running on a short staff. But let me walk you inside. So as you can see, they are up and running, getting ready for the crowd that they're expecting more people. I spoke to the workers. They're expecting more people around 9 o'clock when more people wake up. But they told me yesterday they saw a pretty big crowd because people have cabin fever. I just want to walk you back further here. So here the workers tell me that the reason they're open is because if they were to lose power here in Jacksonville Beach, they don't want to lose the food in their cooler. So they're hoping that they can get rid of this food today. They're planning to be open at least until noon or until the food runs out, whichever one happens first. But as a local business, of course, making the money to sustain is very important, one of the other factors that has led to them being open today. And I just want to walk you around here and show you too, they're also on a limited menu today. But they're still staying busy here, and they were telling me that they were open yesterday and saw a pretty big crowd. And actually, in the last few minutes or so, we saw police officers who stopped here to eat as well. So if you're in Jacksonville Beach looking for something to eat, haven't seen anything open, Bacon in the Sun, one of the few places we've seen all morning that is actually open. Reporting in Jacksonville Beach, Courtney Cole, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Well, there's an area of St. Johns County that normally floods first. We are not seeing that flooding just yet.
That's right. Action News Jax Don Lopez in the First Alert Storm Desk right now. And Don, you just got in some new pictures.
We do have some new pictures, but you remember at 5 o'clock we did see ocean water coming over that seawall. So no flooding right now on Avenida Menendez. We have been watching that for you out of St. Johns County, which is where we typically see it first. And our Beth Russo, she was giving us looks all morning long from there. In fact, she got splashed quite hard with some of that ocean water. And we have our Action News Jax meteorologist, Garrett Beatonbaugh. And Garrett, normally we do see flooding here on Avenida. Why not now?
Yeah, because we're at the low tide cycle right now. And in fact, we're going to be going back up through the curve there. If you look at the tidal maps, closer to high tide right now. But also First Alert Doppler HD behind us, you can see there are some bands of showers moving into St. Augustine right now. And they have that onshore wind. And so water is being pushed through the inlet there and closer into downtown. And once we get close enough to high tide, and that's this afternoon, about 1:40 give or take, we're going to be seeing about 1:30ish, I think it is, in St. Augustine at City Dock. That's when we'll see those water levels beginning to rise, and we'll see that classic kind of water over the seawall there. And especially when Dorian is east of our latitude here in St. Augustine, which is about noon or late morning and into the noon time frame, and that's when we'll see that push of wind pushing the surge in as well.
Well, let's bring in Beth Russo right now. And Beth, tell us exactly what you saw this morning. Quite a difference between 5 a.m. and now.
Absolutely, and we've been seeing those lulls all morning, but nothing as calm as what it is right now. I'm going to go ahead and have photographer Mark show you these waves lapping up on the seawall. Now, it might look like they're crashing into it fairly hard, but as Dawn mentioned, nothing compared to what we saw this morning. We actually have had not as heavy waves coming in right now, as Garrett mentioned. That's because we're in the low tide cycle. Earlier this morning, though, these waves were crashing, going right up over the seawall and onto this little courtyard area that we have here on the bayfront in downtown St. Augustine. This is not uncommon. This is what we typically see and expect during these hurricanes. We saw it during Hurricanes Matthew and Hurricanes Irma. This seawall is so low, it's really no match for the water and waves that we see coming into St. Augustine with these storms. So as Garrett mentioned, we are expecting, as the high tide cycle starts around 12 or 1 this afternoon, to see some flooding on Avenida Menendez, which is wet right now, but there is no flood waters there.
Thanks, Beth. So we have had low tide now, and you have those high tide times for us now.
Yeah, specifically for downtown near St. Augustine at 1:31 is our high tide for this afternoon, and then again by 1:46 a.m., but we'll be at some offshore winds by 1 a.m. in the morning. So the high tide cycle about 1:30. We're going and approaching that as we head through now and into the afternoon, and we'll see those water levels rising. We'll get live updates there from St. Augustine from Beth.
And of course, those folks who have businesses along that street have to be prepared, because we have seen water that comes dangerously close right up to those steps of those businesses.
Plus the wind now, too.
All right, we have to take that into account, Phil.
All right, I'll take it. Thanks, Don. Gas stations are closed while the community feels the effects of Hurricane Dorian. Action News Jack's Alicia Terracon, she picks up our team coverage. You're at Racetrack on 200, Nassau County. Alicia, that's the only gas station that's open near the interstate that you saw?
Yes, we were just on the island a little bit ago. All of those gas stations closed. This was the first gas station we found that was open. A lot of the gas stations, you'll notice, have this plastic wrap around the pump. There's 2 pumps further down that we've seen cars getting gas throughout the morning. And also a lot of people looking for something to eat. We noticed a few people going inside this racetrack, grabbing some energy drinks, a few snacks, going back and forth, in and out. So we've been searching throughout the morning. We even saw there was a McDonald's drive-thru that was open. The McDonald's wasn't open, but again, a lot of people trying to get food over at this racetrack and also getting gas over here on 200. I'm reporting live in Yulee, Alicia Terracon, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Well, as Dorian sort of rides Florida's coast, neighbors worry about the storm surge it's bringing with it. We've been seeing a whole lot of, a little bit of just puddling so far, not a whole lot of storm surge just yet, but we do have some numbers that we are expected to see throughout the day. But right now, let's talk about our bridges. A lot of people have questions about that across our area. Major concern when strong wind hits. This is a live look here at the Buckman Bridge. Boy, a whole lot of you at home not taking to the roads this morning. First Alert Traffic, Derek Odom, he is with it this morning, also tracking Dorian and the impacts it's having on traffic. Derek.
Yeah, Tish, we've been talking about how quiet it looks here over the Dames Point Bridge or the Buckman Bridge. We never see this at this time of morning. People are heeding the call to stay away from the roadways right now. There's hardly any cars, 1 or 2, and essential people, you may go out, but right now they want you to stay in, stay out of the trouble areas. The bridges, the wind's going to be a little bit high, but just talking with Chief Meteorologist Mike Bursch, Garrett Bedenbaugh here, they don't expect those tropical storm winds to be inland, meaning these bridges will most likely stay open for purely weather reasons unless something else happens for them to close them down. Let's go to the maps now, and we can tell you we're going to be keeping a close eye on the winds coming along the intracoastal bridges along the water, so watch out for that. We've already had police restricting traffic on the Volano Bridge just to keep people off the beach, but Crescent, we always see high winds there on State Road 206, Butler Beach and Atlantic over the intercoastals. There we'll be watching as well, and Mayport's had some gusts as well. But for right now, what you need to know, if you have to go out, the bridges are open, no flooding on the roadways so far. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center.
Letitia has it for a second.
All right, as we head out to break, let's get another live look here at Jacksonville Beach, where we are monitoring the conditions there all morning long. This just does not look like our normal beach weather, right? This sea is raging this morning. We have a reporter right there along the coast there on the beach watching this for you. Stay with us here at Action News Jax. We're going nonstop here on Hurricane Dorian.
Certified, Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert Weather.
Okay, we're continuing from the First Alert Weather Center as we track the Dorian, the movement to the north and to the northwest, Garrett, and pretty decent, still well-defined eye, and there's some thunderstorms on the south side, but there may be some attempts at a little bit of organization in the next few hours, but what you see is what you get on this storm. We're pretty confident of that here in the First Alert Weather Center.
Yeah, and earlier this morning, the deep thunderstorms are actually it was exposed with the eye. They were trying to form, and then now they're trying to form back around that with the most intense winds there. We were seeing gusts at a buoy east of Daytona Beach of 100 miles per hour, not sustained, but gusts.
Yeah, we'll see those thunderstorms wax and wane as the eye continues to rotate and move to the north and northwest. And what's going to end up happening is with it so close to land, the south and west part of the circulation are gradually going to get eaten away by the dry air, and that'll end our rain from west to east pretty quick. This will become a top-heavy hurricane, in other words, Garrett, where the south and west part, the dry air, takes away a good part of the rainfall here on that south and west side, and the heaviest rain as it approaches Georgia and the Carolinas, the eye, will end up being on the northern and northeastern quadrants as the day goes on and into this evening. That will shut off the rain here locally later this afternoon and into this evening. It's a Category 2 hurricane. The pressure has been slowly going up, maybe steady state now, or even, again, trying to organize a little bit, a slight re-strengthening. But what we have been forecasting from the First Alert Weather Center for the last 2 days looks like it will come to fruition the rest of the day today and into this evening. And by that, I mean the beaches and the coastal areas, high winds, flooding, and the heavy rain at times, the I-95 corridor, gusty winds, but not likely to reach tropical storm force sustained, and inland near and west of Highway 301. Not much of a story as far as Dorian is concerned, with that movement then more quickly off to the north and east then later tonight and into tomorrow and away from Jacksonville. So downtown Jacksonville, we're already getting at least some tropical storm force wind gusts that will continue through about midnight tonight and then diminishing. Again, our forecast is for sustained tropical storm force winds to not occur inland, and if so, it would be for an ever so brief time between I-95 and the intracoastal. Jax Beach now until 2 o'clock in the morning, the strongest winds, where there will be some sustained tropical storm force winds more than likely. In other words, 39 miles per hour or stronger. Ponte Vedra Beach through 1 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. St. Augustine through about 11 o'clock this evening. Fernandina Beach through 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. And Brunswick as late as about 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, because, of course, the more north you are, the later it will be for the eye to get on by. So we can see these bands of showers, and at times you may get a flash of lightning. We're not seeing any right now. And as they move in, you get the strongest wind gusts and some very heavy rain, and then you'll get a break in between. The area where it's a solid shield of heavy rain is offshore by 40 to 50 miles plus. And Garrett's measuring it there to go out to about 40 miles. There's a pretty good chance that really never makes it to land, and if so, it will be just the coastal areas. Otherwise, we'll continue to see these clusters and bands of showers and heavier rainfall moving south and west. You get west of I-95, yes, there's some rain at times, but not much. And again, I can't emphasize enough the range here near and west of Highway 301. This is bordering on a little more than breezy with a few scattered showers, while the heavy rain will be the I-95 corridor right on over to the beaches. There's the eye, the hurricane, a broad eye. This reminds me so much of Francis and Jean from 2004 when they got close to the coast and developed this broad eye, and Florence did too, really to some degree last year as it approached the Carolinas. It's not real uncommon. So 10 o'clock in the morning, heaviest rain up and down the coast. The eye is moving on by at about our latitude east of Jacksonville. The bands of heavy rain continue through about 6 o'clock. This may end up being a little bit faster for the heaviest rain, but you get the idea. And every once in a while, some of those heavier showers get to Waycross and Lake City and Stark, but mostly it's about 301 to the beaches. And by early tomorrow morning, the hurricane's moving away. We'll break out into sunshine and some really hot temperatures. The winds, you can see that contrast, coast versus inland spots, Garrett.
And that is pushing water inland, too. We'll take a look at computer number 1 here. Right now, you see some high tide times for the Black Creek area. Computer number 1 here, please. 23-mile-per-hour winds right now in Jacksonville. And I wanted to show you, just to give you some idea of the tidal cycles here at Mayport along the St. Johns River. We're on the action stage for the last high tide cycle. Right now, we're at the low tide cycle. Our next high tide about 1:40 p.m. this afternoon, and we could see surge as high as 3 to 5 feet by this afternoon, and that'll be we'll be watching that very closely here during this high tide cycle for this afternoon. Here's storm surge forecast. forecast, 2 to 6 feet at the coast, 1 to 2, maybe 3 feet around the intercoastal or San Marco. We're not concerned about the river like it was in Irma. We've been telling you that for days. Fernandina Beach, 2 to 6 possibly, and St. Simon's Island about 2 to 6 feet with some local areas there on the higher end with some storm surge. And you got to factor on top of that the waves, the destructive waves of around 15 to 20 feet. So Mike, right here live looking at St. Augustine, zoomed into Volano Beach. It is gusty here today.
And we'll continue to see those strong and gusty winds right along the coast. It's a big coastal battering over the next few days. Then we'll heat it up, and the temperatures will be soaring into the 90s. Continuous round-the-clock coverage of Dorian online, actionnewsjax.com, and download for free the First Alert Weather app.
And as we head to the break, a live look at wind gusts in St. Augustine there, overlooking the beach on A Street. We'll be right back, everyone.
Good morning. Welcome to Action News Jax. We are tracking Hurricane Dorian. An area that we're keeping a close eye on in Duval is the South Bank.
That's right, and the river too. Megan Moriarty shows us what's going on right now there.
Here at the South Bank, weather conditions have relaxed dramatically. We went from rain that was pelting us in the back to essentially no rain at all, and we've lost all those puddles that were out here as well. It's actually not too bad out, but we still have those high winds. Now, earlier we had some neighbors come down here. They're from the San Marco neighborhood, and they came to check out the conditions, and they were pleasantly surprised with what they found down here.
We got up early this morning. We were just being nosy, so we decided to come down and look to see what was going on.
Now, we also saw several runners out here and even some dog walkers. And like I said, the rain has calmed down. We're still feeling that wind, but the neighborhood that is known for flooding, we're not seeing any flooding at all so far. And we'll continue to bring you the latest when we get it. For now, reporting on the South Bank, Megan Moriarty, Action News Jax.
3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
I'm Rich Jones. We all hope you're staying safe. If the power goes out, make sure you stay connected to the First Alert Weather team on your battery-powered radio tuned to 104.5 FM WOKV. We're updating power restoration efforts even through the rain and the winds this morning. And if any bridges or streets or highways close as a result of Dorian, WOKV's 3 big things you need to know, powered by Safe Touch Security.
This is Action News Jax special coverage tracking Dorian.
Hurricane Dorian spinning off our coast as a Cat 2 hurricane. The band's moving over land for the next few hours. And we want to take a live look right now at, let's see what we're looking at right now, shall we? A shot of, that looks like Jax Beach right now, whereas those waves are whipping up. We're also seeing a lot of sea foam moving into our area as well, and those winds also whipping up to 40 miles an hour. Welcome, everyone, and thanks for joining us for our continuing coverage of Hurricane Dorian. I'm Phil Amato.
I'm Letitia Barriola. Good morning to you. Let's get you the very latest if you're just waking up with us. Hurricane Dorian. Volano Bridge is the only local bridge closed to traffic right now. We know that could change if we're seeing 40-mile-per-hour sustained winds, but right now, that's the only one closed. Only people who live on the other side can cross. Georgia's governor extended the state of emergency to include Ware County. More than 4,000 customers are without power across our area. Action News Jax has complete live team coverage for you this morning all across our area. We're going to start this morning with First Alert Chief Meteorologist Mike Bursch along with First Alert Meteorologist Garen Biedenbach. Good morning, you two.
Good morning. We have Corey Sima working in the First Alert Weather Center along with Maritza Ross, too. So we'll continue to keep you updated throughout the day, of course, hour by hour, minute by minute. But let's say right here off the top of the hour, this is progressing pretty much as we expected, Garrett, and it's a mess at our beaches.
A big coastal event here. You can see now a live look on our Jacksonville Beach Skycam from the 4 Point Sheraton Hotel and the Action News Jax First Alert Skycam network. There's the pier, and the waves have really picked up over the last hour, I would say, especially with those bands of showers with the gusty winds.
And what's notable is this isn't high tide yet, Garrett. We're moving away from low tide, headed toward high tide, which will in most cases up and down the coast be between 1 and 2 o'clock this afternoon. But look how much water there is, and this is not yet high tide. I would suspect that the entire beach will be covered in water at high tide early this afternoon, that some of the beaches, some of the dunes will be breached by the run-up and the wave action, and the worst of which is yet to come, and that'll spill some of the water then out into the adjoining streets there next to the dune line, and unfortunately it's going to compromise some of the dunes.
And of course, when we talk about storm surge, we could see 3 to 5, maybe some local spots higher than that with the storm surge, and then you factor the waves on top of that, and then we get that run-up and overwash like you're talking about.
All right, so let's head to the big wall here. One other graphic, if you have it in there, that would be the power outage map, you guys. We'd like to see that if it's available, and we'll show that here in just a minute, because we don't believe that the power outages are going to be as widespread. This is Volano Beach there, looking off to the northeast toward Volano Beach from St. Augustine. But we do not expect this to have the kind of widespread power outages and damage that we had with Matthew or Irma. Having said that, there's going to certainly be some very strong winds that will continue through the day today into this evening at the beaches. Not so much inland. The hurricane moving to the north-northwest, and you can see it's a Category 2. These are brand new numbers just updated from the National Hurricane Center, and there's not a lot of change. The pressure is about the same, and the wind's still at about 105 miles per hour. Check out on the other computer, this is the power outage forecast now, more or less, for the next about 24 hours, and this really tells the story nicely. Some sporadic power outages west of I-95, but along I-95 to the beaches where you'd expect it. The strongest winds today into this evening, that's where there'll be a higher risk for longer power outages and more power outages from most of St. Johns County, northward up through Duval County, Nassau County, Camden, and Glynn County, right along the coast, right exactly where you'd expect it with a hurricane that's offshore, moving to the north, and some places will likely be without power for more than a day, but that kind of situation I would not suspect will be widespread or really the norm, and the more inland you go, not too bad as far as the power outages are concerned. We'll continue to see on and off heavy rain, Garrett, along with strong and gusty winds into this evening with quick improvement late tonight and into tomorrow.
Especially as Dorian continues moving off to the north-northwest and eventually the north-northeast and pulling away from the Carolina coast. We'll continue monitoring this using First Alert Doppler HD, tracking rain bands minute by minute, coming up in your First Alert 7-day forecast.
We've been seeing a fair amount of erosion at St. Augustine Beach this morning.
Let's check in with Action News Jax Danny Bozzini. She's been there all morning long, giving us some up-close and personal looks there at the erosion. And that wind has picked up again. I see Danny.
Yes, it definitely has. Just within the last couple of minutes, the conditions have gotten worse. The wind has gotten stronger, and the waves have gotten rougher. I'm going to have my photographer follow me down here just a little bit so I can show you this erosion that we've seen all morning long. And if you can see right out here, it's windy out here, so bear with us. But you see this erosion. I'm going to move over here. You can see this erosion. This is bad right here. This is probably one of the highest points of erosion that we've seen all morning long, and this was not here last night when we were out here at 11 p.m. I am 5'5", and this is up to my waist. That just shows you it's going. I should probably not touch that. But the erosion is serious out here, and it's just only been a couple of hours that this has been accumulating. These waves are getting stronger. The water's coming up farther up the beach. We actually just a few moments ago got pelted with a wave that we didn't see coming. It was way up here. And if you just take a look over here, you can see the waves are crashing underneath the pier. Right underneath there, thank goodness they have it blockaded up at the front so no one can get to this pier, because the conditions right now are not ideal for anyone to be out here. The wind is picking up, the waves are getting rough. You can still see though, this erosion is not just over there, it is all the way along the beach. It starts all the way down here and it goes past all the way. And locals tell me that they just did a beach replenishment program project not too long ago, and I spoke to a couple of locals, and they're just devastated that it just completely washed away in the matter of hours here. But they say that that's happened before. This is not a first-time thing, and they're just hoping that the city will come up with another beach replenishment project to get this beach ready to go again. But one last look, we actually have one guy out here with his dog checking out the waves. Now, there is supposed to be no people on the beach right now, but there's definitely some locals out here trying to catch the big waves out here, and they seem to be enjoying it. But definitely I would not recommend going in the water and staying off this beach erosion right here. Yeah, that's probably not good either. But we'll continue to be updating all of these conditions out here. They're changing, they're growing. The wind is getting stronger, so we will continue to be monitoring these conditions as they're changing throughout the day. Reporting in St. Augustine Beach, Danny Bozzini, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jax.
Well, a few people out there at the beach that we see, and that guy's dog's probably wondering, why are we out here?
Yeah.
You know? Who knows?
That slips off the erosion.
All right, just north of there of where Danny is, we find Beth Rousseau. She's been traveling in the storm tracker all morning long.
Yep, showing us that bay front. So tell us what you're seeing now, Beth.
So we actually popped back in the first alert storm tracker and moved away from the bayfront. Where we are right now is US 1 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, and the reason that we did that is so that we could show you this. I was here during Hurricane Irma, and floodwaters were all the way up from that bayfront that we were at to US 1. Now, obviously, that is not the case right now, but this is what we're seeing right now on streets throughout St. Augustine. Let me go ahead, throw you up to our roof camera so I could give you a look around. You can see as we're riding around, there's some palm fronds, some branches, small branches, albeit, in the roads, some light ponding on the sides of the road, but apart from that, just wet roads, not a ton of flooding right now. As the first alert weather team mentioned, that's because we're in the low tide cycle right now, but we are heading back into the high tide cycle. High tide here in St. Augustine, according to the first alert weather team, is at 1:30, so that's when we're expecting to possibly see some of that water come up over the bayfront wall, but we're not expecting any flooding like we saw during Hurricanes Matthew and Irma, which, as I mentioned, the waters came all the way up these streets that we're showing you right now to US 1. Now, if I shift back down here to our windshield camera, you can see not a whole lot of rain happening, even though we do have our windshield wipers going. That's kind of been a lull that we've seen here for about the past hour. We've seen some trickles of rain, but nothing too severe. We have seen the wind pick up and then die down. Again, we're expecting this to become more consistent high wind and rain as we head into the afternoon and into this evening. Now, we are going to continue looking at the bridges as well. That's actually where we're headed at this point, is the Bridge of Lions, to see whether or not they're considering closing that off. As I mentioned, we've had officers stationed there all morning long, as well as the Volano Beach Bridge. They say as soon as sustained winds hit 40 miles an hour for 1 minute, they're going to shut those down. So we're going to go check on that right now, and we'll have an update for you coming up on Action News Jax. For now, we're live in the first alert storm tracker. Beth Russo, Action News Jax.
All right, our team coverage continues with Action News Jax. Alicia Tarancon, she's now in Fernandina Beach, and we've been talking a lot about outages throughout our area, and you saw a reason why a power line was down.
Well, we actually haven't seen any power lines down, but what we did see is we saw that it was sparking over in this corner here. About 10 minutes ago, we even saw a woman that was walking underneath, and a man shouted at her to get away from the power lines because we saw it sparking. I actually did take a video of it on my phone, so I'll be tweeting that out in just a few moments so you can see that. Again, we are kind of checking out the area here in Nassau County. We will reach out to the utility company to see if anybody was impacted by those power lines. And once I hear back, I, of course, will update you both online and on air. I'm reporting in Fernandina Beach. Alicia Tarrant-Kahn, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jax.
All right, so no power line down, but she is seeing it sparking. That's pretty dangerous.
Right up there. You got to watch out for that. Also, 1,000 people without power here in the Jacksonville area, some in Atlantic Beach, and also a number of them in the urban core right now. Well, Jax Beach really taking a beating over the last, 3 or 4 hours.
Yes,
right?
and Action News Jax Ryan Nelson, he's been in the middle of it this whole morning, and he's showing us the conditions now.
We're reporting here in Jacksonville Beach. We've seen wind and rain coming and squalls and a lot of this sea foam coming in with every single wave that you see crashing in along the shoreline here. Now that we actually have the sunlight, we can actually show you these effects. Every time with this heavy surf, it brings in another flurry of sea foam. And if we can pan over to the right, I want to show you this. You can see right now how the wind is just stripping away the sand right from the beach. Now, this is something that we've been monitoring closely. We know that erosion has certainly been a topic of concern for many of you at home and how it would be affecting the beaches. We'll continue to bring you these updates as often as we can. Reporting at Jacksonville Beach, Ryan Nelson, back to you.
Well, Nassau County has some low-lying areas, of course, and that's susceptible for storms as well.
Yeah, Action News Jax Jamarlo Phillips, he's in Fernandina Beach, and similar to what Ryan's seeing there in Jax Beach, he saw things get pretty bad over the last couple hours.
It's now daylight, and this is what it looks like here at Fernandina Beach. Take a look out here in the Atlantic Ocean. Take a look at those waves there. They're churning. And if you take a look down on the ground, you can see that the water has dramatically receded. Matter of fact, if I can get my photographer to kind of zoom this way here, the water was right here at one point earlier this morning, but now it's way over there. Take a look behind me here. You can see that some people have trickled onto the beach taking pictures. I got a chance to speak to a Nassau County emergency operations spokesman who told me that the curfew they put in place last night at 8 o'clock, it was supposed to be lifted at 7 o'clock this morning, but he told me that he's meeting with county leaders today to figure out if that's still the case. And of course, we're going to continue to monitor conditions out here at Fernandina Beach and bring them to you here on Action News Jax. Reporting here at Fernandina Beach, I'm Jamarlo Phillips. Back to you.
Right now in the First Alert Traffic Center, monitoring the conditions on the local roads this morning, taking a live look there at I-95 at State Road 16. Some wet conditions. There's a little bands coming through that area, so you want to be careful if you have to head out. You see a few tractor trailers there. Not too many cars. It's eerily quiet on the roadways, and that is a good thing. If you don't have to go anywhere, you shouldn't. We've been checking out the wind speeds, of course, on all the bridges, and talking with Chief Meteorologist Mike Burry, saying the possibility of any bridges closing is probably going to stay along the beaches, the intercoastals. We're going to go check out Bridget Matters on her way to Volano Beach right now. Beth Rousseau is in that area as well. We've been watching that all the way up to Jacksonville Beach, of course, the Butler Beach and Atlantic Intercoastal Waterway bridges. We've seen the gusts at least over 40 miles per hour, but no sustained winds at a tropical storm force as of yet. So we've definitely been keeping an eye on that all morning long, even up to Mayport. We've seen some strong gusts, but again, those sustained winds have stayed away from 40 miles per hour, so we'll be tracking that all day long. If you have to drive around, watch out for flooded areas. That will increase as the day goes on, and if you get stuck on the roadways, star 347, FHP will send help right away. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center.
Check out Jacksonville Beach right now. Yesterday, Ben Becker showed us a couple people doing yoga before the storm moved in. He's back out there right now. And Ben, we understand what one person's in the water?
Yeah, you know, maybe the last few minutes or so, there was one guy out in the water, one dude. He came in, said he had enough, he didn't want to get a good look at things, and that was it. So, oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Rockford lost his hat. Appreciate it. It's Ocean Rescue over there making sure everyone's safe out here. They've told us they've seen a few people in the water. No rescues made at this point, whether it's this morning or overnight, but they've been going along the beach trying to get people out of the water. And again, you know, some people can't help themselves. They come out here, they They kind of see the situation. They want to enjoy themselves, but obviously not recommend that you go in the water. Actually, you're told not to go in the water. It's not even a recommendation. It's told to stay out of the water. If you take a look here, you can see churning up pretty well. You see the sea foam. You see the breakers in the distance. I don't know if Burrish is around, but Mike Burrish, what kind of waves are we getting right now here at Jack's Beach? How high are these things?
Yes.
What do you think, Mike? How big are these waves?
The waves right now are averaging about 4 to 6 feet, and as we head toward a high tide, those waves will become even higher, Ben. And and we're still several hours away from the highest tides. But so we're looking at about those. Looks to me like some of those are breakers 7, 8 feet right now, Ben. That's a great shot. Let's get back to that shot if we can. And so, Ben, you're looking at that continuing to build through the early afternoon. Then there'll be another high tide cycle shortly after midnight. And both of those will be very significant for our beaches. We've seen several live reports right along the beach of the scouring that's already going on. And that's only going to get worse. And I would not be at all surprised, unfortunately, if we have some dunes that are going to be compromised and breached over the next 24 hours. And, of course, there's been a lot of work on our beaches since Matthew and Irma. And just now all of that is going to be undone, unfortunately, by Dorian. So the hurricane continuing to spin just off our coast, and we'll show you what to expect here over the next few hours coming in just a couple of minutes.
All right, good conversation there between Ben Becker and our chief in the building now. I don't think he has slept. We continue our team coverage here this morning. Hurricane Dorian. We've got Action News Jack's Don Lopez at the storm desk.
Yeah, she has an update on what's going on at the Jacksonville International Airport. Right now, we understand dozens of flights are canceled there, as well as a number of people stranded at that airport too, Don.
Wow. The list is a long one. So I've been checking flights for you, and there are dozens of flights canceled out of Jacksonville International. We've counted more than 40 arrivals delayed or canceled, and then take a look. This is a departure list for JIA, and it is showing all kinds of delays, and more than 50 flights are delayed or canceled. All right, so once again, Jacksonville International Airport is open, but they are asking that you call your individual airline to check your flight. I also took a look at Atlanta Hartsfield, and I'm seeing flights leaving for Orlando are canceled. Flights coming in from Daytona, Orlando, and Jacksonville show cancellations. Orlando International has been closed. We've been telling you this since earlier in the week. Flights will resume at noon. That's according to Twitter. And Miami International has canceled flights to Orlando, I'm finding, Jacksonville, and some to South Carolina. And again, call ahead if you're scheduled to travel today.
Well, most businesses are closed, especially over at Jacksonville Beach. But Courtney Cole is at Jack's Beach this morning, and she says, hey, the police officers have to eat. She found a local restaurant, Bacon in the Sun, that's open for business.
Right now I'm in Jacksonville Beach on 3rd Street, and now that the sun is up, I can show you still many businesses boarded up. Even the ones that are not boarded up are closed this morning, but there is one business that is actually open. They opened at 7 o'clock. It's Bacon in the Sun here. This is a breakfast place, but as you walk with me here, even though they are open, the first thing that you see when you come to the door is that they are running on a short staff. But let me walk you inside. So as you can see, they are up and running, getting ready for the crowd that they're expecting more people. I spoke to the workers. They're expecting more people around 9 o'clock when more people wake up. But they told me yesterday they saw a pretty big crowd because people have cabin fever. I just want to walk you back further here. So here the workers tell me that the reason they're open is because if they were to lose power here in Jacksonville Beach, they don't want to lose the food in their cooler. So they're hoping that they can get rid of this food today. They're planning to be open at least until noon or until the food runs out, whichever one happens first. But as a local business, of course, making the money to sustain is very important, and one of the other factors that has led to them being open today. And I just want to walk you around here and show you too, they're also on a limited menu today. But they're still staying busy here, and they were telling me that they were open yesterday and saw a pretty big crowd. And actually, in the last few minutes or so, we saw police officers who stopped here to eat as well. So if you're in Jacksonville Beach, looking for something to eat, haven't seen anything open, Bacon in the Sun, one of the few places we've seen all morning that is actually open.
Reporting in Jacksonville Beach, Courtney Cole, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
All right, let's head over to check on the St. Johns River. The South Bank saw a lot of flooding during Irma. That is not the case with Dorian.
Which is a good thing. Megan Moriarty shows us the conditions this morning there.
Here at the South Bank, weather conditions have relaxed dramatically. We went from rain that was pelting us in the back to essentially no rain at all, and we've lost all those puddles that were out here as well. It's actually not too bad out, but we still have those high winds. Now, earlier we had some neighbors come down here. They're from the San Marco neighborhood, and they came to check out the conditions, and they were pleasantly surprised with what they found down here.
We got up early this morning. We were just being nosy, so we decided to come down and look to see what was going on.
Now, we also saw several runners out here and even some dog walkers. And like I said, the rain has calmed down. We're still feeling that wind, but the neighborhood that is known for flooding, we're not seeing any flooding at all so far. And we'll continue to bring you the latest when we get it. For now, reporting on the South Bank, Megan Moriarty, Action News Jax.
Okay, Corey Simmons joining me in the First Alert Weather Center. Corey, this is progressing pretty much as we expected through the day. It's going to be a beach beater inland. It's bordering on a non-story. I don't mean to say that to just tell you to go on outside willy-nilly and have, don't think about the weather. You should. But the more inland you go west of I-95, this is not a big problem. It is, however, at our beaches, Corey. And in some cases, it's kind of sad to see what we're going to see at our beaches.
The pictures we're getting from the beach, including the First Alert Skycam Network and our reporters out there in the field, kind of crazy to watch, but those of you watching inland, you may be surprised, and you shouldn't be, that there may not be a whole lot.
Right,
so
exactly.
Not a great situation out here.
No, and we're headed toward high tide, so this is going to be a real scouring of our beaches. And I did get an email yesterday. I thought it was a good point. When I say beach beating, does that mean that there's not going to be anything left in the beaches and all the buildings are gone and stuff? No, not at all. It's literally beating the sand of the beaches and the dunes, and there'll be some water overwash and run up from the waves. But this is not the kind of thing where we should see widespread destruction all the way to the coast by any stretch of the imagination.
It's just the work that has been done since Matthew the last couple of years. Some of it will be undone.
Matthew and Irma, arguably maybe almost all of it, unfortunately. 5 Street First Alert Doppler HD. Let's take this full, and we'll track Dorian as it makes that move northward, offshore. You can see the bands of heavy rain really hugging the coast, and if you live west of I-95, it's not a bad day today, especially near and west of Highway 301. It'll be breezy, but you may get a peek at the sun every once in a while. There'll be some showers from time to time, and when we get a little bit of heating today, there will be some stronger bands and even some thunderstorms that may develop. But there'll be plenty of periods where it's not raining, and then it's more persistent along the coast. But even here, it's on and off. These heavy showers move in. You'll get 30 and 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts, blinding rain, and then you get a little bit of a break. Raining now from about Mayport down to Jacksonville Beach, down to Nocatee, and you can see how these are just moving over the same area. So it's going to add up that rainfall as these move from north-northeast to south-southwest, what we call training. There's just an area of rain. Imagine this being train tracks, and it just continues to flow from north to south very quickly. But also producing the heavy rains now. Atlantic Beach, Jax Beach, you're talking rainfall rates 1 to 2 inches per hour within that small area along the beaches. There's the eye, a wide eye of Hurricane Dorian. When you have an eye this wide, it's not going to suddenly strengthen. Now, we may see some strengthening between now and sunset because it's over some very warm water, or will be going over the Gulf Stream. So we could see some strengthening, but for the most part, this is a storm, a hurricane that's going to be 80 to 100 miles east of Jacksonville at about a Category 2 hurricane, and that means really a lot of wave action and rough season surf at our beaches, and not so much when you get near and west of Highway 301. I mean, look at the winds here. Even sustained, not at tropical storm force at the beaches, and will only likely be so, but brief interludes today into this evening. And inland, it will not be sustained tropical storm force winds. I've never been concerned about the inland bridges being closed, personally. That's been our First Alert forecast. I'll stand by that for right now. I don't see any changes to that forecast. It may not end up that way, but I think it's going to. And you'll see some gusts that reach tropical storm force. And we haven't had the strongest winds yet, but it would look to be primarily the intercoastal and the beaches that have the best chance, the highest risk of the strongest winds and the tropical storm sustained winds for any period of time, which right now are blowing about 20 to 25 miles per hour. Also along the St. Johns River, you'll get areas of higher wind. winds, where there's less friction, of course, from land. The international airport with a wind of about 16, gusting to 25 miles per hour. Wind gust 30 on the south side, wind gust to about 36 miles per hour at Mayport. When we get some of those showers move in, the wind gusts could easily be up to 40 miles per hour or greater. So here's Hurricane Dorian. The latest numbers are in from about 9 a.m. from the Hurricane Center. Winds at 105 miles per hour. The pressure continuing to edge up slightly, and so is the forward speed. North-northwest at about 8 miles per hour. So that means the hurricane's gradually starting to build up a little bit of speed and a little bit of forward momentum. Corey, I think you have something to add?
Not yet.
Oh,
not yet.
Okay, I thought you were ready to go there. So then the movement of Dorian is going to be off just to the east of Jacksonville, and then it'll be east of the coast of Georgia, and then continue northeast bound, and that is roughly 80 to 100 miles east of St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra, Milano Beach, Jacksonville Beach, Atlantic Beach, Neptune Beach, all the way up to Black Hammock Island, to Amelia Island, Fernandina Beach, to St. Mary's, Brunswick, Jekyll Island, St. Simons, all those areas I just mentioned. This eye will be 80 to 100 miles away from you and far enough so that the strongest winds, the very strong winds, will stay offshore, but the coast will continue to get beaten by the very high seas and surf as the hurricane then accelerates off to the northeast and away from Jacksonville overnight tonight and into the day tomorrow. So here's 10 o'clock in the morning, and you can see still some heavy rain here over the next hour right at the coast, and then it'll just sort of pinwheel here as the eye moves by at our latitude, due east in other words, all the way through the afternoon. And see, with a little bit of heating, you get bands like this that pop up, some heavy rain and storms from western Nassau into western Duval into Clay County, and then they move off to the south and west, and then another one tries to come in from behind. But in between, you may even get a peek at the sun, and we wouldn't be expecting there to be very widespread, continuous heavy rain with these showers and thunderstorms that are going to develop. Here's the tropical wind timeline, and you can see for Jacksonville, we're starting to see things improve later this evening and overnight. At the coast, it takes a little bit longer, whether it's Jacks Beach, Mayport, St. Augustine, Fernandina Beach, Brunswick, or St. Simons Island. Those stronger winds will continue through about 4 to 5, 6 o'clock in the morning over northeast Florida. Southeast Georgia, those strongest winds will continue up to and perhaps a little bit past 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. So the tropical impact scale, about an 8 at the beaches, and a lot of that because of the beating right at the coast, where winds will be 40 to 50 miles per hour or stronger at times in wind gusts. Storm surge 4 to perhaps as high as 7 feet at times today. Rainfall 3 to 5 inches or more and total, and we're looking at wave heights that could reach 20 feet or higher in some cases at the beaches. Inland, it's a 3, and if you get west of Highway 301, you could arguably say it's a 1 or a 2, with winds much lower, but still some gusty winds that could down a tree or tree branches from time to time. Rainfall averaging about 1 to 4 inches, quite a bit less. A river surge in the tributaries at about 2 to 4 feet, and an isolated tornado threat. Corey?
Yeah, Mike, I've taken the timeline here on that rainfall forecast. This is the European model, and through noon tomorrow, so noon Thursday, and you see the colors get really bright here up in southeast Georgia. This is one of those changes that we kind of been watching here about the last 12 hours or so. But the colors are really bright along and east of I-95. As Mike has been saying, you see those totals really drop off as we go inland. Lake City, almost nothing. You see there 0.04 of an inch in that updated rainfall forecast. But then we talk about the coast, where we have St. Augustine, Fernandina Beach, and Brunswick all expecting somewhere around 4 to 6 or potentially higher amounts of rain, as a lot of the heaviest rain is going to be hugging the coast as it generally moves to the north throughout the day today and then leaving early tomorrow morning. Mike?
So then the question becomes, after Dorian's moving away, what are you going to be able to do tomorrow, folks? And it's just about whatever you want to. Most things are going to be open. The grocery store will be good to go. You'll be able to travel on the highways and interstates for the most part. Most bridges should be open. You'll be able to go to the bank maybe. You'll be able to run errands. And the airport should be up and running. All of your latest First Alert weather round the clock at actionnewsjax.com. Download for free the First Alert weather app, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
5. This is Action News Jax special coverage tracking Dorian.
Hurricane Dorian spinning off our coast as a Cat 2 hurricane. The band's moving over land for the next few hours. And here's a live look at Jax Beach this morning, taking a look at the storm waves moving in, just churning up those waves and causing a lot of sea foam in that area as well, and some erosion over at Jax Beach. Welcome, everyone. I'm Phil Amato.
I'm Letitia Barriola. Good morning. Let's track Dorian for you and its impacts right here on our coast. Here's the very latest. Georgia's governor extended the state of emergency to include Ware County. Bridges at St. Johns County are only open to business owners and neighbors. Wind and rain is already impacting power. Moments ago, we saw a power line sparking.
Alicia Tarancon tweeted this video here of that sparking power line. This was on Sadler Road and South 14th Street. That was in Fernandina Beach. Again, this shows you how dangerous it can be out during a hurricane, too. No injuries there, and that wire, that power line did stay up, but some kind of scary stuff there because of the wind possibly arcing that electricity. Ben Becker also tweeted out a video of some serious surf over at Jax Beach Pier. We understand earlier, too, one guy was in the water. There he is right there. He got out shortly afterwards. Probably a good idea, too.
Action News Jax has complete live team coverage for you this morning. We're going to begin with First Alert Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish along with First Alert Meteorologist Garen Beanball.
And we're working closely here with Corey Simon, the First Alert Weather Center, and Rita Ross, too, as we track Dorian Garrett in a new report of a 60-plus mile-per-hour wind gust at St. Augustine Pier just within the last few minutes.
That's been one of those spots where we've really been seeing those tropical storm force winds, especially with different bands of showers moving in off the Atlantic. 49 mile per hour sustained winds there with that band passing and gusting to 62 miles per hour.
And that, of course, makes sense because they're closest to the eye right now in our viewing area, St. Augustine and southern portions of St. John's, as the eye heads northbound. And I was a little bit amiss there. I did not mention that Derek Odom's also working right here next door to, so I'm sorry about that, Derek. And I'm guessing that the roads aren't particularly busy.
Right now, the roads are looking pretty good. Bridges are open. They have not met that threshold.
Right.
And you were saying you don't think they will inland.
Right, exactly. That's a good point. We don't see that happening for inland spots, Garrett.
And we're going to take a look at First Alert Doppler HD right now and track these showers for you here. And we'll go through the satellite presentation as well. But we're going to continue watching this Category 2 hurricane and a live look on our First Alert Skycam network from Jacksonville Beach as the waves continue to pound there. What's left of our pier, of course, Matthew 2016, 350 feet gone from a hurricane, and all of these winds and waves now building through the day today. Of course, very high rip current risk as well. Nobody's to be in the water, obviously. And this is really running up here, and high tide comes just before 2 p.m. And so this is already coming out of low tide cycle. And so this water level will continue to build, and hopefully we'll be able to keep this live shot for you going as well with the power situation out at the 4-Point Sheridan Hotel. 5-Street First Alert Doppler HD right now is showing these showers moving ever so closely. These bands of showers develop offshore and then push quickly to the west and southwest. Around 40 to 50 miles per hour is what we're seeing here on First Alert Doppler HD. Meanwhile, got some sprinkles over you in McClinney, Glen St. Mary, over to Olustee, Baxter, Taylor, over to Union and Bradford counties. Not much going on, over a few showers and breezy conditions. But then St. Johns County, northern St. John's, Nocatee, down to the World Golf Village, and also St. Augustine again. And the beaches, of course. Each and every one of these bands of showers is producing 40 to 50 and now 60 mile per hour winds as Dorian continues to develop off our coast and continues to kind of develop that eye wall feature again right around the center of circulation. Well offshore, this will remain well offshore, the maximum of winds of 100 plus miles per hour. Right now we're getting sustained winds of 28 miles per hour in St. Augustine. Taking a closer look at Duval, 20 on the south side, 21 out of the north at Mayport. 20 miles per hour on the west side, and we'll be monitoring the St. Johns River Basin, of course, for north and northwestern banks of the creeks and tributaries, especially with the wind blowing that water. But we're not expecting much surge other than about 1 to 2, maybe a 3-foot surge report on the St. Johns River. We're gusting to 30 on the south side, 36 miles per hour at Mayport, with those waves building even for you on the St. Johns River, at the mouth of the St. Johns River there for Mayport. So we're going to continue tracking Dorian for you here in the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center. We'll go over the impacts you can expect and the rest of the next 7 days when it heats up pretty dramatically back to the mid-90s. That's coming up in the Action News Jax First Alert 7-day forecast.
All right, our team coverage continues with Action News Jax Beth Rousseau. She's been riding around in the First Alert Storm Tracker over in St. Augustine.
That's right. She tells us that a lot of people have been cooped up for all these days. And Beth, you've seen some people out just kind of taking a look around now.
And I can tell you within the last 30 minutes, we've noticed a lot more cars on the road as well. Not where you're going to want to be as conditions deteriorate as we head into the afternoon. What I want to do right now, toss it up to our roof camera. I can show you businesses boarded up here in downtown St. Augustine as we roll along here in the First Alert Storm Tracker. Let me move it over to give you a better look at the roads. You can see they're wet, there's some ponding, but apart from that, really no flooding that we've seen here in St. Augustine so far. I was on the bayfront earlier and there were some waves crashing over, but that was about 5 o'clock this morning. Since then, we've headed into the low tide cycle, so things really calm down there. And then once we get back into the high tide cycle, high tide here is about 1:30 though, we are expecting to see some of that flooding on Avenida Menendez. We've got some water on this roof camera, so what I'm going to do is switch it over to our dash camera here so you can see not a ton of rain either. We do have the windshield wipers going because we've seen kind of momentary, and you can see we're heading into some ponding right here on the side of the road. That's what we're expecting to see more of this afternoon. But to get back to the rain, we've been seeing some short bursts of really heavy rain. Apart from that, not a ton of rain within the past couple of hours here, just some wind, and that's what's going to be bringing some of the fronds down from the trees, which we have seen a lot of here in St. Augustine this morning. Let's toss it back up to the roof cam so I can just show you what we're seeing right now. But yeah, so not a whole lot of flooding or just some ponding really that you're seeing right here. The one thing we did notice is that there are officers stationed at the bottom of the Bridge of Lions as well as the bridge onto Volano Beach. The St. Johns County Emergency Management tells us that those are limited access at this point, so the bridges are not closed, but they are limiting the access to those areas to business owners and residents. What they're telling us is that they don't want people who don't have businesses or homes over there to go over those bridges and get stuck there without shelters in case they do have to close those bridges down because of really high gusts of wind. And then those people who head over there, no homes, no businesses, they're not going to have a place to shelter. So that's what they're trying to prevent by limiting the access to those bridges, one of the main concerns here at this point. Now, we're going to keep rolling along through here in St. Augustine, looking for any flooding, any possible damage, but right now, pretty calm. Again, we're expecting weather conditions to pick back up as Dorian moves right along, but for now, we're live in the First Alert Storm Tracker. Beth Rousseau, Action News Jax.
St. Augustine looking like a ghost town right now. Now let's go to Action News Jax. Alicia Tarragon. She is in Fernandina Beach right now. Earlier we saw that sparking power line, Alicia, and you also saw some gas stations out today. Now you're on the beach. You're everywhere.
Yes, we've been a little of everywhere here in Nassau County. Now we're back at the beach. This is where we were the other day, and it's a different scene now. We say there's darker clouds over here. You know, you're still seeing a lot of those sandbags, and you'll notice that Fernandina Beach Police, they're out here. They're making sure everyone's safe because there's still people coming out here. They're taking photos, and we're going to show you what they're taking photos of. If you look over here, take a look at those massive waves. Look how big it is. This isn't even high tide yet, and already we're seeing these giant waves smashing into each other. Now, yesterday, we were out here. I tweeted out pictures of this berm over here. Again, the Nassau County Public Works, they put this berm in to help with that storm surge that they're expecting today from Hurricane Dorian. They said that this is going to actually help with a lot of that beach erosion and flooding that they're expecting later today. So again, we've been driving around. We've been seeing a lot of these berms put up throughout Nassau County, and already, you know, we're looking at these waves. They're getting bigger, and you'll see they're cautioning people not to be out here on the beach, but we do see people walking their dogs over there here in Fernandina Beach. Again, that's why police are out here kind of cautioning people, you know, warning them those waves are going to get bigger, they're going to get dangerous, and that water is going to get a lot closer to the shore where we are now. Now, again, we're going to be updating you about these conditions as they worsen here in Fernandina Beach, so stay with us throughout the morning. I'm reporting live in Fernandina Beach. Alicia Tarragon, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Good to see things a bit calm there now.
Which is good,
Jamarla was getting beaten earlier,
right.
but that won't last for very long. We continue our team coverage now with Action News Jack's Dawn Lopez. She's at the storm desk.
Not so calm when you don't have power, though, Don.
Oh,
we have
yeah.
some people who lights are out.
That's right. That's why we have been reminding people all week, have batteries and keep the cell phone charged so you can watch us. Now, the First Alert Weather Team is tracking the winds from Dorian, which is causing some trouble. High winds and rain kicking up and knocking out power to parts of the viewing area. So here's what we have right now. So in the last 5 minutes or so, there were more than 1,200 homes and businesses with no power in the area. JEA is reporting more than 1,000 outages, and half of those are in Mayport. However, in just the last couple of minutes, we took another look, and it's a little more than 500. Clay Electric is posting right now 41 customers without power, and FPL is showing in our area more than 337 outages, down from 3,000 just a few hours ago. That includes Nassau, Putnam, and St. Johns County, and that's where we're seeing the bulk of homes and businesses off the grid. And by the way, FPL has a message for customers online asking for your patience, saying that crews will work to restore power as long as conditions allow. Letitia.
All right, thank you, Don. We continue our team coverage. Now we have Action News Jack's Christy Turner. She was working all day yesterday into the night. Now we have her lined in Neptune Beach for us this morning. Christy, I'm seeing your Twitter. You're monitoring the roadways and now the beach.
Yes, and Dorian's outer bands are making their presence known. A little bit of wind. We're seeing some sporadic rain right now. We're catching a little break in the rain, but it took me all but about 30 seconds for me to get my hair soaking wet. Take a look behind me, just down the beach there. You can see some blue flashing lights. That's police making sure no one is out here on the beach. It is closed. If you swing around this way, you can also see Ocean Rescue posted up right here. We are on Lemon Street. If you're familiar with Neptune Beach, that's right next to Lemon Bar. You can see the waves are pretty big here in Neptune Beach, and we just expect them to continue to grow through the day as conditions get worse here. I'm going to put up my gadget here that picks up the wind speed, see what we can get out here. We've seen some pretty big gusts of wind. Earlier it was about 26 miles per hour of wind gusts. Right now, there we go, 22.1. So we expect that to pick up throughout the day. We will continue to stay out here monitoring the conditions throughout the day. For now, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, a lot of heavy winds we're seeing all across our area, and rain too. It's causing some traffic lights to go out.
That's right. Action News Jack's First Alert traffic reporter Derek Odom is here now with what you should do if you have to be on the roads today.
Yeah, if you're out there on the roads and we have any problems with those traffic lights, and we're probably going to see some, you just need to be careful in those intersections when you approach. FHP just put out a tweet about this, as a matter of fact. It's treat those as four-way stops. Basically, whoever arrives to the intersection first and comes to a complete stop, then you are the next to go. And even if they're on flash, you want to use that extra caution. A lot of the times when the power cycles, they will come back on up, either out or on flash, so you want to use extra caution in those areas. And we'll definitely be watching that, especially along the coast where we're seeing the highest winds, most likely to knock some power out and knock some of those lights out. Of course, we'll track that for you when those situations happen and let them know about it. You can follow me on Twitter. The username is Action Traffic. That's the latest from the Keith Pearson Toyota First Alert Traffic Center.
All right, we've been checking out Jacksonville Beach for the last 5 hours. About 4 o'clock this morning, couldn't see much, but Ryan Nelson was out there, and you can see those sea foam just kind of in that area in the surf.
Yes, he's walking all along the beaches for us, showing us the conditions this morning.
We're reporting here in Jacksonville Beach. We've seen wind and rain coming and squalls and a lot of this sea foam coming in with every single wave that you see crashing in along the shoreline here. Now that we actually have the sunlight, we can actually show you these effects. Every time with this heavy surf, it brings in another flurry of sea foam. And if we can pan over to the right, I want to show you this. You can see right now how the wind is just stripping away the sand right from the beach. Now, this is something that we've been monitoring closely. We know that erosion has certainly been a topic of concern for many of you at home and how it would be affecting the beaches. We'll continue to bring you these updates as often as we can. Reporting at Jacksonville Beach, Ryan Nelson, back to you.
All right, now we have seen how the Bahamas were just devastated by Hurricane Dorian, and now we got some video of it.
Yeah, some aerial shots too. Dawn Lopez is here to tell us more about that. Dawn, I tell you, been some just tragic stuff out.
Absolutely, the video that I've gone over. Remember that Dorian hit as a Category 5 the Bahamas with winds clocked at 185 miles an hour. Now, take a look at some video. An air terminal destroyed in Grand Bahama. This is an airport in Freeport. It is gutted. Basically, just the bones left of it, nothing on the inside here. There are reports of severe flooding, severe damage to homes and businesses and infrastructure here. And I want you to see more video here of the streets, some of them just desolate, and many of them, this is where homes and businesses were, and now just piles of just sticks and bricks is what that looks like. I've even seen rescues this morning. I brought that to you at 7 a.m. But this is what families are up against, all of this rising water. You have cars nowhere near where they were first parked. Help is on the way, though, for these islanders. We have some video of the U.S. Coast Guard that's responding. And keep in mind, there are 7 people who are confirmed dead right now, and they do believe that as they start digging out from this storm, the numbers will rise.
From the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burst. We've all sort of huddled into the First Alert Weather Center. We've been working round the clock for days now. Garrett Biedenbaugh, Maritza Ross, and Corey Sima. And you guys, everything appears to be, first and foremost, on track as far as Dorian goes.
Yeah, really a coastal event with some minor inland impacts with some bands of showers. But look at this behind us. We got this pounding at the beaches right now.
Yeah, Maritza will continue to track the storms. You're going to show us some county-by-county forecast, as will Corey coming up here. Garrett's going to head to the beaches. Not literally, but show us what's going on there. I'll take you to First Alert Doppler HD. 5-speed First Alert Doppler HD showing the showers and thunderstorms, mostly showers, heavy bands of rain that are rolling across the coastal areas, while inland there's just not much going on. And I understand it. If you live west of Highway 301, you're saying, what hurricane? That's the forecast. That's what it's going to be like, and we're going to continue to track the hurricane and have live updates throughout the day, pretty much non-stop now through the rest of the day until at least the eye of the hurricane reaches our latitude and then especially starts to pull away. There'll be increasing. We have not seen the strongest winds yet, and in some cases the heaviest rains, especially closer to the coast. You can see one band of heavy showers getting ready to hit the east beltway at 295, and every time one of these bands moves in, the winds gust especially strong, 30, 40, maybe 50 miles per hour, blinding rain, and each of these bands kind of emanates from the center of Dorian and then moves quickly to the south and to the southwest. Here you can see some of that heaviest rain on Atlantic Boulevard, Beach Boulevard, the East Beltway of 295 down to Bayard and about Nocatee, moving south-southwest at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. And there's the very broad eye. There are some indications of it kind of going through a reorganization cycle right now, but it really doesn't change the game, so to speak, for our area as far as the impacts, the track, and the timing, which continues to be through this afternoon and evening, and then rapid improvement later this evening, overnight, and into tomorrow. It is an unmitigated beach beating, though, Garrett.
You can see we're forecasting right now with our storm surge. This is above the ground of 2 to 6 feet at our immediate coastline. San Marco, 1 to 2 feet. This isn't an Irma for our beaches, but especially the north and northwestern facing creeks and tributaries of the St. Johns River, and kind of where it builds up there and that wind can blow the water back. That's where we're looking at for the potential for some flooding. We're talking about maybe like the Deep Creek area. St. Simon's Island, 2 to 6 feet there, especially by late this day, today and into the evening hours for there in St. Simon's Island. I want to take a live look right now using our Surfline camera, which is at St. Augustine Beach. Looks like it froze perhaps just a little bit. Perhaps we can get that going here again. But you can see really those waves really packing up and building, and we're going towards the high tide cycle by this afternoon. And then here's file video from earlier today from the erosion that's already going on there in St. Augustine Beach. You can see all of that erosion already, and so this is what's going to continue to happen here today as high tide continues to make its way into our area here, and that will continue to erode, plus the waves on top. With more of what you can expect county by county, here's meteorologist Corey Sima.
Yeah, Garrett, we're going to break it down for you. Northeast Florida and Southeast Georgia, starting in Duval County, Mayport, Jacksonville Beach, the Zoo, Jacksonville downtown, Arlington, Bay Meadows, Mandarin, and Baldwin. Those winds 30 to 50 miles per hour. And along the coast, those waves 15 to 20 feet plus. You can't forget about that river surge along the St. Johns River. And that rainfall, it is going to be highest along the coast, around 3 to 5 inches. In some cases, a little bit more than that. St. Johns County, a little bit more wind as it is slightly closer to the center of Dorian. As storm surge around 4 to 7 feet and rainfall 3 to 5 inches for Ponte Vedra, Nocatee, World Golf Village, St. Augustine Beach, Butler, and Crescent Beach as well. Nassau County, talking Hilliard, Callahan, Yulee, Fernandina Beach, those winds 30 to 50 miles per hour, and there's that rainfall around 3 to 5 feet more for those of you in Amelia Island and Yulee than those of you in Hilliard and Callahan. Clay County, we're talking Oakleaf, Middleburg, Green Cove Springs, Penny Farms, and Keystone Heights. Winds 20 to 40 miles per hour, some river and creek flooding, and that river surge around 1 to 2 feet. Putnam County, Palatka, Interlaken, Willaca, Bostwick, winds 20 to 40 miles per hour, river and creek flooding, can't forget about that, with that river surge and rainfall around 2 to 4 inches. Baker County, as we move inland, this is Baxter, Taylor, Sanderson, McClenny. Not a whole lot. You may see some pockets of heavy rain, and it will be breezy at times, but those impacts inland not as significant as what we'll see along the coast. Those of you in Columbia County, Lake City, Fort White, there are those winds 15 to 25 miles per hour and rainfall around 1 inch. Union County, same thing. Those winds, they'll be breezy at times for those of you in Lake Butler, Rayford, and Worthington Springs. And as we move into Bradford County, Stark, Hampton, Brooker, and Lottie, breezy at times, rainfall potentially around 2 to 3 inches in local spots. Now for southeast Georgia, let's send it over to Maritza.
We continue county by county here for you, and let's start off with Glynn County, where winds right around 30 to 50 mile an hour winds, waves anywhere from 15 to 20 feet with storm surge at 4 to 7 feet. Rainfall totals anywhere from 3 to 5 feet, and this includes St. Simon's Island, Brunswick, Dock Johnson, and Falmouth. And as we move on into Camden County, Woodbine from Kingsland to St. Mary's, you can expect winds anywhere from 30 up to gusts up to 50 mile an hour wind gusts. Waves 12 to 17 feet, storm surge 4 to 7, and rainfall totals anywhere from 3 to 5 inches. And as we move on to Brantley County, from Hoboken to Nahunta to Waynesville, wind 20 to 30 miles an hour. Now this starts to kind of kick back a little bit, and rainfall totals as well, anywhere from 1 to 2 inches. So that's certainly, you can kind of see that this is more of a coastal event. For Pierce County, still going to have some winds, but only up to around 15 to 25 miles an hour with rainfall totals anywhere from 1 to 2 inches. And we'll continue here with Charlton County with winds at 15 to 25 miles an hour. And this is from Folkestone all the way to St. George. Rainfall totals anywhere from 1 to 3 inches. And as we continue with Ware County here, lessening winds 15 to 25 miles an hour. Rainfall totals anywhere from 1 to 2 inches. And once again, this is including Manor, Waycross, and Waynesboro. And now let's check in with Action News Jack's Chief Meteorologist, Mike Bursch.
And we're continuing to track the Dorian bands, Maritza, as these bands move away effectively from the eye. As Corey and Maritza just showed us here, this is an I-95 corridor to the beaches storm, and especially beaches. So if you live inland, you're in pretty good shape, and we should emphasize that we've been talking about this for days now, that the hurricane should stay offshore, that you need to stay calm, be prepared, and we're going to get through this just fine. And I think all systems are go on that forecast right now, and that the power outages are not going to be particularly widespread, more so toward the beaches. Having said that, also realize we've not had the worst conditions yet at our coast. The eye hasn't made its closest approach. It is the center from about Jack's Beach. You measured it from about Jack's Beach, Garrett? Okay, so it's about 120 miles east-southeast of Jack's Beach. It wobbles a little bit every once in a while, and it'll sort of wobble its way north and northwest here between now and midnight tonight. And it'll end up being about 80 to 100 miles offshore of most of our coastline at one time or another through the day today and into this evening. And we'll continue to see these bands, mostly outer bands, that will come into the area with strong and gusty winds and very heavy rain. Garrett putting on here the wind. So, First Alert Doppler HD helps us see rain, how much it's raining, how heavy it is, the direction it's moving. But another wonderful thing that it can do for us is show us the wind speed. This is pretty good stuff. Shows us the wind speed and the wind direction. And look at that. Near the eye of the hurricane, First Alert Doppler HD is estimating winds of around 100 miles per hour. Now, realize that the beam on the radar, it's out here, it's in Jacksonville, Duval County, and it has to head out like this. The antenna's up like this. It's sending out those pulses, and so they're up. That's elevated a little bit is my point. It's not right at the surface, not right at ground level. It's at the surface of the ocean in this case, but it's representative, at least, of the higher and strongest winds, very near the eye of the hurricane. And so the winds here are blowing like this. The reason they're different colors is because the winds here are blowing toward the radar site. Then they drop down around the eye like this toward the south, and then wrap right back around like this. Garrett putting the arrows on there. So that's what you're seeing here are the winds. And then if we zoom in, I think, Garrett, we might be able to see some of the higher gusts with some of those heavier showers right along the intercoastal and the beltway of 295. With maybe a little bit of in sense of how strong these winds are as they move it. And just there's a nice picture. Yeah, there you go. Again, that may not be right at the surface, but with these showers just east of the International Golf Parkway, and we're on street level mapping now, and right along Highway 1, this would be just a little bit south of Nocatee, you're looking at winds that are estimated probably a little bit off the surface at about 76 miles per hour, but at the ground level that could be easily 40, 50, maybe even 60 miles per hour in gusts. So we are seeing those kinds of winds when we get these heavier showers, and they're moving fast. So there you just saw an update. It's crossed Highway 1, moving just east of the World Golf Village, headed south-southwest. It'll be crossing Interstate 95 here, headed for the outlet malls, and that's in association with this one very heavy shower. But again, it's representative of all these heavy showers that are going to move from north to south on that west edge of Hurricane Dorian. The whole large area of heavy rain is probably never going to make it all the way to the coast. We're going to see bands and clusters of showers. So Garrett's now timing that very heavy shower with strong winds into Northeast Florida Regional Airport, St. Augustine at about 9:56, Vermont Heights along Highway 207 at 10:12, Elkton at 10:15 in southwest St. Johns County, and then Hastings at about 10:24. And if it holds together long enough, could get into eastern parts of Putnam County too. And every once in a while, I'll just see these bands of showers kind of peel off the western and northwestern circulation of Dorian, Garrett, and they'll bring bursts of heavy rain and stronger winds from time to time. We still are headed toward high tide at our beaches, and we've already seen evidence of the severe erosion at our coast. It's only going to be worse. We've had so much restoration since Hurricanes Matthew and Irma, only to see a lot of that undone now today and into tonight, Garrett.
Yeah, so there it is. First Alert Doppler HD right now. St. Johns County, of course, we've been going over all these effects here. The storm surge 4 to 7 feet, rainfall 3 to 5 inches, and also we're scanning here using our First Alert Skycam network there in St. Augustine. You can see it's not that bad right now, but once those bands come in, that's when it really gets gusty, and we're at the low tide cycle too. So this is the area, of course, Avenida Menendez, that will likely be a little bit of flooding at least, and we could see some surge of about 4 to 6 feet. Also, this is Jekyll Island on the Action News Jax First Alert Skycam network. From the Weston, even at Jekyll, that's usually, pretty flat with the surf when we show you this. Looking out due east there from the Weston Hotel, we are seeing increasing surf there, and that will continue to build as we head through tonight as Dorian continues moving off to the north. Also, Jacksonville Beach. I don't know if we have that one here on the Action News Jax First Alert Skycam network. Yes, we do. Let's go to Jax Beach once again here. We're showing those very windy conditions now. We've had wind gusts of tropical storm force there from Jacksonville Beach. Continuing coverage of Hurricane Dorian continues next.
This is Action News Jax special coverage tracking Dorian.
Hurricane Dorian spinning off our coast as a Category 2 hurricane. Here's a look at it on the First Alert satellite. We're getting wind and rain as Dorian's bands move over our area through the afternoon. And a live look at St. Augustine Beach, where the wind is eroding parts of that beach, Dorian leaving its mark and etching its presence in the sand there.
And the Florida Highway Patrol actively monitoring wind speeds for our bridges as Hurricane Dorian moves along our coast. Beth Russo tweeted this video out. You can see people here out and about in St. Augustine. They want to get a look-see just to see the impacts of Dorian here at home.
Looks like some folks taking selfies over at the nation's oldest city. Thanks for joining us, everyone, for our continuing coverage of Hurricane Dorian. I'm Phil Amato.
Good morning to you. I'm Dawn Lopez, and here is the very latest on Hurricane Dorian. If you're just waking up with us, the St. John's Town Center tweeted that they're closed today and will continue to evaluate conditions before reopening. And also, dozens of local USPS branches are closing today. Glynn County tells Action News Jax that it has no plans to close the FJ Torres Causeway at this time. That will be assessed as more rain moves in. Action News Jax has live continuing coverage for you, covering 2 states, including up and down Florida's coastline. We begin with Action News Jax First Alert Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish with a look at that storm right now and just how strong it is.
Yeah, you know, Don, Garrett and I, we've been watching this storm this morning. We think we pretty much have this pegged. We were confident of it yesterday and last night, but until it actually unfolds, you have to kind of see how things are developing. But it looks to be on track. These are the wind speeds right now. We're going to go through the wind speeds, Garrett. You'll be with, looking at 5-speed First Alert Doppler HD. Maritza is going to look at what else is going on out there in the tropics. It's busy right now. And Corey is going to show you the distance from the coast that the eye is here over the next few hours.
23-mile-per-hour sustained winds at St. Augustine, though at Anastasia Island, St. Augustine Beach, Milano, we're seeing wind gusts of 40 to 50 and even 60 miles an hour.
Sure, and we've also gotten reports of wave heights now at about 15 feet at a buoy, St. Augustine. That's the kind of crashing waves we're going to see on our beaches. In fact, if you could, please, in the control room, just take real quick one of our beach cameras, whether it's St. Augustine, Jax Beach, it doesn't really matter. We'll show you what it's looking like right now. There you go. There's St. Augustine. And you can see as windy as it is at times with these squalls, that's not looking all that bad there right now. Certainly windy. Bridge Alliance is closed right now, of course. The authorities are there saying, hey, we don't want you coming out and driving across that bridge. Good idea in St. Johns County. The winds right now sustained 20 to 25 miles per hour at the beaches. Less than that along the I-95 corridor, about 15 to 20 miles per hour, and even less when you get near and west of Highway 301. And that's going to continue as we go through the next, about 24 hours. That range here from the inland spots to the coastal areas where the winds are going to be stronger. Here you can see the sustained winds, 20 to 25 miles per hour at the beaches in the intercoastal, which still is not the threshold to close bridges. Not anywhere close to that along the I-95 corridor downtown. I do not suspect if the threshold of 40 miles per hour is held and there are no other reasons to close the bridges, I don't think they will be. There are the gusts now, 30 to 35 miles per hour, and there will be gusts up to in excess of 40 miles per hour through the day today. And realize we still have the closest approach of the eye, Corey.
Yeah, that's right, Mike. And, you know, we're kind of getting a sense of just how close it is to us right now because we can actually see it on 5-speed First Alert Doppler HD. And Garrett is going to dive in a little deeper here coming up in just a minute. Let's switch back to the cone and the distances here on Computer 1 control room. And as we move up and down the coast, those distances vary just a little bit. St. Simon's Island about 80 miles away from, you know, the center of the cone or where the center of the eye is expected to be as we get to tonight and early on Thursday. Jekyll Island about 85 miles there from the center. Fernandina, same thing. Jax Beach around 90. Those distances vary just a little bit depending on where exactly you are along the coast. But again, it's not that far away from us. We're kind of right in the thick of it now as we're dealing with the band of wind and heavy rain, Garrett.
And you can see right now on First Alert Doppler HD, we are tracking here for you. And as we put it into motion over the last hour, we are seeing that motion of the counterclockwise flow. And these showers are kind of breaking up as they head right over land. But there's the core of the hurricane continuing to move off to the north and northwest. As we zoom in here for you on First Alert Doppler HD, there into St. Johns County, we'll dive down in there for you. You can see right when it gets there, route to say State Road 16, then it starts back to the south and even south-southeast. So we'll track that for you as well. And also back into southeast Georgia, seeing those showers move to the south-southwest and eventually pretty much due south here into Nassau County, down into Duval County, and we'll dive down in here and show you kind of some of these areas right there on First Alert Doppler HD. Now, right now, let's go ahead and track some of these showers here. Right there, you can see these are moving pretty much due south around 30 to 40 miles per hour. Cedar Point by 10:19, the Atlantic Beach Elementary School area by 10:27, and Jacksonville Beach. Again, we'll see some more showers by about 10:30 or so, but continuing to watch this here on First Alert Doppler HD. And every one of those cells, of course, is bringing gusty winds of 30 to 40 miles per hour. Let's go now to meteorologist Maritza Ross.
Yeah, we continue to track the tropics here where things are heating up. We're actually tracking 5 storms, including Dorian. And as we take a closer look here, Ferdinand, that's actually in the Gulf of Mexico in South Texas, mainly affecting portions of northern Mexico, Tamaulipas and Veracruz. And as we take a look at over here in this orange circle right here, just several miles away from the Bahamas to the east, we have another disturbance with a small chance of developing into something more, but it'll likely fishtail as we make our way into the next several days. Then we have Gabrielle that just developed as well. Tropical wave out there has an interesting chance of developing here. And then off the coast of Africa, we have another tropical wave that just developed this morning. And we'll certainly be monitoring this here as we have a lot of activity to talk about in the tropics. But now let's get back to talking about Hurricane Dorian.
And Maritza, we want to point out that none of those storms are a threat, as far as we can tell right now, to the U.S. or certainly to Jacksonville, Northeast Florida, and Southeast Georgia. So that's just an overview of what's going on in the tropics. There's always more in Talking the Tropics with Mike. There may be something we have to watch more carefully further out, maybe out there at 10 to 15 days, long ways away. Plenty of time to watch those. So even though it's an active Atlantic basin, we don't believe there's anything imminent to be threatening the local area or any part of the U.S. once we get by Dorian, obviously. Speaking of which, this is the wave action right now. This is the pier, of course, which has been cut off a couple times in the last 20 years. Floyd did a lot of damage to the pier just 20 years ago this year. When Floyd made that pass, even more to the east than Dorian is going to go. Boy, look at that wave that just crashed into the pier. And then, of course, Matthew taking away a good chunk of it, and then yet more damage by Irma. And, boy, let's hope we at least keep the rest of it for right now, although arguably I guess you could say maybe the demolition of it would start the progress of the new one faster. I kind of doubt that, but... Okay, so it's very rough. What Garrett's going to do is widen out the view. This might be a little jumpy, but we want to show you the rest of the beach because there are the waves, and we're headed toward high tide. So these waves will be breaking over the end of the pier the way it looks now over the next few hours. So it's, look, here's another big wave getting ready to crash into the front end of the pier, which has just taken a pounding the last few years. And Garrett's trying to widen it out. Sounds like we may not have the internet connection quite strong enough to get it to do what we're trying to do on widening this out. Because my point is, as we head to high tide, the beach, which you're seeing is mostly water now, all the way back to the dune line is going to be covered by water. There will likely be breaches in the dune. Some of the dunes will be overtopped by water. Some will be sliced through. This is a real dune and beach battering, as we've been talking about for a while. There, it's starting to come out now. Boy, look at that. Yeah, look, that water's about halfway up the beach now, and we're still several hours away from high tide. And look at the height of some of those waves. Again, the best advice is to stay out of the water, and the good news is we aren't seeing anybody in the water right now, but I know there's going to be some surfers that are going to try to test this, if not today, by tonight and tomorrow. But the dangerous conditions are going to continue because the pounding of the waves will create little canyons and areas along the beach that have just been pounded by the waves, and that adds to that rip current risk. So Garrett will continue to track Garrett will continue to track Dorian as the beaches get pounded by the waves, and we head toward high tide. You've got the storm surge values that we're expecting here over really the next few hours.
Yeah, and this is really going to be increasing that water level, and then you add those waves on top of it, and that's what we could see, the breach, the dune system that we've had so eloquently rebuilt since Hurricane Matthew. And now at the coast, we're expecting 2 to 6 feet of storm surge, and especially looking at you in, say, St. Johns County, Volano Beach, North Beach, down to South Ponte Vedra Beach, also down to, say, Anastasia Island, and also St. Augustine Beach, Crescent, and Butler Beach. For you, we're watching these surge values, and then San Marco, only about 1 to 2 feet, and especially if you're on the north and northwestern banks and facing that direction with the creeks and tributaries from the St. Johns River, with the wind now curling around, that'll be pushing the water back over some of those banks, and so that's what we're monitoring for you. I just got a picture in, too, that we're going to try to get to you here on Action News Jax of some of the water already doing some damage to some local docks, and I believe the photo is from the St. Johns River. Bernardita Beach is 2 to 6 feet, and St. Simon's Island by this evening, when you get the real surge, is 2 to 6 feet, and then some of that will be going into the Brunswick area and the tributaries as well, and the intercoastal for there. But we're continuing to monitor these impressive beach cameras here on the Action News Jax First Alert Skycam network. We're going to be doing that all day long as we hold power out there and internet connection as well. That's coming up here in your full First Alert 7-day forecast.
All right, we'll see in just a little bit, Garrett. In the meantime, St. Augustine has taken quite the beating as well, with some choppy waters as well and rough surf. Our Bridget Matter is live right now in St. Augustine Beach, where we're seeing some erosion we've been showing you as well. And there are people out there trying to get a look at that surf for themselves, Bridget.
Don, yeah, there are a few people that are out here. We were here yesterday afternoon. It's really amazing how much more erosion there is. We actually had to move back because some of these waves are so strong when they roll in. They come over these mounds of sand and can get you. There is a woman over there. Let's pan over and show her. She's up there showing pictures. But if one of these really strong waves were to come in unexpectedly, she would just get completely soaked. We took over for Danny Bozzini, who was here throughout the night. She did tell me that 2 people jumped off the pier here and they had to come and rescue them. If you are out in the ocean, you're putting yourself in danger as well as anybody that might come out there and save you. But we haven't seen anybody out there. Let's look at these waves. It's really beautiful just to see Mother Nature churning these waves, them really coming in here and all that sea foam, but it's eroding away at the beach. We're going to just walk a little bit closer just to show you. When we got here today, I said to my photographer, it looks like somebody built these, almost like sand castles, kind of pushing all that sand together, compacting it. But you know, we're taking a risk here. Hopefully we're not going to get soaked and one of those waves come over. But we just want to give you a close look at how much this has been eaten away by these waves since yesterday. We were here yesterday, and it's really pushed back. So to give you scale here, I'm 5'5", so this is coming up right about here, and we've got one of these waves coming in here too. So just see how they can rush in at any moment, and if it's a strong one, you'll definitely get soaked. But we've seen people out here walking their dogs. Oh, there it comes. See, that just comes in, and it comes in far too. So we're almost up here to this building, and that water is still coming in all the way. Let's pan back over just to give you another look at the ocean so you can really look at it. But people have been out here throughout the morning, and you know, they're just coming out to see what it looks like here, but we haven't seen anyone in the water, so that's good news. For now, we're live in St. Augustine Beach. Bridget Matter, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jax.
And that is some good news because we saw people in the surf yesterday at noon right here on Action News Jax. This is video from the beach's town center. There's a couple small branches down that we've seen in that area, but as you can see here, just threatening looking skies. And now our Christy Turner is out at Neptune Beach with a look at what they're dealing with when it comes to Dorian there.
And it's definitely getting squally out here. The wind gusts come and go in waves. We got a break in the rain, which is really nice. We're trying to stay as dry as possible. But when that wind whips, it sends this sea foam just flying in the air. You can see some of it right here. It's turned the ocean into a giant bubble bath, basically. If you look over here to the left, you can see some people, some locals have come out here to take some pictures of the sea, getting a little close to the water there. Every time the waves come up, they start to back up a little bit. The woman in the black jacket there who's snapping a picture, she says she walks this beach every day. She said when high tide hits, she expects the water to reach the sand dunes, which is exactly what we saw yesterday when we were in Atlantic Beach. If my photographer DR can swing over this way, I want to point out these sand dunes over here. These sea oats are so valuable to the sand dunes because they hold them in place. And like I said yesterday when we were in Atlantic Beach, when it was high tide, the waves were already hitting the start of the sand dune. So when high tide hits today, that's something that we'll be watching. Beach erosion, definitely a big concern out here. We just hope that the dunes hold up because they provide so much protection to the homes along the coast. They really prevent the water from reaching into the roads and into the homes. So that's something we'll be watching. Waves are kind of reaching, let's see, if we walk out here, reaching about halfway up the beach right now, so definitely higher than normal. So we will be watching that to make sure the dunes are holding up while Dorian makes the outer bands make their presence known. But we will continue to stay out here monitoring the conditions, monitoring the changes, and we'll be sure to bring you the very latest developments. And for now, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Christy. Action News Jack's Beth Russo has been on the road since 2 this morning. Beth joins us from St. Augustine, from just outside the First Alert Storm Tracker, where people there are also checking out the water, Beth.
So we've been riding around in the First Alert Storm Tracker all morning down here in St. Augustine, but photographer Mark and I had to pull off when we saw this outside the fort. Look at this crowd of people that have come to check out whatever impacts Dorian has on the First Coast. Now, the other thing that I want you to notice is the water is much, much calmer than what we've seen it all morning. Earlier this morning, around 5 o'clock, I was standing on this same seawall, just in a different portion of it. Waves were crashing over my head. I was soaking wet from the waves. However, not the case right now, even though I'm being told by the First Alert Weather Team, in the high tide cycle. High tide's expected here at 1:30. However, nothing really major as far as the waves go. No whiteheads out here really right now. Now, Mike mentioned that the Bridge of Lions is closed. Police are there limiting access to that. They only want business owners and homeowners going over that bridge to Anastasia Island. They don't want anyone to get stuck over there in case they do have to officially close those bridges down. I will say, however, though, that I did see someone crossing that bridge by foot. Not a good idea, especially if they're limiting the access there. The other thing that I want to show you, just to put this into perspective, Avenida Menendez, you can see we're at the very end of it near the fort right now, not flooded at all. That is a good sign, since historically this is where we will see the beginning of flooding here in St. Augustine. During Hurricanes Matthew and Irma, this seawall was no match for those waves crashing over it. Saw a lot of flooding. That could still happen according to the First Alert Weather Team as we move into high tide at 1:30 again. But right now that's not the case. Just some wet roads, ponding on the side, and you can see people not really worried about it. We actually talked to a couple who drove all the way here from Lake City to see what Dorian was doing. They say that it is not packing the punch that they expected. Take a listen.
Scary. You know, a couple of them were pretty scary. We've never been on the coast for any hurricanes, so it's going to be a new experience for us.
So officers are down at Volano Beach Bridge over here, blocking off the entrance, so just residents, homeowners there. They're also here at the Bridge of Lions. That's something we're going to be looking at very closely as we head into high tide, as well as this water, seeing whether it laps up over the seawall here. But for now, we're live in St. Augustine. Beth Russo, Action News Jax.
And Alicia Tarancon is live in Fernandina Beach, and that's where we're starting to see some bigger waves out there. And Alicia, you're also seeing some sparking power lines. A lot of gas stations are out today as well.
Yes, and over here on Fernandina Beach, we're up close looking at these waves over here. You can just see how strong and choppy these waves are. Again, there's still quite a few people that we've seen over here on the beach. Now, one thing we did notice is that Fernandina Beach Police are here. They are watching. They are making sure that everyone stays safe and that they're staying out in the water because, again, we do see those double red flags flying, letting people know to stay out of the water. And thankfully, we haven't seen anybody in the water yet this morning, but we do know they actually blocked off one of the parking lots where we have our Action News Jax vehicle parked in right now. They're trying to prevent more people from coming over into the beaches. I know Nassau County Emergency Management, they are trying to encourage people to stay off the roads and stay out of the beaches because they just want everyone to be safe. If you turn over here, you'll notice, there are still some people here taking photos. They're staying safe, a lot of them behind that berm over there. And as we mentioned before, that berm, it's there to help protect against that storm surge that we're going to see later today when it is high tide. Now we're going to be monitoring the conditions over here in Nassau County and over here in Fernandina Beach, and we're going to keep you updated on those conditions throughout the day. I'm reporting live in Fernandina Beach. Alicia Tarancon, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jax.
Of course, you've seen numerous satellites of Hurricane Dorian taken from space, but this one is from the ISS. A few astronauts up there taking shots of that massive hurricane there from the ISS as it's in geosynchronous orbit right now. Look how big that is right off Florida's coast.
And our Christy Turner tweeted this new video of how strong Hurricane Dorian's outer bands making their presence known. So in the air there, she has our meter and found wind gusts of up to 45 miles an hour in Neptune Beach.
Yeah, those bands, they really get going with that wind and that rain, and then there's a lull, and then there's more bands,
right,
then another lull,
and we
right?
see it right here at the studio, these strong bands coming through, and then it's quiet.
And a lot of rain, too. We've been monitoring the conditions, too, on the St. Johns River all day today for you.
Our Megan Moriarty is on the South Bank right now giving us an update on the river walk.
Here at the South Bank, weather conditions have relaxed dramatically. We went from rain that was pelting us in the back to essentially no rain at all, and we've lost all those puddles that were out here as well. It's actually not too bad out, but we still have those high winds. Now, earlier we had some neighbors come down here. They're from the San Marco neighborhood, and they came to check out the conditions, and they were pleasantly surprised with what they found down here.
We got up early this morning. We were just being nosy, so we decided to come down and look to see what was going on.
Now, we also saw several runners out here and even some dog walkers. And like I said, the rain has calmed down. We're still feeling that wind, but the neighborhood that is known for flooding, we're not seeing any flooding at all so far. And we'll continue to bring you the latest when we get it. For now, reporting on the South Bank, Megan Moriarty, Action News Jax.
All right, Garrett, from First Alert Weather Center, we're continuing, of course, to look at the eye of Dorian, a very wide eye here. This is not uncommon of a hurricane that's gone through some restructuring and seems to be doing the same thing yet again, Garrett. But really, it's the beaches where this is the story. And we want to update, Garrett, the information that we're getting on Amelia Island, Cumberland Island area. National Weather Service, appreciate their information and their work always, of course, Garrett. A storm surge at the coast looks to be about 3 to 5 feet. There was some speculation a couple of days ago we could be looking at storm surge values maybe closer to 7 feet, bringing those down a little bit.
And then also, as we head to the intercoastal, we're talking 2 to 4 feet potential storm surge flooding that's above the ground. And then, of course, at the beaches, we add those waves on top of that, the pounding at the beaches, and then the overwash past the dunes, flooding some of the local roads.
And let's not forget about the tributaries of the St. Johns River. We'll have some tidal fluctuations as well that could be several feet. And then we want to talk about Jekyll Island, Fernandina Beach, the back side of Jekyll Island in Fernandina Harbor Marina, the Egan's Creek area. Is it Egan's or Eggins? I'm trying to remember. I think it's Eggins Creek, actually, and I apologize for you locals there, but we want to get the information to you. E-G-I-N-S Creek. I think it's Eggins Creek. And there's a concern there, what we had happen with Matthew, that we could have some additional flooding there, and concerned about the south side flooding of Cumberland Sound and St. Simons Sound in southeastern portions of Georgia. So those are all areas to watch.
And one of the reasons why we're talking about the sound side flooding is we have winds in tropical systems counterclockwise, right? And so when it backs up and when it gets north of our latitude, the wind direction is going to shift, and so that backs the water back on the sound side of, say, some of the islands, Amelia Island, back into Jekyll Island.
And in the meantime, right now, that's all being pushed in there. So out of with the east wind and a northeast wind, and then as the hurricane goes by, much like carbon copy of Matthew in this case, then that water it tries to be forced back out, but gets blocked, and then you get some additional flooding.
So an important update there.
Really important update for our coastal areas and southeast Georgia around St. Simon's Island, Jekyll Island, and Fernandina Beach, and northeast Florida and Amelia Island. All right, let's take a look at the wide view here, the close-up view of Dorian as it continues that move generally northward, a broad eye. We are seeing a little bit more banding trying to work around the center, and every once in a while we get sort of offshoots, if you will, of showers, but there are plenty of breaks in between where the wind's not blowing that strong. And again, I do not expect the I-95 corridor of sustained winds of 40 miles per hour. There would be no reason, by definition at least, to close those bridges, as far as I can tell, as far as our forecast goes. And you see some of these heavier bands every once in a while that make a move a little bit toward the coast, dropping to the south into the southwest. And we get some pretty heavy cells in there every once in a while, but they're pretty hit and miss. They're pretty scattered. One at Jack's Beach. A couple here with near and just inside the 295 Beltway, the downtown area as well. They were zooming in, Southside Boulevard to the Butler Boulevard 295 interchange, some brief heavy rain. Moving into downtown, look at this. It's a pretty good little cluster of showers from about Ocean Way southward to just north of downtown and extending east into parts of Arlington. We zoom into street level mapping here. It's pouring on North Liberty Street. You're seeing rainfall rates of 3/4 of an inch per hour at least, and that includes then you throw in some winds, some very strong winds with those of 40 to 50 miles per hour. There's the broad eye. You can see all this heavy rain. And as ominous as this looks, admittedly, much of this won't make it to land or only parts of that west edge. So much of the real widespread heaviest rain will, in many cases, stay offshore. So after Dorian passes by, what are you going to be able to do tomorrow? Well, just about anything you want, except go to school, kiddos, which is, I guess, okay for you guys because the schools, in many cases, remain closed. But you can go to the grocery store. You'll be able to travel. You'll be able to get from point A to B. The bridges will be open. You should be able to drive on the local roads, the bank. You should be able to run errands. You should be able to get gas. The airport should be up and running. We should be in good shape from an infrastructure standpoint. After the storm moves on by tomorrow and Friday, I would expect things to return to normal reasonably quickly, which is obviously some good news. And then the temperatures soar. Check it out. We'll be well into the 90s over the next several days, and that includes your Monday and Friday, too, will be in the 90s. Looking after Dorian, mix of clouds and sun, hot temperatures, a dry weekend. Any rain will be pretty widely scattered, showers and thunderstorms potentially next week. So your weekend hour-by-hour forecast, because once we get beyond Dorian, it's really pretty decent. It'll be hot. The temperatures will be generally around 70 in the early morning hours, even some 60s inland. That'll be more pleasant, to around 90 at noon and into the 90s in the afternoon. That means one very hot Jaguars game Sunday afternoon. So Dorian, you can see on the side of your screen there, Neptune Beach Live, our satellite, and the reporting stations. Orange Park now with gusts near 40 miles per hour, Garrett, as Dorian continues to make its move offshore.
Yeah, you can see we're also monitoring conditions at our local beaches. Here's a live shot we have for you now showing our beach erosion and heavy waves in St. Augustine. This is there you can see our Bridget Matter also, and now they're trying to get the shot stabilized for us. That's the St. Augustine Pier right now, and you can see those waves increasing. Today, 10 to 15 feet is what they'll be doing here in the local viewing area, and we're going to be watching that beach erosion as well. Guys, I don't know if you can talk to the photographer, try to get a good angle of that beach erosion, and unfortunately those folks sitting out there watching it as well. We're going to be watching that through the day, and also some damage photos coming into us now in the St. Johns River from Fruit Cove. We're seeing some docks damaged already by some water, but significant flooding is not expected, but a 1 to 3, maybe even 2 to 4 feet of inundation there from storm surge. We'll be tracking that here all day long here with coverage continuing for Hurricane Dorian.
Live, this is Action News Jax special coverage tracking Dorian.
Hurricane Dorian spinning off our coast as a Cat 2 hurricane. The broad eye shooting off bands of wind and rain. The outer reaches of those bands hitting our beaches right now. Let's take a live look at Jax Beach as strong waves crash ashore and into the Jax Beach Pier. Those waves reaching heights of 10 to 15 feet. Thanks for joining us, everyone, for continuing coverage of Hurricane Dorian. I'm Phil Amato.
And I'm Dawn Lopez. Here's the very latest on Hurricane Dorian. JIA tweeted more flight cancellations are expected today. I looked earlier and saw dozens and dozens of cancellations and delays. So keep an eye on travel itineraries. Call your airline. Much of the heaviest rain Dorian is packing is staying offshore. And as for now, our first alert weather team expects your daily life to resume to normal sometime tomorrow as Dorian starts moving away from our coastline.
You bet. We can't wait for that, right? Also, a new emergency alert some people may have received on their cell phones just a few minutes ago. It says what we have been reporting for a long time now, that there are life-threatening ocean conditions in Duval County and to stay out of the water. Action News Jax Bridget Matter also took this video in Volano Beach just a few minutes ago, seeing some strong wind and some rain in that area.
That's right, and lots of erosion, too. Action News Jax has complete live team coverage for you right now this morning. As you can see, we have a team of meteorologists and also reporters hard at work for you, making sure that you are informed. Let's get right on over to the First Alert weather team. Here's First Alert meteorologist Garrett Beatenbaugh.
And right here, joined with Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
And Garrett, we're continuing to see the beach pounding, and I just got an email from a viewer in St. Mary's not happy that we haven't talked about St. Mary's. So you know what we're going to do right now?
Talk about St. Mary's.
You got it. We're going to talk about St. Mary's right now because we're here to help you and serve you and keep you safe, and you're going to be all right. Folks, this is not a Matthew repeat. This is not an Irma repeat. It's close in many cases to Matthew, but not exactly, and we're going to talk a little bit about that too. So let me advance here, and and this is the comparison, which I'm not really going to do at this very moment because I want to get to our viewer in St. Mary's who is concerned about what's going on there. And I get that. Everybody wants to know what's going on exactly where they live. We'll give some broad views, but also we'll come in a little bit tighter on you for you and exactly to show you what's going to happen. We showed some county by county a little earlier, Garrett. Again, west of I-95, I hate to use the term non-event. Kind of is.
Kind of is.
But my point on that is there will be gusty winds, there'll be some heavy bands, but this is not a significant deal for the inland area. So we'll zoom on into beautiful St. Mary's. Right along the St. Mary's River, and you have some extra stuff going on in St. Mary's, Garrett, because of the winds that occur here. You've got the St. Mary's River and, of course, the proximity to the ocean.
And the winds coming in from the Atlantic, so pushing some water in, though we're not expecting a significant event for St. Mary's, but there will be some water.
Exactly. And the problem right now for St. Mary's and surrounding area and nearby areas with the St. Mary's River is that water is being funneled right in off the ocean right now because of the positioning of the eye of Dorian is pushing a lot of salt water through the system here at St. Mary's. So you will have water rises. It'll be very rough. You'll have storm surge, too, correlating pretty close to high tide, unfortunately, this afternoon.
Well, we're talking about St. Mary's. You know what? I bet folks about the Black Creek want to know about the Black Creek.
That's another good one, too. So let's head there. One other point on St. Mary's, just real quickly. Once the eye goes by, that water will be pushed out again, too. So St. Mary's, you're looking at offshore winds. You're looking at gusty winds, some periods of heavy rain, but St. Mary's doesn't look like a real big hit for you either. You're far enough inland not to have the extreme conditions, I wouldn't think. Good point, Garrett Beatenbaugh, on Black Creek and nearby areas, and areas hit so hard by Irma back just a couple of years ago. And by the way, the Black Creek Basin, actually, some of that is southwest Duval County. So what falls there can sometimes impact Black Creek.
The North Fork of the Black Creek, and then we're talking about down here in Clay County, and the South Fork of the Black Creek. We're not expecting significant water rise there on the Black Creek. You're not getting that much rain. You'll see a few bursts of heavy rain, but we aren't monitoring that for a Matthew or Irma type of situation there.
And it's tidal influence, so there'll be some surge. There'll be some, higher tides will be even higher than average, and that includes also along the St. Johns River here, by the way, and Doctors Lake and Doctors Inlet and northward all the way to the Buckman Bridge. But this is not anywhere close to Irma's magnitude.
And, while we're doing viewer influence on our weathercast right now, we have one that I think is pretty funny. Can you tell, Mike, the people the difference between the colors on the satellite map, so the infrared satellite imagery, and the colors on the Doppler map. Doppler is rain, but husbands and wives all over town are arguing about the satellite colors, apparently, according to this viewer. So
that's very good.
Explain to the people and cut away these arguments.
Okay, Maritza, can you pop up in Computer 2 a satellite imagery for us? And when we get to that, we'll get to that real quick here. One other thing, we were talking about Black Creek and St. Mary's downtown too. Garrett, we're getting a lot of people asking about downtown that was so heavily flooded during Irma. This is not, again, a situation like that either. So we're in pretty good shape when it comes to those particular areas and what they're going to see for impacts with Hurricane Dorian. I'm trying to find the satellite view here.
Max 2.
Oh, you did get it? Okay, there we go. So let's talk about this and the colors and what it means for versus First Alert Doppler HD, which on First Alert Doppler HD, more color, heavier the rain.
Yeah, and right here, the kind of deeper colors equals the colder cloud tops, equals also the more intense areas of thunderstorms and convection over the Atlantic. Now, these are slightly warmer cloud tops, which means there are a little bit of showers, perhaps, but also just some clouds there.
A little lower in the atmosphere. They're not as high, so they don't. The temperature isn't as sensitive. The higher you go in the atmosphere, colder the cloud tops, right? Colder the air. So when you get that bright color, these are really high thunderstorms, high up into the atmosphere. They show up as bright colors, not so much when you get further away from the eye.
This is taken from 22,000 miles above our head with a geostationary satellite. The radar is here locally at the International Airport on ground.
Yeah, so you're looking at from above, literally with a satellite, and from kind of right at the ground level with radar. So we hope that helped our viewer settle that discussion and talk about what exactly is going on with the satellite view. So let's get to the differences between the three storms that we've talked a lot about the last several days, and then to Dorian. We'll take this to the wall, and then Garrett, if you take First Alert Doppler HD after that, and we'll take a look at some of these the heavy rain bands that are affecting eastern parts of the viewing area right now and offshore. So here's Floyd, Matthew, and Dorian. And Dorian, similar to Matthew at our coast, but took a little bit different way to get there. You can see it started out over the eastern Caribbean, went east to Puerto Rico, whereas Matthew came up from the deep Caribbean across Cuba, and then just off our shore just 3 years ago in 2016. But also interesting and on the map is Hurricane Floyd from the late 1990s, 20 years ago, 1999. So there's Matthew's track, here's Floyd's track, and then right down the middle, splitting the middle, is Dorian now, our hurricane today. So the impacts are not going to be quite as profound as what we had with Matthew. It's a little further offshore, but having said that, it's a broad circulation. It's been an intense hurricane and may even be trying to do a little bit of reorganizing right now. And then Floyd was even more offshore in 1999, which caused a mass evacuation, one of the greatest peacetime evacuations in U.S. history, from Florida all the way up through the Carolinas. My point on that is that while we had evacuations with Dorian, they were not near of the scale that they would have been 20 years ago. That's how much better the forecast accuracy on especially track has become. Now, you might say right away, you might say, what are you talking about accuracy? Because the forecast has been all over the place the last week or so. I get that. But we didn't have to do a massive evacuation because we could narrow down that path early enough to feel confident that we didn't need to get rid of everybody that's been living right along the coast and all up and down Georgia, Florida, and the Carolinas versus the Floyd scenario 20 years ago, which of course clogged our roads right here at home. That's a major and important distinction to make. So Dorian will split the difference with Matthew closer to our coast 3 years ago, Dorian close enough so that it's going to be a mess at our beaches in particular. Similarities east of Jacksonville, Cat 2 or 3 depending on the storm, that beach beating. Cat 5 at one time, of course, Matthew was too, but much further to the south. Dorian much closer to our area in the northwest Bahamas, but now weakening to that Category 2 or going down to a Cat 2. Remember, there's no such thing as just this is still a potentially dangerous hurricane and not quite as wide as either Matthew or Floyd, but starting to widen that overall wind circulation now. 5-speed First Alert Doppler HD, Garrett, we have some pretty heavy showers just about right at the coast.
Yeah, and some of these showers now that we're having wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour, getting some reports of some trees down in the Fernandina Beach area. Our newsroom has a photo of that. We'll be working to confirm it and also get that on the air there. But we're seeing 40 to 50 mile per hour winds now at times in gusts in these bands, of course, with saturated soils there eventually and likely there in Nassau County. It doesn't take much for those trees, those big trees, trees to come down there. So Fernandina Beach going to get a tree down report. Also some branches down, damaging some docks on the river is what we're seeing now from Fruit Cove. Branches versus kind of water rise and wave action. First alert Doppler HD there for you in the Nocatee area, northern St. Johns County. You can see these moving pretty much, north to south, with some bands moving in off the Atlantic. And you can see here as we take a look at the velocity data as well. We just take a query of that. It's 40-plus mile-per-hour winds moving in off the Atlantic right now. We have a very turbulent wind field over our heads right now, too, and that's what you can see right here on First Alert Doppler HD, Mike.
And Garrett, we were just heard from the newsroom here that we've got a reporter, I think it's Bridget Matter, I think, is out at the beaches right now, and she's saying that she's got people in the, oh, she's in St. Augustine? Yeah. Okay, so she's saying she's got people in the water. So we want to take a quick look out here. Look at that, people have been hanging out. Do we have Bridget live, or are we just taking a live look?
Look at that, too.
Okay, they're going to get her. Yeah, look at the, we talked about this, Garrett, the scouring that our beaches are going to take. I'm not seeing anybody necessarily in the water at the moment, but there might have been a little earlier.
They look a little wet.
They do. Now, the best advice, of course, is it's okay to walk on the beach, even though many of them are closed.
Bridget's talking to us
Bridget is talking?
Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead, Bridget.
Go ahead, Bridget.
Yeah, if you guys got me, those two guys over there, we saw them sitting right there on that edge of where we see that major erosion. They were sitting there and just letting themselves kind of get taken this way by the water as the waves rushed in. We haven't seen anyone go into the ocean, which is good. We haven't seen any surfers or anybody trying to swim or anything like that. But these guys here, they're just kind of, you know, going up to the edge, sitting there, and letting those waves take them in. So we're kind of in what's a splash zone here. So if you see us run the other way, that's just live TV. We're trying to stay as dry as possible so we can stay on the air longer. But these waves, if we get a really strong one, they come on over where those guys are standing. They actually topple over, and they can get all the way up kind of towards these buildings back here. So we're going to go a little bit closer to the edge. Hopefully we don't get hit by one of these bigger waves. But just look how angry that ocean looks. And when those waves really roll in, that's what's eating away at this at the sand here. So you've got really pretty cool shapes that are being made out into the sand. It looks like somebody came here and kind of built this out, but this is just the ocean really coming and eating away at the ocean, or at the sand, I'm sorry. So we'll walk a little bit so you can get a better look at the shapes here. So we've got one rolling in. So yeah, they're kind of just jumping in there, and hopefully those waves don't take them out. But they're staying pretty close to the edge here. But anyhow, there's a lot of sea foam here. And if we walk to this way, Joel wants to come down here with me. Like I said, we're trying our best not to get soaking wet so we can, you know, stay out here. But just to give you a look at how tall this is. What was that, Mike?
Pretty impressive there. Oh, there, and a little piece fell off, a little chunk fell off. Rumor has it that you're about 5.5 feet tall. Would that be true?
Yeah, I'm 5'5", so
okay.
5'5", and this is going to come up to me right here.
So,
yeah,
so you're looking.
For scale. This just came off, so.
Right. So it probably in the next high tide through this afternoon, that will probably be taller than you will be, Bridget, as we go through this afternoon. That little sort of like cliff that's right there.
Woo.
And all the sea foam, of course, rising up
so,
too.
Yeah, and we watched this fall, so that's the process. That's what happens. These waves continue to come up here, and then you see pieces of this just kind of crumble and then get washed out. So that's going to continue to happen throughout today. And we were out here yesterday. Oh, there it comes.
So this is literally going to reconfigure the beaches. You guys, obviously, we would say that's not wise to jump into the ocean. very high rip current risk. That could very quickly take you out. We don't want you to do that. We don't want you to mimic that. But one thing, Bridget, if you can hear me, I'd like to get a shot of the dunes back behind you a little bit, because those dunes are protecting, and this is true up and down our coast, those dunes are protecting a lot of our coastal area to some degree. Some of them have been compromised a great deal the last few years. Some have been rebuilt. Some are growing back. This is one of those situations, one step forward, a couple steps back when it comes to erosion and our dune system, Bridget.
Come up more.
It's going to be hard for her to hear us, you guys out in our audience here, because...
Yeah, I can hear you guys. I got you guys. I just got pulled out a little bit, but I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I just got pulled up just that way, and it came up to right here. I mean, it's strong when you get a strong one.
Right. You see the water going all the way.
Do you want us to show you guys anything else while we're down in this area?
Yeah, Bridget, I'd like the photographer, if you could pan off, I think it's Joel, if you could pan off to the dunes to your right, or if you're facing the...
Come this way.
If you're facing the buildings, would be to your left. And there you can see, and by the way, at high tide, that water will be all the way to the road. But the dunes is what we were asking about, Bridget, too, is those dunes are probably going to be compromised this afternoon at high tide, or at least the water's going to get there.
Right, yeah. So, okay, let's take you to the dunes then. That's
Perfect.
Down this way. We're a little bit a ways because we've got buildings here.
Right.
So we can take you that way if you want us to walk you guys down there.
Yeah, just a little ways here. So what we're seeing, you guys, to the audience, the dunes are on the right-hand side. That's, of course, protecting those homes there. We see this all up and down our coast, and this has become more and more of a problem with frequent hurricanes the last few years, at least, some sea level rise as well, and at times of high tide, like we're going to get over the next few hours, those dunes are going to take a beating, and that's a concern all up and down our coast. There's going to have to be yet another round of very expensive, time-consuming reconstruction up and down our coast.
And high tide in the St. Augustine area today is at about 1:30, and that includes the downtown area as well. Avenida Menendez, right now it's not flooding, but likely to have some water coming up over the seawall at some point as Dorian continues advancing closer to our latitude.
A1A is also likely to have some problems with sand and water at the very least. There may be enough erosion to do some of the kind of damage that Matthew did too, although some of it's been rebuilt or has been fortified in some cases. Dorian is going to really be a beating in this case. So Bridget's made it essentially to the dunes, and you can see they're not all that tall in this particular area of St. Augustine Beach. So what I'm thinking, Bridget, is that in the next high tide, and as Garrett mentioned, it's between 1 and 2 o'clock this afternoon, a little bit anyway of about either way of 1:30, the water should make it at least to the dunes, and in some cases may breach the dunes or get beyond them.
Yeah, so let's give you a look from the ocean, and then we'll take you to the dunes to give you a look at just how far they are. Okay, here's the ocean here, where we just were, showing you everything eating away.
Right.
So, you know, like you said, once high tide gets up here, these dunes aren't very tall. So, I mean, it could breach, come over, but they're not extremely tall. They're still here. But yeah, it's not very far. What was that?
And it's not so much necessarily that the water would go straight up over the top of the dunes, but it'll eat away. That pounding of waves will eat away at the dune system, and then sometimes it'll cause a breach, or it'll cause a crack, it'll cause it to go in someplace, and then that compromises the whole system, the whole ecosystem of the dunes, in some cases, in some places, up and down our coastline here over the next few hours.
Yeah, and that water run-up really will begin to eat away, and the 15 to 20-foot waves right there near the pier will continue with that water rushing up, and that's when we expect at least some dune breaches and that overwash, and then some street flooding.
Right, exactly, and that'll be times of high tide early to mid-afternoon. Bridget, good job out there. We appreciate the show and tell. Is it Joel that's out there with you? Joel Lotz?
Yeah, no problem.
Tell Joel we appreciate it very much, too.
What was that?
And I know you're going to tell those guys to quit getting in the water. Thank you. We appreciate that very much. Well done, Bridget Matter at St. Augustine Beach. So, Corey, we continue to see the bands of heavy rain. In some cases, there might be a thunderstorm as we get a little heating today, but it's mostly heavy rain. It's very on and off. This is not really very different than what we have anticipated. Some people are going to say, hey, what hurricane? We get that. But if you've been watching First Alert Weather Team for the last week or so, we'll miss it sometimes. I get and won't be right, but in this case, it kind of is what we expected.
Yeah,
right?
it is a big coastal event, and we also want to bring in Ben Becker live right now. Ben is in, where is Ben? He's at Jacksonville Beach, and so we want to bring Ben Becker in here from the Jacksonville Beach area. And Ben, we see that shot behind you, and the waves are pretty high there at the pier.
Yeah, Burrish and Sima, take a look behind me. This gives you a little bit of a different perspective. Check it out. Underneath the pier, I think I should be singing under the boardwalk or something like that. But anyway, go take a look. Look how these waves are pounding the pylons right down into the ocean behind me. These are 18-inch pylons that hold the pier, and we of course know what kind of pounding this pier has taken in the past few years. Hurricane Matthew took out 300 feet of it in 2016. And you mentioned Floyd in '99. Floyd destroyed the pier, and then it was rebuilt only to be partially destroyed in 2016. But anyway, look how this water is just flowing in here. Now look, you can also see at my knees. Earlier I was about 15 feet out. It's not safe there anymore. I had to come back in this way, but I'm going to take you out here, give you kind of a wider perspective. You can see, they were talking about what? Surf, maybe, what, about 8-foot breakers right now? And I think you guys have been talking earlier, we can get to 10 to 15 feet before this thing is done, right? I mean, is that what you guys are saying, about 10 to 15 feet?
Yeah, at least.
Is that right, Mike?
Yeah,
Corey?
at least, Ben. At times of high tide this afternoon, some of those breakers will easily be double digits. And as the hurricane makes its closest approach this afternoon, between 2 and 7 p.m. from south to north, Garrett, we could see breakers certainly be 15 feet, maybe even greater, Ben.
Are you still here? Take a look here. Look how this water is just rushing up on me right now. There was no water here a second ago, okay? I'm just going to brace myself so I stay put. But that just tells you how quickly things can change here. You know, we've talked about today how people have gone into the water. If you're not really prepared and thinking about it, in an instant, like that, you can be sucked right back out, okay? So that kind of gives you an idea what it's like here, how strong this water is, and, you know, it's only going to get rougher and rougher as the afternoon continues. So that's the story out here at Jack's Beach, and again, we'll be out here all afternoon taking a look. If you want some more, I can give you some more. Do we have anywhere else to go? I can show you some dunes if you like.
Next shot, next report,
take
Ben.
a look at some dunes.
Okay, we'll go into the dunes. When you want full information on the beach, you always send Ben. So here we go.
That's right.
All right, back to you guys.
Okay, we are running out. We will get to Ben for the dunes there in just a minute, but he makes a good point. You know, and some people are saying, well, hey, we know it's logical not to go in the water, but 2008, Tropical Storm Faye, we had vacationers in town from the northern U.S., Midwest, and came into town, a family, and unfortunately they went in the water and the mom never came back out. She lost her life to a rip current. So while it sounds logical and we're stating the obvious, sometimes that's what you have to do.
Yeah, we have to. And we'll have the latest here coming up from the Action News Jack's First Alert Weather Center. More updates on First Alert Doppler HD. More Send Ben updates as well. And from Bridget coming up here in just a bit.
We did Send Ben. All right. Thanks, guys, so much. We looked at the beaches there, both St. Augustine and Jack's Beach. Now, Beth Russo has been on the road with our storm tracker. She's in St. Augustine outside the First Alert storm tracker. And, Beth, you took a look at the historic area right there, not too far away from Avenue Menendez. And, boy, it's coming down there now, isn't it?
We're definitely seeing more rain and wind here right now, but the reason that photographer Mark and I popped out of the First Alert storm tracker is because there was a group of people just gathering here looking at the water. You can see some of their cars still in the parking lot. They ran to get out of the rain that we are currently standing in. The other thing, if we swing right here, you can see a lot more officers are out on the road. We actually saw them gather in this parking lot in just the last 15 minutes and then head out. They want to make sure that everyone is safe. And here's why. This is why they don't really want people out and about here by the fort. Take a look. You can see the waves, not really that big at this point. I know I was out here earlier this morning. They were actually lapping up over this seawall. We know there was a lot of problems with that during Hurricanes Matthew and Irma. Again, this is not the same type of event at all, but we did see those waves, but a lot calmer out here now. Have not seen those really big waves bounding over the seawall since about 5 or 6 this morning. The other thing is off in the distance, I don't know if you can see it, that's the bridge to Volano Beach. Right across the way from us, we have the Bridge of Lions. Both of those are limited access at this point.
Police officers really just want business owners and people who own homes in those areas to be going over there. They say if they do have to officially shut down those bridges, they don't want anyone to get stuck over there without shelter. A really important thing to point out right now, take a look here at Avenida Menendez. You can see just a little bit of it. This is where we typically see flooding when it's in St. Augustine start. It starts here on the bayfront and then moves up. When I was here for Hurricane Irma, it got all the way out to US 1, Ponce de Leon Boulevard. None of that right now, and we are heading towards high tide. You've heard the First Alert weather team mention 1:30 high tide here in the city of St. Augustine. So far, just some wet roads, really not even that much ponding on the sides of the roads here. So some good news out of St. Augustine as we continue to watch Dorian. For now, we're live in St. Augustine. Beth Russo, Action News Jax.
And we continue our Hurricane Dorian team coverage with Action News Jax, Letitia Barriola here at the storm desk, and we're taking a look at the outages. And it was only a few minutes ago that I saw the numbers were 500, but that's jumped.
It has jumped. We are keeping our eye on this for our neighbors who don't have any power. The First Alert weather team is tracking the winds from Dorian, and that's causing some trouble, whipping up some of that high wind, rain knocking down power in parts of the viewing area. So here's a rundown. Right now, there are more than 2,400 now customers with no power in our area. So JEA, it was reporting more than 800 outages. We just checked again, and it's about 2,400. In the past 30 minutes, the number has risen at least a couple hundred there. Mayport is an area that's seeing a lot of outages there, about 377 customers without power in Mayport. Clay Electric, let's talk about Clay County now. It's reporting 5 customers without power. That's down from 2,000, so you can see the significant sort of improvement there. They're working hard in Clay County. Big improvements, too, with FPL. At 7 this morning, we told you about over 3,000 customers didn't have power. Within the last 30 minutes or so, we learned half of those customers got their power back. Still a high number, I know. Nearly 1,400 customers in St. Johns County waking up to no power this morning. By the way, FPL has a message for customers online asking for patience, saying crews will work to restore power as long as conditions allow.
And I'm First Alert meteorologist Garrett Biedenball alongside Chief Meteorologist Mike Burns.
And we're talking about the power. Letitia, they're talking about it. Garrett, this I think is going to be pretty accurate. We've shown this quite a bit, just sporadic outages inland versus the coastal areas, and even there, it should not be terribly widespread or severe, at least compared to Matthew and Irma in the past.
And some of this will be from tree branches falling down. We've seen some alert. We're getting some alerts, right, for the tropical storm updates here from us in the First Alert Weather Center, but also the wind and also we have a tornado warning. Also, okay, well, let's go right to it here.
Is that correct? Okay.
St. John's County.
So we'll stay on now, and for those in the newsroom and the control room, we need you guys to go into tornado warning mode here right now. So tornado warning is in effect, and if you could make sure you change the bar at the bottom there to go with tornado warning instead as well, rather than Dorian off the Florida coast. We have a tornado warning, and that's why. There's the cell. It's moved to shore just south of Nocatee. Again, a tornado. This is no surprise. We get these kinds of situations pretty frequently during tropical systems. We talked about the isolated tornado threat, Garrett, and here we go.
Yeah, and this is in effect until 11:30 a.m. here, according to the National Weather Service. Let's take a look at velocity data, Mike.
And speaking of which, Garrett, this will be canceled much earlier than that, because either that or extended much earlier, because it's racing to the south. These kinds of circulations are usually transient, what we call it. In other words, they come in quickly and go out quickly. This is the reason for the circulation, and it is pretty well developed. We're seeing winds of perhaps 70 miles per hour, but on the ground could be stronger if indeed it's a tornado. We better track this, Garrett, now as it drops to the south. This would be just southeast of Nocatee, or maybe on the south edge of Nocatee, where the possible tornado is indicated right now, dropping south slightly west of due south into the St. Augustine Outlet Malls area at about 11:07, so right along Highway 16 and I-95, Moultrie at 11:18 if it holds together, Elkton at 11:21, and Spuds by 11:26. Technically, the warning does include St. Augustine, but Garrett, I would say that based on our tracking here and looking at it, it would stay a little bit west of St. Augustine Augustine, and I would be most concerned about areas along Highway 1. There are several subdivisions. I'm trying to think off the top of my head, subdivisions there that would go from just north of St. Augustine right on up to Nocatee. Palencia comes to mind, nearby spots there. Kensington neighborhood, I believe, is the name of another one, a little bit north of Palencia, would be spots where you could have this tornadic cell moving near you. Again, don't panic, but get into somewhere safe, your safe room, somewhere of an interior hallway, away from windows. A bathroom's a good place to go because of the extra pipes from the plumbing keeps it usually a little bit better structural integrity during a tornado warning. You should not be in a mobile home during this storm anyway, but if you are and in the path of this tornado, you would be the best advice would be to get out and get into some kind of sturdy building. And as the potential tornado drops southward, Garrett has put the circulation icon on there now, and this will move right across Highway 1. It is moving away from Nocatee and headed to the south-southwest. It developed kind of over the south edge of Nocatee. And if you're just joining us now, we're tracking a circulation on First Alert Doppler HD that could portend a tornado. It could mean the development of a tornado. We're on street-level mapping now, so if you see any of these streets and you live by them, recognize them, you are in the path of this possible tornado. Abbott's Way, Cypress Crossing, Hickory Hill Drive. My old eyes are not helping me here.
Vale Drive?
Is that Vale Drive? Yep. North Loop Parkway as well. And then right on Costa del Sol Drive, Hickory Hill Drive. These are all areas where this circulation is headed right now, dropping south-southwest very quickly at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. It's part of this heavy cell that is formed and is moving to the south-southwest. It's an isolated cell. This is pretty classic for tropical systems, Garrett, a circulation like this to develop, and will stay a little west of St. Augustine. It's southeast of the World Gulf Village. It has left Nocatee. It's moving to the south, and it is screaming to the south. It's moving at least about 45 miles per hour, Garrett.
We'll get a velocity update here in just a second. Right now, this is an updated radar image using First Alert Doppler HD with this tornado warning. Your First Alert weather app has gone off, and now you're joining us as well, likely on News 104.5 WOKV, crossing State Road 16 here in mere seconds. This is, again, according to the National Weather Service in Jacksonville, moving to the south around 60 to 65 miles per hour. So that's why between one radar frame it was up there, and now it's down here crossing State Road 16. So this is a concern for the St. Augustine outlets area right now with this active tornado warning. And Mike, we're continuing to watch this drop to the south. The Weather Service saying 60 to 65 miles per hour. So tropical tornadoes move, if it is on the ground, moves pretty quickly.
Yeah, it moves very fast. You have to act quickly. You'll hear a loud roar, and then the tornado could be just about on top of you. And that's what, if the power goes out, that's another indication of a possible tornado nearby. Derek has popped up the traffic camera from Highway 16 and I-95. Pretty good view of this cell as it's moving in. If we can take the traffic cam, there it is. And we can expect to see the tornadic part of this storm as it moves in. You see the very heavy rain off in the distance. It's raining on this camera right now, but there's that. And there we are, is that tornado could be the same way as it's moving very fast right now, possible tornado. So here's Highway 16 and I-95, very near the outlet malls. You can see in the distance very heavy rain, and that would be this possible tornadic cell. So Derek and Maritza and Corey in the weather office, if you guys, First Alert Weather Center, if you can kind of keep an eye on this camera, and if we see anything unusual here, let us know immediately. But this is right in the vicinity of the tornado right now, possible tornado, Highway 16 and I-95. You saw there not much traffic because, of course, most people are staying inside today with the closest passage of Dorian, Garrett.
We're just checking our velocity map as well here. It's coming a little bit less defined, but still there is some high winds here. Using the winds right here, I'd say this is pretty much, if I had to say it, Mike, the circulation, if it is left, right about here. So it's north of State Road 16. The rain is heading there first if you're crossing 16 there, but the circulation is to the north, and actually by now, it's likely right about here, talking about the radar scans.
Exactly, right. And it has broadened out a little bit. It looks like it's broadened out maybe just a little bit compared to the tightness that we had when the tornado warning was issued. And that's why this warning is likely to be either expired early or extended further to the south, because it's just moving so quickly. So right at Highway 16 and I-95 right now, the heavy rain is getting in now, and right behind that, so to speak, to its immediate north will be the circulation that contains the possible tornado. World Golf Village, you're okay. This will stay to your south and east. It is south of Nocatee. It is west of St. Augustine, so it's sort of couched in here in several neighborhoods in this vicinity. And then, of course, all the businesses that are at about Highway 16 and I-95, the outlet malls and other there's some fast food restaurants, and there's restaurants there. And now we're looking at First Alert Storm Analyst, which gives us another really good view of the possible tornado here. We have all the tools you need to keep you updated, that we need to keep you updated on the storm. This is rain on the left. This is wind on the right, and it's showing that possible circulation just about down to Highway 16 and I-95, Garrett.
Yeah, we're watching this and monitoring it. This color table really kind of exaggerates where we're watching, which is nice for your eyes. That is that circulation there where we're seeing 60 to 65 miles per hour. That's the wind. This is the radar, the classic radar you're used to seeing. It's west of Volano Beach. There's State Road 16. There's the outlets from St. Augustine. And so that's the portion we're watching. But again, now when we get a new radar update, this will likely be to the south. It's moving at 40 to even maybe 50 or 60 miles per hour, Mike. So we're waiting right now, a latest radar scan coming in.
What happens is on the backside of the hurricane like this, the cells, the individual cells, the very heavy rain, they're moving 50 and 60 miles per hour. And many times a tropical tornado, if it develops, is shrouded in rain. It's hard to see. It moves very quickly. So you want to listen for a loud roar if you're in the vicinity of where this tornado warning is in effect, or all day today when these cells pop like this. And if you hear that loud roar, the tornado may not be very far away, and it will only last a few seconds and it'll be gone. It looks like that circulation's coming even maybe a little bit tighter now, a little bit stronger again near Highway 16 and I-95. Let's take our traffic cam look there at Highway 16 and I-95 that Derek pulled up for us a minute ago. You see it's wet here. The rain has actually let up some. We're not seeing anything unusual here at this point. A little bit dark on the right-hand side of the screen, not any indication of a funnel or any true rotation in this particular case, but the tornado warning remains in effect for central St. Johns County. We are simulcasting on News 104.5 WOKV this morning. They're dipping in and out from time to time on our coverage, and looks to me like they're on right now with us. So for our radio listeners, perhaps you've lost power, perhaps you're on the highways and interstates, we're tracking a possible tornado near Highway 16 and Interstate 95 in St. Johns County, moving very quickly to the south at at least 40 to 50 miles per hour. If you are traveling, if you are in your vehicle and listening to this right now, you should wait the storm out. Do not travel on I-95 in the vicinity of Highway 16. But just take a couple of minutes, because this will be gone in no time at all, and you'll be able to continue on your way if you are traveling. It's Highway 16, I-95, and then it'll be Highway 207, I think, Derek, is that the next interchange, I believe, south of 16?
Correct.
So you're talking Vermont Heights, off the top of my head, Vermont Heights there, little community, and all that area along I-95 from the outlet malls southward to Highway 207. A little bit of a bend in there, Garrett, of the heavy rain indicating yet possibly at least some circulation.
Yeah, and we're monitoring our sky cams here. Corey Sima is monitoring the St. Augustine sky cam right now. We're going to turn that back to the north and west, but there is that active tornado warning. We're looking at it on the classic version of First Alert Doppler HD right now, taking a look at the winds. They have kind of come down a little bit. It's maybe perhaps lost its organization a little bit, but we'll have to continue watching. This portion of the cell right there is what we're looking for 214, County Road 214. It's heading your way in the next, say, minute or less, 30 seconds to 1 minute. This is moving pretty quickly at 40 to 60 miles per hour right now. And I want to give just a storm track, Mike, again for this, since we haven't done that in a few minutes, moving at around 60 miles per hour to the south. And this is what we're going to do right there. You can see I actually need to pull out some more because it's moving so fast here. We'll go down to 60 miles per hour, and this will likely lose its intensity by the time it heads this far to the south. But just to give these folks in St. Augustine Shores a heads up, at 11:12 here and the DuPont Center area by about 11:16.
Let's go to the First Alert Sky Cam Network.
Let's go to First Alert Sky Cam Network from St. Augustine using channel number 1, folks. And this is looking off to the northwest, and a little bit of west-northwest movement there with the Skycam right now. Let's put that St. Augustine, Channel 1, back here behind us or behind Mike, either one. And Corey's watching that for us here, too, in the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center. So, Corey, what were you you see the motion in the clouds?
Really dark area right here. It was basically here in the middle a minute ago, and now it is kind of shoved to the left part of the screen. And look at how fast the clouds are moving, too. So, you know, the report was that it was moving at 65 miles per hour, so it is screaming. Again, we don't have any confirmation of anything on the ground. There was just an area where these clouds were a little bit lower down to the ground than the rest of it, but things are starting to clear out here because it's moving by very quickly.
Yeah, moving by pretty quick. Thanks for noticing that, Corey. So, Mike, we're continuing to watch that using First Alert Doppler HD right now. And no updates that I'm seeing from the Weather Service. Still going to be in this tornado warning mode here right now. We're getting some updates on the tropical alerts, but not the tornado warning yet.
Right.
Traffic camera, we got from Derek
Derek,
monitoring here from I-95 at 305
Just interesting clouds, I don't know.
Where is that, Derek?
Good shot there, Derek. Yeah.
Near 206.
Near 206, Mike.
So that's continuing to move south now, and that would follow this just about perfectly as the possible tornado heads due south, and Derek's brought up this camera here at 206 and I-95, and what you're seeing is these low-level clouds, in this case with the circulation, are kind of wrapping right into the cell that is rotating, and that's why the tornado warning has been issued. Again, I would fully expect that to be discontinued early or extended because it's moving so fast to the south and to the southwest along I-95 and very near I-95. So these clouds moving south and kind of wrapping right into that cell that has the tornado warning on it right now. We were back on First Alert Doppler HD, and there's St. Augustine in the rain. The circulation stays west of St. Augustine. There's an update now on the tornado warning. You can see, as expected, the north end of it's been cut off, so to speak, because it is moving quickly to the south. So Highway 207 and I-95, Highway 16 and I-95, it's now south of Highway 16, so we could really even trim this to about Highway 16. It's just moving so fast that it's not going to be in this polygon, this red polygon here, for very long. But anybody, there's Elkton, heads up for Elkton too. This won't be too far from you. And then right on up to Vermont Heights and along Highway 207. So Garrett's put the time tracker on here in 1 minute. It's in the vicinity of Vermont Heights, the circulation. Elkton, you can expect a circulation in your area in just 3 minutes at 11:13. I mean, it is screaming to the south and into Moultrie at about 11:15. If you hear a loud roar, many people compare it to a jet engine or a train, then this could be a tornado in your area. Also, even if there's not a tornado, a cell like this will easily produce 50 and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as it moves through, which could cause a little bit of tree damage or maybe some down power lines. Overall, the circulation to me looks to be a little bit broader, Garrett, at this point.
I'm watching for right now. You can see that's a time frame back at 11:04, and that's when it was a little bit more defined right there with the tropical setup of tornado warnings and tornadoes, potential tornadoes. But now as we go to the south at 11:10 with the most recent update from First Alert Doppler HD, we're seeing that kind of broaden out again. Of course, it could always cycle through and get better organized, but we're seeing the potential for winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour dropping to the south just to the east of I-95 with the area that we be watching for potential tornadic development. So right approaching 207 there, State Road 207 in the next few minutes or so, Mike. We're continuing to watch that. No signs and no reports from the National Weather Service either from any spotted tornadoes here now. But you can see this is the latest update. And it's almost out of the warning and really
weakening.
Pretty weak
almost
right
gone.
now.
Yeah,
so
it's quickly weakening. Which brings me to another point. There's another cell to the north, Garrett, that looks pretty impressive that's moving through southeast Duval County and will head into northern portions of St. Johns County. Several cells. Any of these could very quickly rotate and suddenly produce a funnel cloud or a tornado or at least a burst of winds. So Garrett's put on here the winds and not really seeing anything too terribly suspicious at this point. It's a little messy because we have a very windy atmosphere anyway on the backside of Dorian. But those cells are something to watch through eastern Duval. They'll dive down through St. Johns County, just like this lead cell has that prompted the tornado warning that's now in effect for central St. Johns County.
And you can see they're circulating around that center of circulation there. And so that's why the movement is what it is. And even watching some of these cells, we have to watch every cell here, really, on First Alert Doppler HD here now. And they're dropping to the south at 50 to 60 miles per hour. So they're in eastern Duval, like Mike was saying, even some of those in Clay County, but especially closer to the immediate coast where the wind field is slightly stronger. That's what we're going to have to watch and use First Alert Storm Analysts, our traffic camera network, our First Alert. And now we're getting word that the tornado warning's been canceled, too, by the way.
Just about as expected. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much played out kind of as we thought it would. A little bit faster on the movement and then that rotation. The rotation in these cells, it doesn't last long, but you need to take it seriously and realize that there may not be a tornado warning in effect, and suddenly a storm rotates, a cell rotates, and drops a tornado, and you have significant damage in a neighborhood that much more significant than you otherwise would have. So good work, First Alert Weather Team, as we continue to update you on these cells moving down the East Beltway 295, I-95, and Highway 1. The new numbers are out. Since we're done with the tornado warning for right now, the new numbers are out on Hurricane Dorian. So let's take a look at that, an updated track forecast as well. So now is a good time to move to that information. It's still off to the east as we'd expect. The winds are still at 105 miles per hour, so no change in the winds right now. The pressure is about the same. It's been edging upward a little bit, that central pressure. And the forecast track, again, not a whole lot of change here, First Alert Weather Team. We're seeing by 8 o'clock this evening that it has moved north of the Jacksonville Beach latitude. It'll be more at about the Brunswick, St. Simons Island, Jekyll Island latitude, and then moving northward. And at that point, again, I've been talking about this a lot the last 24 hours. The south and west part of this hurricane is going to erode very quickly, much faster than the rest of it. It's going to become top-heavy today, tonight, and tomorrow. And by that, I mean the very heavy rain and strongest winds are going to reside to the north and east of the eye. That's not uncommon, but it even becomes more so when the eye is closer to land. So the western and southern part of this will be eaten away. The moisture and the rain will come to an end pretty abruptly through this afternoon and into this evening, which is good news from a flooding standpoint. And the winds, however, will continue to howl, especially at the beaches, through this evening and overnight, not really subsiding much until very late tonight and into tomorrow morning. And then the track continues to take it up just to offshore of the Carolinas tomorrow into tomorrow night. On that forecast track, it doesn't look like, if you guys have had a chance to have Corey, have you guys measured that? Maritza, have you guys measured that?
It is due east of St. Augustine Beach. The location is 81 miles east of St. Augustine Beach.
Okay, come on out into the weather center here, Corey, so we can discuss this. Have you guys measured the forecast?
I'll measure it.
Okay, let's also, what I want to do is take that cone and show what the new forecast points are and how far they are from land compared to what they were before, because I'm thinking it's the same, that it's 80 to 90 miles, give or take. So right now, Corey, that closest approach to St. Augustine is how many miles about?
So going to measure it right here,
okay, good.
basically right in front of you.
Perfect.
Between about 90 and 100. So we're eyeballing it here on the weather computer, but we're pretty close, between about 90 and 100.
That's just about where we've been with the forecast eye. Technically, it's a little bit more. It's relatively inconsequential to our forecast when it's that much of a move. And I had somebody complain on Twitter, comment on Twitter last night that I said that the move 10 miles east or west was inconsequential, and the person was upset because they thought that was a big deal. Well, it can be a big deal, but in this situation, we would really need an adjustment of 20, 30, 40 miles to make a really 30 or 40 plus miles to make a really big difference in our weather or the beach weather, and that's not happening. The storm is moving north-northwest. It will turn more northward with time and then turn to the northeast. It will stay offshore. It will be between 70 and 100 miles away from our coast. It will be a beach beating. Most homes and businesses will survive this storm at the coast. Inland along the I-95 corridor, there'll be impacts, but not near as severe as at the beaches, with sustained winds that will stay below tropical storm force. Therefore, the bridges should be able to stay open. And then west of I-95, and especially from near and west of Highway 301, this will not be a story. Okay, so those were all statements. Okay, I can tell you that's what's happening here with the hurricane. We're really confident on this through this afternoon and into this evening. So what we're expecting for the coastal impacts will pretty much stay the same, which is a storm surge of roughly 3 to 5 feet, maybe getting upwards to perhaps 6 feet, about 2 to 4 feet storm surge throughout the St. Johns River and its tributaries. Corey's bringing that up right now. Really no change to the majority of this. There'll be some local spots that could get a storm surge of maybe 6 feet or so, and then a pounding of our beaches. The rainfall is right at the coast. It's not inland. And when you get west of I-95, it will be less than an inch of rain in the end from Dorian versus coastal areas that may see several inches or in some cases up to 4 to 5 inches. That's including what already fell yesterday and last night. And then, of course, the isolated tornado or waterspout threat like we just had with the cell that moved through St. Johns County. So, Corey, to me, looking at everything for the new update of the 11 a.m. advisory, it's status quo. The storm will stay offshore, and we'll continue to see a movement to the north. It's gradually going to be picking up some speed a little bit, and that means pretty nice day by the time we get to tomorrow. Rapid clearing later tonight into tomorrow, and not the kind of situation that would produce widespread damage nor widespread power outages.
And yesterday, we adjusted that forecast just a little bit. I believe it was was the 5 p.m. update where they just shifted it a little bit to the west. So we moved those tropical storm potential just a little bit inland. But as we have been saying, this changes a lot. It didn't really change what you are going to see, what you're seeing right now in your neighborhoods. Areas inland, you aren't seeing much from this. The tropical storm force winds, you can see even the hurricane force winds generally staying offshore. So even areas along the coast are not really dealing with those hurricane force winds, Mike.
Exactly, Corey. So that's pretty much a summary of everything that's going on now. The tornado warning again for central St. Johns County has expired. It's no longer in effect, but there'll be cells capable of quick spin-ups that would be a brief water spouter tornado, and of course we'll track those for you. It's primarily coastal storm inland west of I-95. It's essentially a non-event, and the new numbers in from the National Hurricane Center really have not changed much, and the updated track forecast likewise, keeping the hurricanes, the eye of the hurricane, that broad eye, 80-plus miles to the east of Jacksonville. It has gained another mile per hour in its forward speed, which is good. That's expected. North-northwest movement at about 9 miles per hour. There's always more online. ActionNewsJax.com. You can download for free the First Alert Weather app. News 104.5 WOKV on the radio side. And, of course, we'll have continuous coverage as long as necessary on CBS47 and FOX30 Action News Jax. Don, Phil, we gave you a little bit of a break with that tornado warning, so we know you got all kinds of news for us in the last few minutes.
You certainly did, and good job. Thank you so much, Mike. And you were talking about those rain bands coming in and the saturation of our ground. And look what happened here. A tree, we understand, on a BMW. This was on Lakeshore Boulevard not too long ago here in Jacksonville. That's in the Hillcrest neighborhood. That's a big tree, possibly an oak tree, just landing right on top of that BMW, possibly in the driveway of that house. So just pretty much snapped in half there at the bottom of the trunk.
And a look at downtown San Augustine. Officers parked in front of the Castillo de San Marcos fort, trying to keep people away and keep them safe. Our Amber Kriska has been tweeting new video as well from Fernandina Beach of people out looking at the big waves crashing onto the shore, and boy, have we seen some wild surf out there. You can see some of the sand just being pushed along the shore, and you know, they tried to fortify that area as well, but we're seeing a lot of erosion here locally.
We've seen more than a number of people out of beaches, too, not only in Jacksonville Beach, but St. Augustine Beach, right? Yeah. Some taking pictures, but then other people swimming, which, of course, you don't want to do. You want to get out of the water and really not go to the beach if you can right now until all this is done and over with. We have the very latest now on Hurricane Dorian for you, where Ware County just announced that they're canceling school, we understand, on Thursday.
And that's after the emergency declaration by the governor there, adding Ware County to the rest of the Georgia counties in our viewing area. The storm is about 90 miles off the coast of Jacksonville now, with maximum sustained winds of 105 miles per hour. We're starting to see trees down, and the First Alert Weather Team told us the ground is saturated and we have the risk for that. Action News Jax has live continuing team coverage now covering 2 states, including up and down the Florida coastline. Our Christy Turner is in Atlantic Beach right now with the mayor there, and of course they have wanted, Christy, people to stay off the roads, but most of all off the beach.
Well, the worst is yet to come. You know, I know this has been a very long, people are tired. We've been watching this thing for a week. It's just south of us now. We're starting to see the coastal impacts. We're not even at high tide, and as you and I were just talking, you can see the water getting near the dunes. If people are on the beach, it's not wise. You're not gonna win a water event. You will lose that battle. So we want people to not get complacent, remain vigilant, and just stay inside for now.
Has the city seen any issues overnight or into the morning?
We had some power outages, nothing that's been widespread, and JA, I believe, has got most of those back up and running, but they're prepared. And again, we've been watching this for a week, and it's still south of us coming north. We're going to have some sort of a coastal impact and event, so I just want people to stay inside. I know they're tired and they want to get outside. This will be move past us soon, and we're going to do everything we can to get people's lives back to normal tomorrow.
What about bridge closures?
No bridge closures yet, but the Florida Department of Transportation and the sheriff tell me, and the Weather Service, that we could still experience sustained 40-mile-per-hour winds, which would close bridges.
Beach renourishment just finished up in January. We're already seeing the waves reach the sand dunes, and we still haven't reached high tide yet. Is that concerning with beach erosion?
I mean, sure, but look, we dealt with it in 2 storms before this, and If it happens, we'll go find and get the resources we need to make sure we take care of our beach.
The city is still waiting on millions of dollars from FEMA. Are there concerns with slow FEMA reimbursement if we do see some significant damage?
Well, the good news is we have reserves. We've been very fiscally responsible over the years, so we have the money to move and act immediately with city dollars while we're seeking FEMA reimbursement. So we'd obviously like to get that money in as quickly as possible, but there are some cities that had to slow their recovery efforts because they didn't have cash on hand. We're in good shape with cash on hand.
Have you been around Jacksonville? Have you seen anything that stands out today?
So this morning, coming from inland, coming out to the beaches this morning, I saw the band starting to come in, and just over the last couple hours, we're really seeing the conditions on the beach deteriorate. I'm seeing people walk around on the beach, and they need to go in, they need to get inside, they need to get off the beach.
Anything else you'd like to add?
If people have issues right now, they should call 630-CITY if it's a non-medical emergency. If someone has an emergency, obviously call 911. Don't get complacent. This thing will be out of here at some point by the end of the day today. Don't take for granted that you may not see weather in your neighborhood right now.
Great, thank you.
And now let's take a look at the beach erosion that the mayor is talking about, and also the First Alert Weather Team. We have our Bridget Matter. She's live out at St. Augustine Beach, and there have been people out there on the sand and trying to take a look, but it looks like you are ankle deep in water right now, Bridget.
Don, we're actually almost all the way to this concrete wall here. This water is coming up a lot further than when we last saw you about 30 minutes ago. Really, the water was only going up to where that erosion is, that major erosion that we saw you down there, but now it's coming all the way up here. So we did notice some pooling here, which is why we came this way, and we wanted to walk you guys down towards the erosion where we were earlier. So we just got a major wave come up, and look, pan that way. It goes all the way up there. I don't know as far as tide is concerned where we are right now, but this is a lot of water. So it's going up to about my ankles now, and we're going to walk down to that erosion that we showed you 30 minutes ago. Look at that. That's coming all the way up here now. So another thing that we did saw, which is good, is when we were here before, there was a good amount of people that were on the beach. There's only, I see 2 or 3 people down that way, and that's it. So people are staying out of the water, and people are staying off the beach. Another thing that we noticed was there is a fire rescue unit on the corner here. Those guys have been coming here maybe every 10 minutes and checking on conditions out here and just making sure people are safe. So they are checking on that. But let's show you this down here and get an update on where it's at now. So Mike said earlier that at some point today, that erosion there is going to be a lot taller. We were here yesterday, and it was tall. It started eating away, but now it's getting pretty deep here.
Hey, Bridget, this is Gary Beanball here alongside Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish. 1:30 is the high tide time around the St. Augustine area, and so that's when we'll be seeing that water rise, especially continue to go up with the erosion that Bridget is seeing. And again, at 1:46, though, the winds will be offshore overnight tonight.
Which is good news once we get to tonight, pushing some of that water back out. But we're going to continue to see images like this, a cliff-like sculpting of our beaches, literally a reshaping of our beaches like we saw with Matthew and Irma, but especially Matthew several years ago.
Yeah, like that reshaping. I said to my photographer when we got here, I said, this is really beautiful. It looks like somebody did this on purpose, building this out. It's incredible to see and get up close and really see it there, eating away. I mean, you know, it's not a good thing, but it's just really beautiful to see, you know, Mother Nature here. And these waves, they're so angry, they're just rolling in. Some of them are really big, and they come up over, which is what we're looking at now. So, you know, if you do come out here and end up taking pictures, just know that if you do get up close like we are now, you're at risk of getting soaking wet if one of these big waves come and get you. But we talked about this earlier. Mike said that once that high tide does come, this could go all the way, will go all the way up to the dunes, which we showed you earlier. The dunes look okay for now, but there are a few houses, if you want to pan that way, there are a few houses right there beyond those dunes. So this continues. continues and that eats away at the dunes, you know, those houses are right there. We can show you this pooling again, just to give you a different look. That's where we started when we started this live shot, that pooling there. That was not here about 30, 45 minutes ago. That wasn't there. This was all just sand, but that's really pooling up there. So as the water comes over, it's just collecting for some reason in that area. And then, you know, it's just driving that right up when that water goes up here. So I guess it's kind of getting fed by two areas there. But yeah, good news is that people are staying off the beach except for a few people. And this just continues to get eaten away here. We're also getting sporadic wind and rain. Sometimes it's quiet, it's just a consistent wind, and there's no rain. Sometimes we get a pretty good little rainstorm, and then it gets a little bit windier. You know, it's kind of going in and out. So, and same with the waves. We'll get a really strong wave, and then some of them will just be rolling inconsistent like they are now.
Point. There is a certain amount of beauty to this when you look at it, but what also comes to my mind is Mother Nature's the boss. And you don't mess with Mother Nature, and there's a saying that if Mother Nature can't be commanded, she should be obeyed. And we probably ought to think about that when we talk about coastal building and restoration and that sort of thing, because Mother Nature is going to reconstruct our coastline quite literally here during the day today.
In real time right now.
Right, during the day today and into this evening. Look at those waves, look at the wave action. There'll be some breakers today easily in the double digits, Garrett, and
yeah, there's the pier. That's where we're getting these observations. Right there, actually.
Right, exactly.
That's where
right
the wind gust reports are coming on the end of the St. Augustine Pier. We've seen 50 to almost 60 mile per hour wind gusts already there at the immediate coast, and literally this part's probably going to fall off here in the next few minutes.
Right, and then it'll start a new area where it'll dig down into. In fact, we have a peak wind gust right there on that weather instrument at the end of the pier of 62 miles per hour just a couple of hours ago. So certainly some very high winds. And Bridget, you're going to look at a water rise here continue for the next, goodness, at least the next couple of hours before we finally get to high tide. And then the next high tide cycle will be near midnight. And while that's significant, the good news is, as Garrett alluded to earlier, it will be blowing, the wind will be blowing out to sea, the opposite direction. But Bridget, we're going to want to really keep a close eye on the ocean situation there and the beach, because the next couple of hours you're going to see a lot of water.
Yeah. Also, yeah, check this out. Just look at this so you guys can see it.
Yeah,
it's just cool to see. I mean, it's... Go ahead.
Yeah, Bridget, I was just saying, you can literally watch this. If Joel just puts the camera on that area right there of sand, we can literally watch it be eroded away in real time. And this is going to, like we've been saying, continue here over the next few hours as we have those 10 to 15-foot breakers just offshore, and that wave overruns these protective areas of sand and even eventually the dunes. And that will eat away at the dunes, and eventually also we'll see some of that wave overrun like you're seeing right there live here on CBS47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax. That wave action continuing to ride up over that area of sand and eat it away slowly, like you can see behind Bridget right now. We are seeing that happen in real time, and eventually once we get to high tide, that's about 1:30 p.m. Corey, bringing in meteorologist Corey Sima as well right now, that is going to continue to eat away at our local beaches here, and that's going to be the case as well up in Bolano Beach, Bridget, just to your north. We're going to be seeing that, Corey, to North Beach. Those are those spots during Hurricane Matthew when we were here covering it for you that got eaten away pretty dramatically, Bridget.
Yeah. You know, we went to Bolano earlier today. It wasn't too bad, but that was way in the morning. Now we're looking at 11:30. We were there at around 8 o'clock. So I'm sure conditions there are also changing. We'll stay here. We're going to continue to go back and forth just to see the differences in this particular area of where it's being eaten away, as well as that pooling that's happening there and just how close the water is going to get. So we'll toss it back to you guys. For now, we're live in St. Augustine Beach. Bridget Matters, CBS47, Fox 30 Action News Jax.
People there on the beach there in back of Bridget, but Ben Becker's live over at Jacksonville Beach, and Ben, we've been checking in with you. Unfortunately, even though people are being told to stay out of the water and just out of that whole beach area, some people are not abiding by that fact.
I feel there's plenty of people out here, just if you want to take a look over this way, just kind of checking things out, and then come around over this way. I want to show you just how rough the water is. Out in the water, if you can see in the distance, can you see that guy? There's a dude boogie boarding. All right? These are extremely, extremely dangerous rip currents, and there he is. I don't know if you can make that out or not. Look, I'm going to say it's an idiot in the water, all right? So if Ocean Rescue's watching right now, someone needs to come out here and talk to this guy, or Jax Beach Police, and get this guy out of the water. There's a guy boogie boarding in the water right now. Fortunately, he's the only person in the water out here. Earlier today, there were some people that have gone out in the water just maybe knee deep or ankle deep to kind of check things out. But this guy's the only person I've seen with a boogie board or a surfboard or anything like that. And if you kind of bring the camera back over to the pier, I just want to kind of give you a context. This is how rough it is, all right? Look how these waves are pounding the pier right now, okay? And we're talking about, here's some sea foam right here. Here you go. The sea foam. So we're talking about 8-foot breakers or so, and as Mike Bursch has been talking about, we're going to get into the double digits with breakers this afternoon, 10, 15 feet. Very, very dangerous conditions out here at Jax Beach, and of course, all along our coast. Let me bring you back over this way now. So this guy's still out in the water, still boogie boarding. It's hard to say how far out he is, but he is out there doing whatever he is doing. Once again, if Jax Beach Police, Ocean Rescue are watching right now, they need to come over here by the pier, talk to this guy, and get this guy out of the water. I'm going to send it back to you.
And that is a good idea. They have called that deadly surf, in fact, just because the currents are so strong, and even the strongest of swimmers can really get caught up in those currents. So really bad idea. We want to get right now to some new video that's coming in here from Green Cove Springs, and just take a look at how rough the surf is here. Just lashing onto the seawall. Clay County Sheriff's Office tweeted this video out again of this water here just beating that seawall. Action News Jack's Beth Russo joins us live right now in our first alert. Oh, she's at the Bayfront area right now in St. Augustine. You've been out there for quite some time. You've seen the water rise, and you've seen it at low tide as well. What are you seeing right now?
So what we're seeing here on the Bayfront now in the First Alert Storm Tracker is high tide is coming in. The First Alert weather team says that's going to be happening right around 1:30 this afternoon. What I do want to show you right now, if we toss to the roof cam, you can actually see some of the ponding that's happening right here on the side of the road. Now, this isn't necessarily from waves that are crashing over the seawall. This is something that happens in St. Augustine when the tide rises, and when storms come through especially, there's some extra water in the channels and in the bay. So water kind of floods through the storm drains and onto the streets. We see this a lot, especially during Hurricanes Matthew and Irma. This was what caused part of the flooding. Ooh, that was a good puddle we just drove through. But it's really not, let me toss to this windshield camera. It's not flooding the entire road. It's really just on the edges is where we're seeing this. The water out here really, really calm at this point even. While it is rising, the waves are really not that bad, crashing over like they were. Let me go ahead and toss back to this roof cam and see if I can just tilt up a little. All right. All right, there we go. And you can see officers here, they are blocking the Bridge of Lions. Bridges are on limited access here in St. Johns County. They say they're not completely shut down because they don't want people going over there, coming back. They only want business owners, homeowners over there, just in case they do have to close those bridges. They don't want someone getting stuck over there without any shelter. So let me go ahead and pan right over here. We're driving down Avenida Menendez. You can see the businesses and stores here are boarded up. The windows are boarded to the hotel. That's because they plan for this type of flooding. It's something they see regularly, especially, as I mentioned, during storms like Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Matthew. There are a lot of people. Hold on, let's go back this way a little so you can see as we drive by. We're seeing more and more people coming out. They say that Dorian is not packing the punch that they expected, so they're coming out to get a look for themselves. Again, officials not really wanting people out and about because as that water rises, it could get choppier out here like we saw earlier this morning. That's what they don't want to see. They don't want to put people in harm's way. We've also seen a lot more officers out here patrolling the area. Not a ton of rain. We've seen a lot of lulls in rain and then heavy downpours, and the wind will pick up. Very typical of a storm that you see moving through the area. Again, we're going to continue monitoring the bridges as well as the road conditions here in St. Johns County as we head towards high tide at 1:30 this afternoon. But for now, we're live in St. Johns County in St. Augustine in the First Alert Storm Tracker. I'm Beth Russo.
Thank you, Beth. Of course, a lot of folks off from work, off from school, might be home. Maybe you're home with your pets. You have to go out and walk them. More than a few people probably been doing that so far this morning. But Lorena Inklen is in St. Johns County. She's at the beaches there where a dog was rescued by a deputy.
We are out here in the beaches of St. Johns County, and as we were driving around, we saw something near a beach access that we just had to stop and see what was going on. It turns out that somebody found a dog sort of wandering around here. You can see him right there. He's a big guy, and it appeared that he was, lost and trying to get in somebody's car. A good Samaritan stopped and flagged down this deputy here. And is that basically what she flagged you down? And so he put him in the back of his patrol car here, and we are putting him on the air now because we want to see if any of you recognize him. He was just walking around, and you could tell he was scared. He was trying to get in somebody's car. So let me give you an idea of where we are. We are on the 4100 coastal area, so basically Coastal Highway, 4100 Coastal Highway, which is right by the Reef Restaurant, which I don't know if you can see it from here, just to give you an idea, that's a landmark a lot of people are familiar with. It was in that parking lot here, the Reef Restaurant. And so that's where the dog was wandering around. So if you know this dog, if you've seen him before here in St. Johns County, the deputy's hoping that we'll get some phone calls from this story right here so that he could be reunited with its owners. So if you know him, call the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. Is that right? Would that be a good place for them to call? Okay, a good place to start, St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. We'll put you in contact with them, and then if you recognize this dog, to reunite them with the family. For now, reporting from St. Johns County, Lorena Inklen, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jax.
Cute little guy. Hopefully he'll be reunited with his owner. If you've seen him, maybe you're watching right now, go ahead and give them a call. Right now, JEA reporting about 808 customers without power in our area. Meanwhile, Action News Jax' Ryan Nelson tells us about power crews that are mobilizing right now.
We're joining you from the Morocco Shrine Center. This is where a number of utility companies are going to be meeting. And coming tomorrow, we're told that this place will be completely packed. But here's what we're seeing right now. You can see this row of tree cutting trucks. Over here, we have some line trucks to restore power if necessary. And if we pan over this way, you can see another row of tree cutting trucks. And over there in the distance, some fuel tankers. We're told that those tankers actually have diesel and unleaded. This is a situation we're going to continue to monitor for you here in Jacksonville. Ryan Nelson, back to you.
Morocco Shrine Center, there, right there on St. John's Bluff Road. Those folks ready to help out people who lose their power.
That's right, and I love when the community comes together in times like this. The sand dunes in Jax Beach taking a beating from Dorian.
That's right, as well as St. Augustine Beach. We've seen that already, right? Letitia Barriola joins us from the storm desk. And Letitia, the wind, the rain, the storm surge could really spell some bad news for the dune restoration project, too.
Yes, and our reporters are keeping a close eye on those dunes. We know how important they are to our coast. Millions of dollars worth of replenishment have been poured into restoring dunes in Jax Beach. Remember, they were washed away by Hurricane Matthew back in 2016. That's why we saw all that flooding there. So let's take a look at what's happening right now. This is a live look here, I believe, out at Jacksonville Beach. And not of the dunes, we can see that angry sea line there that could actually have some impact. Dorian's really hitting the shoreline hard. There's a lot of fear that all that work that was done to restore the dunes will be washed away. Action News Jax' Ryan Nelson, you saw him just a second ago, but he shot this in the past couple hours here. You can see the sand. It's sort of being stripped away from the dunes. That's not what we want to see. The 8-mile replenishment project from Jax Beach to Hanna Park there. It cost $16 million to haul in 170 million gallons of sand and plant 600,000 dune plants. We reached out to the city of Jacksonville, and you heard the mayor kind of talk about this a little bit too. We wanted to find out how many feet were added to the depth of the dunes and whether they think it will hold the storm surge. The mayor is confident all that work will pay off. We'll just have to see once Dorian leaves our coast. Finally.
All right, thanks, Letitia. And an Action News Jax viewer sent this picture of a massive tree that's down in Fernandina Beach. The Action News Jax First Alert weather team, as I mentioned, told us about the ground just being saturated, and then we get these whipping outer bands here from Dorian. And we're told here that this tree is blocking traffic on 14th Street. And that's a really big one, so it's going to take crews to come out there, cut that up, and get it out of the way. Our Amber Kriska is live right now in Nassau County, where she's standing by, waiting for an update for us.
In less than an hour, we will hear from the Emergency Operations Director here at the EOC. Outside here right now, we're just seeing some light rain and some mild wind, but it's a much different story out at Fernandina Beach. We were out there a little bit ago, and wow, the wind was powerful, the waves were strong. I was talking to the sheriff a little bit ago, and he was telling me, of course, their concern still is storm surge, the high tide when it comes in, as well as beach erosion. But again, we're going to be going inside to hear from the Emergency Operations Director and get the latest on what's going on here in Nassau County. Amber Kriska, CBS47 Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Earlier we saw Bridget Matter over at St. Augustine Beach, all that erosion that's happening right now. It's not even high tide yet. We got a couple more hours from that. But earlier this morning, about 4 or 5 hours ago, Danny Vizzini was in the same exact place where that beach was taking a beating.
We're continuing to get blasted with gusts of wind here at St. Augustine Beach. It's been like this for a couple of hours now, pretty strong winds. I have this wind gauge just to show you how significant these winds are. If it will get to it, we kind of have my photographer blocking a little bit of wind here. Just about 2 minutes ago, it was up to 25, 28, 30 miles per hour. So this isn't really a good gauge right here, but our First Alert weather team said that they were clocking in 41 to 48 mile per hour winds. And we're definitely bracing it here right now. And just take a look at this beach erosion. This was not here earlier last night. This was accumulated over the past couple of hours. Just take a look at this. It's not just here. This is about a foot, but other places is about 3 to 4 feet. I'm 5'5", and it's up to my hip down here. There goes my hat. It's the wind, man. It's killing me, but that's okay. So we have all this erosion all the way down here. I'm going to have my photographer pan to the waves right here, because these are some white caps right now coming out here. These are some strong waves. Definitely no one should be out here today. So luckily the beaches are closed, but you got to be careful out here. Some people have been coming out on the beach, just checking, looking at the erosion, and they're shocked by how fast it already eroded away. And they're hopeful that there will be a replenishment program or something going on after this all concludes. Reporting in St. Augustine Beach, Danny Bozzini, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
And Danny, you're doing a good job out there. We appreciate you working so hard and staying safe, too. Our Action News Jax live team coverage continues right now in Ponte Vedra Beach, where erosion on the shorefront there is creeping closer and closer to homes. Action News Jax Elizabeth Pace reports Mother Nature is taking a toll on the sea turtle nest out there as well.
We're out here along South Ponte Vedra Boulevard, and take a look at the water out here on the beach. Look how choppy those white caps are over there in the water. And coming up, all of that water just rushing up on the beach, the foam just covering the sand right here. Beach erosion for several yards up into this property out here. And we're actually noticing some more sea turtle nests out here. There's one just off to my right over here, one of the pillars down. We do know that we're not supposed to touch these sea turtle nests as much as you want to. You do have to steer clear. The FWC says you just have to let nature take its course and let the professionals deal with these sea turtle nests out here. As far as the homeowners, I talked to a few of them earlier. They're just bunkering down if they haven't evacuated already, boarding up their windows, just bracing for impact out here in Ponte Vedra Beach. Reporting in Ponte Vedra Beach, Elizabeth Pace, CBS47 Fox 30, Action News Jax.
I've also been monitoring the conditions on the St. Johns River all day long today. Megan Moriarty is on the south bank now, giving us an update on the Riverwalk.
Here at the South Bank, weather conditions have relaxed dramatically. We went from rain that was pelting us in the back to essentially no rain at all, and we've lost all those puddles that were out here as well. It's actually not too bad out, but we still have those high winds. Now, earlier we had some neighbors come down here. They're from the San Marco neighborhood, and they came to check out the conditions, and they were pleasantly surprised with what they found down here.
We got up early this morning. We were just being nosy, so we decided to come down and look to see what was going on.
Now, we also saw several runners out here and even some dog walkers. And like I said, the rain has calmed down. We're still feeling that wind, but the neighborhood that is known for flooding, we're not seeing any flooding at all so far. And we'll continue to bring you the latest when we get it. For now, reporting on the South Bank, Megan Moriarty, Action News Jax.
See how choppy the water is there behind Megan? Despite police and local leaders begging people to stay away, our crews have seen lots of people out at the beach, not just out on the sand either. Action News Jax Courtney Cole spoke with Ocean Rescue about just how dangerous the surf can be right now.
I'm here on Jacksonville Beach on Beach Boulevard, actually right next to the lifeguard station, and we just got finished speaking to the supervisor, and what he's been telling us is that even while we're feeling the impacts of Hurricane Dorian, people just can't help themselves, and they've still been out in the water. And actually right now I can show you there are still people on the beach. You can see them a little further down. And what they're telling people to do is to stay out of the water. And if you move over to the water, you can see all of the white caps, just how choppy and powerful it looks. And even if you look over here this way as well, you can see even more people down on this side of the beach. And so the lifeguard station is asking people, please, to not get in the water, because it is going to take a considerable amount of time for emergency personnel to be able to get out and help. Here is what he told us about how many people he's seen over the last night or 24 hours.
Last night after dark and this morning early, and between then and now we've had to go down and inform people that the beach is closed. That means don't go in the water. Don't go in the water a little, it's dangerous. Just stay out there. And there's few enough lifeguards available that it would take some time to get to you, and that amount of time to respond might be too late.
And here behind me you can see the dunes that were placed here that are still holding up, but you can see that some of it has been, looks like it's been shaved away because of how powerful the wind is. And so if you're thinking about coming to the beach tonight, today, anytime today, the lifeguard station told me they have one message to share, and it's please stay inside and please stay out of the water to stay safe. Reporting in Jacksonville Beach, Courtney Cole, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jax.
Okay, from the First Alert Weather Center, Chief Meteorologist Mike Burris, along with Garrett Bedenbaugh and Maritza and Corey, as we continue to track Dorian, a coastal storm, not an inland storm, pretty much as expected. The forecast the last 48 hours at least. But you guys, right behind us here is St. Augustine First Alert Skycam Network, and I point that out because we're pointing all the way. There's the Volano Bridge back there, and we have Lorena Inclan on scene there, reporting that the dunes are being breached there, an area that's been so hard hit the last few years, unfortunately. So we'll hopefully have a live report, or at least live video, if nothing else, here very soon. Let's go to the maps, and then we're also going to take you through what we expect from this storm. Garrett's going to look at First Alert Doppler HD, and Corey and Maritza will time out some of these impacts. And then I'll show you what to expect over the next couple of days once Dorian is exiting stage right, so to speak. We do have a buoy report offshore of St. Augustine right now. Look at that, 16, anywhere from about 15 to 17 feet are the wave heights right now offshore of St. Augustine. And there's that look toward Volano Beach. Have some raindrops on the camera, of course. And the Bridge of Lions, people are not being allowed to cross the Bridge of Lions. That's closed down right now for the strongest winds. 77 degrees, northwest wind 26, gusts to around 40 at times. But notice the sustained winds are under that 40-mile-per-hour threshold. Some bridges have been closed because of evacuation orders and because authorities just don't want people crossing those bridges. But by definition, virtually all of the bridges could be opened by that definition of 40-mile-per-hour sustained winds. And certainly inland, that will not be a problem. I do not, and we've said this incessantly since yesterday, do not expect, it is not the first alert forecast that downtown Jacksonville bridges will need to be closed because of sustained winds at 40 miles per hour. It is not our forecast for those sustained winds to occur with this hurricane, despite its relatively close proximity. A burst of thunderstorms on the west side of that eye, but this will stay, these really intense storms will stay offshore because it's moving northward while it's wrapping around at the same time. It can't get all the way back to us, so to speak. So we'll just get these quick bands of showers that are heavy and produce some gusty winds and maybe an isolated tornado, but it won't be real consistent. They'll be quite scattered and on and off. Winds at 105 miles per hour, very close to the eye of the hurricane, with movement to the north-northwest at 9 miles per hour, comfortably and safely the eye offshore of our coast of northeast Florida and southeast Georgia through tonight, and by about anywhere from 80 to 100 miles offshore, and then a sharp turn, fairly sharp turn, to the north and east as we get into the late night hours tonight, and especially tomorrow and tomorrow night. There's the distance from the coast to the eye, generally 80 to 90 miles, and in some cases maybe even as far out as about 100 miles. And on that track, hurricane force winds easily stay offshore. Tropical storm force wind gusts certainly at the beaches and sometimes as far inland as Interstate 95. And there you can see the spiral bands. They're not far away, you guys, and every once in a while some of those kind of clip our coast. I understand we have something from Neptune Beach. Is it just a camera shot from Neptune Beach, or what do we have there exactly, producers? There, it is a shot. Okay. So that's looking at Neptune Beach, obviously very rough, breezy. We have some sightseers down there, so to speak, taking pictures and video, but staying a distance away from the water, which is the smart thing to do. Technically and officially, all beaches are closed. And I understand we do have shots now from Volano Beach. And Lorena's there right now, and we have the dunes that are being compromised, is my understanding, or at least a water run up to the dunes right now, Lorena. And this is an area that's been so hard hit the last few years. It's sad to see.
It really is, Mike, and we were just further down, and some people came up to us to let us know that this was happening. We drove up, and sure enough, take a look at this. Look how close the water is. We're pretty much in the Atlantic Ocean, just a few feet away, and we're standing right on A1A. But take a look at what the water has done already, and it's not even high tide yet. Look at all the debris it's passing through here. It's pushing through. We just saw a few deputies kind of post up here, assess the area. I asked the deputy if they were going to shut this area down. He told me not yet because it's not high tide yet. So as of right now, it's not so bad, but the thing is that it could get worse, and already seeing it like this when it's not even high tide, it could show you what the concern is. And as my photojournalist here, Steve, pans over, you can see how close the homes are there, and as we've seen with previous storms, Matthew and Irma, homes can easily be compromised here. Some areas of the beaches here in St. Johns County do have a seawall, but others do not, like the one right here. So we're getting a bit of a gusty wind there just now. But yeah, so you can see here all the debris just pushing. And look how far it went, by the way, in one of those waves, all the way across the street. So to give you an idea, we're not too far from the Reef restaurant. That's a pretty popular restaurant around here. We're just further up. And Volano Beach, you can see the sign right there of Volano Beach. The good news is we haven't seen a lot of, traffic. And that's the good news, but as you can see, a surfer walking across the street here, trying to take advantage of these waves, something that is not recommended, but hey, to each their own. So yeah, you can see how much the water's put there. There's another wave right there that is easily going onto A1A, and we're going to get soaked right now. But yeah, look at how far that passes as Steve pans over.
Lorena?
And high tide later on today, it could get worse, Mike.
Yeah, Lorena, high tide, that's what I wanted to, two things I wanted to address were the homes that you're nearby and the high tide. High tide is at 1:30 in the afternoon, Lorena, so what you're seeing now is only going to get worse over the next 90 minutes, combined with winds that are coming in off the Atlantic. That may very well close parts of A1A over the next hour to an hour and a half or so, or at the very least make it very dangerous.
For sure. I can't imagine this road staying open during that time, because just one pretty strong wave, and the water goes clear across A1A. So imagine once the high tide gets here. And look, right now you see some deputies. We've also seen some FHP troopers as well. They're kind of staying in this area, taking a look, and making sure that it doesn't become too dangerous. But look at how big this debris is that's been pushing across the road here. I mean, if your car hits this, you could lose control. So definitely something that we're going to keep an eye on. And take a look at this. I mean, this looks like a ladder. It was just over there a moment ago. It moved a few inches. So, I mean, the water is definitely powerful, as we've seen with these storms. So this is something we're going to monitor for sure and keep you posted on. And I'm also going to keep tabs on the EOC here on St. Johns County and the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office to see what they decide to do with this section right here. And once again, the water coming up. This has been consistent, by the way, now for the past few minutes that we've been standing here. So we'll definitely keep an eye on this, Mike, but the dunes breached already.
Yeah, my guess is that's a stairwell to the beaches there from some of those homes there. I'm real curious. Are you seeing, just real quick, Lorena, we just got a minute or two here, are you seeing any of the homes being damaged any further from this storm so far right now? I mean, they're literally on the edge.
They are on the edge, but as of right now, I have not seen any significant damage to the homes here. Further down where we just came from, a lot of the homes have a pretty good seawall. If Steve could pan over here, you could see some of them have a decent seawall, so that's going to protect them, but others do not. And we're going to keep driving around to see if there's been any damage so far, but I have not seen significant damage just yet, Mike.
Okay. Lorena, yeah, a lot of those seawalls went up within the last year or two since Matthew. We also have reports of some damage in St. Johns County, some tree damage at least. We have photos of the trees that are down. And exactly where are we looking at here? This is Volano Beach. Zoomed in on First Alert Doppler HD where Lorena is. And there you can see St. Johns County, power lines down, trees down. You'll get this kind of stuff quite a bit today and into this evening with the power lines down and the trees down. It's fairly sporadic, though. I'm not expecting widespread power outages like we had with Matthew or Irma, but some power outages. Utility crews are no doubt ready to go, though, and hopefully those will not be particularly long-lasting, as Dorian now is about 100 miles or so east of St. Augustine, give or take, and drifting its way to the north and to the northwest. Back to the news desk.
All right. Thank you, Mike. We're going to go to Nassau County. We're listening to an update from leaders. We've been seeing the impact that Dorian has to Nassau County. We go now to Nassau County Director of Emergency Management. We understand Greg Foster is going to be talking about the preparations, Dawn, for what we're going to be seeing in Nassau County and what they've already done.
Right, and one of the things that they've done, they have lots of closures there. They did have some evacuations in Nassau County that we've been telling you about over the last 2 days now, and we have people there on the ground, boots on the ground. Let's listen in right now for an update on storm damage.
Okay. Good afternoon. We'd like to take this time to brief out on the current conditions in Nassau County. A decision will be made at some point today in reference to the curfew or the extension of the curfew. We anticipate having a decision on that by the 16:30 or 4:30 briefing. If decided that that will go back into effect, it will stay the same 8 o'clock tonight till 7 in the morning. We anticipate a decision soon. In reference to the evacuation remains in effect. That evacuation will remain in effect until the storm passes. It is deemed that it is safe to drive on the roadways and we have a chance to assess the damage within the county. There is no closure of the Intercoastal Waterway Bridge at this time. We continue to monitor the wind conditions on the bridge, and the decision will be made when the wind conditions become unsafe. At this point, the storm impact, we are hearing of trees being down. We do have some localized flooding, mainly in the area of State Road 200, where we have the drainage problems because of the construction. We are addressing that, and we're taking care of it as we speak. The shelters remain open. We are not at maximum at any of our shelters at this point. They will stay open until it's deemed safe for the occupants to leave and go back to their residence. The reports from the beach, we are seeing increased waves. We are seeing a lot of wave action on the beach. At this point, we have no reports of it cresting the dunes. Because of the current forecast, we are anticipating that there could be potential flooding on the north end of Amelia Island, including Main Beach, Ocean Avenue, North Fletcher, Egan's Creek, north of Atlantic Avenue, the Tiger Point Marina area, and the shoreline of the Intercoastal Waterway. In addition to that, Piney Island, Little Piney Island, and Oyster Point on the mainland side could be affected. If the citizens see anything that they would like to report to us in reference to damage or current conditions, they can report it to Nassau County Emergency Management at 904-548-0900. And I'll take any questions.
You said some trees are down. Have they hurt, damaged any homes at all? Or?
Not that we're being told at this point. They have not damaged any other property besides the tree themselves just being down.
Do you know anything about power outages in the county?
We have no reports of any storm-related power outages at this point.
What would be your message to people? Again, we've been hearing, like you said, that people are still going out onto the beach for their safety. What would you say to them?
We would caution them that this storm is not over. This remains to be a dangerous situation in our county. We do not suggest that they come out of their houses to the beach or anywhere in the evacuation areas. We're asking the residents to shelter in place, monitor the current conditions, and not go out on the roadway unless absolutely necessary.
Talking again about electric and utilities, do you guys have any additional teams in town to maybe help and respond to potential power outages?
It is our understanding that the power companies have teams in the area able to respond. If there are outages, we have a representative of the power companies here to be able to inform us of the conditions at any point.
How many people are using the shelters?
Right now, we have 63 in our special needs shelter, and we have 91 in our general population shelter. We still have 59 openings of the general population and 97 openings at our special needs.
You guys have been on a watch now for a week. How's everybody holding up?
Well, we're keeping track of how people are holding up. Obviously, when you're monitoring a storm like this for this long, it can wear on people. We are addressing that, and if we need to bring somebody in or anything in to assist us, we will bring it in.
I've been reporting in Nassau County for the past 5 hours, and one prominent thing that I've seen all morning is the sheriff's office, beaches police are out. They're talking with the community. Talk a little bit about that, the preparation it takes for deputies and officers to be out there, their presence in the community at a time like this.
It's important for us to have a presence out there. It's important for us to let the public know that we are out there. If conditions become unsafe, obviously the officers will be called into shelter until conditions get safer for them to be out there. But that interaction with the community and passing on information and letting them know that we are out there and that we are protecting them is extremely important. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, you've been listening with Greg Foster, the Nassau County EOC. And he was talking about the situation that's going on right there in terms of the curfew. It's not extended just yet. They haven't decided that yet, but still, if it does, it's 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. That could be once again tonight again. The evacuation still continues in parts of Nassau County. No closures of the Intercoastal Waterway yet. The bridge is there. And once again, those trees are down in that area. We've seen that done in several places all across in St. Johns County as well as in Nassau County. Trees are down because of the saturation of the ground there and uprooting those trees and making them fall on the ground. They're trying to clean those up, and those shelters are still open as well in Nassau County. 91 general population shelters and 63 special needs shelters there in Nassau County.
That's right. So you have about 63 in the special needs shelter, more than 90 in the general population one. But let's take a look at the tree that's down here in Fernandina. So this is Nassau County and off 14th Street. And a viewer sent this to us, and this is exactly what they're talking about. Now, I'll put this on my social media media as well, basically saying the First Alert Weather Team warned us that this is something that we could see because the ground was already saturated because we've had some rains already, and now we're getting even more. But that road is all blocked off, and it's going to take a moment to cut that up and get it out of the way.
Brittany Werner's out there, and I saw that there's some crews out there trying to cut that thing up, so hopefully they'll be able to get that cleared up and that street open soon. There's still some potential flooding, they said, in the Manilian Island area as well as Piney Island as well, but fortunately no power outages. That's a good thing, so maybe that tree, when it came down, didn't affect any power lines. Let's take a look at see what Dorian's doing right now. It's still spinning out there, guys, and we're still looking to see how far it is off our coast now.
Yeah, it's a broad eye. It's a little more than 100 miles offshore. In fact, let's leave that up, Maritza, right there, and we'll show exactly. Good question, Phil. How far away is the eye? And Garrett, for the most part, is a little more than 100 miles away, a little less than that for St. Augustine because it's closest to St. Augustine right now. So if you'll take computer 2 here, we'll show you that distance from our coast.
There it is, 84 miles from St. Augustine, from that
edge of the eye.
Edge of the eye, 100 miles to the edge of the eye. There from Jacksonville, that's probably taking a little about inland downtown, so less than that at the beaches, and 100 plus miles, 113 miles there into the eye there from you in St. Simon's Island, where now we've seen a wind gust at St. Simon's of 40 miles per hour now. So those tropical storm force winds are slowly making their way up the coast.
Right, and some people might be saying, well, gosh, when is all this really, really heavy rain and banding going to move in? It's not.
Yeah.
For the most part, there'll be some beaches in the coast areas that get in on 1 or 2 every once in a while, but the meat, if you will, of the western circulation is not coming ashore. I'm pretty confident of that because it heads to the north-northwest. It moves southbound at the same time. It's not really pushing west. Yes, there'll be some bands that get in here, but with the steady as she goes now, north-northwest movement, pretty confident that those rain bands are relegated to the east edge of our viewing area. And if you're inland, you're getting little or no rain anymore now the rest of the day, more cases than not.
And it's a matter of miles there with that rain band, with a lot of rain and
not
a lot of wind, too, versus not much, say, west of 95.
Right, exactly. All right, so let's go back to the other computer, the first computer, and we'll show you here a little bit about what's going on as we take this full now as Hurricane Dorian moves to the north. And that's now a noon update on the coordinates of the storm, which has not changed much as we'd expect in just 1 hour's time. Movement is to the north-northwest at about 9 miles per hour. There are some pretty strong storms wrapping around that eye yet again, so it's going to be at least steady state here for yet quite some time, but thankfully offshore to the east of Jacksonville by anywhere from 80 to 100 miles, give or take, from the St. Johns, Duval, Nassau, Camden, and Glynn County coastlines through tonight into early tomorrow morning. It accelerates on off to the northeast, off the Carolina coast. There are your distances from the eye to the coast, or in other words, from our cities right along the coast to the center of what is a very broad eye now, 80-plus miles in most cases. So Garrett, 5-sweep first to their top of their HD. Man, those intense bands are close, but for the most part, we'll be staying offshore for the duration of this hurricane.
Yeah, and you see earlier we brought you live here on CBS47 and FOX30 that tornado warning that was in effect for St. Johns County, no longer tracking any tornadic circulations, and you can see right now they are rotating around that counterclockwise flow. Beach Boulevard, some brief heavy rain and gusty winds diving to the south, the Nocatee, the Palm Valley area, Ponte Vedra, northern St. Johns County, seeing these heavy gusts of downpours, of tropical downpours, and some gusty winds of 30 to 40 plus miles per hour. That's the wind data on First Alert Doppler HD. We're not tracking any circulations right now, but in tropical setups, we do get very quick spin-up tornadoes. This is a live look from Ponte Vedra, I'm told, of that band of rain we were just showing you on First Alert Doppler HD, now continuing to push winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour in gusts there up on the coast of Ponte Vedra. And I guess this is one of our cruise guys here at Ponte Vedra that we're seeing those waves. This is Elizabeth Pace, I'm told, one of our Action News Jax reporters, showing all of those intense waves in Ponte Vedra, the northern St. Johns County coast. So we've been covering you all the way from St. Augustine Beach up to Volano Beach with Lorena Enclan, and then there goes those waves rushing up close to the dunes now, and here goes that overwash, Mike, we were talking about with Bridget as well. This is what's going to keep rising as we get closer to high tide between 1 and 2 p.m. And now we're continuing to rise those water levels as we're approaching high tide now in the next hour to an hour and a half, Mike. We're seeing this kind of water already approaching those dunes.
Treasure hunt the next few days at the beaches, quite honestly. every time you get a storm like this. Now, having said that, don't go out there today. Wait till tomorrow and things have calmed down. In fact, we'd still say stay out of the water tomorrow. But let's get that shot back up behind me if you can, the video. That's a great video from, was it Elizabeth? Is that what you said? Elizabeth's out there. And you can see, so this would be Ponte Vedra, Michler's Landing, and then Volano Beach, this whole area of St. Johns County. It's just a beating, but it'll be literally a treasure hunt the next few days. You'll find stuff on the beaches you would never typically find, including certain kinds of seashell, maybe some marine life too, once things kind of start to calm down, Garrett.
And that's we said that's Michler's?
That's close. It has to be close to Michler's.
Because it looks like that could be that little boardwalk that goes out to Michler's. If we know, let me know in my ear. I went out there yesterday, and there was people out there getting in the beach. I wanted to see the wave heights and getting up and take pictures of the dunes for before and after. So this is the Ponte Vedra area, I'm told, and so I don't know where up and down the coast of St. Johns County there that is, but you can see there goes those waves, and this is really going to be eating away at the dunes, unfortunately, there, and our local coastline will continue to be beaten up here by Dorian. Now let's go to meteorologist Corey Sima talking about our winds.
And those winds out of the northwest, Chief Meteorologist Mike Bursch making an interesting point earlier. That's a sign that, well, Dorian is going to stay out over the sea, and it's not going to try to make a little quick jog toward the land. So northwesterly at the airport, 16, 24 the wind speed out at Mayport. And I'm going to put the gust on here, too, because, you know, it's a little bit higher. 38 the gust at Mayport, 36 there on the south side. Approaching tropical storm force wind gusts. Not quite there with those sustained winds, at least for right now. 26 the wind there in Brunswick, 15 in Lake City and Gainesville, and 14 in Waycross. So you see the drop-off. We go from the coast, where we're between 20 and 30, to, well, inland, where we're between about 10 and 15 miles per hour. And there are those gusts, 35 at JIA, 32 up in Brunswick. There's Fernandina at 41 miles per hour out of the north. That wind hour by hour. You see the really bright colors along the coast. That's where the highest wind speeds are going to be. Those gusts higher too. As we get into this evening, that wind generally out of the northwest. As Dorian starts making its move to the north, or continues it, we're going to see that wind change direction. So overnight tonight and early on Thursday, those winds are going to be generally out of the west. And that's a drier wind, and that is going to impact our local weather, and you're going to notice it, especially Thursday, Friday, and into your weekend. Up in southeast Georgia, hear those winds hour by hour, gusting around 30, and then picking up those wind speeds around 42 miles per hour there at St. Simons Island tonight. Those higher winds are going to be a little bit later tonight because you are farther to the north. So you aren't seeing them yet, but you are eventually going to start seeing those. For more on the rain hour by hour, let's send it over to Maritza.
Yeah, not a lot of places are getting this significant amount of rain in terms of a long-term rain event. We're kind of just seeing these bands of showers and some storms that we had earlier this morning, some lightning. But for the most part, let's talk about what we can expect for this afternoon. This is at 3 o'clock here. And notice the rain bands. The rain is moving from north to south, and these rain bands are going to continue to just basically flush in and filter in. Some of them are pretty light. Some of them are a little bit heavier. Can we get max 2 on the correctly up here? Some of these rain bands right here. Let's just get the map moved up. Yep, well, just a little zoomed out. Okay, there we go. All right, this is at 7 p.m., so this is tonight. Notice that the rain lessens a lot, and you'll see the bulk of the activity mainly offshore, but some of these rain bands, stronger ones, could basically continue to move in, especially along the coastal areas in southeast Georgia, especially. As we move on into Thursday, this is Thursday morning. Notice we're pretty much dry from St. Johns County further south, and portions of Duval County could see some little sprinkles of rain out there, but for the most part, the bulk of the activity will basically move out of the forecast here, and that's because Dorian will be out of there. And then by Thursday afternoon, it's like nothing happened. We're just going to see cloudy skies, and then behind that, lots of sunshine. And to give us details on what we can expect for the rest of the week, and especially the weekend, we have Axios Jack's Chief Meteorologist, Mike Bursch. Mike?
Thanks, Maritza. Yeah, some good news. As Dorian moves away, we're going to see a chance to maybe get out tomorrow and into Friday without much of a problem. Go to the grocery store, traveling, drive on the local roads, go to the bank, gas up, run errands, airports up and running. All those things should be status quo tomorrow and into Friday, as school's still out tomorrow. So parents, you still got to deal with the kiddos at home, but the weather will be decent once we get rid of Dorian. In fact, a lot of sunshine. Now, it's going to be hot. Temperatures soaring into the 90s tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So right through your weekend, we're talking about hot temperatures. The nighttime lows, though, will dip into the 60s inland. There'll be a little bit drier air, so it's really pretty delightful outside of the heat of the afternoon. It won't be as humid as it has been. So as Dorian moves away, mix of clouds and sun going mostly sunny. A dry weekend, a shower or a thunderstorm will be possible as we get into next week again. But in the interim, your weekend hour-by-hour forecast, starting with tomorrow through Friday, really, it's not bad. Temperatures in the upper 60s to low 70s in the early morning hours, in the 80s and 90s during the afternoon, soaring into the 90s each afternoon. That means a very hot Jags kickoff Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock, but that's what you'd expect for the home opener, which is going to be on CBS47, Action News Jax on Sunday afternoon. So Dorian, mainly a coastal storm through this afternoon into early this evening. Inland impacts once you get west of I-95, next to nil. More at Talking the Tropics with Mike at actionnewsjax.com. You can download for free the First Alert Weather app, and we're always on the radio, too, with updates. News 104.5 WOKV.
Well, Mike, you've been talking about all the wind and the rain we've been getting, and that's been compromising some big trees out there. Brittany Verner is live on State Road 13 in western St. Johns County, where a tree is down the middle of the road there.
Yes, and you can see this tree right behind me. It's actually been uprooted. We're going to take you a little bit closer so you can see some of the damage that this has caused. This tree is uprooted, and it actually fell on a power line here, so very dangerous situation. St. Johns County crews are here trying to clean up this mess. Again, we're along State Road 13. We're going to take you around so you can see some of the cleanup crew here. They're actually turning cars around on each side. So if you're traveling in this direction and you're trying to get by, it'll be a little while before you're able to get by. You can see they're chopping this tree up in chunks, trying to get it out the middle of the road. And again, it fell on a down power line. We are actually right next to the St. Johns River, so there's a lot of tree right here, a lot of mess. They've been cleaning up here for a little over 20 minutes now. And again, they're turning traffic away on both sides. So for people who are traveling along State Road 13 in both directions, you'll have to turn around until this is cleaned up. But I'm going to point you to my left. You can see just how close we are to the St. Johns River. Again, this tree has been uprooted. This has been happening. I'm feeling the wind on and off, traveling extremely fast. We're not sure exactly how wind gusts are going right now, but hopefully the meteorologists can tell us exactly how fast this wind is traveling in this area. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, this meteorologist Garrett Wiedenbaugh here, Brittany, and we're continuing to see your shot there live and seeing the tree damage. This doesn't take much, especially once we've had saturated soils with our local nor'easter event that we've seen since, I think it was last Thursday, that we began seeing those onshore winds. And Brittany, you could just show us some of those trees again and how close you are to the river. I'd be interested to see actually the river level, too, just from a water standpoint, how high that river is, the St. Johns River or the creek or the tributary that you're at or located near, because we really want to see how about the St. Johns River. I'm sure a lot of folks at home are wanting to know about that. It's not going to be an Irma event, but we'd love to see the river at least.
Oh, absolutely. We'll show you the river. And actually, when we were driving here along State Road 13, we could see just how close the water was to State Road 13. The high tide has pushed water up extremely close to the road here. But we'll show you it's actually right over here. The water is rising as we speak. And again, those high winds along with saturated soil is likely what caused this tree to topple over. We're going to give you a live look here. You can see just how close to the shore this water is.
Brittany, we're seeing the low tide cycle actually right now on the river there in the St. Johns River Basin. I did about Julington Creek. Low tide is right about now at 12:07 was low tide. 5:38 p.m. is high tide for the river, and we're thinking maybe 1 to 2 feet of river level rise. That is about it, but that could be enough for some flooding in some local areas, but it's not going to be a significant event, of course, like Irma. But you see how close that actually is to the edge there with the water levels, and right now near and around the Julington Creek area, area. We're in the low tide phase right now, so that water could come up a little bit and perhaps get over those, say, walkways right beside you. But, Brittany, to answer your question, we had winds of about 20 to 30 miles per hour at times, but also gusting to 40-plus miles per hour with those bands of showers pushing through.
All right.
All
yeah,
right.
this water is, again, rising. Here you can see exactly how close it is to this walkway here, and as you said, it could come over and potentially threaten flooding for these homes that are along the St. Johns River here.
All right,
Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Brittany, for that. The St. Johns River as well. Mike, did you want to jump in here? No, he's, sorry, Mike's taking a break. Right now, I got this. He's been talking for a while. Let's go back to First Alert Doppler HD. Right now, Nocatee seeing some showers moving through right now, and that is going to be providing for some gusty winds of 30 to 40 miles per hour, diving to the south and southwest. And so this is also where we've seen our only tornado warning today, and thankfully we haven't gotten any reports of tornadic activity there, but we are watching the dunes, the breaches in the dunes in Milano Beach. We've already seen reports of that, and also the severe beach erosion that is ongoing on some of our local beaches, and especially there in St. Johns County. Guys?
All right. Thanks so much, Garrett. Elizabeth Pace speaking about that in Ponte Vedra Beach right now. She's seeing that beach erosion in that area, too. And, Elizabeth, what are you seeing? It looks like things are whipping up there, and that tide getting pretty close to the water right there.
Well, you guys just happened to catch us in one of the strong wind gusts. It's just heading straight towards us right now. I can barely hear you guys over my IFB. Take a look at the waves just rushing up to these sand dunes. As it moves out, you can start to see some of the tree branches and debris gathering at the bottom of some of these sand dunes. It's been like this for the past 30 minutes, just more and more creeping up these sand dunes. And over here, I want to show you some more. I know the wind's picking up, but we do know that sheriff's deputies are warning people from going onto the beach. They blocked off several different entrances. Look at this huge sand dune over here. I mean, I'm 5'5", and this reaches well over me right now. This is what's going to help protect some of the potential flooding in these areas. We know some of these houses behind me, these are the ones with past hurricanes that just pummeled onto the sand with these strong waves coming in. So we're going to watch those too. I've seen several houses boarded up right now. A lot of homeowners are just bracing for the worst out here. And then let's move back over here to the water, because it's just incredible to watch this out here. A lot of people are just coming out here trying to stay safe. Just taking a look at, wow, all of these sands, that foam collecting at the bottom right there. I do see a lot of FWC and sheriff deputies out here patrolling the area just to make sure nobody is actually on the beach right now. So we're doing the same, just watching how slowly it's starting to creep up on these sand dunes. We'll keep you guys updated out here in Ponte Vedra Beach. Reporting live in South Ponte Vedra Beach, Elizabeth Pace, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
And we want to show you some brand new video just coming in from Action News Jax. We're in Inclan, and you are taking a look at water now reaching A1A in Milano Beach. This is an area that really took a beating during Hurricane Matthew, and you can see here that there have been the road that's been repaired there, some homes that have been repaired too because of erosion being so close to the ocean, and now we're seeing the water coming straight up past the dunes out into the street. You can also see emergency crews there as well. Looks like working to keep people out of that area. We'll go to Lorena Inclan here shortly. In the meantime, Action News Jax Christy Turner is live right now in Neptune Beach. She has spoken with the mayor, and you also are seeing the conditions out there getting increasingly worse, Christy.
Yeah, conditions are definitely deteriorating out here. I also want to point out that we've seen a lot of people come out to the beach, and Mayor Lenny Curry of Jacksonville is advising people not to do that because a lifeguard actually had to rescue somebody here in Neptune Beach. I'm told that a woman was standing somewhere in this area, caught off guard in a wave, knocked her over, and the current started to pull her out. Luckily, that lifeguard was out here. They saw, and they were able to rescue that woman. But that just goes to show you how powerful these waves are and just how dangerous it can be. You can see the waves are pounding out there. We're starting to see one of those heavy bands of rain. I also want to point out, if you look over here, we're not even at high tide yet, and the waves are already crashing up against the dunes here. You You can see the sea foam on some of the sea oats. The water just coming all the way up here, and it's only going to get worse. So I'm going to walk up back this way just so I'm in a little safer spot because I don't want to get caught off guard by one of these waves. But Mayor Lenny Curry says a lot of people are coming out here at the beach, and we've seen that. He wants everyone to stay inside and indoors where it's safe because the worst is yet to come. So we will continue to stay out here, but like you mentioned, the conditions are definitely getting worse, and we expect that to continue throughout the day. So for now, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Okay, very good. We understand Lenny Curry just tweeted about that incident too, saying, I just got a report that someone was just rescued from Jack's Beach. Stop going in the water. Get off the beach. That's from Mayor Lenny Curry right there. He's told us time and time again, and over the last couple of days, that the beaches are closed. So you don't want to end up like that lady getting almost sucked into the water. Fortunately, she made it out. It was because of that lifeguard who was there that pulled her out and helped her out. If he wasn't there or she wasn't there, it could have been a lot worse. All right, let's go to St. Augustine Beach. Over the last, 4 hours now, we've been checking in with Bridget Matter, taking a look at the erosion that's going on in that area. And Bridget, we've been talking about that water coming closer and closer to that seawall where you're at. Where's it at now?
Yeah, Phil, let me show you. This is the steps to get onto the beach. That water is now all the way up to the step here, so it's only going to get higher. Remember when we talked about that pooling about 45 minutes ago? Yeah, it's not pooling anymore. This is all just rushing off of the ocean, coming all the way back to that seawall, and we'll give you a look at the erosion as well. We're still seeing major erosion here in this area. And we've showed it to you up close, and we've gone up close there. It's just hitting the sand there, eating it away, and it is just crumbling down back into the ocean. There are still people that are out here. No one's in the water. I think Joel's zoomed in over towards that way. We can see a few people a lot of people are coming out. They're trying to get some pictures and things like that, but no one is getting into the water, which is good. But yeah, let's just show you how much water there is here. If we want to walk a little bit further, it's just rushing over and coming all the way up here to the very wall there. So at some point, if this continues, it's going to get higher and higher eventually to where we can't get onto this beach here. The dunes that we checked on, they're down that way. It looks like they're okay for now. We talked about that before, that they will get eaten away at as well once we get towards that high tide time. But just check this out. Look at that water just coming on and rushing towards us here. This is a major change from what we saw about 45 minutes ago when we last talked to you. So this is fast. Things are changing fast, and at some point it is going to come up here. Also, another thing that we noticed over there, we were walking and the sand is getting really soft in some areas, where if you take a step, you'll just fall, your foot will fall right through. It's really incredible to see, just to watch all the water coming up in this way, come over the sand there where that erosion's happening. It's just, there's hardly any beach left on this side. It's just all completely underwater. But we will continue to check on this for you just to see, because it is changing so quickly. I know we'll check in a little bit after 1 o'clock and see just how high and how far this has gone, so we'll see you then. For now, we're live in St. Augustine Beach. Bridget Matter, CBS47, FOX30 Action News Jax.
All right, Bridget, and right now we have our Russell Colburn. He's live right now in our First Alert Storm Tracker, driving right now near the Bridge of Lions. And right now the bridges are still open, Russell, but we do have officials out clocking those winds, trying to figure out if this is something they'll need to do. Close them off soon.
Yeah, and we're going to give you a pass over the bridge here in the First Alert Storm Tracker to give you an idea of the wind out here right now. Let me give you a live look outside from the roof camera. This gives you a 360-degree look all around the First Alert Storm Tracker. You can see plenty of water on the lens. There we go. We can wipe it clean for you, give you a fresh look. But, oh, there's a big puddle we just went through. Be very careful if you are venturing out. That one was pretty deep. You can see it on the camera there. Okay, so we're going over the Bridge of Lions. I'm going to tilt the camera here
to see if we can give you a look at the water. You can see it's pretty churned up right now, and we do expect with high tide coming in the next hour that it may breach that seawall. It's already splashing against it pretty hard. And I can tell you the wind up here is rocking the First Alert Storm Tracker pretty well. The First Alert weather team telling us that there's gusts around here of 35 miles per hour. We can certainly feel it. If you are venturing out, which we don't encourage, you'll feel the vehicle start to rock a bit. And yeah, as we get to the base of the bridge, this is definitely worth noting as well. We'll zoom you on down. There's National Guard and police, the sheriff's office, keeping an eye on things out here. Just hit a good band of rain as we, get off the bridge here. And I'll turn the camera where you can really start to see that water coming up pretty high into the seawall. Look at it right there. It won't be long before that water breaches, certainly with high tide. It's almost there right now. So now we're going to turn down right on Avenida Menendez, and you will see all these businesses that have been boarded up. I figures to say they learned their lesson after Hurricane Matthew, where the water was just gushing in a couple feet easily, upwards of 4 feet definitely, towards the lower parts of that road there. Coming up on the bed and breakfast where we saw those people that were trapped with the water rushing in, definitely underestimated that storm. And I would say that we've seen a lot of people out here, but people are really starting to pull it back and go in because the rain and wind has kicked up. You can see the palm trees moving. Almost everybody on the bayfront there all bundled up for the most part as we're getting more rain. And here we are at the fort, which is another area really low and prone to flooding. But that's basically the scene here in St. Augustine right now. The worst of it possibly yet to come as far as the water and high tide. There's another big gust we just got. Unfortunately, the weather equipment, while we're moving, is not necessarily accurate as far as wind speeds, but we can tell you that the gusts right around here are 35 miles per hour or so. A lot of ponding on the road right now, and you can see the water being blown by the wind there. This is getting pretty saturated already, and in the next hour or so, it figures to be pretty well underwater, I would say. I do understand that the First Alert weather team might want to jump in here at some point, Shannon?
Yeah, Russell, this is Garrett, and you can see I'm watching your shot right here. I was wondering if you could turn around and go to the parking lot, if it's possible, of the fort. I believe that's where you are now, so maybe a turnaround here from the First Alert Storm Tracker. And we're seeing, we're seeing moderate flood stage already there in St. Augustine. Looking at the tidal gauges right now, and it's in the kind of the red category now, where we look at the river flood stage map, and it's beginning to get close to that high tide cycle of about 1:30, between 1 and 2 p.m. here. This is, I've got on my map, Russell, right now. I'm showing everybody. You can see earlier, the last high tide cycle, we were in that moderate stage. Now we're back at it again with still a little bit of time, about an hour to go with our high tide, and then plus we'll add some surge on that as well along our immediate coastline. So we're going and approaching the high tide cycle right now. We'll go back to Russell's shot there too, and you can see there's that parking lot I'm talking about. Usually you get some water overlapping the seawall there right when you get some of the flooding. This is one of the first spots there for you in St. Augustine that we've seen this, and I think I saw a video from our Beth Russo earlier on Twitter from our reporter there, Beth Russo, of some water about a few minutes ago, and so that's what we're watching for you there with some flooding, Russell. So let me know what you're seeing out there. You can see some puddles already. There's somebody else's storm tracker.
Yeah, there's ponding Garrett out here, and yeah, that's Tampa. They've been out here for a couple days. We've been seeing them. Yeah, there's some. If we stop here, Nick, there we go. Where that person is standing, and obviously don't encourage that. There's someone walking right on the bayfront. And yeah, you can see that water starting to come over there. Once in a while, it really gets pretty rough and goes over there pretty well. But yeah, it's ponding right there, definitely a few inches. And as you've been talking about all along, that will just get worse and worse and worse, especially over here in the next hour or so.
Yeah, so you see, Russell, thanks for bringing us those live images using the Action News Jax First Alert Storm Tracker. This is why we have it, is so we can bring you images like this of the flooding that has begun with still an hour left until the official high tide cycle as well. So thanks, Russell, for bringing that to us live here in the Action News Jax Weather Center from the Action News Jax First Alert Storm Tracker. I'm told we also have, is it Ben Becker live at Jacksonville Beach, where he is seeing the waves increasing moment by moment as Jacksonville Beach, Ben, is also approaching the high tide cycle here within the next hour to an hour and 15 minutes there at Jacksonville Beach.
Garrett, yeah, it's getting a lot rougher out here. Also, you can see the rain is starting to pelt down on me. It's been kind of consistently inconsistent here. It's been raining, stopping. Now the rain has picked up again. And take a look at the massive waves behind me as they crash into the Jax Beach Pier. They're almost at the height of the pier right now. I know you've been saying we're looking at 8-foot breakers this morning, maybe 10 to 15 feet as the afternoon progresses, and we're certainly getting to that level right now where these waves are just getting higher and higher and hitting the pier. Now, I want to show you something else right here beneath me. Here's the sea foam that's washing up from the ocean, and we're just starting to get now some beach erosion for the very first time. You take a look here. It's not much here where I'm standing, but you see a few inches from where I'm standing and then here. So there's that mark and there's that mark. If you come down here a little bit, whoa, hold on. I'm going to stabilize myself for a moment. Just bear with me. I'm not going to go anywhere, trust me. All right, well, it's going to wash through one more time. It's like a washing machine out here. Okay, so it's like a river, too. So this is where the water's going. You see, I'm just going to follow it along here. You can see exactly what's happening here with the beach erosion just here. Now, follow me over here. And you can see a lot more of it right here by the pier. Okay? So you just see where the water is just chunking away at the beach as I stand now underneath the pier, and the wind almost picks up more in here, and you see just how much water. Yeah, I'd say this is about 6 inches of water or so at my feet, and behind me is a bunch of sea foam. It's getting a lot worse out here. Follow me this way. I'm going to take you towards where this water is washing up, and you can see where we're getting closer and closer to the point where the water is reaching the dunes. Now, the dunes have not been breached here like other parts of our area. You can see where the sea foam is here. The dunes are right here. Now, the sea oats have grown in pretty well since Hurricane Matthew did all its damage 2 years ago. So right now, these dunes are in pretty good shape. But as this afternoon progresses, this water is inch by inch, foot by foot, making its way closer and closer to these dunes. And that's something that we'll keep an eye on out here. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Ben. You know, under normal situations, Garrett, does the water ever get to the point where it could get up that high?
Yeah, we see local nor'easter events here a lot of times during the winter months, and that's when we see those water levels get up to the dunes. And we see some beach erosion locally, especially in, say, St. Johns County and along our beaches in Duval County. Of course, those dunes have been rebuilt, like we've been telling you, since Hurricane Matthew, and now they're slowly being eaten away again, which, you know, technically is their job. That's what we have them there for, and they're kind of doing what we said. I remember saying this a lot during Hurricane Matthew. The dunes are doing their job, and so they are doing that as of right now, though we have seen some breaks down in Volano Beach. It's not heavily duned right there. That's a pretty low-lying area in spots there at Volano Beach. Also, you got some higher elevations there.
But you also have that sea foam. Yeah. That is a sure sign of just how turbulent the currents are right now. And you had it, we heard it from the EOC in Nassau County, where they were saying this isn't over yet.
Yeah, especially
stay out of the water.
It's basically about St. Johns County's latitude right now, so it's still going up through Jacksonville's latitude. You can see the satellite data on the right side of your screen right now, and that's got to go up before we can begin to relax those winds around Jacksonville. Fernandina Beach, we're seeing gusts now of 40 miles per hour. St. Simon's Island, we're seeing gusts of 40 miles per hour now. And we're really concerned about the storm surge on the sound side of Jekyll Island and also on Amelia Island on the sound side, with winds blowing offshore here in the next little bit, because that's going to push whatever water gets in the high tide cycle back into the sound side there. So if you're on the sound side, we could be experiencing some storm surge flooding there for you here through the high tide cycles here this evening.
And we've been saying 40 miles per hour. That's an important note, and that's because sustained winds at 40 miles per hour will close our bridges.
Yeah. Plus the Jax Beach Pier under pretty much repair right now, or at least it soon will be. Do you think it's going to be damaged any more by this?
You know, it's taking a pounding right now. Hopefully those pilings can hold up, and especially we got a weather sensor on the end of that thing. So I hope that holds up there. We're getting good reports right now from the Jax Beach Pier, so it's still at least getting some power out there to the pier. But of course, more wave action is to come.
You know, over at Volano Beach on A1A, we were seeing all that water being breached right there over the roadway. Lorena Inclan is there right now. Let's check in with her, see what the situation is there right now. Lorena.
Hey guys, since I went live last, the areas where the water has breached has grown. And now we're seeing further down, if you can see there, even more debris further down the road. This is the area where I showed you last, and take a look at this. Even more debris hitting here, big sort of logs of tree here that could easily be pushed onto the water, making it dangerous for people to drive. But as we walk over here, as my photojournalist Steve keeps walking with me, I could keep showing you just how far the water has seeped in from the ocean. And if you'd be patient with me, I could show you so you could see a little bit better. So Steve, I don't know if you can show them, maybe zoom in a little bit. There's sort of water down the distance there where that car just passed. More water coming in through there. Now, if we come over here, this is something we found since our last live shot. We wanted to give you a better idea. Take a look at how dangerous this could potentially be for the homes here. Now, this home to my right, nobody lives here, but there's a concern that it could topple over, obviously, into the water. This area right here, this seawall that you see here, we learned, a neighbor tells us that this was just built recently, and look at the water already coming over it. And this is the protection that these homes have right here. Big wave of water there, obviously clearly breaching that. This right here is no match for what Dorian is doing right now. And if we pan over, you can see how strong the water is really coming in there. This is the problem, this is the concern with the storm surge that we see. And as I look at my watch here, it's not even high tide yet. That does not happen until 1:30. So in about 45 minutes or so, this could get worse. So this is what we're living right now with Dorian here in St. Johns County. And the A1A that I just showed you, it has not shut down yet. But that could be a decision that some of the authorities here could be making soon, depending on how bad this could get. But a lot of debris being pushed onto A1A that potentially could make it dangerous. So if you have to be out there, which obviously is not recommended, if you can stay in your safe place, just know that if you're driving through here, you could be coming up on a lot of debris in this area as the water continues to breach the dunes here in Villano Beach. Back to you guys.
Let's hope that doesn't happen, and we'll continue to follow Lorena and see where that water goes next. Meanwhile, people are doing anything they can, really, to keep their homes and their belongings intact and safe. Action News Jack's Elizabeth Pace spoke with some homeowners in Ponte Vedra who are keeping their car close.
Out here in Ponte Vedra Beach, we found one house that's using a unique way to secure their property. Now we're out here with Scott and Holly. Kind of explain the story behind this structure.
Having no idea how to hold it in place, I came up with an idea of straps that are attached to the foundation and the battle wagon, which weighs about 6,000 pounds. And hopefully, with a little bit of luck, we won't have too much uplift. Each strap is rated at about 10,000 pounds braking, at least 5,000 pound working load. So with that, and there's 7 of them all the way across the roof, you got a fair amount of hold on the roof for wind lift.
How long did it take to put all this together?
With 3 of us, it took us 8 hours to strap it, tie it, secure it, and then go back and remove some of the oscillation. That's what the small straps are doing, because they were vibrating in the wind, and I didn't want them to fatigue.
Now, we saw this yesterday. We're seeing it again now. How did it hold up overnight with the storm?
It gave us no problem. It made a little bit of whining noise just from the wind going around the straps, but, you know, I got my degree at the Acme University, and this is the best thing I could come up with that, you know, it can't hurt. I don't know if it will help, but it definitely can't hurt. So for a minimum amount of money in a day's time, you can't redo the roof or the tar paper in a day. So we will see.
Now, Holly, explain, I know we're getting hit by rain right now. I'm so sorry about that. So, but that's what we're dealing with right now.
This is what we have.
But this isn't the first time for you guys. You guys were here for Hurricane Irma and Matthew, correct? What was some of the damage you guys saw from that?
What we had an overhang on the porch in the back, and the wind caught it, actually blew it out onto A1A. So it was a little bit crazy. You know, the house rock and rolled, but, you know, it's still here and still very solid.
So what has your neighbor's reaction been to this project over here?
A little bit everything from, hey, you're a genius, you ought to patent the idea, to you're nuts. So everything in between. But we've met a lot of people, and it's been really, really great.
Now we're just a few hours away from the storm really coming to hit our area. What are you guys feeling right now?
Boredom. we're gonna. I don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna see what it happens. Just, you know, it'll happen when it happens, and 2 or 3 days from now, we'll find out good, bad, or indifferent.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for showing us your property and explaining all this to us.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and toss it back to you guys in studio. Reporting in Ponte Vedra Beach, Elizabeth Pace, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jax.
Elizabeth, when it's all said and done, they can have special stripping, you know, patented if this all works. All right. Well, our Russell Culver joins us live right now in the First Alert Storm Tracker right now, headed towards the Davis Shores area, and that's where there are reports of some flooding out there, Russ.
Yeah, let's give you a live look at it right now. This is the water rising in Davis Shores, and this is the area of Coquina Avenue and Matanzas Boulevard, not far from the Conch House. And we're going to take this very slow because the water is high, and we're in the First Alert Storm Tracker, which is meant for this. It's reinforced, and we have high tires here. So we're going to take this very slow because we did just speak with some county officials, and they were telling us that the weight created from a vehicle going pretty fast through here could be the difference between water going in someone's home and not. So we're taking it very slow to not make a wake, but you can get an idea of how high this water is, and it's rising. And this is an area that is just so prone to flooding. Here we can see the stripe, excuse me. That'll give you an idea how deep the water is. You can see how murky that stripe is, that bright yellow stripe, basically invisible now. We're going slow and steady. I would say this water is 6 to 8 inches. What do you think, Nick? Maybe a foot?
Maybe a foot.
Yeah, so yeah, and there's our wake in front. So that's what we're trying to limit right there. But this is the area that gets hammered, frankly, in these storms. We've spoken with so many people through the years who lost everything in Davis Shores months after Hurricanes Matthew. They weren't back in their homes yet. So if you look around, people here get prepared. They do what they can with sandbags, boards, that kind of thing. But as you can see, it's just such a low-lying area. It's not always enough. The water just rushes in here. And we're not even at high tide yet. You know, we have another 45 minutes or so for St. Augustine to experience high tide. If you're just joining us, you may think we're in a boat. We are not. We're in the Action News Jax First Alert Storm Tracker. It's reinforced. We got high wheels, big tires, and we're off the ground pretty well. So we're going safely through here, but we're taking it very slow at the warning of county officials wanting us to not create too much of a wake because we don't want water going into people's homes. Look at the water rushing down that driveway there. It's getting pretty bad here. This is something we'll have to keep an eye on. This is obviously an evacuation zone, so we certainly hope that everyone is gone from here. I haven't seen any activity in this area. Of course, we saw a lot of people near the fort and on the bayfront in St. Augustine taking pictures and taking video and seeing what they can, but not a lot of people out here. In fact, I don't think I've seen one person or one car in a garage, which is a good thing. You know, everything, all of this stuff can be replaced. You know, your lives cannot, right? So it's a good thing that people aren't here. This looks like it's even deeper, and it's really starting to rush through the street. Not sure what street that is up on the right there, but that looks like a river. I mean, look how fast moving that water is coming in. Arrocola. Okay, so this is Arrocola Street.
That's actually the water out there.
Wow.
The streets up there.
There it is. There's the water coming right in. Again, this is the Davis Shores community of St. Augustine, already starting to flood pretty severely. Is there someone in the First Alert Weather Center we can bring in about rainfall totals in here and what's to be expected when we do see high tide in 45 minutes or so?
Yeah, Russell, this is Gary Biedenbaugh. We are watching high tide approaching that area here in the next 45 minutes to an hour, and so there's still going to be some more flooding to occur in this local neighborhood there near Davis Shores there in St. Johns County near St. Augustine. You can see here live on the Action News Jax First Alert Storm Tracker, and Russell Colburn there live for you, being slow, not creating a wake there with the First Alert Storm Tracker, and there is already flooded roadways here, and perhaps if you you've evacuated, maybe this is a chance for you to see your neighborhood here right now from the First Alert Storm Tracker. And it is water. There's a good reason why you evacuated. That's why you're in an evacuation zone, is because it doesn't take much, obviously, to flood this area here with still 45 to 50 more minutes until the official high tide in St. Augustine. So, Russell, just wanted to see what else you're seeing back out there in Davis Shores from the First Alert Storm Tracker.
Well, I just opened the door, Garrett, and we are almost up to the door in water. So we should probably pull back the storm tracker. Again, we don't want to create that wake, but it is getting pretty flooded out here. I'm trying to see what street we're coming up on. We're on Aracola Avenue right now, just past Coquina. We do see a person up here that must have stayed. Okay, we're being told to switch to the lower camera. This is the view right from our hood. Yeah, okay, I can do that. We have a 360 view on the roof. Here, I can get you right down to the water if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, you can just see how deep that water is, Russell. There's and it's continuing to rise here, Russell, over the next few minutes or so, and you can see there's that little bit of wake creating, but not much, and that will continue if we get any more rain, of course, as well, falling with some of those bands near St. Augustine, and also thanks, Russell, for that. We're seeing a live look right now from Jacksonville Beach on the Action News Jax First Alert Skycam network, and we've zoomed it out a bit. You can see how close the wave action is getting to the immediate dunes here, and that's going to continue riding up. This is a classic image we've been showing you here through multiple hurricane seasons with, say, Matthew the last time here with the 2016 event there, with that wave action continuing up and building seas 10 to 20 feet there. We're also getting reports. I believe we have a live shot of people in the water at Jacksonville Beach and also in the water in St. Augustine Beach. So let's take a live shot right now, maybe closer to the ground. I'm told it's frozen right now. Jax Beach. Let's take the Jax Beach camera right now. I'm told that's up and working. So let's go ahead and take a look at Jacksonville Beach. You can see right now there's 10 to 15 plus footers with our seas crashing against the Jacksonville Beach pier right now. We're still about an hour away from high tide there. Our Ben Becker is out live in Jacksonville Beach too. So guys, if we have that image, just put it up behind me here, please. There is St. Augustine here right now. So we're down to St. Johns County, and we're seeing some reports of some folks in the water. Unfortunately, we've had our Bridget Matter there too for quite some time, and earlier some more reporters. Danny Bozzini was there earlier, seeing that beach erosion that is unfortunately eating away our coastline live in real time, and that's the wind observation, the anemometer right there from the St. Augustine Pier that we've been seeing up to, I think the peak wind gust was about 50 to 60 miles per hour there as well. So let's go to Neptune Beach. That's another live shot we'll take you to here using the Surfline cameras, I believe, and that is focused in on that water. You can see folks are right here getting close to the water as it moves up, nearing the high tide cycle right now. So that's a live look from Neptune Beach. All right, let's give you the latest for Hurricane Dorian right now using the infrared satellite. You can see here, there it is, moving to the north-northwest around 9 miles per hour, about 100 miles east of Jacksonville right now. On our latitude, see showers and thunderstorms firing up there around the center of circulation. Going to be off southeast Georgia's coastline here by about 90 to 100 miles by 8 o'clock tonight, and then off to the north and east, potentially interacting with the Carolina coast. We're seeing waves 16 feet just offshore from St. Augustine, 13 feet there in, say, Fernandina Beach, just offshore. Right now we're seeing 31 mile per hour winds at Fernandina Beach and 22 mile per hour winds out of the north-northwest there now in St. Augustine. So we're seeing that counterclockwise circulation around the center of circulation right now. Let's go with some peak wind gusts now with meteorologist Maritza Ross.
That's correct. We've been updating these numbers all morning long. And take a look at St. Augustine Pier. I know we had some images from there. Gusts as high as 48 miles an hour. Out in Jax Beach, north-northwest winds at 32 with gusts as high as 44. In Jekyll Island, north, coming in from the north at 22 miles per hour. In Mayport, 26. Fernandina Beach, north-northwest, a little bit less out there at 19. And Crescent Beach, west wind at about 21 miles an hour with 40 mile an hour wind gusts. And I also want to update you here. Winds, max winds out at TIAA Bank Field, 45 miles an hour, so pretty significant for you guys in downtown Jacksonville. Out at JIA reports a 44-mile-an-hour winds, and then Brunswick, you're at 40-mile-an-hour winds, and this is the highest observed wind reports. And then out at the University of Florida, so inland in Alachua County over in Gainesville, 40-mile-an-hour winds. So still some locations further inland are still getting some of these strong winds from Hurricane Dorian. Corey?
And we're starting to see some more of these bands of rain move along the coast on First Alert Doppler HD as I put it into motion here. And first off, we're actually going to measure here how far away the center of the eye is from the coast. So I'm going to start down in St. Augustine, draw arrow out there. It's about 100 miles off the coast as we take this from Jacksonville Beach. The eye, it is approaching Jacksonville's latitude, folks. It is moving to the northwest, again, about 100 miles off the coast of Jacksonville Beach. But we're starting to see more of these bands of rain moving closer to the coast. So as we zoom down a little bit closer here, this is just offshore of Amelia Island here in Fernandina Beach. These are not moving toward Fernandina Beach, at least this activity right here. These are going to be tracking closer to eastern Duval and Jacksonville Beach as they're moving basically south-southwest at, in some cases, 50 to 60 miles per hour. They are moving very quickly down here to the south. Let's get a better timing on this here as these showers are booking it very fast. To the southwest, there's Mayport at around 104 any minute now, and then Jacksonville Beach at 109, Ponte Vedra at 113. Garrett, it's going to get hot after Dorian passes us by.
Yeah, and especially right now, you're seeing not a lot of rain there for, say, the areas along and west of Highway 301, especially, and even east to I-95. Not much rain, but a few gusty winds. Highs today in the 80s, mid-90s, though, tomorrow with some drier air wrapping around that hurricane, and we'll be in the mid-90s into the low 90s into your Friday. And the weekend is always in view in the Action News Jax First Alert 7-day forecast. It's going to be a dry but hot Jags game downtown on Sunday and in the low 90s on Monday and into Tuesday with some scattered showers and a few thunderstorms into the afternoon. We are continuing to track Hurricane Dorian here on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax. Multiple live looks from around the area and the power of First Alert Doppler HD coming up next.
Live, this is Action News Jax special coverage tracking Dorian.
And right now, the eye of Hurricane Dorian is off of our coast, and you can see just how large the storm is from this satellite view. And take a look at this new video. You can see the ocean there crossing over A1A in Atlantic Beach. This area is known for some major erosion, and high tide is still to come, and we actually have a crew there to give you another live report. Action News Jax and the First Alert Weather Team are tracking Hurricane Dorian. I'm Tanika Hughes.
I'm John Bachman. We have 6 reporters up and down our coast right now. We want to get you caught up on the very latest. Right now, water reaching the dunes at Neptune Beach. JSO says a woman was rescued by a lifeguard in that area because she was knocked off her feet by the water and then pulled into the water. We also can tell you that the Shave Bridge recently closed. That's State Road 200 going into Amelia Island. The bridge is now closed. Action News Jax has complete live team coverage in 2 states. We begin with Action News Jax First Alert Chief Meteorologist Mike Bursch in the First Alert Weather Center with his team of meteorologists. Look at all of you right there. That is a comforting feeling right now.
We appreciate that. Working hard here from the First Alert Weather Center as we have been for, it seems like it's been a long time for everyone. For us especially, too. Today is Wednesday, right? Wednesday, so
not really sure.
That thing, Dorian, started to rear its ugly head, so to speak, a week ago Monday and Sunday, really. So it's been about 10 days. That's exactly right. So Garrett joining me, Stacy, Maritza, Corey. They never thought I'd be able to get all their names right in a row, but I did. So check out the Jax Beach Skycam Network right now, you guys, because it is impressive. Hey, seriously, I do appreciate all your work, and thank you for helping us out through this storm today, through this evening. It's a coastal storm. I'm getting some people saying inland. They're saying, what storm? Well, folks, either you watched the wrong station or you didn't pay attention to what we were saying. This is a coastal thing, a coastal storm, and in some cases along the St. Johns River, and that's it. If you live inland and you're saying, what hurricane? Well, you're right. That's the way it's going to be. You will get next to nothing when it comes to the effects from Dorian. On the other hand, look at Jax Beach. High tide. Now we're very close to high tide, and virtually the entire beach covered in ocean. The dunes, obviously, at least some water run up, and in some cases we may see dunes breached or covered by the water. We're not likely to see it get high enough for the water to literally go over the top and then spill out, but there could be some breaches in here in places, no doubt. And further south into St. Johns County, there's no question we're going to have some dune breaches there. We've already seen that with Lorena on Highway A1A there in Volano Beach. There are a couple people loitering around there, but obviously the best advice, stay out of the water. Winds will go offshore later tonight and into the day tomorrow as the hurricane, the eye, moves on by and the winds become out of the west. Garrett, if you'll click ahead for me here, because I'm clicker-less, we'll see the storm continuing to move northbound. Hurricane Dorian, Category 2 hurricane. There you can see the eye and still very strong thunderstorms firing around that eye. This is very near, if not over, the Gulf Stream, the eye, so it's got plenty of warm water to work with. It is ingesting some dry air off the coast of Florida. That's very common when hurricanes get this close to land. So that's disrupting it somewhat and will likely keep it steady state versus something that could quickly intensify. It's also on a move to the north. It's almost to Jacksonville's latitude, due east, in other words. It is on track. Anybody that's worried about a move to the west or a sudden left-hand turn or thinking this is it, it's almost here and it's going to come hammering into the coast, that's not the case. It will continue on a north-northwest movement, turning more northward with time, as you can see here, reaching the Florida-Georgia area latitude, but due east over the next few hours, certainly by late this afternoon into early this evening at about Fernandina Beach's latitude, then Brunswick latitude early this evening, accelerates north-northeast bound, moving 9 miles per hour now. It'll be moving some 12 to 15 miles per hour by tomorrow, and that keeps the eye 80 to 100 miles safely east of our area, and I say safely in that at least we aren't getting the eye wall thunderstorms and wind. We certainly obviously are still getting a beach beating as the storm accelerates off the Carolina coast then, and we're seeing wave heights now, double-digit, Garrett, pretty impressive.
Well offshore, 22 feet there on the east side of that eye there, 16 feet now. That has gone up a bit in St. Augustine. So you can see the swells pretty much going to the north now. So they're east of the heaviest seas, about 30-plus feet right there in the core of the hurricane and right near in the head of the hurricane right now, 13 feet east of St. Augustine at the buoy there. So we're seeing increased wave heights, too. We were showing you on that Action News Jax First Alert Skycam. You can see the Skycams we have on the right side of your screen. NAS Jax Jacks, gusting to 37 miles per hour right now. St. Augustine, Jacksonville Beach. Speaking of Jacksonville Beach, I want to bring in now, I believe we have our Ben Becker, who is dialed in here, and that's a live look at Jacksonville Beach as well. And you can see the waves just really pounding the pier, which of course lost 350 feet during Hurricane Matthew in 2016. Ben, if you can hear me, you can see those waves running all the way up to the dunes right now as we approach high tide.
Garrett, you're absolutely right. First and foremost, check out the waves pounding and pounding the Jacks Beach Pier. And again, 350 feet of that pier vanished in Hurricane Matthew. Then Irma came back the next year and gave it another 1-2 punch. And currently we don't have 20% of our pier. Now that's supposed to be fixed, hopefully within the next 2 years. They're going to close this pier scheduled in September, and then the city will begin reconstruction of it in November, and then it'll reopen again hopefully in 2021. But for now, check this out. We've got these harsh, violent waves crashing against the pier, crashing into the beach right now. You see all the sea foam behind me. You just see where I am currently. Meantime, let's go to Georgia's governor right now with a news conference. Let's listen in.
That's all right. Again, I just want to thank Pete and his team for being here on the ground with us and for the great collaboration that we've had from the federal level with the state level, and we're doing the same thing at the county level. I wanted to go over real quickly who we got with us today. Obviously the First Lady, Marty Kemp. We have Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, Attorney General Chris Carr, our Agriculture Commissioner Gary Black, GEMA Director Homer Bryson, our State Meteorologist Will Langston, Commissioner Mark Williams, Department of Natural Resources, Georgia Department of Transportation Commissioner Russell McMurray, Georgia Department of Defense Adjunct General Tom Carden, Insurance and Fire Safety Commissioner General John King, and Department of Public Safety Commissioner Colonel Mark McDonough. In addition to all the GEMA officials deployed along the coast to provide assistance, we also have regional field reps from the governor's office on the ground as well. They are there to support GEMA and the locals that are on the ground, giving us feedback as the storm continues to roll into Georgia. As you all know, the National Weather Service latest projections show that Hurricane Dorian nudged slightly west with significant rain bands and strong winds moving into our coastal counties. We're seeing that right now. Bryan, Camden, Chatham, Glenn, Liberty, and McIntosh counties remain under a tropical storm warning as well as a storm surge warning. Brantley and East Charlton County as well as Wayne County are now under tropical storm warnings based on the new projections that we have this morning. We are getting reports of downed trees already in Glenn and Wayne County, which obviously that can be dangerous if you're still in your home with a tree falling on your home, knocking down power lines. So we urge citizens to be on the lookout or be cognizant of that. Serious concerns remain that we will see damaging and life-threatening surf with a coastal surge of 3 to 5 feet. We expect a high tide between now and 3 p.m., which could significantly worsen flooding. We expect another high tide shortly after midnight, where again we can see a strengthened storm surge and more flooding depending on where the storm is at that point. These tides are prime opportunities not only for flooding but serious ground level flooding, which we will continue to monitor early into Thursday morning. I wanted to speak a little bit about traffic. Based on current traffic flow, right about noon, the Georgia Department of Transportation, in conjunction with the Department of Public Safety and the State Patrol, reversed contraflow on I-16 in line with the executive order that I signed just a few hours ago, or a short time ago. This reversal will allow emergency management officials to prepare for transport of critical life-sustaining resources. To be clear, 6 coastal counties east of I-95 remain under mandatory evacuation orders. If you have not gotten out, if you have time, you should do so now. Evacuees will not be allowed to return home until the storm has passed and local officials authorize their return. We have found that this local control is the quickest way to get folks back to their home, and we will be doing that as soon as possible. Very early this morning, I issued another executive order expanding the state of emergency declaration to 9 additional counties because of the tropical storm issues that we have. Currently, we now have 21 counties that are under the state of the emergency, and we have those if anyone needs them. I've also authorized the Georgia Department of Defense Adjutant General Tom Cardin to activate up to 2,000 National Guardsmen should GEMA request their assistance. And before I turn it over to GEMA Director Homer Bryson for a quick update, I want you to know that after this briefing, several of the state officials that are standing behind me are available for one-on-one interviews if you have follow-up questions that we can't answer for you here. Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan has been working closely with his counterparts in Florida, South Carolina, and other states to coordinate our response and see what our friends and neighbors may need, as well as what our needs are. Attorney General Chris Carr can explain ongoing enforcement efforts to stop price gouging, and he's also been collaborating with Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger.
All right, it's like a washing machine out here right now. If you just take a look behind me, the ocean is getting worse and worse, minute by minute and hour by hour that I've been out here. I say it's like a washing machine. I'm not sure what spin cycle I'm on right now, but, it is just, the waves are growing and growing. 8-foot breakers earlier on. Now we're talking about 10 to 15-foot breakers as the afternoon progresses. You can see the sea foam at my ankles, currently at my knees, just washing ashore right behind me here. Kind of covered it in it a little bit as it comes in off the Atlantic. Here's another batch of it right here. Here it comes. And there it goes. Now, walk with me over here. Let me show you. So here's the pier. Here are the dunes behind me. And currently the water has been coming up to the dunes. It hasn't breached the dunes yet. Now, we've been talking about this from Matthew 2016 and Irma 2017. That was out here in 2017 when these were breached in 2017 with Irma, when these dunes were breached and the water was coming up over them. Right now, actually, we're okay, but you can see where the sea foam is at my feet, and it comes just to the base, right? Just to the base of the dunes. You have the sea oats there. They're doing well so far. You can actually take a look at the sea oats. They're blowing somewhat in the wind. It's not terribly bad at that level, but again, this part of the sea oats, that area is fine currently, so that's not too much of a problem. But as the weather gets worse, as the conditions get rougher, and as you can tell, the wind is starting to blow sideways. And Garrett, you tell me, what kind of winds are we getting out here right now? What are you seeing back in the studio? How hard are these winds?
Yeah, Ben, we're seeing 30-mile-per-hour winds at times there at the end of the Jacksonville Beach Pier. In fact, here's the current wind observations in Jacksonville: 32 at Fernandina Beach and 25 right now there at St. Augustine. But also at the end of the Jacks Beach Pier, we've also seen about 40 to 45-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. But you can see that image we're bringing from to you from Ben Becker there. We sent him there, and that was 10 to 15 footers with those waves breaking right along that coastline and right along the pier there. And so we'll continue monitoring the Jacksonville Beach Pier along with the other piers as well. Down in St. Augustine, we have cameras there. We're watching the beach erosion ongoing there. What I want to do right now is toss it over to meteorologist Corey Sima, who is detailing some more about the wind we're seeing here today and using First Alert Doppler HD where the latest rain is. And that band, Corey, is just offshore.
Just offshore, Garrett. Very close. Coastal areas about to basically get in on another round of these showers. But before we do that, some of the questions we've been getting, it's like, where is the eye? How far away from the coast is the eye located? So I'm going to start from St. Augustine, drawing an arrow out here. It's about 100 miles from St. Augustine Beach all the way out to the center of the eye. And the eye, it is approaching Jacksonville's latitude. It is almost due east of Jacksonville's latitude. We still got a little ways to go before the center of the eye is basically just right on our latitude. So as I draw our arrow out here from Jacks Beach, it's about the same. It's about 100 miles. It's movement north-northwest. Now we're going to get, we just got the 1 p.m. update. We're going to get some new information at 2 o'clock. So So let me zoom in here and show some of these showers that are up and down the coast, starting up at Little Talbot Island. This is Heckscher Drive. Also a wind report here as well of potentially tropical storm force. I'm going to query that actually so we can take a look at that. This is just south of Little Talbot Island, Huguenot Park. Weather flow site measured a sustained wind of 40 miles per hour and a gust to 49. So these are tropical storm force winds. That's what we called for along the coast. Getting inland, that's where those winds really are significantly less. But as for right now, the coast dealing with some heavy rain. This is Atlantic Beach, getting a little streets on here down to street level mapping. There's A1A, Plaza Road, Atlantic Beach. There is Beach Avenue, Selva Marina Drive. There is Seminole Road, Dutton Island Road West. As we get west of A1A, there is Main Street as well, in addition to Cove Landing. As we move down into Neptune Beach and eventually Jax Beach, there is Seagate Avenue, 2nd Street North, and 11th Avenue North. Let's send it over to Stacy quickly for some of our wind gusts so far.
That's just it, Corey. These are wind gusts that we have already seen here within the last hour. So peak sustained on this side, and then on this side are some of the peak gusts so far. So St. Augustine Pier being the big winner, at least within this cluster, 48-mile-per-hour gusts within the last hour. At the Jacksonville Beach Pier, we've seen a wind gust of 44 miles per hour. So really anywhere between 40 to just shy of 50 miles per hour are some of the gusts that we are seeing. I still suspect we'll see a higher gust than that, maybe briefly up into the 50-mile-per-hour range here as we head into the next hour or so. So still some of these gusts will be increasing just a little bit, and we are also updating these numbers too as they come in. As I mentioned, this is just within the last hour. So of course, as we get the new information, we'll bring that to you. Garrett?
And we'll continue tracking here on First Alert Doppler HD for you throughout the day and into the afternoon, but for now, we'll send it back to the news desk.
All right, and right now, Action News Jax, Lauren Inkland has been in Volano Beach, and she joins us there, where erosion is a big concern for the folks that live there.
Erosion and storm surge right now, Tanika. In my last live shot, there was a gate here, and now take a look. It is gone, and it's actually right here in front of me. And as Steve kind of joins me here, my photojournalist Steve, he's going to walk up with me. I can show you that as of right now, this road here, it is blocked. It is blocked between Carcova and Ocean Sands, which is sort of like a resort over there. And this is why. Take a look at these pieces of debris here in the road. Obviously, a major hazard for people driving in this area. And this has been continual. All this water coming in from the ocean over A1A here in Volano has just been progressively getting worse. And it's also sort of getting longer down the road as well. Like there are other areas where it has breached. But take a look at all this debris that you can see here from the water. And one tall tale sign of that storm surge is that I've been finding so many seashells. Not on the beach. The beach, it's gone. It is here on A1A, a bunch of seashells here, a bunch of sand as well being pushed in by Dorian. Now, I do want to continue showing you further down this way. We've got deputies here blocking the road because it is no longer safe for cars to be driving here. But I want to continue on here and show you the conditions. I just mentioned there's no beach left, and I'm about to show you what I'm talking about right now. This is a home that's right near the water. Nobody lives here, but it's definitely sort of on the brink here of what is left of the sand. But look at this. It's all water. This is the Atlantic Ocean. There's no more, like you can't even see the sand. And this seawall that you see right here, it was just installed this year, a neighbor was telling us. And it's been no match for Dorian. And as Steve comes with me, he'll try to pan over for you and zoom in so you could see all of the stairs along the beach here at these homes. They're being sort of washed away there. The bottom of those stairs are just underwater. So it is going to gradually get worse as the high tide gets closer. And that's exactly what we've been seeing here in Volano Beach. So much so that the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office made the decision to block this road here because it is no longer safe for traffic in this area. But we'll continue to monitor this area here, and we'll let you know exactly what we are seeing here, and we'll report it to you as soon as we can. Back to you guys in the studio.
Hey, Lorena, hang tight for just a second. I want to bring in meteorologist Garrett Bedenbaugh because what you're seeing right now, of course, is really pretty much peak high tide, which you've been showing us a fantastic job of of giving us a good look at what it's like high tide there. You're also experiencing more or less the peak of the storm right now with the storm surge. So I'm bringing in Garrett now to talk a little bit more about how much longer really, because this is it. If they can survive however long, then it's going to start getting easier on them. So talk us through what we're looking at for those folks in Volano, and mainly, you know, St. Johns County as it moves north.
Yeah, St. Augustine, the St. Johns County beaches, Volano Beach right now is high tide essentially right now. And so our next low tide cycle will be about 7 o'clock, 7:30, give or take, depending on where you're talking about, up and down the coast or in the Matanzas or places like that. So this is the peak of the storm surge for them, and then also the winds will shift directions for those spots to the south of the center of circulation. So that would be southern St. Johns County, Flagler County, and now inching as we go forward in time up to the north.
And the storm's moving 9 miles an hour, so that's a good thing as well. Can we bring back the Lorena's shot? Because I guess what I'm asking too, and I think a lot of folks will want to know, is as the storm moves north, how long, you know, you've got these bands coming in. How many hours really until those bands, it gets far enough north to where that wind really shifts and you're really talking about alleviating some of this, the highest of this water?
Yeah, we've got winds beginning to go below tropical storm force there by late this evening, by 9 or 10 o'clock, maybe as late as 11 o'clock there in St. Augustine, Volano Beach, and those spots. So the beaches will still be breezy overnight too, though, but it'll be more of an offshore wind pushing that water back out and back out for, say, downtown St. Augustine, back out into the inlet and back out into the Atlantic Ocean. But right now, you can see those waves and the water coming up essentially near those barriers the homes have built. And thankfully, right now, it appears to be holding up pretty good at that specific location. But we've been seeing Bridget Matter's live shot down in St. Augustine Beach, seeing all the significant beach
flowing through there now. So some places have been breached. That looks like a stairway from a dock or from a walkway down to the beach. Yeah, the bottom line then again is really what we're seeing is kind of the worst of the worst, and we're going to see this for the next hour or two, Garrett, you say?
And then it rides north.
And then we'll start seeing some improvement there, and of course then it'll get worse to our north up along Nassau County and into Georgia.
Which is what the Georgia governor was stressing the concerns there about the storm surge and people just kind of bracing themselves because it is on the way, and so they're going to see a lot of what we're seeing here to the south.
And that includes Jekyll Island, St. Simon's Island, the sound side of Jekyll Island. We're concerned about the offshore winds actually blowing water that's built up there back into the backside of Jekyll and also Amelia Island.
That was a problem in both of the previous storms, right? Where they were getting sloshed one way and then sloshed the other way, and that was causing problems.
So that's what we'll have to watch here. And if you're in Nassau County, don't just go back, because now you've still got to have that concern there in Amelia Island area.
All right, Garrett. Now we're going to head over to our Russell Colburn, who is in the First Alert Storm Tracker in the Davis Shores area, where some roads are closed because of flooding. Russell, where are you and what are you seeing there?
Yeah, I can tell you we're in the Davis Shores area on Aracola Avenue. Just to give you an idea, there are police behind us blocking off this road. This is our rear camera in the First Alert Storm Tracker. They're asking that we take this very slow to not create a wake, because it is that volatile as far as water going into people's homes. We want to show you what people in Davis Shores are dealing with. We want to do it slowly, and we want to do it safely. The First Alert Storm Tracker is built for this. It's reinforced. We have big tires high off the ground by about 3.5, 4 feet. So here we go through this neighborhood. People are out enjoying the puddles, but we don't encourage that, because some of this water has been up to our door or so, which again is that 3.5, 4 foot mark. You know, if you didn't know this was a road here, you would think we're in the middle of a lake right now. But this is this main street through Davis Shores. We've been going through the area of Coquina and Aracola. Coquina is where that person was wrapping their house in plastic, so we're going to check on that if we can. But you can see this deep water. It just looks like a lake through this area. I'm going to pull up the navigation so we can find a way through here. We're coming up to a T here, and there's the marshy lake straight ahead, probably 300 or 400 yards away from here. And we can give you an idea here. This one over here, if we stop for just 1 second, you can see the water starting to kind of creep into that garage there. That's bad news for that homeowner. Some of them are built up pretty well, have sandbags and those kind of things, but we have seen some water start to seep in now, unfortunately. Here's another one coming up on our left. where the water is kind of starting to slowly trickle into that garage. And, you know, unfortunately, this is kind of what we suspected as we're in the middle of high tide now. Again, we are taking this very slow. Nick, how high is the water, would you say?
1.5 foot, I'd say.
Yeah, okay. Photojournalist Nick Longo behind the wheel of the First Alert Storm Tracker telling us we're about a 1.5 feet right now depth.
And we're at the high point of the road, too. So.
Okay, and we are in the high point of the road. We're in the middle of the road where we were told to go. Again, as I've mentioned, we don't want to create any kind of a wake through here, because the last thing these people need is any more water rushing into their homes. But we do want to be able to show you what people are dealing with, and if perhaps someone from this area is evacuated, they can get an idea, a live look at their own home. This house built up really well. That house is going to be just fine for at least a while with that angle going into that garage.
We covered that a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
They raised that house?
Yep, this house learned its lesson. It's been raised, boarded up there. We have seen some people out and about that didn't heed the evacuation warning. This place, part of evacuation zone A and B, was all evacuated days ago. But people decided to stay and ride it out. This is probably the deepest part we've gone through. We're about up to the door. You can see this gentleman standing up just a ways to our left. He's only about ankle deep, so we're through the deepest part of it, and it should get a little more shallow as we go through. We're coming up to Coquina now. Again, we're on Aracola, I believe, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a very vulnerable area, a low-lying area in St. Augustine that unfortunately sees this kind of flooding. Saw devastating flooding in Hurricane Matthew, for example. We did have people lose their homes and without a place to stay for months on end. Let's see if we can talk with this gentleman over here. See how his property's doing.
Not as bad as last time.
You doing okay, sir? All right, he's telling us. What's your name, sir? I'm Danny. You say Danny? Doing a little better than last time, you said? Much better. Okay. Yeah. Last time being Irma or Matthew? I was both. Okay, saying both hurricanes got some flooding.
Matthew, the first one, the water was up to that 10th block.
Okay, wow. Yeah, he's saying the water was much higher in Matthew. He's saying these houses were washed away. This house here on the corner is new. It was washed away. And wow. Well, thank you, sir. Stay safe. All right. And if we come up to Coquina here, you can really see that water just rushing. I mean, that looks like a river. But that's a street. This is a residential neighborhood. Again, if you're just joining us, Davis Shores in St. Johns County, St. Augustine, an area very prone to flooding. We're getting some kind of an alarm here. We're going to reverse it because we are getting an alarm in the First Alert Storm Tracker.
All right, hey Russell, listen, you guys get that squared away. Keep the shot up if you can, and back up as you're doing, which is a good idea. I'm glad you guys got that squared away. A couple things. Number one, I'm glad this guy you were talking to pointed it out, because as bad as this is, and it is bad, it's important to note that it was worse during Matthew and Irma. I can also tell you, you were talking about the woman who lives on Coquina who put the plastic around her home. We documented that earlier in the week. Earlier today, Bridget Matter, who did the original story, tweeted that a picture from that woman who did that, and at that point, that was probably an hour or two ago now, the water was starting to gather in the street, but had not crept up to her home. So obviously things have changed in the last couple of hours. So if you can safely get to that place, that would be very fascinating to see, and hopefully she's doing okay. If you can't, we'll wait and see how it goes, obviously. But again, as Russell was mentioning, that water is moving quickly. So, and high tide is just now occurring. The storm peak is just now occurring. It would not surprise me. In fact, I don't know if that's the same fire hydrant we just saw, but if it is, the water has risen really in the last 10 minutes since Russell started talking. So this is going to get worse before it gets better for these folks in Davis Shores.
Yeah, the high tide right now in St. Augustine at 131, but keep in mind, it's 140 for Jacksonville Beach, 150 for Fernandina Beach, and as you heard meteorologist Garrett Beatenbaugh talk about how this is just going to continue to shift north. So even though in some parts of your neighborhood it might feel calm, this is not the time to go out and explore. This is not the time to sightsee. We did see that neighbors, John mentioned, out in ankle-deep water, but there were other parts that the water was more than a foot high. So we're going to continue to see the conditions change out there. But that perspective is interesting. Not as bad as previous storms, but we do see some homeowners there that will have to deal with some damage as water starts to seep into their garages.
Absolutely, and we're saying it's not as bad yet. And again, the water is rising right now, and you know, we can talk to Mike as far as how much longer we think this will rise. But as you mentioned, high tide is basically happening right now. You've got you know, storm surge being pushed through this area, so we'll keep an eye on this because Russell's reporting now that he can't get out of the first alert storm tracker because it is too high at the moment. So yeah. It's still coming up. So
and our storm tracker is equipped to be in these conditions. You heard the sensors there, but we also want to be safe. So we're going to back up, get our crew to a place where they can get out safely and give you another view of some of that damage and flooding over that area. And we also have another crew in St. Johns County.
Yeah, we'll check back with Russell shortly. But in the meantime, Action News Jack's Elizabeth Pace has a look at the beach erosion happening at Volano Beach right now. Elizabeth.
Just like what Russell was seeing in the first alert storm tracker, we're starting to see some of that flooding now in Volano Beach. We were just driving by and happened to see, this is incredible. Take a look at some of the flooding in this low-lying area out here. You can't even see the ground anymore. It just stretches several yards out. And it is starting to creep up. This is the dirt road over here. I'm just going to walk a little bit further into it. Look at how the water is coming up over. It hasn't reached my ankles yet, but it's coming up. The flooding is increasing over here, so it's just a reminder to stay safe on the roads. This is a low-lying area, so it's more susceptible than other parts of the road. We are right off of A1A over here. I'm seeing some traffic. You do just need to really be careful. Look at how much this water is rising over here in Volano Beach. Next, we're going to head over to South Ponte Vedra Beach, where we really saw some of that beach erosion. It was starting to creep into the sand dunes, and I'm sure it's picked up more since we were there in the last 30 minutes. So we'll give an update for you guys a little bit later. Reporting live in Volano Beach, Elizabeth Pace, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
And a little bit up the coast, floodwaters reaching Jacksonville Beach, creeping closer to the road. Action News Jax Alicia Tarancon picks up our team coverage in Huguenot Park.
We're over here right near the entrance of Huguenot Memorial Park, and you can see JSO is actually out right now. They're blocking the entrance over to the park because you can see that the street has flooding. Over here you can notice that the water is just rushing over here in the street. We've even noticed pieces of debris. Oh, another JSO crew just came up right now again to help with blocking off this part of the road. And just to show you how much water is out here, you'll notice right where we're standing, right where my boots are, you can see we're just in all this water that's starting to rush over onto the road right now. Now this is over on Heckscher Drive, and again we are driving around Duval County to monitor a lot of these road conditions right now, and we will be updating you throughout the day. I'm reporting on North Jacksonville, Alicia Tarancon, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
And let's go now to Neptune Beach, where Christy Turner has been monitoring the conditions there.
Hey there, guys. Oh, we just had a wave wash up here. We are definitely starting to see some of that beach erosion as the waves pretty rough out here. I think we're around high tide right now, so the waves are just pushing up. They're kind of starting to eat away this sand. We have Ocean Rescue, who is just right next to us over there. You can see he's waving down there. They're telling people to get off the beach. We have seen people coming out here all day. It's just not safe. And that guy in the blue jacket there, he actually helped kind of rescue a woman who got knocked over by one of the waves, and the water started to pull her out there. But he is just telling people to get off the beach because it's simply just not safe. You can see the waves out here are so powerful, and if you look away for 1 second, they could catch you off guard. So we have seen some bands of heavy rain out here. We have a little break in the rain. It's drizzling down just a little bit, not too bad out here, but the story for the beaches right now are those relentless waves that are pushing up along the sand dunes. The Action News Jax First Alert Weather Team is forecasting feet of storm surge. You couple that with high tide, and that is a recipe for a beach beating, which is what we're expecting here in Neptune Beach. So we will continue to stay out here monitoring the changes at the beaches. We're hoping that the sand dunes hold up, but we will stay out here bringing you the very latest throughout the day. For now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Christy, and she mentioned high tide, and we're going to check in on Fernandina Beach, which the high tide cycle there is at 151. Our Amber Kriska is there, and Amber, you're also seeing a lot of rough surf.
And there were probably about 20 or 40 people out here curious taking pictures, and now you can see just a few people. A lot of them left as soon as that wind started to pick up and that rain. If you take a look out to the water, you can see those huge waves out there, and I'm sure you can probably hear that strong wind. And then if you look over there to the right, you can see some of that beach erosion there, and the water starting to eat away this sand. Now you take a look right below here, you can see that little boy standing on, but the berm. The county put this berm here earlier this week to try to protect this area as much as possible, but the water has been coming up to the berm and up to the dunes, and keep in mind, it's not high tide yet. High tide is at about 20 minutes, I believe, or so, or less, at 151. County leaders we heard from the emergency management team earlier today, and they said they are expecting some flooding in this area. This is north of Amelia Island, the Fletcher Avenue, Ocean Avenues area. But again, just take a look at those huge waves out there. You know, crews will be watching this area closely, and we're going to head down a little bit down here to see how it is against the homes. I think they're a little bit closer to some homes down there, but not too many people out here. We are also expected to hear from the emergency management team around 4:30 just to see what's going on out here, and also about the curfew time. They're not sure if they're going to extend that or not. They're still waiting, but evacuations are still in place. I think they said there's probably about 160, 170 people that are in those shelters, so we'll be hearing from them a little bit later. And also, we do know that Shave Bridge here in Nassau County is closed. We could see law enforcement checking the wind speed out there, and shortly after, they did close that bridge. So again, we're going to be heading down the beach a little bit just to check on conditions out here, but you can see some rough surf out here, some huge waves, and again, it's not even high tide. High tide is at 151. Reporting live in Fernandina Beach, Amber Kriska, CBS47 Fox 30, Action News Jax.
All right, from the First Alert Weather Center, as Dorian is now just about at Jacksonville's latitude, and Garrett, it's got a huge eye on this thing, about 65 miles across, and it is actually right at Ponte Vedra, Jacksonville Beach latitude.
And people might be watching First Alert Doppler HD right now and wondering, Mike, is this band going to make it onshore or stay just offshore? Because that will likely have some gusty winds in it.
Well, it'll have high winds. Yeah. It may be some of the highest winds that we'll experience along the coast, and it's going to be very, very close. Let's look here a little bit at the some more of the eye wall here, and we'll be able to see that the center of the eye from Jack's Beach would be just about, well, to the eye wall is about 90 miles, and to the center of the eye about 115 miles from Jack's Beach, and that's going to be the closest approach to Duval County.
Yeah, and you can see the motion with these cells, these outer bands there, packing those winds right now. A little bit of a south-southwest movement, but then it really accelerates to the south and then back to the south and east, the counterclockwise flow. But it's going to be close with this rain band there for you in Fernandina Beach and Amelia Island down there through the resorts, and also maybe even northeastern Duval County. You can see it's kind of building with those brighter colors, Mike, of yellow and even some reds in there.
Yeah, and I would think actually, judging by the movement here, that it is going to catch extreme southeast Nassau, extreme eastern Duval County. So heads up, Mayport, American Beach, Neptune Beach, Atlantic Beach, Jack's Beach, all the way to Ponte Vedra. As this makes it close to the coast, this may be the highest winds you're going to experience from the hurricane, and it may end up being gusts of 60, 70 miles per hour if this makes it ashore, or even higher. So heads up here along the coast. This is a serious band of high winds and very heavy rain, and there may be an isolated waterspout or tornado that could quickly develop. So don't take this too lightly now, because it does appear that this band is going to make it just ashore in eastern Nassau, probably eastern Duval and northeastern St. Johns County within the next 15 to 30 minutes. They're screaming to the south and west, and it'll last a while because it's a north-south oriented band like this, and it's moving like this. So it'll kind of move over the same area for a while. So right on the coast here, many of our reporters, some of them might be listening right now, get ready for this band, and we ought to be getting some pretty wild shots coming out of the coastal areas here in the next few minutes.
And just thinking right now out loud to you, Mike, we have this wind moving in off from the Atlantic to shore. We're at the high tide cycle right now along the Atlantic coast, and so that's going to be pushing that elevated water on into the tributaries and into, say, the sounds of Amelia Island.
Right.
And once that wind shifts back to the south and west, that'll be perhaps a bad situation for some of the sound side of Amelia Island and even Jekyll Island later.
Exactly. We saw that with Matthew back in 2016. So we've got this band coming ashore right now. Let's go ahead and look up there real quick in the Amelia Island area, Fernandina Beach, Garrett, because you'll see what we're talking about here. In fact, maybe just for the moment I take that rain off, and we'll show you what we're talking about. If we draw in here, realize that the winds have been blowing out of the east, howling out of the east for the last couple of days, but especially overnight into this morning. So that water gets pushed up into the river systems here, the Nassau River and other tributaries over the at least the last couple of days. And then as the hurricane goes on by, the eye of the hurricane goes by, then you start to get that strong offshore wind, or out of the west, and it pushes some of the water back out into the ocean, but as Garrett was alluding to, some of it gets trapped in here. And that's where we have the potential for some really high water yet later today into this evening and overnight. We saw that with Matthew.
And we get the beach erosion, the storm surge is when we'll be seeing that for Nassau County. We're going to see that water continuing to rise. And then along the immediate coast, you have those destructive waves that we've been showing you images from northeast Florida down in St. Johns County, up into Duval County, and Nassau County now we'll be watching, as well as southeast Georgia.
And for viewers in southeast Georgia, another instance of where that water is just being pushed in right now because you're north of the eye of the hurricane, and that's pushing the water into the tributaries, the river systems here, the St. Simons Island, Jekyll Island, and Brunswick. And then once the hurricane goes by tonight for southeast Georgia, the wind will be out of the west, and while that helps push out a lot of the water where it's open to the Atlantic, there are spots in here where it gets trapped, and that'll add to the magnitude of the flooding and the storm surge here as we go through this late this afternoon, this evening, and overnight.
And we've been monitoring the First Alert Skycam network there at Jekyll Island here for the past little bit, seeing the wave action beginning to increase. Normally it's pretty flat there at Jekyll. We've been watching that First Alert Skycam network there. Here it is right now, live from the west end. Mike, you can see typically pretty flat, right?
Right, exactly.
Definitely a hurricane on the way with these waves continuing to get up closer to the dune line.
And look at the beach getting covered in water. Yeah, a lot of times this looks more like a lake, this part of the Atlantic off of Jekyll Island. I understand that Ben Becker's in the thick of it at Jack's Beach. There is a squall coming in on you, an outer band from Dorian right now. Ben, what are you experiencing?
All right, Mike, we'll talk about a beauty and a beast. Dorian's doing its damage right now. You can see outside, or out there in the ocean by the pier, just pounding the Jack's Beach pier as it's been doing for the past few hours. You're talking 8, 9, 10, 11, 12-foot breakers as they come in. And I want to show you a little bit of something here. You can see some of the beach erosion that's just starting to appear here at Jack's Beach. And we can show you on the ground. You can take a look. You see where I'm standing, right? Then I'm going to take a few more steps. And there's the sea foam filling in the gap where I'm standing. So let me wipe some of that away. You can see we're talking, well, there it goes. We're talking maybe about, I'd say 6 to 8 inches of erosion just in this very spot here by the pier. Now let me take you over this way a little bit. And somehow the pier is like attracting the water like a magnet. It seems like the water's rougher right by the pier than like anywhere else. You can see here where the sea foam is. I'm going to kind of anchor myself for a second. And you can see, I'm going to get by one of these pylons. These are, by the way, 18-inch pylons that go all the way out. But you take a look down the pier, you can see how the waves are just crashing into it. And when you look at this, well, then you know why 20% of this pier was washed away during Hurricane Matthew 3 years ago. That was about 350 feet of the pier that was washed away at that time. And Irma came the next year, did a little bit more damage. And currently, of course, the pier is scheduled to be closed down and fixed in the next 2 years. Meantime, let's come back out this way, and you take a look, just kind of take a wide shot of what we're looking at, right? This is high tide, Dorian coming towards the coast, as Mike was saying. And Mike, let me ask you, you're saying this is what, about Dorian, the eye is about 80 or 90 miles off the coast right now, where I'm standing in this very spot?
That's exactly right, Ben. It would be about 80 to 90, probably between 90 and 100 miles east of Jack's Beach. And Ben, you've got a squall line, an outer band coming in on you here. We've got it on First Alert Doppler HD. Just take it real quickly here, and we'll show where Ben is. I'll put a circle around it. And that squall is coming in on you, Ben. So you've got high winds now, but you are probably looking at wind gusts of at least 50 to 60 miles per hour, maybe 70 miles per hour imminent, Ben, at your location at high tide with the eye to the east. You are right now in the beast of this storm, at least on the west side and those outer edges, Ben.
Yeah, you know what? I was thinking about this. I was out here for Irma 2 years ago, and it felt like the wind was a lot stronger then. Now, do you remember like what it was? It was around midnight, around Irma at that time. Were we talking about a 70-mile-per-hour sustained wind at that time, or was that a gust? Do you recall like how strong those winds got at that time, Mike?
Yeah, that's a good question, and they were in gusts. The sustained winds in Irma were about 40 to maybe 50 miles per hour at the beaches. Matthew actually had stronger sustained winds and will have stronger sustained winds than Dorian in this case. So we're looking at generally 30 to 40 mile per hour sustained winds at the beaches right now through this afternoon, but gusts 60 to 70 miles per hour, especially as this band is approaching, Ben. You should be able to see out over the ocean there to your east and northeast a little bit of a darker sky. It seems like I can kind of see that now, and that's the squall, if you will, the outer band that's headed your way right now, Ben.
Yeah, and it's really just the timing of this is really awful when you combine the fact that you have the eye wall out there 90 miles off the coast and we have high tide at the same time. Is that like a pure coincidence, or is somehow that ties together somehow, Mike?
It's a pure coincidence, and it's an unfortunate coincidence to say the least. We also are coming off the new moon cycle, so we had a little bit higher than, well, we had somewhat higher, about 1 to 2 feet higher tides than average over the weekend. We're beyond that new moon phase and the king tides technically, but that has certainly not helped us. At least put a lot more water into the system before this hurricane even got this far north. So the good news is, Ben, that the next high tide shortly after midnight tonight will coincide with a wind blowing the other direction, offshore, out from the west to the east. So the two will not be in concert at that point, but they certainly are right now. For all intents and purposes, this is the peak of Hurricane Dorian up and down the beaches and at your location, Ben, in Jack's Beach.
Yeah, I'm really starting to get like stronger waves out here. One wave just came through. That sea foam is coming up, I'd say, about to my knees or so. And I'm about, I'd say, typically this is about maybe 30 yards off the shoreline if it was low tide, but you see it's coming up pretty high here. This is actually just to my feet, but it's kind of intermittent. Some waves, of course, are higher than other waves, but the churn out there is pretty amazing. You look out, you can see the mistiness, right, Mike? You can see some of the mistiness of the waves as they're crashing there and also crashing into the pier off to that side. You know, the waves, the wave action there, how much of a difference is it that far out, would you say, than it is where I am?
Well, we're looking, if you were to go no more than a quarter of a mile offshore, Ben, you'd be talking about wave heights on the average of 30 to 40 feet, and in some cases even more. Not very far beyond the pier, really. You're probably looking at least 30 footers right now. Just a real pounding, as you're seeing now, from the hurricane. And oh, yeah, it did just update. So that line is now getting into you, Ben, where you should be getting some pretty high winds. The intensity of the rain should be picking up. And so you're looking at waves now breaking at the beaches, 10 to 15 feet, as you mentioned, but easily 30 feet or more, just a little more than a quarter of a mile offshore.
Wow, that's so dangerous. You know, one thing I wanted to ask you about, too, because a lot of people have been asking me about this, there's that crane that's building the Margaritaville Hotel right now. This thing, well, I'm told is supposed to be able to withstand about 150 mile-per-hour winds. Now, you know, currently we're talking about those wind gusts and sustained winds on the ground, Mike. Is that right? How high, how fast do those winds go up where that crane is, in your estimation?
Well, a good question. And to be guessing, though, you'd be looking at less friction there, of course, so the winds are going to be higher up there. You're probably looking at winds, if they're sustained 30 to 40 miles per hour where you're standing, Ben, you can probably add at least 10, maybe 20 miles per hour at the top of that crane, so you'd be probably looking at 40 to 50 mile per hour.
This was a question from a viewer earlier, Ben. This is Garrett. This crane is rated to withstand 150 to 155 mile per hour winds, according to an official from Jacksonville Beach that we got information from. a couple days ago, and so the contractor was securing this. So in theory, this is to withstand 150+ mile-per-hour winds there with that crane. Some people were worried about that in Jacksonville Beach.
Yeah, well, that's great news, and I think there's what, 8 feet of concrete on the bottom there as well. So, I mean, based on that information, it's certainly not going anywhere. Let's take another look back at the water here, and again, like moment by moment as we're talking, Mike and Garrett, you can see the wave action just continues to get worse. It's coming in a little bit more, and it's starting to just pummel us as it continues to circle in, and we get a little bit more sea foam. Where does the sea foam form from, and is that an indication of anything we could base as a barometer for something?
Most of the sea foam is a product of simply the turbulence of the water. So it's very turbulent. It's like a washing machine. Many times you'll hear it referred to when you have this onshore east wind. And so there's so much. It's kind of like opening up the first time you open up a soda bottle, and you hear that fizz and all the fizz of that and that noise of all that air coming out. Well, it's sort of the same thing when you're talking about the ocean and it's being mixed so much, so frequently. If you're to take that bottle before you open it and shake it, you got a mess, right, when you take the cap off? Well, that's kind of what's happening in a much larger scale on our ocean, and you get a lot of that foam, Ben.
You know, Mike, you're a great chief meteorologist, but I'm going to put you on the spot. I know you're not an engineer, but how concerned should we be about the end of the pier here with the waves being hit by these waves and the surf and the wind and the rain? What do you think?
What can it withstand? Is that your question?
Well, I mean, what's in your estimation? I mean, how again, you're not an engineer, but how tough is the pier being hit right now? Do you think, based on the winds we're getting, based on what was Irma, and especially Matthew that destroyed the end of the pier, how comparable were the winds and surf from Matthew to the pier as to what we're seeing today? And should we be concerned at all?
Right. Well, good question. Well, this is a pummeling for the pier, and it would rival Matthew. I mean, we have a more intense hurricane. Arguably with Dorian now compared to Matthew, but it's pretty close. But Matthew was closer to the coast. And but this being a Cat 5 previously means it will actually a lot of times correlate to more wave action than you would typically get with a Category 2 hurricane. Higher waves, in other words. So this is probably, look at that wave.
Yeah,
wow.
That's a good one.
But you're looking at probably Category 3 type waves pounding our beach. Versus what we typically see with what is now a Category 2 hurricane. And remember, we've got the Jax Beach Pier has a lot of history with hurricanes the last 20 years. In fact, it was 20 years ago, Ben, 1999, that Hurricane Floyd moved by, even a little further east than Dorian, and that took apart a good part of the pier. And then that was followed up by Matthew 3 years ago, some extra and additional damage from Irma 2 years ago, and now this pounding right now from Dorian.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are 18-inch pillars of pylons that hold the pier. And when they reconstruct this pier, when that construction begins in November, they're actually going to replace it with 24-inch pylons. They're going to be able to help this pier withstand any and all storms that hopefully that come its way. So anyway, that's the latest out here, and we're going to stay out here as this storm continues to pummel Jax Beach, and as we get more information, we'll send it back to you. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks, Ben. I appreciate the compliment that I'm a good meteorologist. You're a good reporter, too.
Right.
All right?
That's why we send them there.
Let's go to Bridget Matter in St. Augustine. Bridget's got a lot of water here, too, where it's high tide, Bridget. We also have that band that's affecting Ben up by Jax Beach headed your way. That'll mean higher winds. So you've got the combination of the eye of the hurricane about 80 miles east-northeast of St. Augustine. You've got that strong north to northeasterly wind, and now we have a squall coming in with even higher winds yet, Bridget.
Yeah, the conditions are really changing here. Just look at how much water is now on the beach. These waves are huge. They're a lot bigger than what we saw earlier, and we see a lot of water pooling here on the beach. We do see one surfer that is out in the water. We got eyes on him when we got out here just a couple of minutes ago. I'm not sure if I can see him now or if he's still out there, but he was surfing out that way. But let's get a little bit closer just to give you guys a better look. And we're going to check on that erosion here as well. Look at how fast this water is just rushing in now that tide is coming up. And it's going all the way up to where these little boys are playing, all the way up to the steps there where you get in to and from the beach. Well, let's check on that erosion down here, because we were here yesterday, and it wasn't extremely tall, but it's gotten a lot taller, which is what we showed you earlier today. And this is just that shelf that we've been checking on. But a lot of this is gone now. The dunes look pretty good still. So we're just making our way that way. All right. So remember, there was a lot more shelves here. That's the corner that we've pretty much watched. There's nothing here anymore except that corner there that we've been watching eat away there. So when these waves come crashing in pretty quickly, it's just pummeling that and taking it away.
Is eating away at our coastline. It's sort of reconfiguring our coastline bridges, how I kind of mentioned it the last couple of hurricanes and this one too. Corey joining me now here in the First Alert Weather Center. And boy, and Bridget mentioned that there does not seem to be as much water there as last hour, so that means high tide has probably occurred, St. Augustine. And the other thing to note is that St. Augustine now is southwest of the eye of the hurricane. It's at and a little north now, actually, of St. Augustine's latitude, so their winds are becoming a little more out of the north, which is parallel to the beaches versus straight on in like it would have been last night and this morning.
Winds changing direction, that's going to help push some of the water, at least, especially over the next couple of hours, back out into the ocean. And look at the currents away. Look at this right here.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
That's crazy.
That's why we don't want
crazy.
people in the water, because that's a rip current situation there where the water's coming in, goes quickly out then, and that's very dangerous. And those dangerous rip currents are going to continue through tomorrow. Bridget,
and it's way out here. It's not back.
It's way up, up toward the dune line. Bridget, you said it looks like the dunes took this, at least in this particular spot, did pretty well, right?
Yeah, they're, Joel, why don't we show them the dunes? We actually see that surfer coming up here, actually. So it looks like he got out okay. But anyhow, the dunes behind there, it doesn't look like they were affected too badly. It looks like they held up pretty well. What we're seeing is right here, this area of erosion that we've been showing you. It's just coming, getting eaten away, and it's just, we can walk up there if you want, just to get a closer look. Yeah, I don't know why these guys are in the water, because it's really, really dangerous to be out there, and there's kids out there as well.
So the advisory just in from the National Hurricane Center.
Hey, you guys know this is dangerous. It's really dangerous for you guys to be in there.
All right, so we have Bridget Matter there talking to some folks, letting them know that, of course, that water is pretty dangerous. We would, again, recommend that you do not get in the water, as Bridget's mentioning there. And then just in now, the National Hurricane Center updating their 2 p.m. update. And lo and behold, confirming, as we've been telling you now, the eye is at Jacksonville's latitude, officially right now. So
115 miles.
115 miles east of Jacksonville Beach. So winds at 105 miles per hour. Pressure's about the same. It's a Category 2 hurricane moving north-northwest at 9 miles per hour. Really, the only change there is where it is, which is a little more than 100 miles east of Jacksonville.
Degrees.
30 degrees north, right at Jacksonville's latitude. So that's why St. Augustine is starting to get a little less water now, because they're past high tide, but also getting that north wind. Jacksonville now getting the same thing, a shift to a north to northeast wind, and that'll work its way up the coast. And that helps out the water situation overall, so to speak, as far as those tides, the high tides, and certainly the next high tide cycle after midnight tonight. That water will be getting pushed out and away from the beaches, even though the tide's coming in. Still some heavy storms popping around the center of the hurricane, Corey, and what is now, this would be the 3rd year out of the last 4 that we have had a significant hurricane within about 100 miles or less of our coast.
Very close, very close. You know, last year they went around Jacksonville. Florence went to the north, Michael well to our west, and a very similar track to both Floyd and Matthew here with Dorian.
Right, exactly. And so we've got Lorena Inclan in Volano Beach. And that's an area, of course, that we know gets hit very hard typically in storms like this. And Lorena, now past high tide, but I assume still a lot of water in your area with this strong onshore east to northeast wind, and now a big rain band headed your way, too.
That's right, Mike. And just before you guys took me live, a huge wave went over us and pushed me over to the other side of A1A. And so we're still seeing that. And right now, you can see there's kind of a lot of activity here because the fire rescues here, also the road and bridge department for the St. Johns County area, they're here as well. I spoke to a gentleman with that department just moments before I went live, and he was taking pictures here, surveying the area. They're waiting on DOT to take a look at A1A. I asked him, though, just by looking at the road, if it's been compromised, and he said no. So that's definitely some good news there. But I do want to show you this. Take a look at the force of the water. And one tall tale sign, the water line, all the way back here. I mean, I'm still going to reach, though I'm still not at the water line. All the way up to here, the water's reaching when it's being pushed by the wind on inland. So that's what we're dealing with right here on A1A and Volano Beach. Also, just a little while before I went live here as well, I saw an entire row of cars here, even some of them carrying a backhoe. And one of the gentlemen out here tells me that what they're going to try to do in some of the areas here is try to push all this debris back out and try to rebuild some of the dune here to try to protect it a little bit. But so that's what they're trying to survey right now. But this is why the road is closed. Look at all this debris. And of course, with the county trucks, they're a lot more heavy duty that can go through here, but you definitely don't want to be driving in any of this with all these huge logs here. And not only logs, but other types of debris from people's back porches here. Look at this. It has nails. Very, very dangerous as well. So all of that is being pushed inland by Dorian. So definitely nowhere near being done. There's another big truck right here passing on by. Different departments trying to help out, and there comes another wave. It's just continual in this area here in Volano Beach, and it's it's slowed down a little bit, but still this is what we're dealing with, which is why the road is closed here on A1A in Volano Beach, just near the Ocean Sands Resort. If you're familiar with this area, we're not too far from the Reef Restaurant. This area remains blocked to traffic. Back to you guys in the studio.
And Lorena, just to reiterate that, the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office tweeting that the north and southbound lanes of Coastal Highway are closed because of that flooding that she's been showing you. And FDOT technicians are on the scene assessing the situation, because when things like this happen, they have to come and make sure that the road will be safe once this water passes.
Can't have water rushing by and washing cars off the road, as Lorena was talking about. It helped push them off the road. This is, again, just between basically Guana Preserve and the Volano Bridge farther south is where she is right now. All right, we want to check back in on Davis Shores. Action News Jack's Russell Colburn is live in the First Alert Storm Tracker, and the last time we saw him, the water was rising there off of Coquina. Are you still in Davis Shores? You're moving now, Russell.
Yeah, John, we are still in Davis Shores. I'll give you a look outside. This is the other end of Aracola, down at Moultrie, and we decided to get out of that area over by Coquina. The water was just too high and rising. It was unsafe. But I can take you to some video from down there, and I would say the water was easily 3 feet, maybe 4 feet, because it was coming up to the higher than the door of the First Alert Storm Tracker, which, again, it is built for this kind of coverage, but we decided, especially we got an alarm in the vehicle, for an example, so time to back up and head on out of there. We still have Elizabeth Pace down there trying to talk with people and cover the area safely. If you come back out to us, we'll make this right onto Moultrie. Believe there's some other news crews up here and a fire crew passing us on the left right now. Yeah, you could see. Yes, sir. Yeah, he's again live on our air, reiterating the point of keeping it slow because of the wake that can be created going into people's homes. That's the last thing those people need, who are, have sandbags and all these preparations after evacuating because they know this area floods so heavily. I can open the door here and give you guys an idea how high this water is. Yeah, this water right here is coming up easily a foot or so. And again, we're still in the Davis Shores neighborhood. This is Moultrie Place and Aracola. We're going to turn back and head toward the bayfront and see what we can tell you over there, because as this high tide, comes and passes, we expect some choppy water over towards St. Augustine proper as well. So we'll check back in with you when we get over there. For now, live in the First Alert Storm Tracker, Russell Colburn, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
All right, that part of Davis Shore is looking certainly better than the part he was in earlier, that's for sure.
Yeah, and we want to give you a bird's eye view of the damage of the storm, but our crews do want to be safe, and that's why Russell had to pull out of that neighborhood, and we're only going to show you what we can show you if we can do it safely.
Action News Jax Brittany Werner shows us some power outages happening in western St. Johns County.
We're standing along State Road 13, and we're just south of County Road 214. There's a downed tree right here. Now, crews came to chop up this tree and get it out of the road so that cars could still drive past here. We're going to show you what the back of this looks like. It caused a lot of damage. It actually fell on a power line and knocked the power out for a lot of the neighbors that live along this block. Now, we're going to show you what the back of it looked like. This tree was actually uprooted from the rear of it. You can see the roots are exposed right here. This was likely caused by strong wind gusts and the soil actually being wet here. Again, this tree fell into a little ditch here. It fell on some power lines, so it knocked the power out for many of the neighbors in this area. Some of them told me they parked their cars in different places to avoid it being hit by a tree or to avoid a tree falling on it, because this has happened in this community before. There's a lot of older trees here, and when wind gusts are very high like they are today, these types of things happen. The power probably won't be restored for many people in this area until later today once the wind slows down. For now, reporting live in St. Johns County, Brittany Werner, CBS47, Fox 30. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, and we also have an update for you. All the remaining flights out of JIA are canceled, and they had been tweeting earlier that, the airport is not a designated storm shelter, and so, in other words, you don't have a flight, don't come to the airport. You want to check with your airline ahead of time and also check with them to find out the future status of your flight. Intersections are also flooding here as water creeps into neighborhood storm drains. Let's continue our team coverage now with Beth Russo in St. Augustine.
The bayfront in St. Augustine isn't the only place that we see flooding at high tide during a storm. You can see right here we've got some cars that are rolling through this intersection, splashing up water, which the intersection is just covered in. In fact, this seems to be such a common thing that you can see that this neighbor right here actually posted a sign as part of their prep work saying no wake zone. I do want to go ahead and give you an idea of how deep this water is. I'm just going to stick my boot in here at the edge. This water is actually coming up from the storm drains. This is definitely a situation where if you aren't familiar with the area, you don't know how deep the water is, you're not going to want to risk it and try and go through. Reporting in St. Augustine, Beth Russo, Action News Jax.
As we've been showing you the last hour and a half or so, wind and rain picking up along our coast. Action News Jax Courtney Cole picks up our team coverage in Jacksonville Beach, where sand was added to the dunes.
I'm here on Jacksonville Beach, right off of Beach Boulevard near the lifeguard station. You can see the rain starting to come down a little heavier now and the wind picking up. I want to show you how strong those wind gusts were. Take a look at the light here right in front of Joe's Crab Shack. Not only is it over, but it's bent as well. You can see what it's supposed to look like in the light fixtures right next to it. And of course you can see Joe's Crab Shack is boarded up. Metal shutters are down, along with many of the other businesses here on Jacksonville Beach. But there's something else that I want to show you. We've been talking to you about the sand dunes. We've been talking to you about flooding possibilities. And right here at the Beach Boulevard area next to the life station, you can see this sand dune. But here's why I'm bringing you back to this. Here's why this sand dune is important. Because in the last few minutes, there was a bulldozer, a tractor that came in and put even more sand on the dune. So there used to be a parting between the dune where people could walk onto the beach. Now it's completely filled, and actually looking at it, you can see the newer sand on the dune is darker, and the lighter sand is the sand that's been there. Of course, the dune was created to prevent any of the anticipated flooding to come out into the street here, and this is all ahead of high tide expected at 1:30, so we're going to keep an eye here on Jacksonville Beach. Reporting live on Beach Boulevard near the lifeguard station in Jacksonville Beach, Courtney Cole, CBS 47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
And we have our crew still down in St. Johns County. Let's check in now with Elizabeth Pace, who's been tracking the flooding in Davis Shores.
I mean, the flooding is getting worse out here. This is actually better than some other parts. I'm going to carefully step into the road. Wow, it's already coming up past my rain boots, past my ankles here, and now coming up to my shins. It's like this all down the road here in neighborhood. We see some guy walking. You can see him kicking up the water as he's walking down the street here. Several of these neighbors are coming outside, shocked to see what's outside their driveways. We can see the sheriff deputy blocking the road right here for safety. They say some of these cars are pushing the water further up into these yards over here, so they want to minimize the driving out here. We are going to keep walking, though, over here and just take a look at all the flooding. You can probably hear the splashes coming up, so it is not safe to drive. When we were coming over here, we had to go very slow. We actually passed Russell Colburn and the First Alert Storm Tracker over there, and he says the water is getting up to his waist. We see a guy coming over here. Hi, sir. We're live on Action News Jax right now. What are some of the flooding that you're seeing down the road here?
Just at the end of the road, the worst.
How high is it down there?
Probably only like knee high.
Now you're in your swim trunks right now over here. I mean, are you staying safe? What were you seeing during these storms?
Just a lot of storm surge.
All right.
That's about it.
Got it. Well, thank you for stopping for us. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Stay safe.
Thank you. We're going to keep walking over here now. Further down the road, we can see more flashing lights. Crews are down there. Different roads are still blocked off here in Davis Shores. Again, you just want to make sure everything is safe out here. The only reason why we can walk in the middle of the roads to show you all this flooding is because it's blocked off. So don't come over here if you don't have to. Next, we're going to be heading out to the Coquina area where Russell told me that the water is practically up to his waist. So we'll check in with you guys a little bit later to show you what it looks like over there. Reporting live in Davis Shores, Elizabeth Pace, CBS 47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
All right, Elizabeth, thank you very much. Hopefully the worst is over for the folks there, but we know that it's still a problem along the bayfront there. As she mentioned, Russell Colburn, he is live in the First Alert Storm Tracker. He moved from Davis Shores over to the bayfront, and you're seeing a lot of flooding there, Russell.
Yeah, John, Garrett and I spoke about the possible flooding at the fort once high tide came in. Well, here it is. We were just here about an hour ago, and it was dry, basically, except for the spot near that hill in front of the fort. But now all of this is flooded. This looks like just a continuation of the bay, and the water here is easily about 3 feet or so because it's coming right up to the edge of the door or just below it. I've seen some vehicles come in here and turn it around to find high ground because it is just a lake through here. This is the kind of flooding we saw. This is the kind of flooding we saw during Matthew as well, when all the water came over the seawall. I can show you where it's coming in from, right over here. Look at that. That's almost just one body from the bay into the parking lot. People out here, you know, some sightseers wading through this water. Not necessarily a good idea because you don't know what's coming through this water, or you can't really see to the bottom because it is murky, and you can see quite a current in it too, moving pretty fast. Again, if you didn't know any better, you would say this is some kind of lake, but no, this is the parking lot right in front of the fort. It is an area known for flooding, but I wouldn't say we've seen this kind of flooding in quite some time. We're going to move through here, see if we can get you a good view of the bayfront as well. You can see, yep, when we give it a little gas, how much water there is. We're turning through. So this area really affected by high tide, which came in at 1:30. And we can show you as we go through the bayfront where all those businesses are boarded up, those businesses that got inundated with water during Hurricane Matthew 3 years ago. I'll pan the 360 camera here in the First Alert Storm Tracker. 360 camera mounted to the top with a light in HD to give you just a good view of everything that happens during these storms.
Hey Russell, John Bachman here.
Yeah.
As you're cruising along, this is important because as you're taking this drive right here, this is where you were 3 years ago in Matthew when we saw the folks stranded at that hotel there along that drive. So maybe walk us through what you're seeing differently here, because I think that's important. This is theoretically the worst it's going to get, and you can compare it now to what you saw 3 years ago.
Yeah, it's look at that. I mean, the low spots, the water is still making its way toward those businesses, but I can tell you the preparation seems a lot different. You didn't see these sandbags, you know, in Matthew. It was more of a lax kind of a prep.
Yeah, there it is.
Now you see these boards down and these sandbags, and you know, some water, a couple inches of water, but not getting in. Whereas in Matthew, this whole area, and we're in the in the high part of the road or toward the middle of the road, and that was still 3 or 4 feet. So you can just imagine the water that was going into these businesses. Yeah, there's some more standing water up here to our right, just a few inches deep. So it's bad, you know, more nuisance flooding, but not like we saw during Matthew, thankfully. And that's good news, right? This is what we wanted to be able to tell you. People want to be prepared and prepare for the worst, but we're certainly glad when we see something like this, which is not the entire area of Avenida Menendez underwater.
Absolutely, Russell.
We do have National Guard and state troopers and the Sheriff's Office and City Police out here blocking off the bridge, obviously making determinations of when to close. I think that's kind of beyond us now, but definitely keeping people safe and keeping an eye on conditions out here as well, John.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you just said, you hit the nail on the head. You prepare for the worst, you hope for the best, and this really hasn't risen to what we saw with Matthew, and again, high tide has come and gone, so now the water should be receding. The winds have shifted to the north, which should help things as well. Again, as I said earlier, theoretically this is as bad as it's going to get, and we hope that things start to improve, and this is good news. You know, we are simply reporting what we see, and this is significantly better than in Matthew and really probably even Irma to some degree. Now, that's not to say there won't be some issues. There's going to be a lot of cleaning up that has to be done, and obviously St. Augustine was closed essentially during a holiday weekend, which hurts the businesses there badly, and so there certainly wasn't nothing felt from this storm. And I think it's easy for those of us who live inland to say that and to complain about that, but the reality is this is real life for folks living, especially in St. Augustine and some of our other coastal communities.
Yeah, people's lives and livelihoods definitely spared this go-round. I mean, you see traffic out and about.
Yeah.
This was not the case during Matthew. It was just not the case. As you said, the city came to a halt. Another thing, we see a lot of onlookers out there. You see FHP, the different police agencies and sheriff's offices, they're trying to work, they're trying to assess, and they're trying to keep people safe. And so let us be your eyes and ears and avoid going out if you can, because it's still not safe. We do still have a hurricane churning off of our coast, and so if you don't have to be out, just don't go out, because we don't want to get in the way of the first responders and people working to assess damage and just keep folks safe.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the reason we have people out there doing that. I know it does sound counterintuitive, but that's exactly why they're there. And frankly, in a couple of hours, it'll be better, and then you can go
out
do
and
it.
explore.
That's right.
In the meantime, we're going to head out to Jack's Beach, where our Ben Becker has been watching conditions there near the pier.
Hi, Tanika and John. Hopefully the worst of this has passed, but as you can see behind me, it's certainly very rough right now. Still here at the pier, as we've been showing you this for hours and hours. Starting at probably around 9 a.m. or so. So I've been out here at least 5 hours. To give you a bird's eye view of what's been going on. And during the afternoon, it's gotten progressively worse. And as we've mentioned just, but maybe it was a half an hour ago when we were talking with Mike Bursch, that the worst, the eye wall of Dorian was off our coast, but you can see still the effects here as the sea foam comes rushing in from the water, and I just have to kind of brace myself sometimes as the water comes rushing in, and then the water comes rushing out. And Mike gave a great explanation about the sea foam. He says it's kind of like taking a soda can, you shake it up, and that fizz just pops up. Well, that's pretty much the ocean right now. It's just all shook up, and this sea foam is the end result of it. Now, one part of the sea foam, as you can see, I'm going to take you over here. it is reaching up to the dunes. The good news is, unlike Irma and Matthew, these dunes have not been breached. It's coming just to the base of the dunes. I'll just take you over here. You can see it's just washing up right to the base, so that's the good news. So not an issue here at Jack's Beach with any kind of water breaching the dunes, getting over into the parking lot or into the streets by the businesses, which, by the way, at least along here are all closed today. But that is the one bit of good news. And, you know, as you've mentioned also, there are a bunch of, there's been onlookers out in our area. Here, you can point the camera this way, you can see, you know, I'd say a few dozen people have been out here for most of the afternoon kind of taking in the sights, because as dangerous as it is a sight to be seen. Now, we don't recommend you coming out, but people can't help themselves. But there's been a number of people here. Some actually have gone in the water, and that's been a problem. Even the mayor tweeted about it, that somebody had to be rescued. Another person I saw on a boogie board went out there, and it wasn't long after my report that Ocean Rescue came up to them, had a conversation with them, and they were out of here. So that was the good news. But meantime, the conditions here are getting tempered down a little bit. You see the pier not getting pummeled as badly as it was. You know, maybe it was like 20 minutes ago when I was talking to you guys. So that is the good news. And the pier is essential. You know, it's the icon, the landmark of Jack's Beach. We said it before, we'll say it again. 350 feet of this pier washed away in Hurricane Matthew. Irma then gave it a 1-2 punch after that. And this pier now going to be shut down in the next few months for repairs. That'll take 2 years. So hopefully no more issues happen with the pier because of Dorian today, but that's something, of course, we'll keep an eye on as we remain out here at Jack's Beach. Reporting live from Jack's Beach, Ben Becker, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jacks.
All right, Ben, and I just checked in with the First Alert Weather team earlier. They were showing that band was right off of the coast of Jacksonville Beach, and they say that it's still there, but it's starting to weaken as it moves north.
Maybe we could pull it up. We've got a constantly monitoring there on the right-hand side of the screen. Perhaps we could pull it up there at the bottom, because you can monitor St. Augustine there, and you got Jack's Beach, which is where Ben Becker is, and you can see the waves hitting the pier there. We'll see if we can pull that up to show exactly what you're talking about.
And within the last 30 minutes or so, the eye of the storm was at Jacksonville's latitude, and as you've been hearing John say and the meteorologists say, this is about the worst that we're going to see it here for our area. So we're really fortunate. Yeah, I was just checking power outages maybe 30 minutes ago, like 700.
Yeah.
That is incredible.
It really is. And again, it's, as Mike and everybody else was saying, it really became, once we kind of knew a better idea of where the track was, that the winds weren't going to be necessarily the issue, the storm surge. And for the most part, the dunes are holding. We're looking right now live. This is Davis Shores, which is typically the worst of the situation, and it is again for this storm. Looks like that's a surfboard there. He's going around. I don't know if he's checking on folks or if he's just out there having a good time, but paddleboard or surfboard or some kind of thing there. But anyway, are we talking to him right now? Or can we listen? Can't hear him. Okay.
Yeah, our reporter's just trying to get some information
from him. It's Elizabeth Pace walking around Davis Shores there. Again, that area is typically the worst hit by all of this. And unfortunately they are.
They're used to this.
In fact, I know a lot of folks on social media were interested in the story that Bridget Matter did a couple days ago, where the woman wrapped her house in plastic and put sandbags all around it, because she's been through Matthew and Irma and seen what the water did there. So we're still working to try to get caught up with her. I can tell you, before the peak of high tide, she was doing okay. She sent us a picture showing the water just starting to rise in the road and hadn't reached her house yet. That was a couple of hours before the worst.
Her story went viral, and then another story that's sure to go viral was the man who tethered his roof to his Cadillac Escalade out in front of his home, and at last check, it was also still holding.
I've been affectionately calling him Ratchet Man, and yes, he seems to be doing well. Elizabeth Pace talked to him earlier today, and that was doing well. I was actually more concerned about storm surge coming up underneath his house there and washing away what was the Cadillac called?
The Battle Wagon.
The Battle Wagon is what he called it.
People get creative. I mean, in the case of the guy who tethered his house, he was from Maryland, and they just bought the house, and they wanted to secure it because they were going to stay in the house and try to ride out the storm. So we're grateful that these creative solutions work and that it wasn't worse for us. But we do have some video. We were talking about Coquina Avenue and Menendez Road. This is in that neighborhood where the woman wrapped her house in plastic. And if you look right here at the center of your screen, 3 guys canoeing down the road. Again, we don't.
And the water's not very deep there, by the way. Just, I mean, look at the guys walking next to it. So it's really, this is one of those, you guys remember that live shot from years ago? Where
Yeah.
This is basically that. I mean, there's enough water to paddle, but look,
And you
it's
see,
barely enough.
They can get out. They can get out and walk.
This will probably go viral for many reasons that some of them are not all that great, but yeah.
Yeah. So we're able to again, be really grateful here because this is about as bad as it's going to get. Bahamas, that is a different story. Freeport's Grand Bahama International Airport, you're looking at it here. It is in ruins. Entire planes, parts of aircraft just
Of these trucks there, you see some orange bags. Those look like sandbags. So they're going to try to rebuild some sort of makeshift dune there to try to keep the flooding at bay. But take a look at the roadway. It is a mess out here on A1A. And also, come over here, Steve. I want to show our viewers this spot right here that just kind of opened up. I would say maybe last 30 minutes or so, Steve. Would you say maybe? So look at the water where it's has found a way to seep through. This was not like this a moment ago, so they have put some tape here, but look at that. The water is rushing through there and exposing some of the piping that runs underneath this house. And at times, the waves are so strong that the waves are just pushing through on the roadway there. So the path of least resistance, right? The water found you know, weakness there, and now is also seeping onto the roadway from that section right there that was not like that earlier today. Now, I also want to show you the power of the water. Take a look at this. This is the top of the water meter that just literally maybe 30 minutes ago I was standing there and it was where it was supposed to be, and now it is here in the middle of the roadway, and it's maybe like 20 pounds or so. It's pretty heavy, but the water, extremely powerful. That's no match. So look at all the rest of the debris here, logs there, another piece of fence that is just here in the middle of the roadway. And so a lot of cleanup to do here once Dorian gives us a break here, but there's a lot of work to do here to patch that up. And I was speaking to one of the gentlemen here from St. Johns County, the Road and Bridge Department, and he tells me that in previous storms he actually has seen a worse breach than this. However, he tells me he has not seen a breach in this particular spot. And to give you some perspective, in this area back in 2016 during Hurricane Matthew, we saw that house. Remember that house that we saw those images just topple over into the beach there. So huge concern for Volano Beach every time we have an event like this. So a lot of people here kind of checking out the scene, seeing as people work, but even though they're used to this kind of thing, it is never easy to see this kind of destruction, and people obviously here are worried about what else could happen. But we will continue to stay here and keep an eye on what develops here, but now they're really trying to patch it up here, at least for the time being, so it can get us through this until Dorian gets away from our coast. Back to you, Mike.
Yeah, Lorena, a really good point by the gentleman who said has seen worse flooding and breaches there along that portion of A1A near Volano Beach, but a critical little part of that is he's never seen it in that particular spot. And that's what happens here as we continue to build and rebuild, and you'll see new areas open up compared to what we had, say, with Matthew or maybe Irma, but especially Matthew, Lorena. And there you can see one of those areas where it's opened up, and it goes all the, and the beach is essentially right there at the base of this house. A lot of them have been put on stilts, as you can see here, with those pinelings that extend deep down into the soil, into the sand in this case, in most cases. But there's not much left. There's not much room for error there, Corey.
A certain chief meteorologist, Mike Burrish, told me about a year ago, if you put yourself in harm's way, harm will come your way.
And so here we are on the coast.
Here we are.
That's what's happening. We should mention that when Matthew moved through here 3 years ago, this road was impassable. It was covered with feet of sand. There was a lot of debris, so this is not going to be the same kind of mess for Volano Beach as it was then, at least not as widespread or severe destruction in most cases, but after a while, a cumulative effect kind of does its thing. And parts of A1A were closed for several days in St. Johns County, if not more than that, and in parts of Flagler County, A1A was closed for weeks, so this won't be quite that bad on a Matthew scale the way it looks as far as the overall damage, but still, it's another big storm in an area that this is the last thing they would need is a heavy rain and a hurricane just offshore with a lot of onshore wind. Let's go to Lorena, do you have anything else to add to us there? I appreciate your work there, and I know it's wet and miserable.
Hey, Mike, if I can chime in real quick.
Okay.
And thank you guys. I mean, you really have been so accurate with this. I do want to add one more thing, Mike and Corey. Just a moment ago, as we were sitting in our car, the deputies out here in St. Johns County were reprimanding a man who was standing just way too close to the water. And it got a little bit heated there at times because they were going back and forth, arguing. And, you know, on top of having to deal with everything that we're dealing with, the storm, the debris, the damage, St. Johns County deputies are also having to deal with people who are doing things things they shouldn't have to do. So I do want to send a shout out to the St. Johns County deputies who are trying to keep everybody safe. And if you run into them and they tell you to move, just move. Don't get into an argument with them. They're saying it for a reason. So that is what I just saw a moment ago here. And also that was that same person that they reprimanded was a person where earlier today was trying to go out there and surf. And a deputy went out there and told him, hey, you cannot do that. Come back and be in a safe place. So I just wanted to send that note to you guys.
Absolutely, Lorena, and you know, it goes for everybody working up and down the coast right now. Real quickly, I wanted to just chime in because I use this area. I kayak at the Guana Preserve regularly, so I'm familiar with this stretch of beach. And I can tell you over the last few years how much, to your point, Mike, how much these cumulative storms have really impacted the area because there's just no beach there left. I mean, even on a good day, you can be driving down that stretch of A1A and the ocean is right there. I mean, there's no more buffer, there's no more protection, and that's kind of what we're seeing. Even with this storm not being as bad as we first feared.
Yeah, I've done some talks on hurricane mitigation and hurricane season preps and that sort of thing, and I've often said that as far as I'm concerned, especially in St. Johns County, the coastline is west of A1A. It's on the other side of A1A. It's no longer beachside for all practical purposes. So,
yeah, to your point, I'm drawing a blank now. The area we just saw the first part where the dune breached yesterday afternoon. Oh my gosh, Shorehaven. Summerhaven. Thank you, Summerhaven. Wow. Sleep deprivation. Summerhaven. I mean that area. There used to be the old A1A. I mean they had to move A1A from that area for the same reason you're talking about. And that's what barrier islands do.
Right. And each and every storm is going to chew away a little bit more. It doesn't have to be a hurricane. That's the way it's been recently. It could be nor'easters, but this is going to take a big chunk out of the coast. And we're in St. Johns County now, Volano Beach. We just found out that St. Johns County School District kiddos back to school on Friday. It's official. So they got one more day to enjoy, and I know my wife is one of them that's going to be saying, okay, time to go to school. And Garrett, we do have it? Okay, so we're going to look just real quickly, John and Tanika and Corey, we're going to look real quickly at what it looked like 3 years ago. This is from the Burrish blog, and what looked like on Volano Beach, or very near Volano Beach, after Matthew, and when the storm hit and A1A was in some places shut down, other areas had to be reconstructed, some spots it was one lane, and are we going to have it? Okay, I see we're going to it right now. All right, so this is a shot of A1A right along the coast. There it is. And there you can see, look at, John, to your point too, look at the before and after. So this is Volano Beach, 2014 in September. 2 years later, this is what it looked like after Matthew. So now imagine taking that and what we're going to see now after Dorian making its move through here. There's just not much left. Look at that. That's 5 years ago. How much more beach there was in 2014.
It's you're losing against Mother Nature.
Yeah, well, they've done that many times. Sand restoration, restoration of the beaches. There have been seawalls built in many cases. That's very expensive and not necessarily the answer. Necessarily depending on the situation. So yeah, the before and after pictures from 5 years ago versus 3 years ago and now again in 2019 obviously are going to be very telling as the storm continues, the hurricane continues to move up the coast and eat away at our beaches, if you will. We'll at least be an offshore wind here in another couple of hours, a west wind on the backside of the hurricane, and that takes a little bit of the pressure off our beaches.
And you think about all the growth and development in St. Johns County, and these conversations about our barrier islands are going to, I'm sure they're part of that conversation, but when you see those images, you think about 10 or 20 years from now, what our community will look like.
Yeah, and you think about how many years it's been since we've really had a bad storm, and now the last 3 years we've had, well, this is our third one now.
And to do that much damage along. I mean, it's a beautiful area, and I know you go out often and enjoy it. It's a beautiful area, but I'll be interested to see after this storm the conversations that are going to come from our local and state officials about this, and federal officials.
And the season's not over yet. I know there's still other storms out there brewing. So, okay, another trouble spot for us locally is Heckscher Drive. That area floods fairly frequently as well. Alicia Tarancon picks up our team coverage there, where debris and floodwater are covering roads there.
We're over here on Heckscher Drive, and you can see there's a lot of debris over here, pieces of palm trees. The wind has really picked up, and if you take a look over at the entrance where Huguenot Memorial Park is, you can see JSO is out here. They've actually blocked off the entrance, and that's because you can see the road over here is starting to flood. A lot of that water is starting to rush in, and we've seen pieces of palm tree and debris also going in that water. We saw a few people trying to get on this road, but JSO has had them turn away just for their safety. Again, we're going to be monitoring a lot of these road conditions over here, and we'll be updating you throughout the day on anything that we were able to find, so we want you to stick with Action News Jax. I'm reporting in North Jacksonville, Alicia Tarrant-Kahn, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
And now we're going to head over to St. Augustine, where Bridget Matter is.
Yeah, she's along the bayfront there, where, of course, a lot of water has been hitting the area. St. Augustine, right?
Yeah, John and Tanika, we've been here for the last few days talking about how easy this area can flood. We saw it in Matthew, and now we're seeing it today. We've watched as cars, try and go through here. We haven't seen any sedans, but we're seeing a lot of Jeeps, and we're seeing a lot of trucks, and they're slowly making their way through. But we'll walk you guys down here just to show you how deep it is. It seems like the deeper portion of it is a little bit further down, because we're seeing them, when the trucks and the Jeeps get a little bit further, it seems like they're having a little bit of an easier time in this area. But, if you look down, this is a pretty good amount of water that's pooling here in the middle of the street. Also, St. Augustine Police, they're posted up that way. I think they're just trying to keep as many people off of this road as possible. They just got here in the last 10 minutes. We got here just a little bit before them. So I think they're just trying to keep people off this roadway here. It seems like it's about the same depth in this area. We can try over here and see how deep this goes. So this is obviously closer to where that water's coming up. There's a ton of sandbags here, but still there's a lot of water that's able to get down in this area. We also drove around in some other neighborhoods. We actually had to turn around a few times because the water seemed like it was too deep. We tell you guys this all the time. If you come up on a roadway and you don't know how deep it is, don't try and get through it, because you can get stuck. But yeah, just look at how much this water is pooling here, and it's only going to get worse as we continue to see more rain. Here's a truck coming. We can watch this guy come in so you guys can get a better look at how tall it is compared to a vehicle when they're trying to get through here. And keep in mind, this is a truck. It's not a small car.
And again, this is, as you see,
Looks
Bridget,
like he's not going to struggle.
And you see him there. I mean, he has a truck that's high enough to kind of go through that, but still, right now at this time, unless you have to be out, you shouldn't be out, because we've shown you different live shots, and you can see law enforcement, different people out here, they're working, utility crews, they're trying to assess the damage. And so unless you have to be out, don't be out. I mean, obviously, they're in a vehicle that can handle that, but some cars cannot, and it's just probably not a good idea to try to go through that water.
The other thing, too, that Russell Colburn keeps talking about when he's driving around in the First Alert Storm Tracker, which, again, built to handle this sort of thing, is the weight that these guys are creating. You've got water that's about 6 inches up, and these storefronts are sandbagged, and they're doing okay. They're surviving. This, again, is much better than Matthew was, and they're going to be okay. But then as you drive through, you see the waves that these cars are creating that then laps up. And again, I think this is going to be okay. It's going to be okay, but it really is just, it's unnecessary risk for these business owners who have, depending on their livelihood here, with this water creeping closer. And again, I think it's going to be just fine, and I think this is the worst of the worst. But, you don't have to be out. Don't do it. Wait a couple more hours, and then you'll be able to see stuff.
And Bridget, I saw the officer down there. I see people. Are they just allowing people out? Are they still allowing people to drive in?
So from where we are right now, I don't see police on this end. I just see a police officer down on that end. We are seeing some people still coming this way. I'm not sure if they're telling that officer that they live in the area or whatever it may be. He just got here
there are still people that are coming through here. It's not a lot of people, but I don't see police on that end. I'm not sure if there's one around the bend there, but just from where we can see, I don't see an officer that way.
Okay.
So, you know, we'll ask the officer, you know, hey, are you using discretion on who you're letting in once we get done here, and see what he says. But they are here.
All right. And the thing about it is, as we've been saying, just stay in.
Yeah.
Give it a day or so, stay in. And just a reminder out of St. Johns County, again, school is back in session in St. Johns County on Friday.
I know my wife's going to be happy to hear that. Action News Jack's Elizabeth Pace tracking, again, the flooding in Davis Shores, which is always hard hit. And, Elizabeth, are you seeing the water go up or go down at this point?
Going up right now. This is actually the worst I've seen it. We're in the Coquina area right now, and if we can look behind us, a St. Johns County emergency vehicle is crawling past us right now, looking for anybody who might need help. Look at how the water is up at the back of the vehicle over there. He's slow. It took him several minutes, 5 or 10 minutes, just to pass us throughout that area. That's how slow people have to drive out here. They don't recommend it at all because, like you guys were mentioning earlier, the flooding, if you drive through this area, some of the deputies told us that it pushes the water up into the yards, into some of these homes. Moving back over here that we're looking at, look at this house behind me. The water has pushed through the bottom of that garage and that front door over there. Now, I don't know how much it's going into that house right now. I'm going to go knock on their door to see if anybody's inside soon to see if they're okay. But deputies don't recommend anybody being out here right now. Take a look at how high the water is right now. I mean, water's all in my boots right now. I'm soaked out here, and that's what you're going to see if you decide to come outside. So just stay indoors where it's dry and safe. The water is up to my knees right now. It's like that throughout this entire area. We see a couple people out here. Looks like a woman and a little girl out here. She's even in a life vest. It's coming up to her waist almost out here. We do see several deputies around that are blocking off the streets and keeping an eye on anybody who might be outside right now. But again, they don't recommend it if you can afford to stay inside. But again, this is some of the worst flooding I'm seeing in the Coquina area and the Davis Shores. So just stay inside if you can. Some of the other things I'm seeing, if we move a little bit further in, it's even hard for us to walk out here just because the water is so deep. And like I said, the water's filling my boots, so my steps are pretty strong. Now we have a better look at some of the water out here coming. I mean, it's just level. You can't even see barely any grass, just some trees and bushes over there. So it's coming up waist, I mean 4 feet. I'm 5'5". It's coming up to my shins right now. I'm not even on the street just yet. So it's definitely dangerous flooding over here in this neighborhood. Reporting live in Davis Shores, Elizabeth Pace, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
All right, a little further north in Nassau County, floodwater starting to creep into downtown Fernandina Beach. Team coverage continues now with Action News Jax' Amber Kriska.
We've now moved downtown Fernandina Beach, and just take a look at this water spilling out into the grass here, out into the road, over the railroad tracks over there, over that fence you can see. And now we're going to walk, if you could come down here a little bit, Russ. You can even see some of the water kind of going down the road here. That's downtown Fernandina Beach. We're going to walk over here now, Russ. This is the Fernandina Harbor Marina. And you can kind of see, once we get a little bit closer over there, just see how close the water is getting up to those docks right there. Those 3 boats, they decided to stay right here. The other 8 moved to a safer location. You can kind of see they're doing okay right now, kind of moving back and forth. But if you can remember, this is a marina right here that was damaged. Oh, you can hear that wind. I'm sure you can hear that wind. It was damaged during Hurricane Matthew. It's still closed. The other side is still closed. There's construction going on right now. They're hoping to reopen in October. But you can just see how close that water is getting up to the docks there, so those boats kind of going back and forth. This is downtown Fernandina Beach. And you can see water going out onto the road there. We're over at the beach in Fernandina Beach. And so far, the berm and the dunes are doing okay. They're holding up so far. The wind has picked up significantly just in the last few minutes or so. But we are seeing some minor flooding so far. I don't think it's gone into any businesses yet.
but it has spilled onto the road and just going down the road there to downtown Fernandina Beach. Reporting in Fernandina Beach, Amber Kriska, Action News Jax.
All right, from the Action News Jax First Alert Weather Center, Chief Meteorologist here, along with meteorologist Mike Burrish, along with Garrett Beatonbaugh, John Bachman hanging out here at the edge in the corner here, too, of the First Alert Weather Center.
He has a question for us.
Yeah, I thought I'd bring
Fire
a question over here because, you know, I think we've been seeing all of these reports from St. Johns County, you know, southern part of our viewing area, where, you know, some places are bad, but clearly not as bad as it was during Matthew, right. and the worst seems to be moving north of us, and really thinking we've spared everybody here, which is great stuff. I guess the question I have now is we have a lot of viewers in southeast Georgia, and then of course you know, they have friends who are up near Savannah, and you know, as this storm moves north, what is your opinion and thought on what all of this will mean for those folks? In other words, not so bad here, and we bared the brunt of it during a high tide. So what are your thoughts for southeast Georgia and beyond as this thing continues to move north? Because I don't want to give folks up there the false sense that, oh, well, these guys are all great down here, so unless that's what you think is actually the case.
Right, well, let's look at the track map here, John Bachman. Good question. Southeast Georgia is where we will begin, and there's the hurricane making that move. So it's going to be about the same distance from our southeast Georgia viewing area as it was from northeast Florida. So it will actually be fairly comparable. There are some nuances with the topography and geography here of southeast Georgia that may allow for an extra foot or foot and a half of storm surge compared to northeastern Florida, but that's very unique and local to some spots right there around St. Simon's Island, Jekyll Island. But otherwise, you're looking at sustained winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour, some gusts hitting 50 to 60 miles per hour right at the coast. And then the more inland you go in southeast Georgia, it's not a story. Nahunta, Blackshear, Waycross, Folkestone are all just fine. So that would be southeast Georgia. Then if we move northward up the coast into the toward the Carolinas, then it's a different story, because Category 2 Hurricane Dorian will be sitting just off the coast of about Myrtle Beach, pretty close to Myrtle Beach in northeastern portions of South Carolina, and then headed up toward the outer banks of North Carolina, as you see there, just scooting as a Category 2 right up to the outer banks here. So that's going to be a pretty significant hit, and in the end, this may be the only Dorian U.S. landfall.
And it's the same spots that saw Hurricane Florence last year.
Yep, that's exactly right. Yeah, a little different, came in from a different angle, of course, and whatnot. But
I do know that.
We were you guys were both there. Dorian hitting, of course, the Bahamas very hard. No landfall in Florida. So then a landfall potentially, and it's going to be very close here on the North Carolina coast.
All right.
And so there's
Carry on, but thank you for answering my questions. I
Sure.
think that viewers in southeast Georgia can prepare, just like we all have, but rest assured that it doesn't seem like at this point it's going to be any worse than what we've seen.
That's exactly right. That's what it's appeared now. Now, once you get higher up into South Carolina, further north, then you're talking a more significant hit for upper South Carolina coast and the North Carolina coast. Ben Becker's in Jax Beach, right? Okay, so Ben's got an update in what has been that's been a messy place right there, and hopefully you've got good news on the pier, Ben.
Yeah, so far, Mike, the pier's been looking pretty good. I mean, it's still taking a beating, don't get me wrong here. And you can see the mistiness that's coming from this churn from these 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15-foot breakers that's happening currently out in the ocean. But the pier so far appears to be holding up. So far, so good, unlike Matthew, of course, as we talked about a number of years ago. And as I've mentioned, you know, there's been people out here on the, on the beach all day kind of checking stuff out. You know, when we come over here, this is Olga. Olga, you're telling me this is your very first hurricane?
This is my first hurricane.
You just moved here when?
3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago, and here you are experiencing a hurricane. Where did you come from?
Washington State.
So you've never experienced a hurricane before?
No, this is my first, and I was expecting to be worse.
So when you look at this, I mean, what goes through your mind?
It's cool. It's mesmerizing. The waves. So.
How thankful do you feel that it wasn't worse?
I'm very thankful, because my brother lives like pretty close to the evacuation zone, so, and with the wind start, the water rises up higher, so a lot of things could be devastated and broken down, so I'm very thankful.
What kind of preparations did you guys make?
Just put my car in the garage, and then we didn't bundle anything up. No, I don't know. This is my third week here, so I don't know what to expect.
Well, welcome to Jacksonville.
Thank you.
All right, Olga. So there you go. Someone just moved to town just 3 weeks ago, experiencing their very first hurricane, but she just told us that, her brother lives here on this side of the ditch, and it could have been a lot worse for him, and so far so good. But, as I mentioned, back here, nevertheless, a lot of rough seas, a lot of rough surf. The wind's not so bad. We're getting a little bit of sideways rain right now. Hopefully, as Mike, you've been mentioning, the storm is moving to the north. That eye wall is going to the north as well, moving itself away from here. But of course, that doesn't mean other people aren't out of harm's way. Southeast Georgia, and of course along the East Coast. Back to you.
And Ben, this is Garrett. I was just looking at some stats for the dune line that was renourished after Hurricane Matthew. The rebuilding placed 4 to 6 feet of vertical height on the sand and up to 25 to 30 feet in width as you go out from the dune line. And so I wanted just curious if your photographer could pan over and show us what the dunes look like right now after our high tide cycle there at Jacksonville Beach. If we could pan over and see just how good or not they are there at the beaches.
Sure. Yeah, Garrett, let's go ahead and take a look. Let's take a look at these dunes here. And, I was showing you earlier how the water was coming all the way up to the dunes and the sea foam. It's receded since high tide. You can see where the water and the sea foam right now is stopping, right? But earlier, and let's say maybe last hour or two, it was coming all the way up here. And that's a good, that's about 20, 30 yards right here to the base of the dunes. And you can see where the residue is from the sea foam right here at the base of the dunes. I'm not going to go on the dunes, of course. We're not allowed on the dunes. But you can see where that foam ended right here. So these dunes were not breached. There are no problems here. I hope that's the same situation in other parts of our area, although I know we've had some other issues. But at least here at Jack's Beach, the dunes are fine. They are safe. We do not have a problem right now, Garrett and Mike.
Yes, that's a good look at those dunes, and that's good news, Garrett. Now, here's the thing about this is we're the peak of the hurricane season next week. So we've now got a beach line that's been hit pretty hard and maybe a little bit fragile, be it another tropical system or maybe a nor'easter as we head deeper into fall and winter. That would be perhaps a bit of a concern. But otherwise, Hurricane Dorian at our latitude and continuing to move northbound, and we'll head up toward the Carolinas over the next 24 to 48 hours. Garrett, good job. I know we'll see you again bright and early in the morning. See you.
Live, this is Action News Jax special coverage tracking Dorian.
Satellite view of Dorian as it has reached the closest point toward our area right now, and it moves north at about 9 miles an hour. We survived the closest brush with the storm at high tide, which was within the last couple of hours, and some flooding happening, but nothing like we've experienced in the last 3 years.
A live look now at Jacksonville Beach, where we've been keeping an eye on the pier, and we actually have a live look at this pier. It's been going for several hours now with our Stuart Weber, and thousands of people are tuned in because, as we know, we lost a large section of the pier during Hurricane Matthew. So a lot of people were watching and hoping for the best as we're waiting for them to rebuild this pier. So far it's held up, and the worst for us is passing now. And we do have some good news out of the Bahamas. A 10-year-old boy and his family were reunited today after being separated during Hurricane Dorian. And you see an image like that, and you have some people complaining like, oh man, this was nothing, and you know, why are you guys on TV? And then you see something like this and you know just how bad this storm was and what it could have been for so many people here along our coast.
And that is an extremely touching video there, and awesome to see that, especially in light of all of the horrible tragedies that have also happened there. In Clay County, a viewer sent us the pictures of part of a tree that fell onto a house in Orange Park, and that's some debris there, and I can't tell if it broke through the roof or not. Hopefully it did not. Certainly some cleanup, hopefully not too much of a repair job needed after this, but that's the kind of thing that can happen as the trees get wet and some strong winds blow through here. Good afternoon. I'm John Bachman. This is our Tracking Dorian special on Action News Jax.
Yeah, and I'm Tanika Hughes. Let's catch you up on the latest. Right now, JFRD checking on the beaches for different people. I just retweeted a tweet from Jax Ready, and they said that they're seeing too many reports of people needing to be rescued from the ocean. About 3 hours ago, a Neptune Beach lifeguard had to pull a woman to safety because she was standing on the shore. The current came in, knocked her down, and pulled her out. So do not go out. They're telling you to stay in. Don't go out. Another thing, a lot of reports of local roads blocked by debris, downed trees, and flooding. Also, in terms of schools, we know that St. Johns County schools will be open Friday, and also Bradford County and Baker County schools will be open on Friday, and we'll continue to update our graphics.
Actually, Bradford and Baker are reopening tomorrow. Thursday.
Okay.
St. John's is reopening on Friday.
Okay, and we're going to continue to update our graphics and website. Disney World and Universal have also resumed their normal hours there in Orlando, and yesterday we told you that they were closing early because of Hurricane Dorian.
And we have team coverage with reporters up and down our coast along with Southeast Georgia as well. We want to begin with Russell Colburn live in the First Alert Storm Tracker cruising through St. Augustine. He's been there 3 years ago with Matthew and saw the worst of the worst. Russell, what are you seeing now? Okay, we're checking in on the First Alert Storm Tracker, and you can see he is still in St. Augustine, but we're going to actually check in with him in just a minute. First, we want to go to
Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish, who's over in the First Alert Weather Center with our team over there. And the storm, the eye was at Jacksonville's latitude within the hour, and now it's moving north, and now the concern points to Georgia.
Right, so about 2 o'clock in the afternoon at Jacksonville's latitude, moving to the north and northeast, and for southeast Georgia, it'll be much the same impacts that we've had in northeastern Florida. Rough seas and surf still out there on our First Alert Skycam network from Jax Beach, but the water was lapping up against the dunes an hour ago, shortly after high tide, starting to recede a little bit back now, and we're also getting a little bit more of a parallel wind out of the north to the beaches that will become more offshore by late this afternoon and certainly early this evening, and that's going to help out at the beaches where the temperature is 77. It's still very warm, tropical air mass, but a north-northwesterly wind at about 20 miles per hour or so. So here's the hurricane right now. Let's take this full, and we'll look at this storm as it continues that movement generally to the north or a little bit west of due north at about around 7 or 8 miles per hour. It's not moving very quickly, 9 miles per hour in the last official advisory. You can see still another burst of thunderstorms. This has been happening from time to time on the west and southwest side of the circulation. Those will not make it ashore, however, but wrap around the eye and ensure that this hurricane at least is going to be steady state over the next, but really for the next day to day and a half as it makes that move toward the Carolinas. There's St. Augustine, there's Jacksonville Beach, so continuing that movement, fairly disorganized organized eye overall, but the structure of the storm still formidable as a Category 2 hurricane, and there's that movement north-northwest at about 9 miles per hour, winds at around 105 miles per hour near the center, and tropical storm force winds extending out about 100 miles, which takes it just about right to the coast. The sustained tropical storm force winds that are scooting right up the Carolina coast as we get into tomorrow night and into Friday, where the Carolinas will get some heavy rain and high winds and the rough seas and surf. Ours will improve. We're seeing double-digit waves now at our beaches and coastal areas as expected, as high as 15 feet. You get out closer to the eye and there's a buoy there not too terribly far away with 21-foot waves. I guarantee you those are 30, 40, 50 feet right very near the eye. Wind speeds generally at the coast between 20 and 25 miles per hour. That's sustained. Inland it's not near as much at about 15 to 20 miles per hour with very little in the way of wind gusts until you get to I-95 with wind gusts at the International Airport nearly 40 miles per hour right now and between 35 and 40 miles per hour up and down the coast. But these are gusts, not sustained winds. So as we had forecast, expecting the bridges not to be closed ultimately inland, and that will be the case. Here are some of the peak wind gusts so far. St. Augustine Beach at 60 miles per hour. Summer House at almost the same speed. Jacksonville International Airport peak wind gust of 55 miles per hour. Jacks Beach Pier and Huguenot Park each 53 mile per hour wind gusts, and Mayport and NAS Jacks with wind gusts so far that have peaked at nearly 50 miles per hour. Oh, so close, Corey Sima. If this yellow and red were to get ashore, we'd be talking about a true pounding at our beaches, but hanging most of the time just a little bit offshore, those heaviest bands.
Just a matter of miles, Mike, and it's remarkable that as we see these bands move over the land, some of them actually start to weaken. That's what happened about 1 to 2 hours ago. You warned us all about the next band that was moving onshore, and in short order, it quickly weakened. Now, there are these little bands or little areas that are reaching out from the main rain band here that is just off the coast, and so we're going to start to see these impacting Jacksonville's beaches, including Little Talbot Island right now, and just within a matter of minutes down to Jacksonville Beach as well. So let's zoom on down a little bit closer. We'll get to street level mapping here in just a sec. Here along the coast of Jacksonville beaches, there is Atlantic Beach and Jacks Beach as well. This little heavy band starting to move through. Where you see that yellow and the red, that is where those rain rates are a little bit higher, around ½ an inch or so. This is tropical moisture we have, folks, so the radar sometimes reads that differently from normal rain that we get throughout the year. You see most of those rainfall rates around 1/2 an inch per hour rainfall rates there around Atlantic Beach and Atlantic Boulevard. We'll put some streets on here on street level mapping. There's Florida Boulevard and Penman Road, 5th Street and Ocean Front as well. These are still moving very quickly, around 50 to 60 miles per hour down to the south. As I track this here on First Alert Doppler HD, this is going to be headed toward Jacksonville Beach and Ponte Vedra if it does hang together here over the next 10 to 15 minutes. There's Ponte Vedra at around 318, TPC Sawgrass there at 323. As the wind starts to change direction, we're going to kind of get rid of that isolated tornado or waterspout threat. Still something that we're keeping an eye on, but you are going to notice those winds shift direction over the next couple of hours as Dorian starts to lift to the north, and we'll see less and less of those rain bands. Keeping a very close eye on it, though, here on First Alert Doppler HD. We're going to time out the rain hour by hour and talk about that wind, especially in southeast Georgia. We're starting to get more of those wind reports from Jekyll Island. That's coming up in the Action News Jax First Alert forecast.
All right, Corey, in the meantime, some good news out of St. Johns County. We told you the worst is past us. Well, St. Johns County government has just lifted the curfew and evacuation orders, effective immediately. 3 o'clock this afternoon, the curfew and mandatory evacuation orders in response to Hurricane Dorian have been rescinded, and county offices are going to reopen on Friday. We've already told you that school will restart on Friday in St. Johns County as well. Action News Jax Bridget Matter is live for us in St. Augustine, where she has been along the bayfront there as the water has been coming up, and still water looks like shin high there for you, Bridget.
Yeah, it's pretty high in certain areas. I'll show you the comparison. You know, that over there is a little bit higher, so you know, cars aren't having a hard time driving on that side of the road, but here it's coming up almost to my rain boot there if I get off the curb. I mean, I could go deeper, but I'm not going to. So let's get a closer look at the businesses where this water is going right up into. So a lot of these businesses, they had to board up. They also had to put sandbags down to keep this water out. But this is the sidewalk, and it's just flooded here. So we've seen a few people walking around outside. You know, we saw a lot worse during Matthew. This is such a flood zone that everyone always keeps an eye on, and it definitely did flood here. So luckily things weren't worse, because obviously this area would have been much worse. Looks like we're getting a little bit to higher ground here, but you can see all the way down there, it's just flooded. So people that are driving,
Bridget,
most of them are in trucks or Jeeps.
Real quickly, if you could have your photographer just pan back to the parking lot. Are you at the Castillo de San Marcos? Where are you right there? Is that you're a little farther south of there? I was going to say that parking lot looks like it's in better shape than it was, but you're farther south there.
Yeah, we're further south from that area. We haven't made it up there yet because we're not taking our car through this. We're actually parked down where we saw you last, so we walked this way.
Okay.
There are portions that are a little bit higher, like these vehicles here. That's not very deep there, but it's pooling right here up next to these businesses. Another thing that we talked about last time was that police officer that was posted up there. I did talk to him. He said that he's only allowing people in that live or work on this street over on that way, where it was deep down there. And if you think that your vehicle can make it, it's kind of at your own risk if you're going to drive yourself through there. But, you know, it's pretty deep in some portions. Okay to drive on others, but, you know, if you don't have to be out, it's kind of not really a point to put your car through that.
Absolutely.
But yeah, we'll be here throughout the afternoon.
All right, Bridget, thank you.
And let you know if this gets any worse.
Hopefully it does not. I don't know how the storm drains are doing there, but the worst of the worst is beyond us. And as I just mentioned, St. Johns County has lifted the evacuation order, so you likely will see more traffic starting to increase now. Let's go to Volano Beach, not far from St. Augustine, where we have Lorena Inclan. She's been watching A1A and the wash over there. And how are things looking now, Lorena?
Well, right now the road remains closed here in Volano Beach, still an area that police and deputies are not letting people come by. And take a look at what is left. And as you mentioned, the worst is beyond us, but look at the aftermath of A1A right now. A lot of debris here in this area, lots of large debris as well. So they still need to clean this up, and they need to figure out how to sort of patch up the dunes there where a lot of that water was coming by. But in the last, I would say, maybe hour or so, I've seen less and less waves come in, so that is definitely some good news. Although every now and then we'll get a couple of waves or so, but nothing as strong as what we were seeing earlier during that high tide, where it was literally pushing us back. We even had to move our car as well. But as you can see, it is blocked off all the way up until that spot there. And the Florida Department of Transportation, they just left. I just saw their car leave. They were surveying this area, making sure that the A1A, which is their roadway, wasn't damaged. And earlier when I spoke to the Department of Bridge and Roadways here in St. Johns County, they told me they didn't believe that the roadway was damaged. And also, just to reiterate that point that I made earlier, that I was here covering Hurricane Matthew and also Hurricane Irma. And during Matthew, I was out at the bayfront where Bridget is now, and that was obviously very significant flooding. Here in this area, I'm told that people from here, from St. Johns County, some of the department folks that I spoke to, they said they haven't seen it as bad as it was when Matthew came. However, they hadn't seen this area be breached before. So they're going to take a look and see what can be done here. And the thing is, though, I mean, just by looking at this area here, it is so close to the water. Even on a day when we don't have a hurricane off our coast, it is very close to the water. So the dunes obviously need to be fortified. It's going to be interesting to see what the county wants to do here so that, you know, they can stop this from happening, at least, you know, lessen the impacts as much as they can. But the reality is that these coastal communities were built so close to the Atlantic Ocean. So when you have an event like this, it is very easy to see why there's so much destruction and you know, so much damage to this area here, because take a look at that. We are just steps away from the Atlantic Ocean. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Lorena, thank you very much. Well, you know, it's a serious situation, Milano. Others taking it a little bit more, well, I'd say in stride, but in paddleboard maybe? I'm not sure, but you can see these guys having a good time. I think this is in Davis Shores. Action News Jack's Elizabeth Pace is also in Davis Shores in St. Johns County. I think you ran into a couple of those guys walking through that neighborhood there. Elizabeth, water still rising, or is it starting to fall now?
Hey, good news, it's starting to fall now. We've moved a little bit further in because the flooding was getting really high back there. It's still up to my shins out here, but it's not as bad as it was. We can see an emergency vehicle. I think that's a St. August police officer riding down the street right now. He's in an area that doesn't really have much water. I think he's turning to block this street again. We've seen him block off this area. Behind him, that's where all that major flooding is. That's that 4 feet flooding down there in the Coquina area. Now that we're over here, take a look at my boots now. It's now just at my shins rather than my knees, so progress out here in the Davis Shores area. Some homes are seeing the impact as well. We can see this house over here, they've prepared for the worst. They have plastic on the bottom half of their door with sandbags over there protecting their property. And then over here, we can see some more people standing outside just watching the roads out here, some cones in the street. It's still not safe to drive out here. Although emergency vehicles are out here moving very slowly, that doesn't mean you need to be out here for this area. There's still some flooding, obviously, and when you move through these areas, it pushes the water further up on their properties, making it dangerous for their homes as well. We've seen some people yell trying to slow down the cars in this area. So just keep that in mind if you have to come out here in the Davis Shores. Reporting live in St. Johns County, Elizabeth Pace, CBS47 Fox 30, Action News Jax.
All right, Action News Jax Russell Colburn has been in St. Augustine with the First Alert Storm Tracker. He filed this story just a few minutes ago.
Guys, we're in the First Alert Storm Tracker approaching the Bridge of Lions in St. Augustine. Give you a look outside. You can see some of the water has receded. This was all flooded here just a few minutes ago. Still have plenty of standing water and wet roads and a lot of wind and driving rain, but getting a little better as we move away from high tide out here. A lot of people are venturing out, and look, you can see quite a bit of wind. Those palm trees really getting jostled by this wind. We are going to try to approach the Bridge of Lions for you to show you the choppiness in the surf and the standing water there actually on the bayfront. Getting the lens clean there for you, the 360-degree HD camera that's on top of the First Alert Storm Tracker, so we can take you into some of these hard-hit areas and give you a 360 view. Coming up on the left, as we approach the Bridge of Lions, you'll see a police department vehicle. We've seen a heavy police presence out here, even National Guard when it was when they were monitoring the bridge to see if they were going to need to close it because of the 40-mile-per-hour sustained winds. But as you can see right now, the bridge is open. People are coming out to check on their property and businesses, presumably. People even venturing out on foot. But we still do, as I mentioned, have some heavy wind and rain. And here's some standing water we're about to drive through. It's definitely receding. We spent some time in Davis Shores not too long ago as well. I believe we do have video of that. Look at all that water that just came up onto the camera, all the way to the top. Probably 7 feet or so to the top of the First Alert Storm Tracker. That's how deep that puddle was. A lot of standing water in this area, right in front of the Bridge of Lions, and we're through the worst of it. And here we go. That's what we saw in Davis Shores as well. Unfortunately, some of that water beginning to trickle into people's homes. That's an area that just got devastated by Hurricane Matthew, you'll remember. People lost their homes. People were out of their homes, I should say, for months on end. So we're coming over the Bridge of Lions right now as well. First Alert Weather Team said we've had gusts in the 35-mile-per-hour range around here, and certainly at this high point, that's when we're going to feel it. Do feel the First Alert Storm Tracker shaking just a bit, and you may be able to hear the wind through my mic. I can give you a little view over the bridge here. Water's pretty choppy. I would say maybe going down just a little bit, receding just a bit compared to what it had been before. And as we get off the bridge, this is Avenida Menendez, of course. This is an area that got hit hard by Hurricane Matthew as well. We showed you that video from the First Alert Storm Tracker back then when the water was just all down that street, several feet deep. So it looks like the businesses really took heed this time, and all of them are boarded up and have sandbags. I mentioned the National Guard and the police. That's them back there, keeping an eye on that bridge and keeping people safe. Looks like the worst of it is past us, at least according to the First Alert Weather Team here in St. Johns County. So then it'll just be a matter of when people can venture out and check on their property and their belongings and their businesses out here. So that's the scene for now. In St. Augustine, back to you.
Now certified Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax First Alert Weather.
Corey Simmons joining me in the First Alert Weather Center as we track Dorian's move past Jacksonville's latitude. In other words, it is moving northbound and moving a little bit northeast of Jacksonville, and that makes a big difference on the winds in particular.
Going to start changing direction, especially here in Jacksonville. St. Johns County probably starting to see some of that as the rain, precipitation is starting to come to an end, but kind of a delay with that change in southeast Georgia as they're farther north.
Yeah, it'll take a little bit longer. So southeast Georgia, you have to deal with that wind for just a while yet, but there's still a well-defined eye. There are bursts of thunderstorms still occurring around the center, so this thing's not giving up the fight, even though it's not in the most favorable environment anymore, and certainly off the peak of a Category 5 hurricane. Let's take this full, and we'll show you the forecast track, and we'll have the new numbers out from the National Hurricane Center here within the next hour and a half or so, next 90 minutes. I would not really expect much change in either intensity or track. There it is sitting east of Jacksonville. That's the 3 o'clock update for the actual position, and just about due east of Jacksonville, making that move northwest and then turning northward with time. Those that were very nervous, and we kept trying to reassure you over the last couple of days, looks like it was staying east, but those of you that were very nervous about that move, whether or not it would be more to the west, well, it's a moot point now because it is making its drive-by, so to speak, right now. It will turn to the north and then northeast and accelerate, moving up the coast of the Carolinas, very near the outer banks by Friday during the afternoon and evening hours. Then it'll all be off into the northwest Atlantic, and that's all she wrote on Dorian. So here's the wind field, and it's expansive. You're seeing winds sustained anywhere from 20 to 30 miles per hour from about I-95 to the beaches, and then, of course, picks up dramatically as you would head toward the eye of the hurricane, but drops off dramatically when you get a little bit farther to the west. Orlando now out of the west at 20 miles per hour, so the dry air kind of eating away at the under part, the southwest part of this circulation. Still do have some high tides to go through over the next hour or two. We are past the high tide now officially. What is it now? 3:22. So we're past the high tide at St. Mary's and Trout River. So we'll start to see some improvement there on water levels. Main Street Bridge just had high tide. But again, this is not a repeat of Irma. It's not even a repeat of Matthew for the downtown area, which had more flooding than in this particular case with Dorian. But we don't have to worry about the downtown area having all that water coming up to St. John's like it did with Irma. It's a completely different story in this case. And the wind that was blowing in and adding some water to the river system, even downtown, is now going to be blowing out, which helps get rid of some of that water. Black Creek will, however, not have their high tide cycle till 6:18. But even on Black Creek, an area so hard hit by Irma, a lot of nervous folks there the last week or so. This is not a big deal from a rainfall standpoint or storm surge standpoint for Black Creek. Good news. Green Cove Springs along the St. Johns River, high tide at 6:37, and Pulaski at about 7:36, working its way down the St. Johns River. So you're going to see some minor, more like nuisance type flooding at these times of high tide over the next couple of hours. So the backside of that hurricane, we still have some gusty winds, tropical storm force wind gusts in the yellow shading here over many coastal areas and as far back as about Interstate 95. By 9 o'clock this evening, that's beginning to push off to the north and east. Now, it'll be breezy all night night long, but the strongest winds are occurring between now and midnight for most of the viewing area, and in fact by 5 a.m. it's just Brunswick still experiencing perhaps some tropical storm force wind gusts in our viewing area, and the rest of southeast Georgia and northeast Florida, while breezy, will have winds on the order of about 15 to 20 miles per hour versus the 30 to 40 mile per hour winds that we're seeing in some spots now with higher gusts, and then that'll be on to the north and east as this large eye continues that movement northward. Corey, you'll examine the radar here for us and some of these rain bands that are precariously close to our coast.
Yeah, and Mike, you know, we've been keeping an eye on the eye of Dorian, just about 100 miles off our coast, and we can actually measure it here with First Alert Doppler HD, taking it from Jacksonville Beach, and, you know, I draw the arrow out. It's between 100 and about 110 miles from the coast of Jacksonville Beach, and those rain bands very close to the coast of northeast Florida, southeast Georgia, and we've seen some of these rain bands actually move onshore, and then they kind of weaken. But as we're starting to see now, some of these rain bands are really starting to get their act together. They are hanging out over the land, and some of them are progressing inland. It looks like we have some showers that are moving into downtown Jacksonville as we are talking, with some additional development there along the coast. So let's zoom into downtown, get some streets on here. Let me select the Jacksonville radar here so we can look at these showers on the east side, just north of downtown too, along I-95 and New Kings Road. That's US 1. There's North Myrtle Avenue, West 8th. Looks like just got an update there of the radar pass as well along I-10 down into the Riverside, Avondale area too. There is Lenox, Edgewood, Post. There is Roosevelt, US 17, and then State Road 211, Normandy Boulevard. Those of you on the east side of Normandy Boulevard getting in on some of these showers. This extends down over the St. Johns River, south of downtown, and between downtown Jax and the Buckman Bridge. Let's head over to Jax Beach. This is where we have a moderate to heavy shower as well. Checking out some of these rainfall rates along Beach Boulevard and the intracoastal, between ½ an inch and 1 inch of rain per hour. I'm going to track this too. These are moving pretty quickly to the south at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. So as we track this little band that is stretching from Jacksonville Beach, pulling it down across I-95 as well, this is headed toward Nocatee. Basically right now, there is Bayard at 335, World Golf Village there at 342. We're talking St. Johns County by this point. There's Elkton 350 and then Armstrong at 354. This is just the edge of these very heavy rain bands that we are seeing rotate around the center of Dorian, and as Dorian continues to move to the north, we are steadily going to say goodbye to these areas of rain. First, St. Johns County, you're going to get out of the rain, and that's really good news for a lot of the flooded areas that we are seeing around St. Augustine. You can see how this band is basically paralleling the coast. Every now and then, one or two of these showers, it'll actually basically breach the beaches and then make its way well inland. We also have a rogue shower here, basically on the county line between Baker, Columbia, and Union County. We'll zoom on into that for those of you well inland. But again, those of you well inland not getting in on a lot of this rain. This is over Lulu right now. That's State Road 100. South of Olustee, that is US 90 there south of I-10. Tracking this into the Lake Butler neighborhood too. It's moving pretty quick. There's not a whole lot to this little shower, but it is moving fairly fast off to the southeast, starting to see that northwesterly wind on the back end of Dorian. Headed for Lake Butler, 336. There's Brooker at 344, Waldo at 355, and then Campville at 404. Most of the serious rain, it is going to be along the beaches, and if you live west of I-95, you're going to get one of these showers here or there, but for the most part, you're not going to see a whole lot of that rain as we get into this evening and the overnight as Dorian keeps its track to the north. All right, here on First Alert Doppler HD, it looks like we have another report of potentially a tide here. This is in Fernandina Beach. I'm going to query this on our storm report query here, and this is at 2:30 p.m. So this is almost 1 hour old here. Storm surge. The water level reached 2.5 feet above the mean higher high water. And that was at the Fernandina Beach tide gauge there in Nassau County. Again, those of you along the coast, that's where we're going to see most of the rain. Chief Meteorologist Mike Burris just getting back in here. Let's bring this up. Flash flood watch. This is for the entire coast of northeast Florida and southeast Georgia. But those of you, Flagler, if you're watching us, definitely St. Johns County, we're going to start seeing that rain come to an end. The farther south you are, the earlier the rain and the high winds are going to end as Dorian continues its lift to the north, eventually turning a little bit back to the north and east along the coast of southeast Georgia and up into the Carolinas. Are we going to take this hour by hour here, Mike?
Yeah, I got to get it in a minute. We can, but
okay.
What I wanted to show was basically this, Corey.
Yeah, here we go.
Was that at 7 o'clock in the morning here, tomorrow morning, on your Thursday, this hurricane is gone from a rainfall standpoint. Still will be breezy. Sun comes up a little after 7 o'clock now. The temperatures will be warm, but only seasonably so.
Windier up in southeast Georgia.
Right, windier for Brunswick, say, versus Folkestone, Jacksonville, St. Augustine, Stark Lake City especially. Still be breezy area-wide, but the hurricane will continue to lift off to the north and east, and coming in underneath it will be a lot of sunshine and a lot of dry air, Corey, and that promises to make for a sunny day tomorrow. It'll be a completely different day.
You'll be able to get out and do stuff.
Yeah.
If there are things to clean up, you'll be able to do that. Obviously, if you're without power,
there'll be a few places which doesn't seem to be very widespread. Infrastructure is going to be just fine. Local gas stations, banks, restaurants.
School is back Friday.
School's back in most, if not tomorrow, then Friday, and everything's going to be functioning. Airport will be fine. It'll be opening and running. It'll be a matter of playing catch up because there were so many delayed flights, and the temperatures are going to soar. We'll be into the 90s tomorrow for those unfortunate ones that did lose electricity today, and if it lasts into tomorrow at all, you're looking at a very hot day. Here's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we're in the 90s. And the interesting thing is, with an offshore west wind, it's all the way to the beaches. That heat in the mid to upper 90s, St. Augustine tomorrow. So it's going to be a completely different ballgame.
That surf will be clean out there too. It'll still be a little rough.
So we'll have a west wind, which is going to clean up that surf, but a rip current risk. And the good news is the humidity will be lower tomorrow, and that means tomorrow night many inland spots actually drop in the 60s. So we'll have to see a 30-degree temperature range there.
That's in the First Alert 7-day forecast. Hang around for that.
Right, exactly. So we're headed in the right direction here, and it'll be notably drier and sunnier in the coming days as the hurricane now moves away and the winds gradually diminish. And that rain that Corey was tracking there very near the coast in particular and just offshore, that'll start to push on off to the north and east as well. Tanika?
All right, guys, and now we're going to head down to St. Johns County where Brittany Verner is standing by in Summer Haven, an area that also saw some flooding.
That's right, and where I'm standing, there is major flooding. I'm going to show you exactly how the ground looks. You can see this water has been pushed out onto the sidewalk, and not just the sidewalk, even past that. It's actually in the driving lanes here along Ocean Shore Boulevard. Both lanes, if you go down a little bit further, we're going to try to zoom in so you can see it, have water pushed out into the roadways. That's being pushed from the Atlantic Ocean. Now, winds have been very intense here, and we're actually going to show you right where I'm standing. There are a few cars parked. When we got here, those cars, we could see the bottom of the tires on that trailer that's sitting right there. And now the water is in the middle of the tire. So water has been constantly being pushed from the Atlantic Ocean, flooding out some of the areas over here. We drove around this area some. We saw a few communities that experienced some flooding. You can see exactly how strong the wind is right now. I couldn't even use my umbrella because the umbrella was flying away, and I'm trying not to fly away as I'm speaking to you. But again, you can see exactly how much water is here, how much is being pushed out from the Atlantic Ocean because of the high tides, because of the spillover. So it looks like people are traveling through this direction again. For a while, sheriff deputies weren't letting any of the cars come through, but people are starting to drive through again very carefully as they're crossing that water because, again, there's a lot of overflow coming from the Atlantic Ocean onto Ocean Shore Boulevard. For now, reporting live in St. Augustine, Brittany Berner, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Unfortunately, we hope to see the water just start recede in the next few hours. Photos from one of the worst hit areas now of Freeport, Bahamas. You can see just cars underwater, people trying to walk there. A lot of rescues still underway there. The Prime Minister expected to speak to the nation tonight at 8 o'clock, and we'll bring you any updates from that as well. Back in our area, a viewer sent us a picture of a boat sinking in the St. Johns River. If you look closely, it's kind of blurry, but you can see just the top of the boat there. This area is called Baker Point Park. It's right near the Ortega Bridge. And now we're going to head out to the beaches, where our Ben Becker has been at Jacksonville Beach checking out the conditions near the pier, including some onlookers trying to come check things out. And Ben, has it calmed down any out there?
Hey, Tanika, you take a look behind me, you can see it's very rough surf here. You know, it seems like it kind of vacillates back and forth. There are times when it's very rough, then it kind of calms down. It's rough, calms down, but you see it's still pretty rough. So Dorian is still making its way, making its impact here at Jax Beach, and it's becoming quite a show, too, as we've mentioned earlier on. Quite a few people out here kind of taking in the festivities. You know, when we get the rain bands, and that happens, everybody runs for cover. And then when the rain goes away, they all come back. And you see Ocean Rescue over here as well, and they've been on their walkie-talkie, putting out instructions to everybody to get off the beach or at least stay out of the water when they see any kind of issues. So I just spoke to them, a matter of fact, and they told me they actually did have to make a rescue, but it wasn't in the ocean. They had to make a rescue in the Intracoastal. Somebody actually had a catamaran out in the Intracoastal, believe it or not, by Beach Boulevard, and they had to make a rescue out there. Besides that, though, no other rescues, no other issues related to the ocean over here. And I also was talking to them, and I want to get a little bit of a clarification, because we've been talking about the pier, of course, and all the issues that the pier has had with Hurricane Matthew and Irma and all that. So, you see from the base of the pier over here, the beginning of the pier, right, all the way out to where that fence is, okay? Okay, that part of the pier is staying when they redo the pier, okay? When in November, when they close this thing, that part of the pier stays. The section beyond that fence, all that, right now that's unsuitable for anyone to be out there, and that's why it's blocked off. That section on out, plus another, I believe, 8 sections that were washed away in Hurricane Matthew will be replaced. So it's from that fence on out is where the pier will be repaired, with those repairs beginning in November, going forward for 2 years. So theoretically, even if this part of the pier beyond the fence gets damaged today from Dorian, it's not a huge deal, because that part of it's going to come down anyway. So that was just something I was talking to Ocean Rescue about. I wanted to get just the clarification on what's going to be happening here at the pier, again, beginning in November. But meantime, as I was saying, still a little rough out here, still a little bit of rain, has calmed down a little bit, so that's the good news, but we'll stay out here and keep you informed. Reporting live from Jax Beach, Ben Becker, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
All right, Ben, and now let's check in Neptune Beach with our Christy Turner. How's it going out there, Christy?
Well, right now we're getting pelted with a mixture of rain and sand. I just had a sheet of sand just slap me in the face, and it wasn't too comfortable. Wind gusts are on and off. There's moments where you're standing like this and you're fine, and then a wind gust just kind of comes out of nowhere and makes you stumble a little bit. And if you swing over this way, oh goodness, be careful out there. There's a guy right here with an umbrella. I'm scared that we're going to have a Mary Poppins moment, and the umbrella just kind of take him away. So be careful over there as well. Good news is the tide is starting to go out a little bit. DR, if you can swing over this way. Here we go, getting a little burst of tide is starting to go out, which is great news. So far, the dunes have held up pretty well, but we are still seeing some pretty big wind gusts out here. Peek over at these sea oats and sand dunes. You can see some of the sand washed away, exposing these sea oats, but they've been pretty big concern with this storm after what we saw during Hurricane Matthew in 2016. Beach erosion out here, definitely not as bad as what we saw during Hurricane Matthew, but it's still early, and it's still something that we're going to be watching out here. But as far as the conditions out here, we're still seeing rain and those wind gusts, like I mentioned. I've definitely noticed the wind hasn't been as intense in the last 30 minutes or an hour or so, but still people coming out here at the beach to take this in, everyone trying to be as safe as they can
You can see this man and woman over here with their umbrellas out, enjoying this view. We do know that Neptune Beach lifeguards did have to rescue somebody earlier today. Pretty scary moment when a wave knocked over a woman. So just can't let your guard down out here, but we will continue to stay out here bringing you the very latest on the ever-changing conditions out here. For now, back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Christy, and now we want to show you a picture. This is from JSO. You can see some damage there to Hannah Park. The boardwalk just tipped over there into the water and some flooding as well. Another update for you out of St. Johns County. The Bridge of Lions is closed right now because of flooding. Russell Colburn has been in the First Alert Storm Tracker driving around the area. Now he's heading toward the St. Johns County Emergency Management Office. Russell.
Yeah, Tanika, county officials just made that announcement about the Bridge of Lions just a few minutes ago. They did emphasize that it's a temporary closure, but said it's due to flooding. We're right now near 95 and State Road 16, not far from the St. Johns County EOC, where we're expecting a briefing at 4 o'clock. So, of course, we'll carry that for you live, and we'll be talking with county officials for the latest update there. But as you can see, we're pretty far inland now, and we're still experiencing some wind and rain and ponding on the roads. I do want to get you to some video from Davis Shores from earlier. Of course, this is an area prone to flooding, and they're getting flooded again. And we were driving down the streets now, Aracola and Coquina, and that intersection, I would say, is 3.5 to 4 feet deep. At least it was during high tide. So bad news for people who already went through this during Matthew, flooded homes. Some people lost their homes or were out of them for several months. We did see some water trickling into some people's garages, but thankfully it seems like a lot of people left their house. They were in an evacuation zone and left it with sandbags and preparations made. So hopefully they made out okay, but not a good scene over there in Davis Shores. Again, the area of Coquina and Aracola. If you're not familiar with the area, that's just off the Bridge of Lions near the Conch House restaurant. So we hope those people are doing okay. They should have the worst of it behind them now that we've already seen high tide. And again, we're about to pull in moments to the Emergency Operations Center, where we'll be talking with county officials. That briefing, again, scheduled for 4 o'clock, so we'll carry that for you live. But for now, live in the First Alert Storm Tracker, Russell Colburn, CBS47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
All right, Russell, hey, listen, we know that they've called off the evacuation order, which is also a good thing, effective at 3 o'clock, so I'm sure they'll be talking about some of those things as well. We've got Action News Jack's Beth Rousseau at the Bayfront there, where sandbags seem to be working.
You can see cars driving through the flooding here on Avenida Menendez. Earlier this morning, I was actually standing right over there near the seawall, and waves were lapping up over it into the courtyard area. That's actually not what's causing this flooding. This flooding is actually coming up from the storm drains. All week we've been showing you people boarding up, preparing, putting out sandbags. Now we can show that at work. You can see these sandbags keeping the water out of this restaurant. That's the case up and down the bayfront here at businesses and shops along the waterfront. You can also see plenty of people out and about walking around, taking in this storm. Officials are asking people not to go in the water and try not to walk through the water if possible. Reporting in St. Augustine, Beth Russo, Action News Jax.
And we've been seeing videos and photos coming into the Action News Jax newsroom of what's happening out there. We only want to see them if you can do it safely, though.
Absolutely. Paige Kelton has been tracking some of those for us. So what have you got for us, Paige?
Yeah, a lot of our viewers helping us tell the story of the storm's impact on our area. This is St. Simon's Island. Look at this. This is exactly what they're telling folks not to do. A buoy knocked almost sideways. Look at the waves. The surfers going out there. It's great for surfers, but this is still very, very dangerous as Dorian continues to pass our area, and Georgia are going to be feeling the effects there for the next few hours. A next video was sent in from a viewer. High tide in St. Augustine coming up the Green Road boat ramp right here. This is how far it looks like the dock was damaged here. The water coming up as we saw high tide. Again, the Green Road boat ramp. And Kingsland Police Department also shared this next video. They wanted to illustrate how bad the winds were there. This was outside the police station at about 12:30 this afternoon, so that was right as the local impacts of Dorian were starting to reach their peaks. Continue to send us video. You can tweet me at @PageANJax. We're going through pictures, videos, and really people's accounts of these local impacts, which we are very grateful that they weren't devastating. John, Tanika?
All right, Paige, thank you very much. And you're right, grateful it wasn't devastating. We escaped this, really. The Bahamas, on the other hand, did not. It is catastrophic in many parts. CBS News' David Begnaud explains and shows us just what we've been able to see so far from the devastation.
The extent of Dorian's destruction across the northern Bahamas is immense. From the air, flying over Abaco Island, the damage stretches for miles. Entire neighborhoods flattened, homes shredded, shipping containers and boats hurled inland. Some airports look like lakes now. This is the terminal of one of them, shrouded in debris. The Red Cross estimates nearly 99% of people living in Grand Bahama and Abaco Islands are in need of some kind of assistance. Food, water, something.
We are in the midst of one of the greatest national crisis in our country's history.
The U.S. Coast Guard has rescued dozens of people, deploying helicopters to several regions in the area. Many more victims are stranded in some of the hardest hit areas.
We're just starting to get a site picture on Grand Bahama Island in Freeport. We're rendering, life-saving support here, humanitarian assistance.
People have been using boats and jet skis, even inflatable toys, to ferry other people to safety. Tim Allen, a journalist working with the Associated Press, filmed himself and his family abandoning their home in Freeport. His daughter is seen wading through life-threatening storm surge, carrying one of their animals. Relief aid from around the world is starting to arrive, and it's being staged in Nassau, which was not affected by the hurricane. The government is doing everything it can to get food and water to people who are desperate and have nothing else but hope. David Begnaud, CBS News, Nassau.
Absolutely devastating there. The video coming out of there, and it is going to be a long, long recovery. Our team coverage now continues. Dorian hitting Florida with Elizabeth Pace in Davis Shores, where she's watching the water slowly recede from the streets there.
This is the worst flooding I've seen, but over the past 30 minutes, it is starting to die down now. Take a look at where it's coming. It's almost to my knees out here in the Coquina area. Over here, we can see some strong currents flying over this property. We can barely even see the grass out there. The water is so high. Further down the road here, this entire street is flooded in the Davis Shores area. I've seen a few emergency vehicles drive around looking for anybody who might need help, but they're crawling throughout this area. It's very dangerous to drive in right now, not only for the cars, but for the homes as well. Some deputies told me that when cars pass through these flooded areas, it pushes the water up on the property and then reaches some of their homes. We can see some of that going on over here when we will walk a little bit more. It's hard for us to walk out here. You might hear some of it because the flooding is so deep right now. Thankfully, we are noticing it going down like I mentioned. It is raining, sprinkling over here a little bit more. We're almost to this property, and take a look at how the water is now pushing through the bottom of that garage. It's just flapped open. The front door a little bit over there too is getting that. We're going to go check on them to see if they're okay over there. I don't see anybody home, but there is a car in the parking in the garage, the driveway over there, so we're going to go see if everybody's okay. But this is the kind of flooding we're seeing in Davis Shores. Just heavy flooding from the storms. They urge everybody to stay inside if you can. It's not safe to be out right now. Just stay in and stay dry. Reporting in Davis Shores, Elizabeth Pace, CBS47, FOX30, Action News Jax.
Now certified Jacksonville's most accurate weather forecast. Action News Jax, First Alert Weather.
All right, from the First Alert Weather Center, Corey Simmons joining Stacy also as well. We'll be out at Stacy Garvilla in just a minute as we continue to update you now on the hurricane that has reached Jacksonville's latitude. That's the good news.
Looks like it's moving north of it too.
Yeah, moving a little bit north, almost due north now.
Right.
Yeah, so the official Hurricane Center update is north-northwest at 9 miles per hour, but maybe a little bit of a wobble to the right, if you will, or northward movement, and that will continue to move away. Bright redness here on the satellite photograph. That's simply means a lot of thunderstorms. That's the cool cloud tops of those thunderstorms. It's an infrared satellite, so it's temperature sensitive, and it's a still reasonably impressive hurricane, but since it's at Jacksonville's latitude, moving to the north, we're going to see improving conditions with time from west to east through this evening and overnight.
And a lot of rain here on the west and south side of it, too, which is going to be moving to the north as Dorian goes that direction, too.
So we'll have a new update out from the National Hurricane Center on position within the next 10 minutes. And the full update will be at 5 o'clock, and that'll include an update on the strength of the hurricane, which is likely to be about the same, and that updated track forecast, which you're seeing here, which, again, I don't see much reason to see that changing much, as it's right about Brunswick's latitude, Brunswick, Georgia, over the next few hours, and then it's making a run toward the Carolina coast. Not so pretty for the North and South Carolina coast later Thursday night into Friday morning, Corey.
And certainly thoughts up that direction. How wild would it be, though, if Dorian's only U.S. landfall was in North Carolina?
Yeah,
and it may not make landfall at all.
Yeah, it'll be very close.
Very, very close.
All of this, and then in the end, and that's what Matthew did too, by the way. We've compared this a lot to Matthew, and Matthew's landfall was also in the Carolinas. It technically just missed Florida, just barely off to the east.
Just barely.
The rest of the tropics are actually pretty busy. We've had a lot of emails and calls and questions about this. Tropical storms moved into Mexico. That's a done thing. It's moving over land. This is headed up into the Carolinas. Dorian, of course. We have what likely will be a tropical depression over the central Atlantic, but it's going to head north and northeast. That's not a problem. And then we have Gabrielle has formed over the eastern Atlantic. This one looks like a recurve or a turn to the north. That's not a problem. We're on a roll here, right? We're at 3 out of 4. If you don't count Dorian, of course, and then a pretty significant wave coming up the coast of Africa. Still a little early, although the indications are that if this were to develop pretty quickly, it would have a tendency, more than likely, to head a little bit more north. But the wave train off Africa is in full bore right now.
Peak of the hurricane season a week away.
Exactly.
Less than that.
Not at all.
September 10th.
Not at all uncommon for this time of year, that's for sure. Here are some of the winds rotating around Hurricane Dorian. Sustained winds 20 to 30 miles per hour from I-95 to the beaches. When you get more inland, it's much less. And there are a few scattered showers further inland, but for the most part, that rain is right along the coast, and it is heavy at times. Rainfall reports so far. Stacy, you want to take it away on this?
Sure, I can go ahead and do that. I also have computer 2 up right now if you wanted me to talk about some of the wind speeds. Maybe we can hit that first and then we'll get back to some of that rainfall. But these are a look at the current wind speeds that we have, sustained winds. So this is not gusts. We still have sustained winds farther inland, anywhere from about 15 to 20 miles per hour. Of course, at the coast is where we've had those higher winds today. Winds have been sustained up to about 30 to even 40 miles per hour. Of course, we've had those higher gusts into the 50 to even 60 mile per hour range at times today. Along the coast, we have sustained winds out of the north and even in some cases more now out of the north and west there in St. Augustine now as the movement of the storm is off to the north and east. These sustained winds, though, anywhere from 20 to 30 miles per hour with some higher gusts. You can actually see on the graphic here some of those hotter red colors. That's where we're seeing some even stronger sustained winds right now. And guys, I also don't have a weather clicker, so if you don't mind, well, I have a few more graphics if you want me to keep talking about wind, or I can talk about rain.
We can do both, but let's get back to the wind in just a minute. We'll look at the rain now, and then we'll get to Stacy there with the movement of the hurricane and those wind fields. Corey, rainfall just pretty much as we'd expect. Fernandina Beach, that's not reading properly. They've had more than that, but the rest of these are correct. International Airport, about a ½ inch. St. Augustine, better than an inch. None in Lake City so far. That's not a surprise. We didn't expect there to be much, and about 1.25 inches at Brunswick. Overall, the amounts haven't been that great. The bands have been moving very quickly.
Even the areas along the coast.
Right.
Right at 1 inch right now. There's still more to come.
A little bit, yeah. But this is going to be about it. Metro Jacksonville, generally a ½ inch to 1 inch.
There's Mayport, 3/4 of an inch. Maybe surprised that's not a little bit higher, too, as that is Jacksonville Beach. But here on the south side at Action News Jax, we have received just over ½ inch of rain. It was 0.53 when I put it in. It's still 0.53 right now. So most of the rain along and east of I-95 and not much west.
Right. In many cases, these rainfall amounts, they came down in pretty short bursts and periods of time. It's just that they weren't lasting all that long. In the main area of heavy rain, with systems like this, it's not at all uncommon. On the west side of the hurricane, didn't make it all the way to the coast. So, and Stacey, are you ready to go with the rest of that wind field? Looks like you are. What we're seeing out there now for winds and what you can expect.
All right, and again, I still don't have a clicker, so maybe if you can advance that for me. I do want to show you some forecast model winds as we head into the next, computer 2. We'll go ahead and take that. There we go. Here's the model wind forecast. So we were showing this to you last night, and it was showing those lines going up because we were expecting to see those winds kicking up today, lasting through the afternoon. Well, now you'll start to see that trend back down because we've hit some of our peak sustained tropical storm force winds, and now as we head throughout Thursday, they will be declining pretty quickly. So by tomorrow morning, we still have some gusty winds around, but by tomorrow evening, they will be a lot lighter. So that's essentially what we're seeing for both Jacksonville Beach and St. Augustine, is that line trending back down. In our next graphic here, we'll actually be showing you what you can expect across northeast Florida in terms of timing. Again, we've already begun to see that wind direction change a little bit. That's just because of the movement, or really the location, if you will, of Hurricane Dorian, which has basically been due east of Jacksonville. This is 11 o'clock this evening. We still have sustained winds anywhere between 30 to 40 miles per hour, so it's still going to be pretty windy at the coast tonight. We'll start to see the winds turn more out of the west, and that will be the case for Thursday. So Thursday morning, you're still waking up to gusty winds, sustained winds between 20 and 30 miles per hour. Keep in mind, still going to have higher wind gusts up to about 40 plus miles per hour, and then into the afternoon and evening Thursday, we'll really begin to see those winding down. And that's also the case for southeast Georgia, too. Our next graphic takes us through what you can expect there. Of course, we saw the onset of some of these tropical storm force winds a little bit later today, again, because the storm was moving from south to north. So here we go through about midnight. Still sustained winds around St. Simon's Island, could be up around or greater than 40 miles per hour with those higher gusts. The winds will be out of the north, and then again, heading into Thursday, we get that northwest and eventually that westerly wind direction there, especially into tomorrow evening. Notice those wind speeds will be closer to about 10 to 15 miles per hour, Mike.
Yeah, we're continuing to track the center, the eye of Dorian now, as it's a little bit offshore. The heaviest rain just hugging the coast. So we're still getting some rain here, rain bands, but the very heavy rain, for the most part, has been staying just a little bit off the coast. So you can see the heavier rainfall here from about any rain at all, from I-95 to the beaches, and the heavier rain right along the coast. And as the eye moves to the north here, we're going to sort of see the western edge of that eye here on the right-hand side of the screen. As that moves to the north, we'll see these bands continue to wane, decrease, and begin to shift offshore to the north and east. And as that occurs, we're going to see the heaviest rain. It'll be over with for Dorian, and we're going to walk over to the news desk here real quickly, by the way. We're going to talk to John and Tanika about the ending of these heaviest bands of showers and heavy rainfall. And that's the good news, is that the heavy rain will occur for about another hour or two, maybe right along the beaches, and then it's going to move offshore, and we'll see improvement from west to east. And the next high tide cycle will coincide with offshore winds blowing toward the ocean, which is good.
Yeah, we escaped the crucial part of this, which was this afternoon, mid-afternoon or early afternoon, where we had high tides paired with basically the worst of the storm. So excellent stuff. Want to let everybody know, we're just hearing from Jacksonville Mayor Lenny Curry that mandatory evacuations will be lifted at 7 o'clock. So it gives a few more hours for things to settle down out there. But the mandatory evacuations lifted at 7 o'clock. Bridges are open to heading to the beaches. So things are good. We just mentioned a little while ago that St. Johns County lifted evacuations at 3 o'clock, which is similar. And they're actually going to be giving us a briefing here in a few minutes. So we'll have the latest from St. John's.
One more thing to note, though, they are still having to rescue people.
Yeah.
It is not the time to get in that water. It just doesn't make sense. So go when they say it's safe. So 3 o'clock in St. John's, 7 o'clock for the Duval beaches, but stay out of the water.
Yeah, just because the evacuation is lifted doesn't mean it's free to go sit in the beach.
Yeah,
obviously, the water is still very dangerous right now, and we don't want to put lives at risk saving your life.
So now our attention turns to Georgia, and I actually saw some video out of South Carolina where they had those contraflow lanes going as Dorian makes its approach.
Well, for our viewing of southeast Georgia, it's much the same story as to what we just had here. It won't be a real big blow, and that's good news, but the winds will last longer there because they're further to the north than northeast Florida, and then it is the Carolinas that get hit a little bit harder later tomorrow night.
All right, Mike, a lot more from you, obviously, as we continue to cover Hurricane Dorian. We'll be right back, and we'll have that briefing from St. Johns County.